Forced into a commercial marriage by her parents, Qin Nuan found herself further compelled to bear the spawn of a demon. In defiance, she resorted to elopement, starvation, and even attempted to leap from heights. Yet, her determination remained unshaken as she sought ways to please, exclaiming, "I desire oranges, not sliced but peeled, for their hands are unclean." No sooner said than done. Her fingers, akin to those of a model, became stained a vivid yellow from the fruit. "I wish to savor the millet porridge and soup dumplings from Granny Chen's shop in the old street, and I want them now." "Very well." Lin Da Shao discreetly glanced at his watch. It was 1 in the morning. The woman he had married would be pampered to the end, even through tears. Chapter 001. A premature wedding night. Runaway? Gazing upon the man before her, clad in elegant black attire with a smiling countenance, Qin Nuan swallowed hard. Eloping without choosing a more suitable occasion? Lin Xie surveyed the surroundings with a sardonic gleam in his eyes. The dilapidated abode and aged furniture told a tale of neglect. While keeping a wary eye on the man, Qin Nuan searched for an opportunity to escape. Yet she knew that even if she burst through the door, those who followed him would ensure her capture. "Let us negotiate considering the multitude of women longing to marry you, perhaps." The sentence remained unfinished as her chin was abruptly lifted. A scoff escaped his lips. The man nodded in satisfaction, twisting his wrist. "There is no need for violence, we can converse peacefully. Direct action is often more effective than words." "What do you intend to do?" She realized he could strike without the need for undressing. "Commence the wedding night ahead of schedule." His utterance consisted of merely 4 words. "Yi Huan, save me." At the peak of her terror, Qin Nuan instinctively called out the name of the one she desired to see yet simultaneously dreaded. "You should consider yourself fortunate. He cannot save you," he remarked, "for otherwise, it would entail more than just an early wedding night. Moreover, it is prudent for you to pray he never appears before me. I shall certainly report you." She clenched her fists, her face aflame with indignation. "Report me? For what?" It is quite reasonable for an engaged couple to be unable to control their desires. Out of kindness, he offered a reminder, for her defiance had taken him by surprise. "Even if you succeed, I shall never marry you." What era is this? Losing one's virtue is hardly significant, and Yi Huan would care even less. The bravado of her words only served to double her suffering, as darkness enveloped her and she succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon awakening, she found herself in a vehicle, the unfamiliar landscape outside the window a stark reminder of her predicament. As she observed the 2 individuals disembark, Lin Xie's father offered cautious smiles, yet his countenance turned cold upon seeing Qin Nuan, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap across her face. "Have you grown some audacity? Apologize to Xie at once." "I have done no wrong, why should I apologize?" She tilted her head defiantly, tears brimming. "Dare to retort? If I do not teach you a lesson today, you will forget your own surname." The slap followed closely behind. Lin Xie raised his hand, catching the blow intended for Qin Nuan. "I do not wish for Nuan to bear any injuries while taking wedding photos." Upon hearing Lin Xie's words, Qin Nuan's father instantly transformed his demeanor. "It is my fault for not considering this thoroughly. The anger from Nuan has muddled my judgment. Are you unaware of the wedding date, the 7th of next month? Then it is settled by Xie." His smile broadened. The injustice she felt, coupled with her father's utter disregard, caused Qin Nuan's eyes to glisten with unshed tears, yet she remained resolute, refusing to show weakness. "These days, I must trouble Uncle Qin to take good care of Nuan." After casting a meaningful glance at Qin Nuan, Lin Xie departed. Once Lin Xie was gone, Qin Nuan's father turned to her, observing her haughty expression, instinctively lifting his hand high. "Strike me. If you have the courage, then beat me to death and carry me off to wed Lin Xie. Otherwise, as long as I draw breath, I shall ensure I am absent from the wedding." As long as she lived, she could only be Yi Huan's wife. The raised hand trembled but ultimately did not descend. It was not a matter of reluctance, but rather a fear of defying Lin Xie's command. Chapter 002 offers little assistance. In the end, Qin's father ordered someone to administer a sedative to Qin Nuan and subsequently provide her with nourishment. By evening, Qin Nuan sat in a daze by the window, her thoughts consumed by the consequences of Yi Huan's inability to find her. So much so that she failed to notice Lin Xie entering the room. Lin Xie came to a halt, placing a stack of documents before her. "These pertain to wedding planning and bridal gown design. Which do you fancy?" Qin Nuan completely disregarded them. Unperturbed, Lin Xie patiently waited. Ultimately, Qin Nuan hurled the documents out of the window, expressing her resolute decision. Her defiance incited the ire of the man before her, who forcefully pressed her against the glass. "Do you wish to play? Very well, I shall indulge you." With that, his lips descended upon hers with a tempestuous fervor. Qin Nuan struggled. But 2 days without sustenance had sapped her strength. "You wonder if I were to take you here, would your father rejoice and broadcast it far and wide?" After all, he desires to marry you to me. His lips curled into a smile, yet his words were laced with cruelty. This proclamation sent chills down Qin Nuan's spine. No, it cannot be. I say it can. Stop, cease this at once. She understood he would dare to do anything. Retrieve those documents and tell me which one you prefer. Be sincere, or I shall not hesitate to continue here. He gestured towards the lounge chair in the garden below. Fearing that Lin Xie might resume his previous actions, Qin Nuan hurried downstairs to gather the scattered plans. Are you not coming in? Lin Xie's cold reminder halted her footsteps momentarily at the door. Upon returning to her room, Qin Nuan extracted a wedding plan and bridal design to present to Lin Xie. He merely glanced at them and did not take them. He then left with a remark that they would be taking bridal photos tomorrow. The door had scarcely closed before it was pushed open again. Seeing who had entered, Qin Nuan felt as though she had grasped a lifeline. Sister, please help me. Her eyes glistened with tears, pleading as she looked at her sister Qin He. Without uttering a word, Qin He stepped forward and embraced her sister. She recounted the process of calling Yi Huan for assistance. Qin He was somewhat acquainted with Lin Xie's nature, and she worried about what he might do should he encounter Yi Huan. However, she could not afford to dwell on that now. She wanted to avoid such a man for even a moment, let alone marry him. Yet, recalling Lin Xie's actions in the small town left her at a loss for words. Sister, can we still escape? Nuan, you shall be luckier than I. Understanding the agony of being coerced into a marriage, she vowed to help her sister escape at any cost. Observing Qin Nuan descend the stairs to dine with Qin He, Qin's father assumed she had been persuaded, wearing a beaming smile and a benevolent fatherly expression. Nuan, your father will not harm you. Look at your sister. She is the best example. What glory would there be in following that impoverished boy? A life filled with the spectacle of your husband frequenting hotels with other women? What successful man lacks a hint of scandal? As long as there is no divorce, all is well. Qin He tugged at Qin Nuan, signaling her to remain silent. Qin Nuan complied. Qin's father appeared satisfied. The day after, when Lin Xie came to pick up Qin Nuan for the wedding photos, Qin He also got into the car. Lin Xie merely cast a glance and said nothing further. Inside the studio, Lin Xie was led by the staff to change into a gown, while Qin Nuan remained still, clutching a particular wedding dress. Nuan, this is all I can do to help you, Qin He said, taking the wedding dress and placing her handbag into Qin Nuan's hands. Chapter 003. No more running. Qin Nuan was perplexed. Yi Huan is waiting for you downstairs. After a brief moment of realization, she thanked her sister and dashed down the stairs. Before she could exit the studio, she spotted Yi Huan sitting in a taxi, waving at her. It wasn't until the taxi had distanced itself from the studio that Qin Nuan turned to Yi Huan. He simply ruffled her hair, a gesture more eloquent than words. The two alighted at the bustling mall in D-City and then navigated through winding paths to the underground parking of another office building. Sister has prepared a car for us. We'll drive out of D-City ourselves. Fearing interception, they avoided the highway and took the quickest back road to leave D-City. As they observed the vibrant streets outside the window transform into desolate paths, an inexplicable anxiety gripped Qin Nuan's heart. Can we really leave? You've always wanted to visit the most beautiful village, right? We can enjoy the journey. The cash Qin He had prepared in her handbag was sufficient for them to sustain themselves for months anywhere. Instead of the most beautiful village, let us go to the most impoverished village to teach. All right. Yi Huan, oh. Before she could finish her thought, a car suddenly emerged from an intersection, blocking their path. In that instant, all hope was extinguished. Madam, Mr. Lin is waiting for you. The car door was forcefully yanked open, and Yi Huan was unresistingly shoved into the car that obstructed their way. As Qin Nuan exited to rescue him, a man stepped in front. Madam, Mr. Lin said if you do not cooperate, we cannot guarantee Mr. Yi's safety. I'll go with you, just release him. Mr. Lin mentioned that some matters need to be discussed face-to-face with Mr. Yi. In a dilapidated factory, Lin Xie looked at the man and woman before him with a smile that resembled the disdainful gaze one might cast upon two ants, sending a chill through Qin Nuan. With a mere glance, the man gripping Yi Huan's arm raised his fist and struck Yi Huan's abdomen several times. Yi Huan grunted, his eyes filled with defiance. Stop. Qin Nuan could no longer bear it, but as soon as she moved, she was restrained. I warned you to pray he never appears before me. Evidently, my words did not serve as a deterrent. His voice was as cold as ice. On what basis do you speak so brazenly? This is a society governed by law, where personal freedom exists. Unable to break free, Qin Nuan resorted to kicking and striking the man holding her. Why should I? Just because I am Lin Xie. His tone was one of lofty superiority, looking down upon everything. Even if you were the emperor, I wouldn't care. Lin Xie merely smiled in silence. accepting the iron rod handed to him and advancing toward Yi Huan. Since you enjoy running so much, I believe you won't even need to walk from now on. Although Yi Huan stubbornly refused to show weakness, he ultimately collapsed to the ground under the blows, his gaze remaining fixed on Qin Nuan, fearful for her safety. It's all right. Lin Xia, cease this at once. With the utterance of those two words, the iron rod came crashing down upon Yi Huan's knee. Despite Yi Huan gritting her teeth, a cry of pain escaped her lips, as though her kneecap had been shattered. Stop, you must stop. That anguished cry pierced through Qin Nuan's heart like a needle, rendering her breathless. Lin Xia, I implore you to stop. Stop? Such a trivial lesson is hardly sufficient. The rod rose and fell again, vivid crimson instantly staining the fabric of her trousers. Chapter 004. I beg of you to marry me. Listening to Qin Nuan's humble pleas, Lin Xia merely offered a cold, satisfied smirk, his actions unrelenting. Lessons ought to be etched into memory for a lifetime. As Yi Huan's gaze grew unfocused, Qin Nuan fell to her knees with a thud. Lin Xia, I beseech you, do not strike him any further. He may perish. I beg you to marry me. I shall go nowhere. I will be obedient. I implore you. All her stubbornness and resentment transformed into the most abject of entreaties in that moment. With a clang, he discarded the iron rod, contentedly wiping his hands. Remember, my patience is rather short. As the restraints were lifted, Qin Nuan hurriedly followed Lin Xia into the vehicle. Yet, he had no intention of releasing her so easily. As soon as she entered, she was pushed against the car window, her face aligning with the motionless figure of the man on the ground. Have you forgotten who your man is?
No. Please. No?
Were you not just pleading for me to marry you? How can I ascertain your worth without a proper inspection? You enjoy calling for his rescue, do you not? He is right outside, call for him. His laughter was reckless. You do not truly care for me. Why must you insist on marrying me? Driven to the brink, Qin Nuan shouted in despair. Why, you ask? Casting a derisive glance at the unconscious Yi Huan, the car slowly departed. When Qin Nuan regained consciousness, darkness enveloped her. Ignoring the pain coursing through her body, she scrambled to find her phone. Looking for this? Came his chilling voice, halting her frantic search. It appears the lesson remains insufficient. No, it is not. Slowly turning, she approached Lin Xia, illuminated by the moonlight. Is it? She affirmed with a vigorous nod. Let us dine. He turned and exited the room. After consuming a bowl of congee, Qin Nuan seized the opportunity to request her phone from Lin Xia under the pretense of calling her elder sister to assure her of her safety. I hope you remember. My patience is rather limited, Lin Xia's voice echoed softly as she ascended the stairs. Having called Qin He and provided the address, Qin Nuan promptly switched off the phone. She understood that for Yi Huan's sake, this was where her journey would end. Subsequently, apart from the wedding photo shoot, Qin Nuan remained at the Qin residence, observing like an outsider as the wedding dress and jewelry were delivered. On the day of the wedding, upon seeing Qin He again, she could not suppress her concern for Yi Huan. He is fine, but his leg. The mere few words twisted her heart in anguish. Nuan, I am sorry. It is my fault. Tears streamed down her face. What is this? Shedding tears of joy. His voice was as frigid as Lin Xia himself. Qin Nuan merely pressed her lips together and shook her head. If the joy is insufficient, I do not mind adding a touch of red. Blood red. Yet. Qin Nuan continued to shake her head. Lin Xia turned to leave, but Qin Nuan abruptly stood up and embraced him, rendered speechless. Just wait until tonight, she thought. The wedding festivities were in full swing, and Qin Nuan moved like a marionette, mimicking Lin Xia's actions. Chapter 005. Arriving at a speed of 108 on a snail. Qin Nuan's father beamed with delight. My father-in-law is quite formidable, remarked Han, who stood beside Qin He with a sardonic tone. Qin He ignored him completely. Even though the Qin family was a tempting morsel, they dared not indulge recklessly. Aren't you also reaping the benefits? Indeed. Being with Lin Xia is akin to possessing a universal pass in City D. Outside the hotel, a man clad in a hospital gown with a leg in a cast gazed intently at the entrance. He fervently wished for the girl in the wedding dress to emerge, or perhaps that she was not inside at all. As night fell, the wedding truly concluded, and the car carrying Qin Nuan departed from the hotel's underground parking, its occupants oblivious to the man waiting outside. Lin Xia had prepared a wedding suite in a 3-story villa, brilliantly illuminated and adorned with festive red decorations. To Qin Nuan, it felt more like a prison. Let us wash together. Upon entering the room, Lin Xia swept her into his arms and headed for the bathroom. No need. I can wash myself. Hush, be good, and I can shower you with more affection. Qin Nuan's compliance resulted in Lin Xia indulging to his heart's content. The subsequent honeymoon was a culinary extravaganza, and once it concluded, Lin Xie became engrossed in work, leaving Qin Nuan to feel like a caged canary within the villa. Observing the man across from her elegantly savoring a steak, Qin Nuan hesitated, contemplating whether to speak. "Not to your taste?" he inquired, reaching for the waiter. "No." She quickly shook her head. Lin Xie raised an eyebrow, setting down his knife and fork to focus on her. "I want to ask if I can go out to work." She cautiously gauged Lin Xie's reaction. "You can go to Shenglin tomorrow." "I don't want to go to Shenglin." If she had to go there, she would rather not. At least it would afford her an entire day free from facing him. "Then, do you wish to go to China's?" "I would prefer to find something on my own." Hearing there might be a chance, Qin Nuan's tense expression relaxed a fraction. She hardly paid attention to the film being screened, her mind preoccupied with thoughts of how to perform. Upon returning home, under Lin Xie's guidance, Qin Nuan completely adhered to expectations. However, that very night, Lin Xie was awakened by her murmurs. "It's hot." "What a delicate creature," he replied, his tone laced with mild disdain, yet his actions remained tender. Replacing the cooled towel, Lin Xie continued to call the family doctor. In reality, only 10 minutes had passed since his first call, yet he had already placed 3 calls and was on the brink of irritation. Just as Lin Xie was about to lose patience with the tardy doctor, the physician finally appeared, carrying a medical bag. "Did you come here on a snail?" The Liu and Lin families had been friends for generations. The two had known each other since childhood, and while they often clashed at every opportunity, they were essentially childhood companions. "How is it?" Lin Xie rarely refrained from engaging in a war of words. "A chill, a fever, these are not matters of life and death."
Silence.
Chapter 006. Work. After administering an antipyretic injection, Lu Qing stowed away the medical kit, observing Lin Xie in silence. "Has he lost his voice?" Glancing at Lu Qing, Lin Xie carefully tucked in Qin Nuan. Lu Qing continued to remain mute. "If you choose not to speak, then leave." Obediently, Lu Qing lifted his leg to depart. "Is that all there is to it?" Upon witnessing his departure, Lin Xie immediately called out. Stopping in his tracks, Lu Qing continued to watch Lin Xie in silence. "Do you wish for death?" Provoked repeatedly, Lin Xie finally erupted in anger. "Did you not advise me to remain silent?" Had he not been concerned, he would have long since summoned someone to throw him out, perhaps even cast him into the Sahara Desert. Noticing Lin Xie's dwindling patience, Lu Qing finally spoke. "Take care to keep warm. Here are the antipyretics and cold medicine.
You may leave now."
The young girl's frail frame cannot bear your roughness. Handle her gently, for if she is harmed, I may not be able to mend her."
"Leave."
Rarely had Lu Qing witnessed Lin Xie in a fit of rage. He departed with a sense of schadenfreude, carrying the medical kit. The one who had been dozing on the bed was roused by Lin Xie's furious shout. Gazing out at the bright sunshine, she abruptly sprang up, eager to rise from the bed. "What are you doing?" Anger still simmering, Lin Xie saw Qin Nuan about to tumble off the bed and swiftly caught her, scolding her with a harsh tone. I am going to look for a job." With her big, glistening eyes, she timidly reminded Lin Xie of his earlier words permitting her to seek employment. She feared that if she missed this opportunity, she would be confined to the villa, awaiting his return. "Wait until you are well again." "But you said I could only search for 3 days. Given your earnest efforts, once you recover, I shall allow you to take your time finding a job, even if it is long after you have aged." Reluctantly, he conceded. "Really? You may pretend to be genuine if you wish."
"Thank you."
Although he was the cause of her predicament, she expressed gratitude for his small act of kindness. Lin Xie merely huffed and fell silent. Once the fever subsided, she regained clarity. "May I use the computer in the study?" "Since you are so eager, I think 3 days will suffice." Qin Nuan had merely caught a chill. After the fever broke, she was entirely well. Yet Lin Xie remained unconvinced and requested Lu Qing to conduct another examination. It was only after Lu Qing assured her repeatedly that Qin Nuan was indeed fine that she was granted permission to begin her job search. To avoid Xing Lin and the Qin family, Qin Nuan specifically sought out the smallest companies possible and ultimately found a small cosmetics promotion firm where she could work as an accountant. Apart from the sales personnel who frequently roamed, there were only about a dozen individuals left in the office, including the owner. Fewer people meant less chaos, leading to a more harmonious atmosphere. "Xiaonuan, would you like to join us for dinner and a movie tonight?" Xiao Wei from the HR department, the only colleague of similar age, asked as she organized her belongings. Qin Nuan shook her head. "No, thank you." Since no one inquired, Qin Nuan did not disclose that she was married, leading everyone to assume she was still the obedient girl who had just graduated, without even a boyfriend. "I am truly at a loss for words regarding you. Do not fear the prospect of remaining single in the future." With that, Xiao Wei stormed off in a flurry. Chapter 007. Whom are you afraid will misunderstand? Observing Xiaowei, who was radiating an air of flamboyance, Qin Nuan felt as though such a version of herself had only ever existed in dreams, due to the multitude of companies housed within a single office building. When Xiaowei spotted an ostentatious white sports car parked at the entrance, she merely sighed before moving on. Shortly thereafter, Qin Nuan emerged and was momentarily taken aback by the car, scanning her surroundings for familiar faces before hastily slipping inside. Am I so unpresentable? Why are you here to pick me up so early today? Where is your ring? She queried with a hint of displeasure. It's right here. Sensing Lin Xia's dissatisfaction, Qin Nuan quickly retrieved the ring from her bag and presented it to him. Aren't you afraid of misunderstandings if you don't wear it? His latent anger was teetering on the brink of eruption. I simply wish to avoid being treated differently. An accountant from a small company wearing a dazzling diamond would never feel as at ease as I do now. I also fear misplacing it, she replied cautiously. Observing Lin Xia's expression, once the ring was properly donned, Lin Xia started the car, which soon came to a halt in front of a jewelry store. Get out. As the two stepped out, the store manager promptly approached them, leaving Qin Nuan bewildered as she followed. Lin Xia navigated effortlessly to the ring display case. Take this one out. After a cursory glance, he pointed to a simple ring adorned with a tiny diamond. It was only when the ring was placed before her that Qin Nuan comprehended Lin Xia's intention. The simplicity of the band, with its modest diamond, exuded an extraordinary comfort. Under Lin Xia's watchful gaze, Qin Nuan tried it on. It fit as if it were custom-made. Lin Xia swiftly paid with his card, to which Qin Nuan obediently nodded. Though she did not understand his insistence on her wearing the ring, she could not contravene his wishes lest she provoke his displeasure. What would you like to eat? Hot pot. Although she craved the flavors of hot pot, upon entering the restaurant, a wave of nausea washed over her, prompting her to cover her mouth. Fearful of an impending upheaval. Are you feeling unwell? Qin Nuan vigorously shook her head, yet the motion intensified her queasiness, ultimately leading her to abandon Lin Xia and flee the hot pot establishment. Standing beneath a large tree, she retched several times, expelling nothing, before feeling a slight relief. Lin Xia observed her with an inscrutable expression before speaking. Get in the car. We are going to the hospital. No, it's unnecessary. I'm fine. She leaned against the tree, attempting to calm her elevated heartbeat from the dry heaves. Get in the car, he commanded. After sipping a few mouthfuls of water, the discomfort finally subsided. Perhaps it was the lengthy period without food. She had been unaccustomed to the sudden onslaught of the pungent aroma. Noticing Lin Xia's inscrutable gaze,
Qin Nuan sought to explain.
I've experienced this before. How about we opt for some barbecue instead? Her eyes scanned the surroundings before settling on a nearby barbecue restaurant. Chapter 008. Who would kiss you without disgust? After scrutinizing Qin Nuan for a while, causing her to feel increasingly anxious, Lin Xia ultimately relented on the hospital visit and made his way toward the barbecue restaurant. Upon entering the barbecue restaurant, Qin Nuan found herself not feeling nauseous. Rather, an insatiable hunger gripped her, prompting her to order an entire table laden with dishes. As she gazed at the array of food before her, all of which she had chosen, a flicker of guilt crossed her mind as she glanced at Lin Xia. Would you like to order something you desire? She inquired. No need, he replied, taking it upon himself to start grilling. As he cooked, he observed Qin Nuan, seemingly trying to decipher something about her. Ignoring Lin Xia's gaze, Qin Nuan's eyes sparkled as she focused on the grill. Once something was ready, without waiting for Lin Xia to act, she swiftly placed it onto her plate, which remained perpetually occupied thereafter. After satisfying her hunger, she looked up to see Lin Xia adding the perfectly grilled enoki mushrooms to his own plate, his movements so natural that it seemed they had shared such meals countless times before. Noticing Lin Xia's plate, devoid of even a hint of grease, Qin Nuan casually asked, Aren't you going to eat? Are you still hungry? He replied. Shaking her head, she responded, I can't eat anymore. With little food left on the grill, Lin Xia finished his meal without making any further attempts to cook, and Qin Nuan refrained from asking whether he was full. Upon leaving the barbecue establishment, Lin Xia headed straight towards a nearby shopping mall, with Qin Nuan obediently trailing behind like a devoted spouse. He did not express any intent to purchase anything. The two merely wandered aimlessly. As she turned to glance at the blurred reflections in the shop windows, a wave of disorientation washed over her. She had never imagined that one day she would be shopping with a man who was not Yi Huan, and now she found herself a bona fide wife to another. Observing the woman halt abruptly, her expression steeped in melancholy, Lin Xia's handsome brows furrowed in displeasure. The icy touch of his hand jolted the pensive woman back to reality, and as she met his intensified gaze, she momentarily forgot to breathe. The kiss, laden with a sense of punishment, felt as if he sought to consume her entirely. invoking a resurgence of the nausea that had previously settled within her. Abruptly pushing Lin Xia away, Qin Nuan covered her mouth and dashed towards the restroom. Rebuffed. Lin Xia's once impassive face darkened ominously. When Qin Nuan emerged from the restroom, she found him leaning against the wall, an expression of impending storm clouding his features.
I
am not, she stammered, but before she could explain, he forcefully grasped her and dragged her out of the mall, tossing her into the car. You find my kiss disgusting. Then who else's kiss wouldn't he be? He retorted. No, I didn't tea, she offered a pale defense. Let me make it clear. You must not only grow accustomed to my kisses, but also to my desires, for you belong to me. I will do as I please. And, as long as I am content, you will endure it. With a resounding slam, he shut the car door and sped into the street like an arrow. The excessive speed sent Qin Nuan's heart racing, intensifying her queasiness until she could no longer hold back and vomited inside the vehicle. I didn't mean to, she exclaimed, her voice trembling as she glanced at Lin Xia's ashen face, fumbling for a tissue to clean up. You better behave yourself, he commanded, abruptly halting the car. Gazing at the pale, pitiful woman before him, Lin Xia felt a surge of frustration that had nowhere to vent. With a sharp reprimand, he silenced her, causing Qin Nuan to freeze, her tear-filled eyes pleading with him. After a few deep breaths, Lin Xia resumed driving, this time at a steadier pace. Though Qin Nuan's heart remained in turmoil. In the confined space, a pungent odor permeated the air, prompting Lin Xia to lower the car window halfway. Noticing Lin Xia's frown, Qin Nuan softly explained, I truly did not mean to, perhaps I overindulged last night. I shall eat less next time. Lin Xia remained focused on driving. Observing his indifference, Qin Nuan sensibly leaned back against her seat. Concerned that she might be sick again, Lin Xia accelerated the car, ultimately arriving at their destination after 40 minutes. Chapter 009, Pregnant with Lin Xia's child. Outside the hospital, he struggled to breathe, suspecting her intentionality. Yet, listening to her steady breaths and the innocent visage she wore, he recognized she had indeed fallen asleep. After vomiting, Qin Nuan resumed her demeanor as if nothing had transpired. In response to Lin Xia's insistence on taking her for medical examination, she felt an inexplicable aversion, as though a visit to the hospital would mean irrevocably losing something of great significance. Thus, she desperately sought excuses. I'm perfectly fine. There's no need to go to the hospital. Lin Xia remained resolute. I have always been this way. Overeating makes me nauseous. Especially with you driving so swiftly, it's no wonder I feel ill. She muttered softly, if we reach the hospital, and the doctor laughs at me for being an adult who still vomits like a child, I would be utterly embarrassed. I refuse to go. Her tone unconsciously bore a hint of a pout. Finally setting down his utensils, Lin Xia turned his full attention to Qin Nuan. I will not go to the hospital, she pleaded, her large eyes reflecting a beseeching gaze toward the stern man before her. If I vomit again, then I will go, she promised, raising 3 fingers in assurance. Call me, he stated cryptically, leaving Qin Nuan momentarily stunned before she fervently nodded in understanding. Though she had made a promise.
It was merely a ruse to placate Lin Xia.
However, after a mere bite of her lunch, she found herself retching violently once more, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Shao Nuan, if you have a boyfriend, I might suspect you've hit the jackpot, she teased with a playful grin.
Yet.
Her words set off an explosion in Qin Nuan's mind. Your complexion led me to believe I was onto something, Shao Wei observed, winking suggestively.
No.
Qin Nuan shook her head vigorously. Impossible. Her resolve faltered as she recalled her recent reactions and Lin Xia's insistence on a hospital visit. Could it truly be? Her gaze inadvertently fell upon her fingers. Shao Nuan, you aren't married, are you? She asked, having noticed a ring on Qin Nuan's finger that morning. Initially taking it for mere ornamentation, Qin Nuan stood there, dazed, neither confirming nor denying. Oh my goodness! Shao Wei exclaimed, placing a hand to her forehead. Dazed. Qin Nuan exited the office, her thoughts swirling chaotically. Pregnant? With Lin Xia's child? No, what if she wasn't? Yes, she mustn't be. Even if she were, she wouldn't carry it to term. Lost in a haze of thoughts, Qin Nuan eventually found herself at the pharmacy door, taking several deep breaths before stepping inside. Moments later, as she beheld 2 unmistakable crimson lines, her mind erupted in chaos. In the stillness of the space, the sudden ringing of a mobile phone startled Qin Nuan, causing her to drop what she was holding onto the floor. With a delayed reaction, she fumbled to retrieve her phone, and upon seeing the caller ID, her trembling nearly made her drop the device again. After taking several deep breaths to steady her nerves, she shakily answered the call. Was the delay in answering indicative of some wrongdoing, fearing discovery by me? A teasing tone laced her thoughts, sending a tremor through her heart. Still throwing up? Really? Of course. Why would I lie to you? She dared not look at the object that had fallen on the ground. I hope that's not the case. Perhaps it was the pang of guilt that made Qin Nuan feel that Lin Xia's words held deeper meaning.
Well,
I need to get back to work. She was apprehensive that even one more word might reveal her to Lin Xia.
all right.
After hanging up, Qin Nuan felt her heart racing violently. Once her heartbeat steadied, she took a leave of absence and went directly to find Qin He. What did you say? Qin He looked at Qin Nuan in shock, her expression reflecting disbelief. Sister, please accompany me. Grasping Qin He's arm, Qin Nuan's youthful face bore a mixture of determination, pleading, and helplessness. Nuan, do you understand the extent of the harm a miscarriage can inflict on your body? What if Lin Xia finds out? I simply do not want his child. The expression on Qin Nuan's face resembled one of surprise. Nuan, since you are already married, having a child may not necessarily be a negative thing. He carefully chose her words to persuade her. Though she feared Lin Xia, she was even more afraid of him harming her sister. No, even if he were to strangle me, I would never bear him a child. Why should his careless words destroy my happiness, and I still be obliged to give him children, granting him a smooth path in life? Nuan. He attempted to reason, but was cut off by Qin Nuan's declaration. Sister, if you don't accompany me, I will go alone. She stood up, determined to leave. He swiftly grasped her, fully aware of her sister's stubbornness despite her seemingly gentle demeanor. Otherwise, she would not have eloped quietly with Yi Huan.
All right.
I will accompany you. Deep within her heart, a flicker of hope remained, a hope that perhaps she was not actually pregnant. However, upon arriving at the hospital, that hope was shattered. Not only was Qin Nuan pregnant, but she was already 2 months along, meaning she had conceived during that incident in the small town. The female doctor looked at the young girl, pale and biting her lip, and coldly reminded her, if you do not wish to keep it, you should schedule the procedure promptly. The absence of a male companion and her distressed demeanor had already sealed her fate in the doctor's mind. Could you please expedite the scheduling of the procedure? Nuan, perhaps you should reconsider. Ignoring Qin He's attempts to persuade her, Qin Nuan directly addressed the doctor. The female doctor glanced at Qin Nuan, instructing them to first pay the deposit, followed by an examination the next morning, if no other issues arose. The procedure would proceed immediately. After settling the deposit and receiving further instructions from the doctor, the two left the hospital. Sister, would it be convenient for me to stay at your place tonight? Once in the car, Qin Nuan posed the question without allowing Qin He a chance to respond. She now dreaded facing the meticulous Lin Xia, fearing his knowledge of her situation and the potential for things to worsen. Observing her sister's facade of composure, underpinned by anxiety, Qin He could only nod in agreement. In the president's office on the top floor of Shenglin, Assistant Luo Jia was pleasantly surprised to witness a rare expression of astonishment on the face of President Lin Xia. Lin Xia gazed at the name flashing across his phone screen. Nuan. After confirming he was not mistaken, he pressed the answer button. Lin Xia. My sister just called and invited me to go shopping after work. Is that all right? Despite her unwavering resolve, she stuttered nervously in his presence. Shopping? Is that permissible? Fearing Lin Xia might decline, Qin Nuan's tone was imbued with a hint of pleading and charm. All right, call me when you finish, and I will come pick you up. Listening to the gentle voice on the other end, Lin Xia's tone softened as well. No, that won't be necessary. If it gets too late, I do prefer to stay at my sister's house. It's been a while since we spent time together. Is that not allowed? For reasons unknown, Qin Nuan felt that Lin Xia would acquiesce. Her unabashed vitality caused Lin Xia's lips to curl into an involuntary smile. What I desire is not merely a spoken thank you. I'm hanging up now, goodbye. Realizing the implication of Lin Xia's words, Qin Nuan seized the opportunity to end the conversation, disconnecting the call. Although it was the first time someone had hung up on him, Lin Xia felt no displeasure. Rather, a subtle smile graced his lips, and he found unexpected delight in her newfound boldness. Quietly observing their exchange, He was lost in thought. After hastily consuming a few bites of dinner, Qin Nuan retreated to the guest room. Chapter 011. Will you hurt her? Her hand instinctively rested on her abdomen. She had never imagined she would one day contemplate the act of taking her own child's life. Despite the tumult of emotions within, she resolutely refused to allow herself to be swayed by sentimentality. Even if she could not alter the course of events, she would never yield easily. The blood that stained Yi Huan's knees could not be shed in vain. When Qin He entered the guest room, she noticed a lump under the covers, accompanied by soft sobs. With a faint sigh, she approached and pulled back the blanket. Nuan, if it's too difficult, perhaps you should wait a few days. Wiping her tears, Qin Nuan shook her head defiantly. In truth, Perhaps Lin Xia is not as terrible as you imagine. Maybe having a child will improve your relationship. Sitting at the edge of the bed, he gently brushed aside the long strands of hair that clung to Qin Nuan's tear-streaked face. Yet, Qin Nuan continued to shake her head. No one has granted me or Yi Huan an opportunity. Thus, such chances are merely self-deception for those who cannot let go. Nuan, sister, I'm tired. She pulled the covers over herself, refusing to entertain any further counsel from Qin He. Then you should rest. Your sister is right next door. If you need anything, just call and I'll hear you. Observing her sister's resolute dismissal of all counsel, Qin He could only shake her head as she exited the guest room. Back in her bedroom, Qin He hesitated before retrieving her phone and locating Lin Xia's number. After much contemplation, she finally pressed the call button. As she listened to the ringing tone, a sudden clarity struck her, prompting her to consider hanging up. Just then, the call connected. What's wrong with Nuan? Lin Xia's cool voice resonated through the line, the question momentarily catching Qin He off guard. Unsure of how to respond, she hesitated. After a brief silence of about 10 seconds, she finally spoke. No, it's nothing. I just wanted to inform you that Nuan is sleeping over here, so you needn't worry. In her still aloof voice, Qin He discerned a hint of indulgence. Doubting her own ears, she instinctively inquired, why did you agree to marry Nuan? While alliances are commonplace among the elite, Lin Xia belonged to the upper echelons, already impervious to any external assistance. Thus, why would he seek a union? Clearly, Lin Xia was taken aback by Qin He's question. Nuan is still young. If she were to act rashly and provoke your ire, would you harm her? She probed further. Is there anything more reckless than eloping? Lin Xia countered, leaving Qin He speechless. Inform her that I will pick her up after work tomorrow, he stated before abruptly hanging up. Qin He remained holding the phone, deep in thought about the implications of Lin Xia's retort. Though a vague answer lingered in her mind, she subconsciously dismissed it. After ending the call with Qin He, Lin Xia moved to the window of his office, gazing at the dazzling nightscape below. The following morning, the two sisters, who had barely slept, rose early. Nuan was to undergo an examination and could not eat, so Qin He abstained from food as well. Nuan, have you truly given it no further thought? Before starting the car, Qin He could not help but ask again. With dark circles under her eyes, Nuan shook her head. Due to the morning rush hour, they encountered traffic, arriving at the hospital just as the doctors were beginning their shifts. After a series of examinations confirmed her condition, the surgery was scheduled for the afternoon, much to Qin Nuan's insistence for expedience. With the surgery time set, regardless of the doctor's lunchtime, Nuan sat anxiously in a chair outside the operating room. Why don't we find a hotel and rest for a while, then come back? Qin He suggested. Nuan bit her lip and shook her head. Chapter 12. Nuan, you're going home. Observing her sister's red-rimmed eyes and stubborn demeanor, Qin He hesitated before speaking. I called Lin Xia last night. Nuan abruptly looked up, fearful that she might reveal that she had informed Lin Xia. Rest assured, I did not tell him. I merely asked why he would marry you and whether he would harm you if you acted capriciously. Noticing Nuan's agitated reaction, Qin He quickly comforted her by stroking her hair. He said, Sis, please, no more. I am very tired, Nuan murmured, resting her eyes against Qin He. With a resigned sigh, Qin He sat silently beside her for over an hour. As soon as the doctor arrived, Nuan was taken into the operating room. Though Qin He wished to offer further encouragement, she could only silently support her sister as she observed Nuan's frail yet defiant figure, filled with a bittersweet sense of helplessness. The surgery was quick. As soon as the operating room door opened, Nuan emerged, her face pale. How do you feel? Qin He asked, supporting her with concern. Nuan shook her head. I'm fine, she replied, though exhaustion consumed her, both physically and emotionally. At the moment the cold machine entered her body, she thought she had died. In that instant, she truly wished she were dead. For at least she would not have to endure the torment of guilt through each long night that followed. Upon returning home, Qin Nuan soon fell into slumber on her bed, with Qin He quietly keeping her company. However, it wasn't long before Qin Nuan, still deep in sleep, began to whimper and cry, her lips murmuring fragmented words. Qin He promptly rose to gently comfort her. With the soothing sounds of reassurance, Qin Nuan once again drifted into a peaceful sleep. Yet, before long, the cries resurfaced, prompting Qin He to comfort her repeatedly, until a phone call in the evening finally roused Qin Nuan from her slumber. Dazed, Qin Nuan gazed into the distance as Qin He picked up the phone. After glancing at the caller ID, she softly patted Qin Nuan and stepped out of the room. Lin Xia inquired why she had yet to leave the office, to which I explained that she was unwell and had not gone to work. I informed him that Han Dengdeng was on a business trip and hoped she could accompany me for a few days, to which he agreed. What a coincidence. My brother-in-law has come specifically to see me? Han Dengdeng greeted the person stepping out of the car with a smile. The sight of Han Dengdeng entering the villa alongside Lin Xia left the two sisters of the Qin family momentarily stunned. Following this, Qin He rose, while Qin Nuan lowered her head. Without raising her gaze, Qin Nuan obediently got up. Listening to Qin He's words, Lin Xia scrutinized the young woman before him. Under his piercing gaze, Qin Nuan felt a surge of anxiety and took the initiative to step forward. Chapter 013. You think I came back too early? Once the two departed, Han Dengdeng cast a knowing glance at Qin He with a smirk. Qin He let out a light snort. She was not afraid of Han Dengdeng. Yet she could not escape this lamentable existence. Do you think your little schemes can elude Lin Xia? He merely indulges Qin Nuan. Men understand men best. Not sparing another glance at the person before her, Qin He ascended the stairs, still harboring concerns for Qin Nuan. Upon entering the room, Qin Nuan found herself pressed against the door by Lin Xia. I'm not feeling well, she whispered. Wait a moment, and I'll make you feel better. He replied with a wicked grin. I really am unwell, Qin Nuan insisted. She was acutely aware of Lin Xia's intentions, but her body, having recently undergone surgery, could not withstand his advances. Are you truly unwell? His gaze swept from the crown of her head to the tips of her toes. Under his intense scrutiny, Qin Nuan nodded vigorously. I have my period. What a coincidence, he remarked, his hand naturally sliding down her waist. Qin Nuan swiftly grasped his descending hand. It's very messy. As long as it's warm, it's not messy at all, and besides, it smells delightful, he said, elongating his vowels. The blunt and suggestive words flushed Qin Nuan's face a deep crimson. Lin Xia watched as the petite woman turned her back and entered the bathroom. Once she was inside, Qin Nuan exhaled a long sigh of relief. As night fell, Lin Xia was stirred awake by soft sobs. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Qin Nuan curled up by the edge of the bed, eyes closed and weeping. With a resigned expression, he drew her into his embrace. There, it's all right. Sleep now, he spoke in a tone surprisingly tender and indulgent, even to himself. The cries gradually diminished, eventually morphing into steady breaths. You will be all right. The following morning, wishing to avoid Lin Xia, Qin Nuan rose early, had breakfast, and headed to work. As it was a small company with few financial accounts, the manager merely remarked on her absence over the past few days before moving on. Nuan, why haven't you been at work these past few days? As soon as the manager departed, Xiao Wei leaned in to ask. I was ill. Take care of yourself, she replied, chuckling lightly. I had thought that your pregnancy would deter you from working. Upon hearing the word pregnant, Qin Nuan momentarily froze, her bright eyes clouded with sorrow. No, not at all.
You are still young.
It's no matter this time. However, I believe it would be best to wait a few years before having children. After all, you are still in the bloom of youth, and your glorious journey has just begun. Qin Nuan silently organized the reports on her desk. Yet, I do think you married a bit too early. But if you've found a suitable partner, it is wise to seize the opportunity. Otherwise, the best choices may be taken. Xiao Wei mused aloud, but Qin Nuan remained reticent. Chapter 014. You haven't introduced anyone. You might not know, but in our company, the unattached individuals across the way have been shedding tears and clawing at the walls upon hearing of your marriage. Honestly, I am not lacking either. Why can't they see my merits? Noticing Qin Nuan's persistent silence, Xiao Wei eventually took out a small mirror to check her reflection. After organizing the accumulated financial accounts, Qin Nuan's phone rang. Sister, I'm fine, just at work. As soon as she hung up, Lin Xia's call came through. Hesitant, she ultimately had no choice but to answer. I'll pick you up for lunch. Let me know where you'd like to eat. Lin Xia's voice resonated as soon as the call connected. I can just eat with my colleagues. There's no need to go through all that trouble. Without a second thought, she declined. Then let us have your colleagues join us. Lin Xia would not accept refusal. All right, I'll come to get you at noon. Satisfied with the response, the call ended. At noon, Qin Nuan, wary of being seen getting picked up in Lin Xia's luxury car, deliberately took her time before stepping outside. What a coincidence. A man dressed in high-end attire, exuding a charmingly rogue aura, greeted her with a smile, accompanied by a captivating woman in a black slip dress, who appeared to be of similar age to Qin Nuan. Lin Xia merely nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to speak. However, the charming rogue introduced himself to Qin Nuan. I am Qin Yan. We have met before.
Hello.
She was indifferent to Lin Xia as friend, thus she could not recall his appearance. Her greeting was merely a matter of courtesy, simple to the point of being almost perfunctory. Noticing Qin Yan's gaze fixed on Qin Nuan, the woman on his arm protested. Aren't you going to introduce her? Jiang Shui, or just Shui, she replied dismissively. Jiang Shui dismissed the man's flawed nature, believing that his desire to flirt with pretty women was trivial. After all, they were merely passing acquaintances, and if one grew weary, it was no great matter if a friend took over. We're leaving, Lin Xie said, wrapping an arm around Qin Nuan to depart. Chen Yan, chuckling, interjected, It's just a meal. Why not join us? He appeared wholly oblivious.
Sure.
Without waiting for Lin Xie to refuse, Qin Nuan acquiesced. With Lin Xie's friend present, his focus would not be solely on her, allowing her to leave after the meal without protest. Having agreed, Qin Nuan's compliance silenced Lin Xie further, and the four of them entered the pre-booked private room. Once inside, Lin Xie took the menu and handed it to Qin Nuan. Jiang Shui began appraising Qin Nuan, who, without hesitation, accepted the menu and ordered her favorites, as she needed to replenish her health. Xie, you've hidden her away too thoroughly, Chen Yan teased. Since Lin Xie's marriage, he not only refrained from bringing his newlywed wife to gatherings, but he himself began to vanish from their social circle, prompting their friends to tease him at every get-together. That evening, as luck would have it, young Master Li organized an outing and inquired whether they should join in the revelry. Lin Xie first sought Qin Nuan's opinion, blinking thoughtfully. She surprised him by nodding in agreement when he had expected her to decline. Chapter 015. Who is that man? Thus, it was decided. Once Qin Nuan consented, Chen Yan swiftly made phone calls to inform everyone, as if their collective attendance was of monumental significance. The overlooked Jiang Shui pouted and nestled into Chen Yan's embrace, expressing her desire to join as well. All right, I shall take you, he replied generously. But I have no beautiful clothes. Wait a moment. I will take you to choose some. Upon hearing Chen Yan's affirmation, Jiang Shui beamed and planted a kiss on his cheek, her face radiating an unmistakable pride. Unable to endure the scene any longer, Qin Nuan excused herself to the restroom. Upon her return, she found Jiang Shui applying lipstick before the mirror. How much does he give you each month? Qin Nuan was taken aback. What do you mean, how much? How much does that man give you monthly? Jiang Shui shot her a disdainful look, suspecting her of feigning innocence. Lin Xie had never given her cash, only a card. What has he bought you? She scoffed. Qin Nuan pondered for a moment and raised her hand to show Jiang Shui. Just this. It appeared that aside from the ring Lin Xie had accompanied her to purchase, there was little else. The clothing and jewelry at home were delivered regularly, leaving her uncertain if they qualified as gifts from him. Jiang Shui regarded Qin Nuan with a hint of sympathy, realizing she was still playing the fool, though she hardly seemed like it. I'm heading out now. After washing her hands, Qin Nuan found little to say and exited the restroom, not wishing to linger in the presence of the two oblivious individuals. She made her way out. Everyone has been notified, so do not leave us in the lurch tonight, Chen Yan reminded before they departed. Who is that man? Jiang Shui asked nonchalantly once Lin Xie had left. What? Are you taken with him? Chen Yan teased, lifting Jiang Shui's chin playfully. How rude. I only have eyes for you. Even if you did, it would be of no use. He is beyond your reach. Is he better than you? A man who is reluctant to spend on a woman is not worth having, even for free. Indeed. As he guided her outside, he warned her, behave yourself, or I won't be able to save you, and that woman from earlier. Do not provoke her. Despite Chen Yan's well-intentioned warning, Jiang Shui paid it no mind. Meanwhile, Qin Nuan quietly dabbed at her lips, unable to voice her frustration. Stop that. You'll end up chapping your lips. Reluctantly, she lowered her hand. I will come to pick you up tonight. Qin Nuan nodded. Do not feel compelled to go if you do not wish. Wherever you want to go, I will accompany you. She nodded again, and seeing that Lin Xie had no further instructions, she stated, I am leaving. However, before alighting, she took a moment to survey her surroundings, ensuring no familiar faces were present, and then stepped into the office building. Regarding Qin Nuan's cautious demeanor, Lin Xie could only acquiesce helplessly. She was reluctant to acknowledge his capabilities, yet she had to accept them. Regarding attending the gathering within Lin Xie's circle, Qin Nuan held little contemplation. For her, as long as she did not find herself alone in the presence of Lin Xie, anything else was acceptable. The venue for the gathering was the most opulent Xingshi club in City D. Given that it was a private event, formal attire was unnecessary. Thus, Qin Nuan donned a simple long dress paired with comfortable lambskin flats, her long hair elegantly styled up, resembling a university student still immersed in academia. As she entered the room, she pondered whether her attire might come across as impolite, particularly as Lin Xie's gaze lingered upon her. Yet, upon hearing him declare her appearance as lovely, she felt reassured and abandoned her doubts. Upon their entrance, the attendees greeted them with friendly gestures, accompanied by unabashed teasing. They remarked on the fortunes of love and misfortunes of gambling, suggesting that those lacking funds ought to engage with Xie tonight. Finally willing to reveal her to us? One quipped. Xie, are you lacking confidence in yourself or in us? Unfazed, Lin Xie guided Qin Nuan to a relatively quiet corner for her to sit. You go ahead and mingle, pay me no mind, she insisted, hoping to remain unnoticed like a mere shadow. Very well. With a playful pinch of her cheek, he departed towards a table where others were teasing him while discarding poker cards. Soon enough, Lin Xie was drawn into the game. Qin Nuan surveyed her surroundings. The room was expansive, divided into several sections. A group of young women were engaged in conversation, including Jiang Shui, whom she had met at noon, while others sang merrily, leaving a few accompanying the men. As she recognized no one, Qin Nuan remained seated obediently, eventually sinking into the sofa to occupy herself with her phone. Although Lin Xie was at the poker table, his gaze frequently strayed towards her, and upon witnessing her evident boredom as she stared at her phone, he discarded his cards. I'm tired. Would you play a hand for me? His voice echoed above her, and it took a moment for Qin Nuan to register that he was addressing her. Quickly now, he urged, pulling her up.
I don't know how to play.
It's fine. Just accompany them. You don't need to know how. You can win by mere luck, he insisted, leading her to the table. But I don't want to play. Be a dear and play for just a bit. Reluctantly, Qin Nuan steeled herself and approached the table. She had played with her roommates during university, though she was far from proficient. How much are we betting? She inquired. Unsure of her financial limits. Not much, he replied. For them, starting at 100,000 is indeed modest. Upon hearing this, Qin Nuan felt a sense of relief. Lin Xie pulled a chair beside her, subtly signaling to the other players. They exchanged glances, and Lin Xie acquiesced to their silent negotiations. With his agreement, the others regarded Qin Nuan with newfound interest. It was important to recognize that Lin Xie's generosity was not something to be taken for granted, especially since he willingly offered it. As the rounds progressed, Qin Nuan's previously tense demeanor began to ease, regardless of how poor her hand was. She emerged victorious in every round, her chips multiplying in the drawer. While the amount she won was inconsequential, the act of winning uplifted her spirits. Observing her delight, Lin Xie felt compelled to take her out more often, secretly unconcerned with his own losses, for his wealth was ample and his holdings plentiful. Nuan's luck is off the charts. I haven't won a single hand. Indeed, if you continue to win, my wallet shall be emptied. But what does it matter if my wallet is empty? I still have my clothes. The true amusement lies in losing to the point of running bare. If I were to run bare, you would still be fine. With you by my side, I have no fear. It is you who should be apprehensive, given your rather unimpressive physique. Listening to a few seemingly elevated individuals bickering, Qin Nuan couldn't help but chuckle as well. The moment she smiled, Lin Xie felt that no matter how much they lost, it was worth it. Young Master Qin, others wish to partake in the fun too.
Indeed.
I wish to join as well. Perhaps we should let the ladies play. Amidst the banter of the men, a group of women approached, playfully teasing their companions. After all, if they lost, they wouldn't be responsible for the costs, and if they won, the spoils would ultimately belong to them. The men were indifferent, but they feared Lin Xian's displeasure. After all, they were accompanied by partners while he was with his wife. Thus, they all glanced at Lin Xian. And, upon noticing her lack of opposition, they rose from the table. Chapter 17. They have upset you. You all play. Those without money shall wager their garments. And let us see who possesses the finest physique. The men jested. The women were unreserved, laughing heartily in response. Playing among women lacks allure. Let us go for a drink. As the men departed the table, one of them pulled Lin Xian towards the liquor cabinet, simultaneously tallying how much he had discreetly won. Before leaving, Lin Xian cast a glance at Qin Nuan, observing her intently focused on her cards, and chose not to interrupt as she followed along. Once the men left, the women shed their coy demeanor. After several rounds, Qin Nuan found herself losing significant amounts of money due to the schemes of a few women. It was ironic that a woman who possessed a purse could not compare to a wife. They feigned superiority. Yet before men, they were no better than courtesans, acting frivolously. Not necessarily. Perhaps it is precisely this facade that captivated Lin Shao to marry her in a moment of folly. Men often favor innocence outside the bedroom and wildness within it. Not wishing to endure further humiliation, Qin Nuan abruptly stood. Lin Xian, who had been observing her while swirling his wine glass, noticed her frown and approached her. Amidst the noise, he had failed to catch the remarks made by the women towards Qin Nuan, but he clearly saw her furrowed brow. What troubles you? He enveloped her in his embrace, his typically impassive face adorned with a hint of tenderness. It's nothing, I'm just a bit fatigued, so I won't play anymore. Is that so? His gaze swept over the women, finally resting on Jiang Shui. It was preferable to spend time alone with Lin Xian than to endure the humiliation of being surrounded by unfamiliar women. Have they upset you? Yet Lin Xian remained still. He would not permit anyone to bully the one he cherished. No, I am simply tired. Not wishing to stir trouble, Qin Nuan denied it. She was acutely aware of her position in Lin Xian's heart, and there was no need for self-degradation. Madame Lin is simply different from us. She becomes displeased after a few light-hearted jests, as if she looks down upon us. Jiang Shui remarked with a playful smile, seemingly oblivious to her own questionable status. However, Jiang Shui was new to this circle and believed that with Chen Yan's affection, she could fear nothing, having long disregarded his earlier warnings. Warmly regarded the others. Her disdain evident. What are you all really? She scoffed, casting a cold glance at the individuals before her. Do you even think you deserve her attention? Please don't be upset, a voice chimed in. She's just joking, as women often do. Upon seeing Lin Xia speak, several men hurried to defuse the tension. Sister-in-law. Please forgive them. They are merely inexperienced and know not what they do. The term sister-in-law served to elevate Qin Nuan's status in the conversation. Apologize to her, they urged. Madame Lin, we sincerely apologize. We will be more mindful in the future. The women quickly lowered their gazes and offered their contrition. They had assumed that even though Lin Xia had married her, it was merely a formality and that she would be treated the same as them. Otherwise, she would not have been brought to such a gathering. However, Lin Xia's merciless words made it clear that the situation was fundamentally different from the start. Chapter 018. Do you even have a say in this matter? Qin Nuan was momentarily perplexed by the sudden reversal of fortune. Chen Shao, Madame Lin is overreacting. We were merely jesting. Lin Xia's unrelenting tone left Jiang Shui feeling aggrieved as she nestled into Chen Yan's embrace, seeking his intervention. Yet, Chen Yan brusquely pushed her away. What gives you the right to joke with my sister-in-law? Apologize at once. The usual roguish charm had vanished from his face, though they were all friends. Provoking Lin Xia would earn one no mercy, regardless of their status. Chen Yan had no desire to endure the consequences of a woman's folly. Chen Shao. She hasn't done anything wrong. Why should she apologize? Jiang Shui protested. Chen Yan's expression darkened considerably. Lin Xia regarded the situation with an icy stare. Chen Yan understood that Lin Xia awaited a satisfactory resolution from him. Otherwise, he would be compelled to act. A sharp slap echoed in the air. Jiang Shui, in disbelief, covered her face, while Qin Nuan stood stunned, never expecting the situation to escalate to violence. Let it go, she murmured, tugging at Lin Xia's sleeve. There's no need for you to play the Good Samaritan. Jiang Shui, having just received a public slap, redirected her anger at Qin Nuan. The women who had previously insulted Qin Nuan quietly retreated, their faces expressionless, but inwardly they smirked at Jiang Shui's misfortune, relieved to have avoided being the scapegoat. Lin Xia chuckled coldly, while Chen Yan felt a shiver run down his spine. He had no choice but to deliver a few more slaps to Jiang Shui until her fair cheeks bore distinct red imprints, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth before he ceased. What gives you the right to speak here, considering your status? The men observed Chen Yan's actions with amusement, for to them, women were mere playthings, and sometimes the thrill came from pushing boundaries even further. The women were unperturbed. In this circle, lacking discernment often led to dire consequences. However, for Qin Nuan, it was her first encounter with such brutality, and she found it hard to accept. Lin Xia, please. It was truly just a joke. Recognizing her words carried little weight, Qin Nuan pleaded with Lin Xia. What sort of joke was it? Lin Xia was clearly not easily appeased. It was just a joke. I can't recall the details. Qin Nuan stammered under Lin Xia's intense gaze, stamping her foot in frustration. However, these words and actions transformed into a display of affection in Lin Xia's ears. Have you truly forgotten? Her fingers gently caressed her rosy cheeks. Yet before departing, Lin Xia cast a cold glance at Chen Yan, issuing a stern warning to the others. Clear this mess. If it happens again, the responsibility will fall on whoever brought it upon us. Do not expect me to show leniency. Feeling the chill of Lin Xia's gaze, Chen Yan kicked Jiang Shui in frustration, then summoned others to escort her out, shedding any semblance of the previous tender demeanor. This revealed their true nature, heartless and cruel. Young Master Chen, I realize my mistakes. I genuinely understand my errors. Realizing Chen Yan had no intention of sparing her and was about to expel her, Jiang Shui finally grasped her elimination.
Leave.
She delicately wiped her fingers with a tissue. Young Master Chen, I will apologize to Madame Lin right away. Just moments ago, anyone who had spoken up was now urged to depart. Those who thought they had escaped unscathed found themselves silenced. Chapter 019. What have you done? Li Shou. Let us go sing. Come on, let us sing. Do not compel me to take action, you foolish ones. The women who had previously voiced their thoughts exchanged glances, ultimately resigning themselves to leave. Yet, before exiting, they could not resist the urge to act endearingly, hoping to be remembered once the situation had passed, and not be entirely discarded. Shall we go for a stroll? Lin Xia asked, wrapping her arm around Qin Nuan as they exited the club. Qin Nuan shook her head. I apologize. I did not intend to cause trouble, she said softly after a moment's contemplation. There will not be any more of them next time. Lin Xia spoke cryptically.
What?
At the next gathering, those people will not be present, so whenever you feel bored and wish to go out, do let me know. It was evident that she had enjoyed herself at the card table. Qin Nuan responded with a soft, oh, but inwardly thought that she would not return. Once they were in the car, Qin Nuan suddenly exclaimed, Lin Xia, wait. I forgot to take the money I won, although she had subsequently lost a significant amount. Lin Xia had initially set aside quite a bit for her. Observing Lin Xia's barely contained smile, Qin Nuan felt a flush rise to her cheeks. Such people do not concern themselves with trifles of money, but you have been drinking, you cannot drive. I have not. I do not believe that.
I saw you with a wine glass.
I truly have not drunk. Had she wished to drink, she would have summoned a driver. For she had planned to take her out for a walk when she grew tired, hence she had abstained entirely. I do not believe you. Then smell. She opened her mouth. Qin Nuan instinctively leaned in to sniff, but, upon realization, blushed and attempted to retreat, only to be pulled back by Lin Xia, whose cool lips pressed against hers. The crisp scent lingered at her nose, and despite her efforts to push him away, she found herself yielding to his unrestrained advances. We need not indulge in a lavish feast. Even a simple meal will suffice. We cannot continue to starve ourselves. After a hearty meal, Lin Xia, with a teasing smile, inquired, well, did you not drink? Qin Nuan huffed lightly, turning her head in silence. Could not discern the aroma? Allow me to investigate further. He feigned another approach. Qin Nuan hastily covered her mouth. I did not drink. I did not drink. Please hurry and drive. She spoke in a muffled tone.
All right.
He chuckled as he started the car. In the ensuing days, Lin Xia meticulously checked each night whether Qin Nuan's relatives had departed, yet his desires remained unfulfilled. Just as his patience waned, he suddenly discerned something amiss. Rising to his feet, he scrutinized Qin Nuan intently. Under his unwavering gaze, the slight relaxation she had experienced over the past few days was abruptly replaced by tension. What's the matter? What have you done? He inquired coldly, stripping away the gentle facade she had so painstakingly revealed.
I
haven't done anything, she stammered, instinctively shrinking back into the bed. However, her evasiveness only heightened Lin Xia's suspicions. I truly haven't done anything. Please don't look at me like that, it frightens me. Her voice trembled with a hint of tears, genuine fear evident in her demeanor. With a sardonic smile, he advanced, ruthlessly crushing the remnants of Yi Huan's legs, her midnight terrors. What are you afraid of if you've done nothing? He leaned in, his voice a soft whisper. The low, gentle tone felt like a blade scraping against Qin Nuan's heart, making her body involuntarily shudder. Your demeanor frightens me. Her suppressed terror caused tears to well up in her eyes. Though he wore a faint smile, it seemed poised to transform into a menacing snarl, ready to extinguish her life with a single grasp. Chapter 20. Yi Huan is not disabled. My menstrual cycle has always been irregular, and with you constantly pressuring me, it's only natural for it to be abnormal, isn't it? I finally managed to relax a bit at my sister's, and now this, can you blame me? The more she spoke, the more aggrieved she became, tears cascading down her cheeks like an unrestrained torrent. Upon witnessing the deluge of tears on her delicate face, Lin Xia's previously aggressive demeanor softened. All right, I was just teasing you. Don't cry, he said, awkwardly wiping her tears. I meant no harm. I was merely inquiring why things have turned out this way. You ask me, but who should I ask? The more anxious she felt, the more defensive she became, as if that would validate her ignorance. Tomorrow, I'll take you to the hospital for a checkup, it'll all be fine. At the mention of the hospital, her tears ceased abruptly. I want to go to the hospital. No, we must go.
It is like hospitals.
At the hospital, she could not conceal what she had hidden. Clutching Lin Xia's arm, she pleaded pitifully, I truly dislike hospitals. Can't we skip it?
No.
Lin Xia remained resolute, unfazed by her desperate demeanor. Her long eyelashes glistened with tears, and her fair face bore a hint of childishness, rekindling the flame of his restrained anger. Yet, he could do nothing but muster patience. I will accompany you. It will be all right. I don't want your company. The words escaped her lips without a second thought. Then who do you want with you? His expression turned icy in an instant. Do you wish for that disabled person to accompany you? You. Yi Huan is not disabled. Ignoring Lin Xia's imminent wrath, Qin Nuan lifted her chin defiantly, her face betraying no fear. Yi Huan was her most sacred and untouchable taboo, particularly regarding his legs, which were not to be mentioned. Is he not? Then I could easily arrange for his demise. Each word dripped with menace. You wouldn't dare. Watch me. He turned to leave. She still refused to learn her lesson, which meant her punishment was insufficient. He was untroubled by inflicting pain on another to teach her obedience. As soon as Lin Xia was about to leave, Qin Nuan suddenly came to her senses regarding what she had just said. She leaped off the bed and embraced Lin Xia from behind, pleading, "Let go." With her head resting on Lin Xia's back, Qin Nuan remained silent, tears streaming down her face, a manifestation of both fear and grievance. Despite her earnest efforts to suppress thoughts of Yi Huan, he incessantly tormented her, mercilessly lashing out time and again. The tears soaked through her nightgown, their coolness extinguishing the flames of anger within Lin Xia's heart. Yet, the presence of that man was like a thorn between them, pricking at her occasionally, an ache she wished to remove but dared not. Indeed, he hesitated, fearing that in destroying that man, he would also ruin the woman behind him. Lin Xia stood still, and Qin Nuan wept silently. Ultimately, it was Lin Xia who relented first. "All right, do not cry anymore." At the sound of his voice, Qin Nuan's sobs intensified. Lin Xia had no choice but to turn around and gently cradle her face, gradually wiping away her tears. "You only know how to bully me. If you despise the fact that I harbor feelings for someone else, why do you still wish to marry me? I do not want to marry you, not at all." Lin Xia's tender gestures emboldened Qin Nuan, who began to strike him without restraint. Once she grew tired, she pushed him away and sat on the carpet. "Sleep now. We shall go to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow." Upon hearing that they were to visit the hospital and realizing she could not escape, Qin Nuan, fearing to provoke Lin Xia further, reluctantly proposed, "I want my sister to accompany me." "That is acceptable, but I have a condition." "What condition?" The moment she heard there was a condition, Qin Nuan became alert. "Why would I lose face? I will firmly grasp your hand until we reach our destination." Qin Nuan's fair complexion flushed crimson, with tears still clinging to her lashes, making Lin Xia even less inclined to let her go. "If you behave well, I will allow you to stay at Qin He's house for another night." In pursuit of benefits, Lin Xia had learned to negotiate conditions. Qin Nuan's expression softened slightly. "If you do not agree, I may become even more shameless." As she spoke, her other hand darted toward Qin Nuan's waist. "No, I will comply. But I want to stay at my sister's house for 3 nights. 1 night. He smiled while gently tugging her soft hand. Qin Nuan, suppressing her embarrassment, continued to negotiate. 2 nights. You cannot always bully me. That depends on your performance. With a slight curl of her lips. Her unintentional display of a petulant demeanor made Lin Xia want to acquiesce to all her requests, yet rationality prevailed, or else he would truly become her slave. "What if you deliberately claim that my performance is inadequate? Then that would mean you truly did not perform well. You talk too much." When the two finally concluded their banter, panting, Qin Nuan remained fixated on whether she could stay at Qin He's house for 1 night or 2. "Do you truly not wish to be with me?" Aside from compelling her to marry him, it seemed as though he indulged her after their union. Qin Nuan lowered her head in silence. "I will take you both to the hospital tomorrow." With that, he stood and entered the bathroom. As Qin Nuan looked disdainfully at her hands, she exhaled deeply. The next day, after receiving a call from Qin Nuan, Qin He rushed to the hospital, where Qin Nuan and Lin Xia were already waiting outside. Qin Nuan stubbornly refused to enter with Lin Xia, who patiently indulged her. Upon the arrival of Qin He, Qin Nuan urged Lin Xia to depart, instructing her to call once her examination was complete. After delivering her directive, she drove away, only to halt the vehicle shortly after exiting the hospital. Lin Xia retrieved her phone and dialed a series of numbers, instructing her assistant to meticulously relay every detail of the lady's actions. Once she had conveyed her message, she abruptly ended the call. Despite Qin Nuan's belief that she had executed her task flawlessly, Lin Xia perceived numerous inadequacies, attributing her behavior to a mere display of childish defiance. Nonetheless, he felt she had been granted excessive freedom. After watching Lin Xia's car disappear from sight, Qin Nuan took Qin He into the hospital, wary of any inquiries Lin Xia might initiate. She theatrically registered for an appointment and inquired about trivial matters before leaving the establishment. Upon exiting the hospital, Qin Nuan reluctantly dialed Lin Xia's number again. The doctor had suggested that stress might be the cause of her condition, assuring her that normalcy would return once her mood improved. "Shall I come to pick you up?" Lin Xia inquired, squinting slightly. "No need, you are busy," Qin Nuan replied. There were no further inquiries. After hanging up, Qin Nuan playfully stuck out her tongue at Qin He, who, however, felt an unsettling premonition. As Han had mentioned, should Lin Xia exercise even a modicum of vigilance, he would be fully aware of their every action. Nuan, has Lin Xia noticed anything unusual in the past few days?
Qin He asked.
No, I don't think so. The mere thought of Lin Xia's manic threats regarding Yi Huan sent chills down Qin Nuan's spine. She had always harbored a sense of fear towards him, hoping he had discovered nothing. Yet, as soon as the two left the hospital, Lin Xia's informants reported their every word and deed back to him. At his desk, Lin Xia extinguished the remaining half of his cigarette in the ashtray, and after a few seconds, spoke. Investigate what the lady has been up to these past few days. Chapter 022. Get to the bottom of it. The response came swiftly. After ending the call, Lin Xia clasped his hands on the desk, wishing she would not foolishly provoke his ire. However, he was not naive. Piecing together the events, he appeared to have arrived at a conclusion. He fervently hoped it would not align with his suspicions, for he genuinely feared that he might inadvertently harm her in a moment of loss of control. Noticing Qin Nuan's disinterest in everything, Qin He eventually led her to a kanji shop, ordering several medicinal dishes. These are meant to nourish your body. Give them a try and see how they taste. Qin Nuan gazed at the food before her without touching it, finally summoning the resolve to meet Qin He's gaze. Sister, do you have any news about Yi Huan?
Is he well?
Qin He remained silent, prompting Qin Nuan to realize that she must know something, spurring her to press further. She had been suppressing her curiosity, but the mere mention of Yi Huan unleashed a flood of longing that she could no longer contain. She knew this fixation was misguided, yet she was powerless to quell her desire to know his condition, especially with the word disabled echoing like a thorn in her heart. Qin He indeed possessed knowledge regarding Yi Huan, given he was someone her sister deeply cared for, thus she had paid closer attention. Is it true? How are his legs? Has he met someone new? Nuan, it's all in the past. Who hasn't he had a relationship in college? How many of those romances lead to marriage? And even if they do, what guarantees their happiness? So, dear sister, what is done is done. Sister, you don't understand. Biting her lip, she spoke in an exceedingly low voice. Yet, Qin He remained silent, merely ladling porridge into a bowl and presenting it to her sister. She was unaware that the knowledge of the path ahead rendered her too weak to resist from the very beginning, too timid to touch the love that felt as sweet as honey yet as toxic as arsenic. Within a mere 2 hours, Lin Xia discovered the answer she dreaded most. Her grip on the phone tightened instinctively, as if she wished to crush it within her palm. How daring she was! He had truly underestimated her. The person handling the registration at the hospital was Mrs. Han, the sister of the lady in question, who was 2 months pregnant and had undergone surgery the day before. However, medical staff confirmed through photographs that it was indeed Mrs. Han's name that the lady had assumed. Who had she encountered in these past days? This would require some time to ascertain. I need to know, even if it was just a fleeting glance. Ideally, that man should not appear on the list, otherwise, he feared he would be unable to restrain himself from tearing them apart. The entire afternoon, Lin Xia sat at her desk, awaiting reports from her subordinates. The secretary entered several times, trembling under the oppressive atmosphere, gingerly placing documents before Lin Xia, who signed them with an air of authority, leaving the secretary anxious about making a single misstep that might result in her being hurled from the 37th floor. Just before the end of the workday, the phone on the desk rang. Observing the flashing number, Lin Xia remained still. When the ringing ceased and resumed moments later, she finally reached for the receiver. Listening intently to the report, she hung up and rose from her office. In a daze, it seemed someone stood at the edge of her bed. Sister, what time is it? Chapter 023. A joke was heard. What are you doing here? Am I not allowed to come? The cool, thin voice jolted Qin Nuan awake. What's wrong? I missed you, so I came to see you. Her stance unchanged, her gaze fixated on the person before her. Did you not say I could stay at my sister's house? A sense of unease washed over her. Her heart inexplicably lurched. What's the matter? Is there something you wish to tell me? No, nothing. She rose from the bed, desperate to dispel her worries. Lin Xia quietly observed as Qin Nuan entered the bathroom, washed her face and returned. However, Qin Nuan felt a chill run down her spine under Lin Xia's penetrating gaze. I'm hungry. I'll go grab something to eat. She cautiously made her way toward the door. Just as Qin Nuan reached the threshold, Lin Xia's indifferent voice drifted over. I visited the hospital today to see a client and heard a joke. Would you like to hear it? Perhaps not. What kind of joke could there possibly be at a hospital? A shiver coursed through her, and she struggled to breathe, as if an invisible hand had seized her throat. He had found out. What would he do now? She dared not contemplate it, trembling as she turned. Lin Xia, I wish to explain, but the facts render any suitable explanation impossible, and ultimately, she fell silent. Since Nuan does not wish to hear it, I shall refrain from speaking. However, such an amusing joke ought to be shared with someone. Who do you think should hear it, Nuan? Your father-in-law? Or perhaps your brother-in-law? Or even Yi Huan? The soft tone was laced with barely concealed resentment. Even during the incident with Yi Huan, he had been nonchalant, unlike now, where his eyes sparkled with mirth yet held a chilling intent. Wasn't Qin Nuan seeking to relax her mind in this moment? How could I be so devoid of empathy? With determined steps, I prepared to depart. Lin Xia, despite trembling hands gripped by fear, Qin Nuan resolutely held on to him. His expression suggested that once he left this room, a river of blood would follow in his wake. Let go. Lin Xia, this is my own decision. Any grievances you have, direct them towards me. Do not involve others. He did not release his grip, hanging his head as he spoke in a husky tone. Who are the others? Raising the hand that had not been grasped, he lifted Qin Nuan's chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. Yet the look in his eyes, devoid of emotion save for a willingness to face death, made Lin Xia instinctively clench his fists, ultimately releasing her in silence and striding out of the room. The force of his departure caused Qin Nuan to stumble, but she quickly regained her composure and pursued Lin Xia. Lin Xia. He did not pause after descending the stairs. He continued towards the exit. Sensing the situation was amiss, he hurried forward. What's wrong? Let us speak calmly. Lin Xia merely cast a cold glance at Qin, remaining silent. However, that single glance plunged the atmosphere around them to an icy chill. Brother-in-law. Let us discuss this amicably. Nuan is still young. She may act thoughtlessly. Supporting Qin, Han offered a seemingly cheerful remark. Lin Xia. Qin Nuan, having caught up, clung to Lin Xia's arm, holding on tightly in fear of being cast aside once more. Nuan, why are you barefoot? You'll catch a cold. Noticing Qin Nuan's bare feet, he rushed forward to place slippers beside her. Yet, Qin Nuan's focus remained solely on Lin Xia. Chapter 024 is a challenge to him. In this moment, all dignity and freedom were forsaken. She only wished for him to refrain from harming Yi Huan. Nuan, put on your shoes first. He attempted to assist Qin Nuan, who remained motionless, her gaze fixed on Lin Xia. As Lin Xia looked down, he saw her delicate feet resting on the cool floor. Though it was midsummer, the air-conditioned room rendered the floor particularly chilly. Without uttering a word, Lin Xia bent down and lifted her into his arms. Lin Xia, Han and others are going on a business trip. Why not let Nuan spend a few more days with me? As Lin Xia prepared to leave, he ventured to inquire. In his fury, Lin Xia feared even the slightest harm to Qin Nuan would be beyond her endurance. The destination for this trip is quite pleasant. Perhaps we could travel together. She sought excuses to prevent Lin Xia from taking her away. She had already created enough trouble for her sister. The decision was hers to bear. And she must face the consequences. It's fine. Observing Lin Xia stride towards the exit, he urged Han. Han opened his mouth to speak, but remained silent. As Lin Xia approached the door, he hastened after him. Han attempted to grasp her but failed. Lin Xia, Nuan is still young. She is in poor health. Please do not harm her. Watching her frail sister being carried away like a lifeless doll made Qin's eyes well up with tears. It was both tragic and helpless, for she understood that regardless of Lin Xia's treatment of Qin Nuan, no one would stand up for her. The Qin family dared not offend Lin Xia, nor could they. As long as he desired Qin Nuan, and as long as she lived, they would gladly regard him as their son-in-law. The euphemism for a marriage arrangement is indeed a union, while the stark reality resembles a gift being handed over with little regard. Lin Xia accepted this, thereby relinquishing her daughter entirely. She dared not forcibly retain Qin Nuan, as the Han family behind her would never allow it. Watching the SUV disappear into the distance, he crouched down, burying her head in despair as tears streamed down her face. Lin Xia's reputation had long been tarnished, so much so that even acquaintances from his circle would suffer dire consequences if they crossed him, while those unfamiliar would find themselves facing ruin and homelessness, perhaps never to recover. Stop crying. It will be all right, Han Deng remarked nonchalantly as he sauntered out. Yet, he abruptly rose, her legs propelling her toward the garage. What could the Han family possibly do? She could not stand idly by while her beloved sister descended into hell. Let go. Lin Xia was not one to mistreat his newlywed wife. Although they belonged to different social circles, the changes in Lin Xia post-marriage were evident, and certain matters were not difficult to infer. Let go, let go. Are you upset because I've been neglecting you lately? Is this a deliberate tantrum? Han Deng. Do not presume. she insisted, but he merely smiled and carried her upstairs. Han Deng, are you even human? Inside the SUV, the atmosphere was suffocating, leaving Qin Nuan feeling crushed and desperate to escape, yet all she could do was curl up in a ball. Lin Xie remained silent, his thoughts inscrutable as he drove. An hour later, they arrived at the villa. Lin Xie did not exit the vehicle. Instead, he lit a cigarette. Qin Nuan remained still, fear and anxiety roiling within her. She was terrified, uncertain of how to act appropriately. Extinguishing the cigarette in the ashtray, Lin Xie abruptly opened the door and stepped out. Qin Nuan's hands trembled in response to his movements. When she decided to terminate the pregnancy, she thought she was prepared to face Lin Xie's wrath, yet now, without him uttering a word, she was already overwhelmed with dread. Shakily, she opened the door, only to be swept off her feet before she could react, instinctively gasping. "I can walk by myself," she protested, her greatest fear being his touch. "You would do well to behave yourself, otherwise. I cannot assure you that you will leave here unscathed," he warned, his voice cold enough to chill the marrow. Qin Nuan froze, her heart racing as though it might leap from her chest. She watched as Lin Xie carried her into the villa and up the stairs. She longed to express that her body was still recovering, but fear held her tongue. As he laid her on the bed, just when she thought she could not evade the impending torment, she heard footsteps. Footsteps? Startled, she opened her eyes to see Lin Xie standing by the door. He was not concerned about her fear as she leapt from the bed. "Don't go, please don't go. What's the matter? Do you wish for me to stay?" "Yes, please don't leave." She was terrified he would seek out Yi Huan. She would rather confront all his wrath than allow him to do so. Lin Xie suddenly scoffed. "Afraid I might find him?" His laughter sent a shiver down Qin Nuan's spine as she cautiously approached him, staring intently, yet remaining motionless. "You do not wish to bear my child. Whom do you desire to bear it for, He gently lifted Qin Nuan's chin and suddenly inquired in a soft voice. Yet, that tender tone only intensified her trepidation. I am not ready. I am still young." "Still young? If you were to carry that man's child, would you still deem yourself too young?" Qin Nuan vehemently shook her head. "My child is gone. Do you not think I deserve some form of compensation?" Qin Nuan dared neither to nod nor to shake her head. "Is that so? What kind of compensation do you seek?" His voice trembled with an uncontrollable intensity. What if he could never father a child for the rest of his life? His deep-set eyes glinted with a consuming smile. "No, Lin Xie, I beg you." She could not confront him head-on. She could only plead. "What do you wish to beg of me? I implore you, do not become enraged." "Very well. Then remain obediently as you are." Having concealed her emotions, he coldly uttered these words before turning to leave. Qin Nuan attempted to grasp his arm, but halted at the cold glance cast her way by Lin Xie, left to watch the door slam shut with a resounding thud. Moments later, the sound of a car starting echoed from downstairs. As the car faded into the distance, a suffocating anxiety gripped Qin Nuan's heart, rendering her powerless to act. She dared not stop Lin Xie from departing, nor did she have the courage to seek Yi Huan. She was paralyzed by fear. Thereafter, she could not bear to close her eyes, terrified that slumber would bring forth visions of the bloodied Yi Huan and the bloodied infant. Chapter 026. Why come to the hospital? The sun hung low in the western sky as a servant knocked on the door to inquire whether Qin Nuan would descend for dinner. She merely shook her head. As the sun disappeared completely, Qin Nuan could no longer remain seated, pacing restlessly within her room. Yet, the phone rang unanswered, and her calls went unreturned. Eventually, in a cloud of despair, she threw the phone away, only to retrieve it in resignation, plugging it back in and dialing a number from memory. The phone rang several times, unanswered, until, just when she thought there would be no response, it connected, though silence prevailed. Qin Nuan bit her lip. "Where are you?" "In the bed of a woman contemplating bearing my child." With that, the call was abruptly terminated. At least it was not with Yi Huan, however. Her heart saw no glimmer of light. In the ensuing month, Qin Nuan saw neither Lin Xie nor Qin He, nor did she step outside the villa. She remained obediently confined, even her thoughts subdued. In the pitch-black night, she awoke once more from a nightmare, feeling the weight upon her. A sudden pain pierced her lips, the metallic sweetness flooding her mouth. Her silence drove Lin Xie to unrestrained fury. "It hurts." Precisely, it should. The culmination of a night of torment resulted in Lin Xie dragging Qin Nuan from her bed the following morning. The dark bruises beneath her eyes were met with a cold glance from him. Downstairs, Qin Nuan obediently followed, having not eaten, as Lin Xie brought her to the hospital. The moment they entered, a heavy weight settled in her heart, and her hand instinctively grasped Lin Xie's sleeve. He extended his long arm, enveloping her in his embrace. Why have we come to the hospital? What do you think? He retorted without answering. Qin Nuan felt an overwhelming urge to turn and flee. But instead she stood frozen in place. With a firm grip of her arm, the person holding her moved her forward. Be obedient. If you listen to me, I shall be pleased, and then everything will be manageable. If I am displeased, who knows what misfortune may befall you? Noticing the crowd at the elevator, Lin Xie guided her into the safety of the stairwell. However, Qin Nuan clung to him, unwilling to move, her large eyes brimming with helplessness and fear. What are you afraid of? It's not as if we're heading into a den of danger. He smiled slightly, though the expression lacked warmth. You know my patience has its limits, so please do not make me repeat myself. After saying this, he disregarded Qin Nuan's reluctance and led her upstairs. Despite the multitude of objections that swirled within her, under Lin Xie's stern warning, Qin Nuan dared not voice them. As they ascended the stairs, layer by layer, her heart sank deeper with each step. Chapter 027. Didn't you say you didn't want to have children with me? The anticipated scenario did not unfold. Upon reaching the upper floor, Qin Nuan was subjected to a comprehensive examination that lasted 2 hours, a privilege afforded due to her VIP status. However, despite the thoroughness of the examinations, she did not encounter Yi Huan or her sister, which alleviated some of her worries, yet a new layer of unease crept in. Why did Lin Xie bring her for these tests? What were they for? What would happen afterward? She dared not ponder further. She could only reassure herself that Lin Xie not seeking out Yi Huan was the best outcome. Whatever else he did, she would endure. Yet that night, when Lin Xie, reeking of alcohol, roused her from sleep, she realized that facing reality was far more arduous than she had imagined. Have you been living in leisure this past month? Qin Nuan silently bore the brunt of his words, gritting her teeth in silence. Lin Xie, however, had no intention of granting her peace. So, you didn't want to have children with me, right?
He scoffed.
Qin Nuan's mind erupted in chaos. She understood the reason behind the health checks. But what difference did that knowledge make? She remained powerless to resist. Night after night, Lin Xie awakened her, leading to hours of turmoil. The restless nights resulted in her inability to rise during the day, and the cycle continued. Qin Nuan felt as though she had ceased to exist as an individual, merely a vessel for Lin Xie's progeny. She was terrified, fearful of his touch, and even more so of the prospect of bearing his child.
Yet,
regardless of her dread and unwillingness, the relentless reality persisted. She could only beseech the heavens to delay any potential pregnancy. My lady, please eat more. You've lost weight recently, a servant urged as Qin Nuan set down her bowl and chopsticks. Within a week, she had visibly slimmed down, her demeanor resembling that of a fragile specter on the verge of vanishing. Shaking her head, she left the table and retreated upstairs. She was frightened, afraid of confronting Lin Xie, and terrified of pregnancy, yet his incessant demands made it clear that there was no escape. From the moment she was compelled to meet Lin Xie for an arranged encounter, she had already been ensnared. Seated vacantly on the windowsill, she watched the sun dip below the horizon, as if her own heart, too, was fading into obscurity. Lin Xie, the beacon of hope, has utterly shattered her dreams, leaving her in complete darkness. At that moment, her heart felt as though it were being tightly gripped, and he strode forward, pulling her up. What? Is my effort still insufficient, allowing you time to reminisce about your old flame? He yanked her by the arm and flung her onto the bed. Yet, Qin Nuan offered no resistance. The more she succumbed, the more fiercely Lin Xie persisted. Outside, the sun rose once more. Lin Xie answered a phone call and glanced at Qin Nuan as she dressed and exited the room. Soon, a servant entered, carrying a tray of food. Madam, the sir specifically instructed to prepare your favorite dishes. Please have a bite. Concerned that Qin Nuan might refuse to eat, the servant spoke again. However, Qin Nuan remained motionless. Madam, you must eat a little. These are all your favorites. Still, she did not move. Madam, you must eat something, or your health will suffer.
Put it down,
she rasped. But the sir said he wants to see you eat, the servant replied, visibly troubled. She did not wish to keep invoking the sir's name. Yet Lin Xie's words were law, not to be defied. Noting that the servant would not leave until she complied, Qin Nuan, enduring the pain that coursed through her body, finally rose and entered the restroom. Why resist when it was futile? Gazing into the mirror at her ghostly reflection, Qin Nuan suddenly laughed, a sorrowful, pitiful laugh. Why was she incapable of resisting? Lin Xie was merely a man, not a deity. Chapter 28. Shouldn't she learn to appease him? Emerging from the bathroom, under the watchful eye of the servant, Qin Nuan began to shove food into her mouth almost as a form of self-punishment. Seeing her engage in this self-destructive behavior, the servant hesitated before finally speaking up. Madam, the sir truly cares about you. Qin Nuan turned a deaf ear. Care? Is that even possible? Even if he did care, she would not want it. Moreover, a man's concern was merely a sign that he had not yet grown weary of her. Once he became bored, he would have cast her aside long ago.
For now.
Lin Xie remained intrigued simply because she continued to resist him.
As he had once said, why marry you? Because you do not wish to marry me.
The moment she desired to marry him, to bear his children, he would surely discard her. Thus, in pursuit of freedom, should she learn to cater to his whims? She wished to, but she found herself incapable of such insincerity. Her mind was filled with the pale visage of Yi Huan and the blood-stained trousers. She could only remind herself that unwavering resistance was the truest homage to the love she once cherished. Madam, eating too much will upset your stomach. Noticing Qin Nuan silently stuffing her face, the servant cautioned her once more. She wished to say little, yet it was unfortunate that Qin Nuan's situation fell upon her shoulders. They had already replaced 2 chefs due to Qin Nuan's meager appetite. After clearing her plate, Qin Nuan rushed to the bathroom, and soon the sounds of retching echoed. The servant wore a troubled expression, pondering how to report to Lin Xie whether she had eaten or not. With a cold demeanor, she yanked Qin Nuan up, but the words she intended to say faltered at the sight of Qin Nuan's ashen face. Under Lin Xie's watchful gaze, Qin Nuan instinctively shrank back.
What?
Are you not going to let me off during the day as well? His relentless pursuit of her to bear a child was indeed commendable.
Go change your clothes.
Qin Nuan hesitated. Hurry up, he urged impatiently. She wanted to resist but feared that defying him would lead to being coerced into repugnant acts during the day as well. Ultimately, she found herself entering the wardrobe under Lin Xie's scrutiny. She casually grabbed a long dress but, upon seeing the marks on her body in the mirror, opted for a tracksuit instead. As Qin Nuan emerged from the wardrobe, Lin Xie extinguished his cigarette, which he had barely smoked. Let's go. Glancing out the car window, she felt a sense of disorientation. It had only been less than 2 months since she last ventured outside. Lin Xie led her back to the same private room as before. Once inside, Chun Yan promptly began to serve the dishes. We were just waiting for you too. I was about to starve, he exclaimed, rising to pull out a chair for Qin Nuan. As she sat down, Qin Nuan realized she was the only woman at the table. Don't lose too much. You'll end up bankrupt, Chun Yan quipped. Go on, go on. Even if you go bankrupt, I cannot afford to. Qin Nuan kept her head down, remaining silent. Sister-in-law, you must try this. Women benefit from beauty food. Although you are already stunning, you could be even more enchanting, leaving Xia utterly captivated. Chun Yan cheerfully placed a small bowl of bird's nest in front of Qin Nuan. Thank you. She expressed her gratitude, but did not reach for it. Sister-in-law, you aren't afraid I might poison you, are you? Chun Yan's voice resounded again. I'm not hungry, she retorted. There's barely anything here. Even if you aren't hungry, you should manage to eat some. Chun Yan insisted, showing no signs of relent. I truly am not hungry, Qin Nuan reiterated, refusing to extend her hand. Chapter 29. Sister-in-law is embarrassed. Sister-in-law, you aren't still upset with me for bringing that woman last time, are you? I'll drink 3 cups as punishment, he declared, pouring himself 3 glasses of liquor. Lin Xie observed silently, his gaze indifferent. As Qin Nuan looked up, she saw Chun Yan tilt his head back to down 1 glass.
I didn't tea, she stammered.
Chun Yan quickly consumed all 3 glasses. If sister-in-law doesn't eat, those of us who brought women last time must drink 3 cups, he said with a cheeky grin. The table erupted in protests. Sister-in-law, please, the woman I brought sang the entire time. I am an innocent bystander. Please. I didn't tea, Qin Nuan murmured softly under the scrutiny of the entire table. She was perplexed as to why Lin Xie had brought her along, turning her head to look at him, but he remained focused on his meal, offering her no glance. Sister-in-law, are you hoping for us to get drunk, so you can win our money? One of the men chimed in with a laugh. Qin Nuan was utterly oblivious to their thoughts and suspected they were merely jesting at her expense. Lin Xie remained silent, and under the collective gaze of the table, she steeled herself to lift the bowl of bird's nest. Once she consumed it, the scrutiny lessened, and after the meal, Chun Yan invited Qin Nuan to play cards. She felt utterly devoid of spirit. You all carry on without me. Sister-in-law, one cannot behave this way. You can't just win and then refuse to play, they insisted. And despite her reluctance, she found herself reluctantly joining the card table. One individual's company is engaged in a business collaboration with Shenglin, and Lin Xie has discreetly taken Qin Nuan aside. Holding a card, Qin Nuan's gaze frequently drifts towards Lin Xie, utterly perplexed by the purpose of her presence here. Could it be that, due to her previous victory over them, they had intentionally summoned Lin Xie to escort her for revenge? Do they have so much leisure time? Sister-in-law, we are all aware of your close bond. There's no need for such frequent glances, she jested. No, no. Qin Nuan's face flushed with embarrassment as she hastily explained. We all know. Chun Yen smirked knowingly. Qin Nuan could only feign ignorance. Whether it was the depletion of Qin Nuan's good fortune or the exceptional luck of her opponents, she found herself losing consecutively for over 10 rounds, her stack of chips dwindling to the bottom of the drawer. Perhaps we should change players, she suggested, biting her lip as she surveyed the meager chips left. Although Lin Xia was affluent, she feared upsetting him if she lost everything. She preferred to avoid inciting his displeasure. I haven't, she protested. Hurry, sister-in-law looks embarrassed, Li Jing chimed in. Upon hearing the call, Lin Xia set aside his plans and approached. You may continue playing, he said as he arrived, prompting Qin Nuan to stand quickly. Lost? His voice, devoid of emotion, made it hard to discern his feelings. You play. Ignoring Qin Nuan's reluctance, Lin Xia pulled out a chair and sat beside her, signaling for the game to resume. Xia, those who lose must pay double. Chun Yen seized the opportunity to tease. What Yen said is true, Li Jing echoed. I fear your skills may not suffice, came Lin Xia's indifferent, yet slightly mocking, retort. Chapter 030. I thought you invited me for a thrill. Damn it, if you lose, you'll have to run naked, Chun Yen retorted, unable to tolerate the provocation. However, while the bravado flowed freely, reality had a way of slapping them in the face. I'll take this, he declared, reaching over to draw a card and toss it aside. I need to use the restroom. I'll accompany you after this round, Lin Xia insisted, refusing to let her leave. No need, I can find it myself. The proximity of his breath around her neck made Qin Nuan extremely uncomfortable. All she desired was to escape. Yet Lin Xia was resolute in not letting her go. The game concluded swiftly, and he discarded another hand of cards. Chen Yen and Li Jing shook their heads in unison. That's it. With the remaining cards cast aside, Lin Xia stood, wrapping an arm around her. Let's go. I can go by myself, she protested, not genuinely wishing to use the restroom. She merely wanted to distance herself from him. I'll accompany you, Lin Xia insisted. Reluctantly, Qin Nuan acquiesced, reasoning that he could not follow her into the restroom anyway. However, she underestimated Lin Xia. This is the ladies' restroom, she exclaimed, dumbfounded, as the man confidently strode in behind her. Fearing his reckless behavior, she had deliberately chosen the restroom outside the private room, but he had disregarded her intentions. Lin Xia appeared utterly unconcerned. You should leave. I thought you invited me for a thrill, he said, pushing her inside. Lin Xia, you need to leave. As the stall door closed, Qin Nuan's mind buzzed with confusion. I'll accompany you, he said, raising an eyebrow. I don't want to stay. I want to leave. As she reached for the door, Lin Xia firmly pinned her against the door panel. Having come this far, it would be a pity to leave now. Lin Xia, he wishing to stay here? Perhaps a mere provocation could lead to an unexpected outcome. Approaching, Qin Nuan exerted all her strength to push him away. Lin Xia, please step outside. Her voice trembled. Under Qin Nuan's watchful gaze, Lin Xia deftly seized her hands and pressed them above her head. Lin Xia, I beg you, not here. In this place. She felt less than human, merely an instrument, subject to whims at any moment. I implore you, do not act this way. With a blink, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Please, do not behave like this. Lin Xia remained coldly silent, neither speaking nor moving. Just as Qin Nuan prepared to plead once more, the sound of a door opening echoed from outside, followed by voices that startled her into silence, afraid to even breathe lest they be discovered. I truly do not wish to accompany that corpulent old man, but you could go to 555, filled with young, handsome, wealthy heirs, each more impressive than the last. Shh. Do not speak so carelessly. If overheard, you might be the next to be taken away. But there is no one here, is there? Have you heard? Those who were taken away were all at the hands of young Master Lin. One wonders what has provoked him. Let us not discuss young Master Lin. He is beyond our scope. Is everything ready? We must leave, or that old man will send someone after us. As the two women conversed, Qin Nuan remained absorbed in their dialogue. Young Master Lin? Is it Lin Xia? They have left. Releasing her grip, Lin Xia was the first to step outside, with Qin Nuan hesitantly following. Once outside the ladies' restroom, the tension in her chest finally began to ease, yet her mind lingered on the recent conversation between the two women. Chapter 031, Until I Am Satisfied. Sister-in-law, do come and visit often, Chun Yen called after them. Qin Nuan merely nodded as she followed Lin Xia out of the private room. The moment they departed, the atmosphere within exploded into a flurry of speculation and jest. It's good to have an open mind. Indulge in what you must. Be cautious, lest you find yourself empty-handed. Get lost. even if you are empty. I cannot afford to be. As the car passed the office building where Qin Nuan had once worked, her already heavy heart grew even more burdened. She wondered how the manager would chastise her. She had hardly worked there long, frequently absent without reason, and now it had been nearly 2 months since her last appearance. With no contact, she feared she might have lost her position entirely. Even if the company still wanted her, Lin Da would likely never permit her to return. This realization only deepened her feelings of despair and frustration. Yet, what could be done? Now, even her only ally, her sister, was unreachable. The thought of Qin made Qin Nuan glance at Lin Da, her eyes filled with unspoken words. Speak your mind. His indifferent voice cut through her hesitation. She hesitated. Knowing her inability to contact her sister was likely tied to Lin Da, despite her sister's connections to the Han family, concern lingered. If she did not speak now, she might never have the chance again. Do you know where my sister has gone? After a moment's hesitation, she finally inquired. Since he had not sought out Yi Huan, he likely would not trouble her sister either, right? Upon the mention of Qin, Lin Da let out a derisive laugh, causing Qin Nuan's heart to plummet. What have you done to my sister? She inquired. What could I possibly do? You should be asking Han what he has done to her. What has my brother-in-law done to her? Qin Nuan followed up, her concern palpable. Nuan, are you overly worried? As Qin's lawful husband, Han will certainly cherish her. Just as I cherish you, Lin Da replied with a wicked grin. What have you done? Qin Nuan's heart raced at Lin Da's demeanor. She understood that with a mere flick of Lin Da's finger, her sister's situation could worsen. She shouldn't be seeking her sister. Life was already arduous for her. What could I do? I am merely offering a heartfelt helping hand to my sister-in-law. After all, she has cared for you so well. I cannot simply ignore her struggles at such a tender age. Lin Da, what have you truly done to my sister? Qin Nuan shouted uncontrollably, immediately regretting her outburst. It is all my fault. I am to blame, she murmured to herself. Observing Qin Nuan's face filled with guilt, as if she might drown in her remorse, Lin Da spoke kindly. I told you, as long as you obey, there will be no issues. But if you disobey and I become displeased, I will have to find solace elsewhere. Am I not obedient enough? Qin Nuan retorted. Lin Da merely scoffed. That is a question for you to ponder. As the vehicle halted, Lin Da did not rush to exit, tilting her head to scrutinize Qin Nuan. Under Lin Da's gaze, Qin Nuan lowered her head even further. Do not think I am unaware of your thoughts. I must inform you that you will bear children for me, to my satisfaction, regardless of your desires. After all, I possess the means to support them. Her arrogant proclamation was an undeniable truth. Casting a cold glance at Qin Nuan, Lin Da opened the door and stepped out. Qin Nuan felt as though the world had turned pitch dark. Yet, she dared not indulge in self-pity. Once outside, she hurriedly followed Lin Da into a hot pot restaurant. Fearing Lin Da's displeasure, Qin Nuan obediently ate, finally setting down her chopsticks under Lin Da's approving gaze. Cautiously, she inquired, Where has my sister gone? Chapter 032. Do not leave, Yi Huan. Traveling abroad. The reason for this trip, however, was rather intriguing. Qin Nuan paused, then asked, Is she with my brother-in-law? She sensed that the situation was not so simple. Should you really be inquiring about your husband's whereabouts with another man? Lin Da's eyes narrowed slightly. Qin Nuan fell silent immediately. It is merely a trip abroad. It is not as if Lin Da would be so cruel as to harm her. Moreover, my sister is still the esteemed young mistress of the Han family, and Lin Da would not recklessly act without considering the consequences. Seemingly perceiving Qin Nuan's thoughts, Lin Da scoffed. The Han family, should he wish to act, could easily make it vanish without a trace. Therefore, Qin Nuan, it is in your best interest not to provoke my ire, for the consequences would be unimaginable for her. In the days that followed, Lin Da occupied herself with work while Qin Nuan accompanied her. When Lin Da went out, Qin Nuan remained in the villa, and come evening, they engaged in relentless endeavors to conceive, to the point where Qin Nuan feared she might perish in bed. Yet, come the following morning, Lin Da roused her to accompany her for breakfast before heading to the office. The radiant sunlight poured into the office, through the floor-to-ceiling windows. As Lin Da departed for a meeting, Qin Nuan sank into the sofa, drowsy and lost in thought. She pondered when such days would come to an end, yet felt trapped in an inescapable cycle. Although she longed to resist, she had learned the art of silence through countless harrowing lessons. The delicate woman, even in slumber, bore a frown of worry, and dark circles were evident beneath her eyes. Waving away the secretary who followed, Lin Da carried Qin Nuan into the adjoining lounge. Don't go, Qin Nuan murmured, her grasp tightening on the hem of his shirt just as he prepared to cover her with a blanket. The emotions on his face faded upon hearing the name she uttered.
Don't go, Yi Huan.
A shadow passed over his handsome features. As he raised his hand to brush away her grip, he paused, halted by the sound of her whimpers. Don't go. Her eyes were shut tight, her expression anguished. Suppressing the rising tide of anger, Lin Xie refrained from acting out violently. The muffled sobs persisted, interspersed with incoherent mutterings, yet amidst the fragmented phrases, he discerned apologies and reluctance. Though the gloom on his face lingered, Lin Xie took a seat beside her and gently patted her back. In the silence of his comfort, her sobs subsided, eventually giving way to steady breathing. Leaving the lounge, Lin Xie lit a cigarette, walking to the expansive window. Qin Nuan slept through until the end of the workday. Rubbing her eyes, she surveyed the modest space, just a bed and a wardrobe. Presumably a temporary refuge for Lin Xie after a long day. After assessing her surroundings, Qin Nuan glanced at her watch, realizing it was past 5. She swiftly rose from the bed. As she pulled open the lounge door, Lin Xie's indifferent command pierced the air. Out. The secretary, Sun Cece, set down her files and cast a glance at Qin Nuan, who stood at the entrance. Qin Nuan felt that Sun Cece's gaze was laden with emotions, the most prominent being disdain. As Lin Xie lifted his eyes and noticed Qin Nuan, he beckoned, "Come here." Complying obediently, she approached. As she drew near, he extended his long arm, lifting her onto his lap. Startled, she instinctively clutched his neck to prevent herself from falling. Her clumsy demeanor elicited a faint smile from Lin Xie. "Have you rested well?" he inquired playfully. As she nodded and shifted to leave, he added, "If you move any further, we may find ourselves spending the night in the office." His teasing tone caused her to freeze. Her cheeks flushed with a warm hue from their intimate position. The sight of her bashful expression incited Lin Xie to lean down and capture her lips. Just as passions were about to ignite, he withdrew, allowing a few moments to pass before setting her down. "Let us go." With her heart racing, Qin Nuan followed him out of the office, her face aflame, as they entered the private elevator heading towards the underground parking lot. Fortunately, it was already the end of the workday, and the secretary's office outside the president's office was deserted. Otherwise, Qin Nuan's current demeanor would undoubtedly lead others to suspect they had just engaged in some indiscreet act. What was more outrageous was that this happened daily, yet she felt shy. Qin Nuan merely hung her head in silence. Perhaps it was her mind that wandered to even more risque thoughts. Suddenly, a breath drew near, causing Qin Nuan to step back abruptly.
No, no.
"What are you hiding from? Am I going to devour you?" He moved in closer, cornering her against the elevator wall. Don't what?" His handsome face leaned down, his cool lips brushing against her delicate earlobe. "Will be seen," she protested, gently pushing against his approaching face. "We haven't done anything wrong, so why fear? Or are you hoping to do something and dread being caught?" Qin Nuan felt as if she were about to be ensnared in a web of desire, but fortunately, the elevator chimed, and the doors opened. "We've arrived. Let us hurry." Seizing the moment while Lin Xian was unprepared, Qin Nuan bent and slipped out from under Lin Xian's arm. Caught off guard by her sudden maneuver, Lin Xian paused, his indifferent expression softening into a barely perceptible smile. After exiting the underground parking lot, Lin Xian first took Qin Nuan out for dinner before driving to a renowned entertainment venue. She was unaware of Lin Xian's intentions for bringing her here, so she obediently followed, her curiosity piqued as it was her first visit. As they entered, they were immediately greeted by someone. "The auction is about to begin, Mr. Lin."
Please.
An auction? Qin Nuan had heard of such events, but had never witnessed one. As Lin Xian entered the auction hall, the attendees promptly rose to greet him. He merely nodded indifferently before guiding Qin Nuan to a seat. "This must be Mrs. Lin?" A woman seated beside them inquired with a smile. "Hello," Qin Nuan replied, feeling a bit shy. "Mrs. Lin, you possess such grace." "You're too kind," she murmured, lowering her gaze, not wishing to prolong the conversation due to her unfamiliarity. The woman, sensing her discomfort, fell silent. Soon, the auction commenced, but the items on offer were beyond Qin Nuan's appreciation, leading her to leaf through the auction catalog with little enthusiasm. The only item that captured her interest was an uncut pink diamond, which she studied intently while she observed others bidding with keen interest. Lin Xian, however, remained unmoved, suggesting he too had little interest in the offerings. It remained a mystery what he might bid on that evening. Chapter 034, Lin Xian's Childhood Companion. Before long, the highly anticipated pink diamond was up for bidding. The starting price was 3,500,000, with increments of 500,000. Qin Nuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Pink diamonds were typically coveted by women, and it was unlikely Lin Xian would be interested. Just as she reached that conclusion, Lin Xian raised his bidding paddle. 10 million. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Qin Nuan was utterly stunned. The lady with paddle number 7 bids 1,100,000. The auctioneer announced through the microphone. Qin Nuan quickly turned to look at the young woman wielding paddle number 7. She was strikingly beautiful, exuding a bold and vibrant aura. With just a glance, it was evident that she was a woman adored by many. Lin Xia raised her paddle once more. Miss number 7, undeterred, followed suit and raised her paddle as well. Subsequently, an older yet still handsome man also lifted his paddle. Miss number 7 raised her paddle again, but after a moment's hesitation, she ultimately chose not to. Just as the man thought victory was assured, Lin Xia boldly bid 30 million. The previously subdued Miss number 7. Upon seeing Lin Xia's bid, raised her paddle again, her face beaming with a radiant smile directed at Lin Xia. Without lifting her gaze, Lin Xia promptly raised the bid to 40 million. Miss number 7, still smiling, raised her paddle once more. Qin Nuan couldn't help but speculate about Miss number 7's identity. Although the Qin family was considered part of the upper echelon, she had never taken much interest in such matters and thus could not ascertain who she truly was. Miss number 7 raised her paddle again, and Lin Xia subsequently bid 50 million. There were indeed bids, but none matched Lin Xia's audacious ceiling bid. Ultimately, the pink diamond was secured by Lin Xia for 50 million. Congratulations, Mrs. Lin. Mr. Lin is truly devoted to you, someone remarked. Qin Nuan could only offer an awkward smile. Even though Lin Xia had purchased it, it was not necessarily intended for her. Though she felt no need to voice this thought. May I have your phone number, Mrs. Lin? Perhaps we could go shopping or dine together sometime. The woman said with a friendly smile. Qin Nuan merely smiled in response, unable to imagine that Lin Xia could be devoted to her for a lifetime, yet instinctively believing he was capable of anything. In her perception, even if one day Lin Xia grew tired of her, it would not mean her freedom, but rather her destruction. Unfazed by the rejection, the woman continued to observe the auction, occasionally raising her paddle once or twice. Afterward, Lin Xia successfully bid a high price for a renowned painting. Once the auction concluded, Miss number 7 approached with her paddle in hand, smiling brightly. To think I would witness Xia lavishly spending for a smile from a beauty, she remarked in a familiar tone, casting a playful glance at Qin Nuan. Qin Nuan felt quite uncomfortable under her scrutiny. You. How can you blame me for your need to show off? She merely aimed to test the extent of Lin Xia's generosity towards her as his little wife. Lin Xia merely snorted lightly and took Qin Nuan to complete the final procedures. Lin Xia, you cannot behave this way. Men must be generous. Miss number 7 called out persistently. Lin Xia remained indifferent. Qin Nuan finally recognized her identity. She was Chu Yu, the eldest daughter of the Chu family. Lin Xia's childhood friend and rumored future bride. Chapter 035, infatuated with a pretty face. What are we playing? She knew only that the wealthy of City D frequented this place, yet she remained unaware of the actual allure it possessed. What does Nuan wish to play? Lin Xia countered with a question. Qin Nuan shook her head. She had no desire to play anything. She merely wished to keep her distance from him. Let us go. Noticing that Qin Nuan seemed in good spirits, he took her upstairs. Perhaps due to having slept too much during the day or the novelty of everything around her, Qin Nuan felt invigorated, not a trace of fatigue in her. The top floor of the entertainment city housed a small casino. Lin Xia handed his exchanged chips to Qin Nuan. Play for a while. I have some matters to attend to. Lin Xia did not accept her offer. I'm not without money to lose for you. Before departing, Lin Xia uneasily instructed the nearby staff before taking his leave. Once he was gone, Qin Nuan began to glance around with the chip basket, ultimately fixating on the big small betting table. After observing for a while, she couldn't resist placing 2 chips down. Having first noted the colors of the chips laid by others, the outcome was small, a mere 2 or 3 points. However, her chips were quickly collected. Undeterred, she placed more chips, only to have them whisked away again. By the time Qin Nuan realized what was happening and looked down, her chip basket was left with only a few scattered chips. Stunned, she wondered how she had lost them so quickly with so few rounds played. Scanning her surroundings and failing to spot Lin Xia, she despondently sat on a nearby chair, regretting her decision to play. But what good was regret? Had she truly lost? It seemed far too swift. Beautiful lady, are you alone? A mocking voice interrupted her thoughts. Qin Nuan looked up to meet the gaze of a pale-faced man, clearly one who indulged excessively. Unfamiliar with him, she lowered her head and remained silent. Lost? Here, brother has something for you to play with, how about it? Ignoring Qin Nuan's cold demeanor, the man sat down beside her. Startled, she stood up abruptly. Don't leave. Let's chat. What are you afraid of? I 1 tea bite. He lewdly licked his lips, exuding an air of impropriety. I fear you can't engage in meaningful conversation, she replied, her voice laced with frost. As the man raised his head, he was met with Lin Xia's icy visage, causing his smile to vanish instantly. Mr. Lin, I didn't know this was your person. I'm so sorry, he stammered, retreating as if fleeing. At the sound of Lin Xia's voice, Qin Nuan hung her head, instinctively pulling her chip basket closer. Had she been robbed?
No.
Was she merely giving her chips to a pretty boy? Absolutely not. Raising her gaze, she saw Lin Xia's typically indifferent face adorned with a faint, elusive smile.
Lost?
He inquired. Qin Nuan nodded. What games did you play? If I had known you were so naive, I would have given you more chips to play with. She pointed towards the big small table. Was that the only game? Surely you didn't lose everything on just one. Indeed, she admitted it truly was. With a 50-50 chance, it's entirely possible to lose everything. His voice betrayed a hint of amusement. The unabashed disdain made Qin Nuan lower her head even further. She lamented her impulsive actions. Chapter 036. Lin Xia lacked compassion. It was evident that for Lin Xia, the betting table offered but one probability: victory. Gazing at the overflowing chip basket, Qin Nuan felt even more foolish. Which game do you wish to play next? I shall accompany you, he offered. Qin Nuan shook her head. She had no desire to continue. Confused, she looked up, only to comprehend Lin Xia's evident mischief in his eyes. Are you suggesting that once this basket of chips is depleted, I shall conceive? That seems rather intriguing. I shall give it a try. Assured she had not misinterpreted his meaning, Qin Nuan dashed off with the chip basket in hand. Lin Xia followed leisurely behind.
Now.
In Qin Nuan's eyes, the chips had morphed into a hot potato, something she desperately wished to rid herself of, yet the more she tried to lose,
the more they multiplied.
With tears of frustration threatening to spill, she realized that her luck still remained. It appears Nuan is indeed a gambling goddess. Lin Xia teased from behind her. You're cheating. This was the only possibility that Qin Nuan could conceive. It seemed that in Nuan's heart, I held a divine status. Otherwise, how could I have garnered such a substantial sum from such a distance? I refuse to entertain this notion. You did it on purpose. Pushing the chips into Lin Xia's embrace, Qin Nuan turned to leave. She dared not continue playing, fearing that her victories would accumulate, ultimately leaving her at Lin Xia's mercy in their intimate moments. Although Lin Xia never required a reason for his actions. Observing the irate woman storming out, Lin Xia narrowed his eyes. He preferred the spirited Qin Nuan, one who could express anger and affection. Upon returning home and finishing her shower, Qin Nuan glared at the gleaming pile of chips, gritting her teeth, contemplating throwing them all away. Yet before she could act, Lin Xia emerged wrapped in a towel. What's wrong? Afraid you won't have enough chips? Not at all. It's fine, Nuan can always win more tomorrow. I'm going to sleep now. She swiftly enveloped herself in the sheets. After drying his hair, Lin Xia discarded the towel and climbed into bed, enveloping her in his embrace. The result of their shared slumber was that neither managed to sleep. The following morning, with aching limbs, Qin Nuan was once again roused by Lin Xia. Can I stay home today? I'm too tired to open my eyes, she mumbled. You can sleep at the office, Lin Xia insisted. I just want to sleep at home and do nothing. She hoped Lin Xia would show some mercy and grant her reprieve. Clearly, Lin Xia was devoid of such kindness. Very well, I shall accompany you in your slumber. With that, the sound of rustling clothing echoed. In an instant, all traces of sleep vanished. No more sleeping. I'll accompany you to the office. If this continued, she feared she might perish in bed. She could not fathom how Lin Xia possessed such boundless energy. Before Lin Xia could speak again, Qin Nuan swiftly rushed to the bathroom, stifling her discomfort. The act of undressing transformed into that of dressing, and by the time Lin Xia was fully attired, Qin Nuan emerged from the wardrobe. Today, Qin Nuan donned a refreshing water green, 3/4 sleeve dress. Lin Xia descended the stairs with satisfaction. After breakfast, the pair headed to the office. In the elevator, Lin Xia gazed down at Qin Nuan. Upon meeting his gaze, she instinctively shrank back. My mother's birthday is next month. A statement devoid of context. Qin Nuan halted her retreat. Chapter 037. I didn't expect you to be so capable. The pink diamond is entrusted to you for design. At Lin Xia's mention, Qin Nuan recalled the exorbitantly priced pink diamond he had purchased. It was intended for his mother, but why had he chosen her for the design? I remember you majored in design in college.
But my major was in fashion design.
Throughout her university years, she had dreamt of opening a small shop after graduation, featuring her own designs, with the architectural design graduate Yi Huan tasked with creating the store. Though only a few years had passed since university, reminiscing felt like a lifetime ago. Isn't it all design? If anyone else had uttered this, it would seem foolish. Yet, coming from Lin Xiao's lips, it felt entirely reasonable. However, I don't know what style your mother prefers. She truly hesitated to accept this responsibility. From the moment Lin Xia captured the essence of the pink diamond, it was evident how much he cherished both the gem and his mother's birthday. She feared that she might not meet his expectations. As his daughter-in-law, every design crafted by her found favor with his mother. Yet, Qin Nuan sensed that Lin's mother did not hold her in particularly high regard. But what could she say? Unwillingness? Her voice faltered. Qin Nuan dared not voice any dissent thereafter. No, he urged, simply design according to your own style. As long as the sentiment is conveyed, that suffices. As the elevator doors opened, Lin Xia stepped out first. Passing the secretary's office, Qin Nuan raised her gaze and met Sun Cici's unfriendly stare. She could not recall when she had offended Sun Cici, yet the animosity was unmistakable. After much contemplation, she concluded that it must stem from Sun Cici's discontent towards Lin Xia, which she could not express directly and thus redirected towards her. Qin Nuan felt unjustly accused. Upon entering the CEO's office, Qin Nuan immediately began searching for drawing utensils and paper. With Lin's mother's birthday approaching next month, she dared not delay. Designing for such an extravagant pink diamond was already a daunting task, and the time for design would inevitably be short. She feared that the subsequent cutting and setting would not fit within a month's time, so she needed to work diligently. Once she submitted her design, it would no longer be her concern. After searching the desk twice without success, Lin Xia inquired, "What are you looking for?" "I'll have the secretary bring it to you," he added. The mere mention of the secretary reminded Qin Nuan of Sun Cici's hostile gaze, and she quickly waved her hands. "No, I can find it myself." Lin Xia did not insist, allowing her to leave the office. Outside the CEO's office, oblivious to the circumstances, Qin Nuan approached the secretary's office for assistance. "Excuse me, where can I find A4 paper and drawing utensils?" Just as the young secretary was about to reply, Sun Cici interjected, "There's none here. The design department on the 13th floor should have some." With a soft acknowledgement of gratitude, Qin Nuan took the elevator down. The young secretary stole a glance at Sun Cici, hesitant to speak further as she returned to her tasks. Although they were both assistants, Sun Cici's affluent background set her apart. And there had been instances where new secretaries were maneuvered out due to offending her. As Sun Cici picked up her phone to call Qin Nuan, she remembered that Qin had not used her phone in quite some time and thus pressed the intercom instead. "Where has Nuan gone?" "Madam Lin has gone to the design department." "The design department?" Just as she stepped off the elevator and approached the design department, she caught the sound of laughter between Qin Nuan and another man emanating from the break room. "I didn't expect you to be this impressive." That voice was unfamiliar to Lin Xia. It was laced with admiration and delight. "Give me your WeChat ID." But before Qin Nuan could finish her sentence, she froze as Lin Xia entered the room, his expression icy. "Get out," he commanded, and the male employee hurriedly exited the break room. Qin Nuan stood there, flustered. I came to borrow something." Stepping forward, Lin Xia roughly lifted her chin. "Were you about to borrow a bed instead? You're speaking nonsense." His expression, as if caught in an act of infidelity, left Qin Nuan feeling utterly humiliated. "I speak the truth. It is you who feels guilty," she thought, observing his demeanor of despair while he jested with other men. "Release me," she demanded, attempting to shake off Lin Xian's hand that grasped her chin. Though she lacked the power to resist his bullying, it did not grant him the liberty to humiliate her at will. Instead of letting her go, Lin Xian leaned in, seizing her crimson lips and indulging in a brazen kiss. "You, let go, scoundrel." Her fragmented curses emerged from their entangled mouths. The more she resisted, the more audacious he became, showing no concern for the employees who might witness their encounter. He wanted them to see, to understand that this woman belonged to him alone, not to be coveted by any of them. However, this display was nothing but a humiliation for Qin Nuan, a torment she was forced to endure. Finding no escape, she bit down fiercely on his tongue, causing Lin Xian to flinch in pain, giving her the opportunity to push him away. With tears brimming in her eyes and anger etched across her face, she glared at him, scrubbing her lips as if they were sullied. Her actions only served to infuriate Lin Xian further. He seized her arm and dragged her out of the pantry straight to the elevator. "Let go, I am a person, not an object," she protested, feeling a deep sense of shame as she was pulled along. Lin Xian, however, paid her no mind, forcefully shoving her into the elevator. You scoundrel," she spat, to which he retorted, "There are worse things." As they struggled, the elevator doors opened, and just as Qin Nuan attempted to flee, Lin Xian caught her once more. Let go," she cried, but despite her resistance, he hoisted her into his office as though she were a mere chick. The secretary in the office glanced up at the commotion, only to meet Lin Xian's icy glare, prompting her to feign ignorance and lower her head in silence. Sun Sisi, however, wore an expression of delight, reveling in the unexpected drama. Lin Xian, stop this at once, Qin Nuan demanded.
Stop.
Why should I? He replied defiantly. If you dare, I will make you loathe me for a lifetime. And what of it? You will still obediently please me, he continued. Once Lin Xian had his fill, Qin Nuan felt utterly drained, like a tattered doll, rendered motionless. The sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows was blindingly bright, and Qin Nuan squinted against its glare. Casting a glance at her, Lin Xian reached out, but she instinctively recoiled, rejecting his touch. Her actions deepened the frost on Lin Xian's face, and he resolutely lifted her into his arms, carrying her into the lounge. The moment she was free, Qin Nuan buried herself beneath the blanket, and soon muffled sobs escaped her. Listening to her intermittent cries, Lin Xian's hands, resting at his sides, clenched into fists. Regret it? He pondered.
No.
He intended for her to remember that she was his. Her joys, sorrows, and anger were to be directed solely toward him. Should she fail to grasp this, he would remind her in a manner uniquely hers. Eventually, when Qin Nuan had cried herself to sleep beneath the blanket, her sobs gradually subsided. Lin Xian pulled the blanket down slightly, revealing her tear-streaked face, and gently wiped away the traces of her tears before stepping out of the lounge. Chapter 039. Father-in-law. This is my failure. After that day, Qin Nuan returned to her previous state. Lin Xia continued to keep her close every day. This routine persisted for 5 days, during which the household staff and company employees bore the brunt of the turmoil. Lin Xia's displeasure inevitably affected those around him. Another executive was scolded and dismissed as Lin Xia hurled the documents from his hands, berating them as worthless. Qin Nuan sat quietly at the tea table, doodling like wallpaper. Yet the paper remained blank in essence. She was no longer eager to design the pink diamond. After all, no matter her efforts, he would ultimately remain dissatisfied, subjecting her to torment and humiliation. Why should she tread carefully, fearing his ire? What could be worse than her current treatment? The memory of Lin Xia's forceful actions in the office, disregarding her wishes, darkened her gaze further. Her drawing continued until office hours ended. Lin Xia stood up from his desk and announced his departure. Qin Nuan lazily rose, stretching her limbs. If one day her life were to end, she felt there would be little to mourn. However, when the car halted at the 5-star hotel under the Qin family's ownership, her perplexity deepened. Upon entering the hotel and finding her father, mother, and elder brother Qin Yang in the private room, her confusion intensified. Xia is here, come sit. Her father greeted Lin Xia, rising with an eagerness that resembled a subordinate rather than a father-in-law. Qin Yang followed suit, extending a welcome. How have you ended up like this? With no compassion or concern, only a visage of dissatisfaction, her father continued his tirade. Qin Nuan couldn't muster the energy to retort. What else could she hope for? You, marrying such a fine man as Xia and yet appearing so disheveled, what will others think? Her father continued to chastise. Qin Yang awkwardly poured tea for Lin Xia while their mother remained silent, merely observing. You and your sister are both like mud that cannot adhere to the wall. After all this time, not even a child has been conceived. The thought of his youngest daughter, married for months with no news of pregnancy, incited a fury within her father, primarily out of fear that Lin Xia might grow weary and seek divorce. The support of the Lin family was a treasure he could not afford to lose. Listening to the harsh criticisms, Qin Nuan truly began to question her own lineage. You, with that gloomy face every day, who are you trying to impress? Before her father could finish, Lin Xia interrupted. Father-in-law, this is my shortcoming. His indifferent tone, however, carried an undertone of displeasure. Her father's words were abruptly silenced. Xia, do not overthink it. I am merely anxious because Nuan is not striving, so let her mother take her to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow to adjust her condition. Chapter 040. Keep your distance as far as possible. That is unnecessary for you to concern yourself with. Father-in-law, I can take care of my wife myself. His voice remained cool, yet carried a note of warning. Her father fell silent, casting a glance at her mother. Xia, enjoy this tea. It is this year's freshly harvested top-grade Longjing. Yet, Lin Xia placed his cup before Qin Nuan. Do you like it? Qin Nuan raised her gaze to Lin Xia, her hand remaining still. Uncertain of his intentions and unable to comprehend the unfolding scene. Disliking tea? Instead, he ordered hot milk from the waiter. Soon, the waiter appeared with the warm beverage, followed by Qin He and Han. Qin Nuan was even more perplexed by the turn of events, yet when she saw her sister appear before her, unchanged in size but bearing a face marked by melancholy and desolation, a flicker of joy broke through. Her eyes, however, were laden with inquiries. Upon noticing Qin Nuan's significant weight loss and poor complexion, he could not restrain herself. Nuan, why have you lost so much weight? Taking a seat beside her, she looked at Qin Nuan with concern, scanning for any visible signs of injury. Only when she found none did her anxious expression ease somewhat. Before he could settle in, Han pulled her away. Let us sit over there. I have something to discuss with my father-in-law. You can go by yourself. He retorted, dissatisfied. Yet Han insisted, unwilling to allow his wife to meddle in affairs between Lin Xie and his spouse. The last time Lin Xie took Qin Nuan away, it had only taken 2 hours for Han's company to lose several lucrative deals due to Sheng Lin's interference. Following that debacle, Lin Xie had casually remarked, I see you are too busy with business to accompany your wife. Allow me to lighten your load. Resulting in Han's firm suffering a loss in the billions. Upon the arrival of their guests, Qin Nuan's parents and Qin Yang promptly rose to greet them. Lin Xie, however, did not lift his gaze, sipping tea as if oblivious. Apologies for the traffic, the man entering explained. It's quite all right, we have only just arrived. Qin father replied with a smile, proceeding to introduce their guests. This is Mr. Tian and Mrs. Tian from the Tian family, and here is Miss Tian Yaru, Qin Yang's fiancée. After introducing the 3 newcomers, he began presenting those already in the private room. Mr. Tian, a skilled socialite, greeted each individual introduced with warmth. The Tian family had risen from humble beginnings, amassing wealth, but lacking deep connections. However, seeing Lin Xie and Han, Mr. Tian felt their network had improved considerably. The primary purpose of this gathering was to discuss the engagement of Qin Yang and Tian Yaru, with Han and Lin Xie playing supporting roles. Despite their subordinate status, Mr. Tian made a concerted effort to engage with Lin Xie, ensuring he did not feel overlooked. Given that both families were financially secure, the engagement was swiftly agreed upon. And thereafter, Mr. Tian deliberately seated himself beside Lin Xie, initiating conversation. Although Lin Xie's demeanor was cool, he did not dismiss Mr. Tian's overtures. Observing her mother animatedly conversing with Tian Yaru, Qin Nuan felt a pang of discomfort. Her memory suggested her mother had never spoken to her with such warmth, often revolving around her father instead. Not wishing to endure the scene any longer, Qin Nuan rose. Chapter 041. Why should I bear his child? What's wrong? Lin Xie's attention shifted to her the moment she moved. I need to use the restroom. It seemed that each time she sought an escape, she resorted to this excuse. I'll accompany you. We are at the Qin residence. I cannot afford to lose you. Her unpleasant mood tinged her words with sharpness. Just as Qin father was about to protest, Lin Xie spoke first. Very well, but do be careful. He appeared unfazed by her defiance. With no interest in further engagement, Qin Nuan exited the private room. As Qin Nuan departed, he prepared to rise but was abruptly restrained by Han. Behave yourself, he whispered in a low tone. Release me. Do not instigate trouble. He continued to struggle, while Qin mother, at Qin father's behest, followed Tian Yaru out of the private room. Qin Nuan, not genuinely intending to visit the restroom, turned and made her way to the designated observation balcony on this floor. Her tumultuous emotions remained unaddressed when Qin mother followed her. Nuan, how are you adjusting to life after marrying Xi? Qin mother inquired gently, observing Qin Nuan. Qin Nuan merely smiled silently, her expression laced with sarcasm. If something is troubling you, speak to me. It will be better to express it. Unperturbed by Qin Nuan's demeanor, Qin mother continued, Nuan, you are no longer a child. You cannot remain so willful. I am merely 22. Am I not allowed to be indulged by family and loved ones at this age? Qin Nuan retorted. Your mother had your brother when she was your age. Despite her years, Qin mother maintained her grace and poise, her youthful charm unmarred by life's tempests. Qin Nuan inherited her mother's appearance. Though not a breathtaking beauty, she exuded a refreshing and clean allure. Nuan, the most important thing for a woman is to have a good home. Although she may seem difficult to approach, he chose to marry you, which signifies his affection. Once you have children, he will surely treat you even better. What do you mean by a good home, mother? Is it a union devoid of love, built solely on interests? Qin Nuan gazed at her mother, feeling a profound sadness for both herself and her mother for the first time. Nuan, you do not yet comprehend our concerns. You will understand once you have children. Children? The very word pierced Qin Nuan's heart. Why should I bear him a child? Nuan, how can you think like that? Qin mother's gentle demeanor faltered as she grasped Qin Nuan's hands. Do not be willful. Who in D City can compare to Lin Xie? You are the envy of many women. Do not forsake your happiness due to your obstinacy. The Lin family, a prominent clan, had managed to maintain stability amidst their affluence. Lin Xia's grandfather had retired from a high-ranking position, while his uncles surpassed expectations. Lin Xia's father ventured into business and quickly ascended to become a titan in D-City's commercial realm. And Lin Xi himself wielded power and wealth with unparalleled finesse, drawing admiration from women both locally and abroad eager to bear his children. While you are still Mrs. Lin Nuan, you must quickly bear Lin Xi a child, preferably a son. This way, even if Lin Xi finds another woman in the future, your position will remain secure. Noticing Qin Nuan's silence, Qin mother continued her persuasion. As she listened to her mother, Qin Nuan suddenly burst into laughter. Chapter 042. One must learn contentment. Nuan, your mother only wishes the best for you. Qin Nuan's laughter caused Qin mother's delicate brow to furrow. I have conformed to your wishes and married Lin Xia. Are you still not satisfied? Now you are pressing me to bear him children? Gazing at her mother, Qin Nuan instinctively took a step back, her delicate face devoid of expression, save for an ashen pallor. Nuan, how could you think of us in this manner? Everything we do is for whom, if not for you? For us? Qin Nuan wished to laugh, but no mirth escaped her lips. Would they truly resort to administering nutritional fluids to prolong her life when she was on the brink of starvation? If they genuinely cared for her, would they only concern themselves with when she would produce offspring to secure their standing, rather than inquiring about her well-being? Does it not sound deeply ironic to utter the phrase for them? Must they drive me to the brink of death before they relent? I am a person in my own right. I possess thoughts, aspirations, and an understanding of happiness. Yet now, I find myself bereft of everything, utterly devoid of all. There was no hysteria, only a silence, so profound it was almost weightless. No freedom, no dignity, no Yafan, and soon, no family left. Lin Xia forced her to conceive, suffocating her with the pressure, and now her parents chastised her for not hastening to bear him a child, as if failing to do so was the gravest of sins. But who inquired about her desires, her wishes regarding motherhood? Nuan, one must be content. What you possess is envied by many. Qin's mother gazed at her with a heart-wrenching expression. And are you content? Qin Nuan retorted without awaiting a response. Though the Qin family may not rival the Shang or Han families, they held a prominent status in D-City. Why then? Must they sacrifice the happiness of my sister and me for the sake of a marital alliance? Why permit her brother to wed the heiress of the Tian family simply because of their wealth? Are you truly satisfied? She had long believed that being forced into a marriage with Lin Xia was enough to extinguish her spirit, but she had not anticipated the further torment. Nuan, your father and I have traversed this path. We know what is right for you. We cannot stand by as you make misguided choices in your youth. She understood her parents' beliefs were deeply ingrained and unlikely to change. Perhaps one day, if she were to perish under their misguided notions, they might harbor a flicker of doubt, but that was merely a possibility. She had thought she could no longer feel sorrow or disappointment, yet tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Too weary to even wipe them away, Qin Nuan headed straight for the restroom. However, at the threshold, she encountered Lin Xia, leaning against the wall, smoking. What's wrong? Without glancing at him, Qin Nuan attempted to pass by. Lin Xia grasped her arm, halting her. What is it? Observing his indifferent expression, Qin Nuan's tears flowed even more fiercely. Perhaps in the eyes of other women, Lin Xia symbolized many things, but to Qin Nuan, he was nothing but a shadow of Yafan. She did not covet, not in the slightest, yet she found herself ensnared in the insatiable desires of others. Qin Nuan could only follow passively. Upon returning to the villa, she ascended the stairs without waiting for Lin Xia to speak. After watching her retreating figure, Lin Xia instructed the servants to prepare porridge before following her upstairs. Upon entering the room, he was met with the sound of running water from the restroom, intermingled with the muffled sobs hidden beneath the sound. Standing in front of the bathroom door for an extended period, long enough for the servant to bring up the congee, Qin Nuan still did not emerge. Lin Xia remained motionless, his gaze fixed intently on the door. Chapter 043. There are countless ways to make you obey. Just as the congee was about to cool, the bathroom door finally creaked open. Lin Xia, who had been standing before the door, was now smoking by the window. With his back turned to her, Qin Nuan could not discern his expression, but she felt too weary to ponder whether he was pleased or displeased. Eat the congee, came his voice, devoid of discernible emotion. Qin Nuan paused in her movement toward the bed, her eyes landing on the bowl of congee on the nightstand. After gazing at it for a moment, she simply replied, not hungry. Since her efforts seemed to garner no regard, she saw no reason to compromise her dignity.
Eat.
His voice grew colder, lacking any warmth. Ignoring him entirely, Qin Nuan climbed into bed, burying herself beneath the covers. Snuffing out his cigarette, Lin Da strode to the bedside and pulled her from the blankets.
Eat.
Qin Nuan could not fathom his stubbornness, yet she was resolute in her refusal to be dictated to. Why should he, in his lofty position, command her every action, as if his words were divine decrees? She had no desire for anything he possessed. Why should she heed his orders? I won't eat. You can kill me if you wish. Qin Nuan. He uttered her name with a weighty warning, sending a shiver through her, even as she had long since resigned herself to fate. He had never before addressed her by both name and surname. This was a first. Don't make me repeat myself. Though her heart and body trembled in fear, Qin Nuan refused to show weakness. What can you do to me if I don't eat? Hit me? Or perhaps assault me once more? After all, it has happened so many times that I have grown numb to it. Her words dripped with provocation, as if defiance was the only means to assert her unyielding spirit. Lin Da's rage twisted into a cruel smile. Though he wore a grin, it sent chills down Qin Nuan's spine.
Is that so?
His voice was soft yet menacing, his body leaning closer. Qin Nuan defiantly raised her chin to meet his gaze. What if I were to record the entire process and send it to that man for his enjoyment? He spoke the cruel words with a smile that was almost predatory. You. Or perhaps you think he would not find it sufficient alone. We could invite others. Who else do you think we could find? You wouldn't dare. There are so many things I wouldn't dare to do, and I've done them all. His long fingers caressed her pale cheek. Who do you think I should invite? Startled by his touch, Qin Nuan instinctively recoiled. I have countless ways to make you obey. However, since you are my legitimate wife, I must preserve some semblance of dignity. But if you choose to disregard that, then I have no other recourse. Qin Nuan had never before encountered someone who could articulate threats so rationally, as if lovers were merely discussing a commonplace matter. So, get up and eat the congee. Meeting Lin Da's gaze directly, as if attempting to see through him, Qin Nuan found herself unable to doubt any longer. Under his watchful eyes, she reluctantly descended from the bed, slowly consuming the congee, yet despite her sluggish pace, the bowl was emptied in no time. She did not believe that Lin Da would be so benevolent as to let her go, especially after being pressed for doubts by Qin's father today. As footsteps approached, Qin Nuan nervously clutched the thin blanket in her hands. Despite having endured numerous trials, the fear gripped her still, emanating from her very bones. Chapter 044. Qin Nuan, radiant with a smile. Ultimately, what she encountered was the sound of footsteps fading away. Qin Nuan dared not turn around, her grip on the blanket unwavering. With the sound of the door closing, the footsteps vanished, followed by the sound of water from the bathroom. Only upon confirming that Lin Da had entered the bathroom did she gradually release her hold on the blanket, a self-deprecating smile tugging at her sorrowful face. She mocked her own audacity, the foolishness of imagining she could stand against Lin Da. In his eyes, dealing with her was simpler than swatting an ant. Did her desperate attempts at resistance merely amuse him? Qin Nuan felt like a caged beast, her struggles and desires to escape merely spectacles for those around her. No matter how much resentment she harbored, ultimately, she would be worn down by reality, becoming nothing more than a tamed pet. As the sound of water ceased, the bathroom door swung open. Qin Nuan quickly closed her eyes, feigning sleep, but her rigid body betrayed her. Stripping off the towel, Lin Da climbed into bed, drawing her into his embrace. Qin Nuan dared not move, yet fortunately, Lin Da merely held her without any further actions. Soon, the rhythmic sound of his breathing filled the air, allowing her stiff form to gradually relax. Still, she did not dare to shift from his embrace, fearing that even the slightest movement might rouse him, leading to endless turmoil. Amidst her discontent and chaotic thoughts, her breathing steadied, ultimately succumbing to a deep slumber. When the woman in his arms finally relaxed, Lin Da opened his eyes, gazing at her under the soft glow of the villa's exterior lights. His hand instinctively brushed the creases between her brows. In the darkness, his handsome face bore a hint of helplessness. The following day, Qin Nuan was once again hoisted up by Lin Da. With bleary eyes, she gazed ahead. Hurry up, he commanded, leaving her with those two words before descending the stairs. Qin Nuan could only drag herself up, wash, change, and make her way downstairs. Upon arriving at the company, Lin Da headed directly to the conference room, while Qin Nuan nestled in the president's office, continuing to refine her unfinished design. Despite numerous revisions, dissatisfaction lingered. She had intended to hastily complete it and submit it, but the designer's instinct compelled her to make amends, feeling that anything less would be a disservice to herself. During this time, Sun Cece entered with documents. Qin Nuan noticed that throughout her days in Lin Da's office, it was always Sun Cece who brought in anything. After placing the documents down, Sun Sisi did not immediately leave, but instead regarded Qin Nuan with scrutiny. Qin Nuan glanced up at Sun Sisi, feeling there was nothing to discuss, and returned to her design sketches. However, she caught the sound of Sun Sisi's derisive laughter. She really thinks she's the president's wife. The voice was just loud enough for Qin Nuan to hear. Frowning slightly, she chose to ignore it. Qin Nuan's silence emboldened Sun Sisi to let out a haughty snort before she swaggered out of the president's office. Qin Nuan, however, remained unfazed by Sun Sisi's provocation, though she seemed to grasp the source of Sun Sisi's animosity. If she fancied Lin Xia, why resort to mocking her instead of pursuing him? In truth, she wished Sun Sisi would boldly attempt to seduce Lin Xia, and ideally, that he would reciprocate her affections. Even if divorce were not an option, it would be a relief if his thoughts strayed to another woman. It would be even better if Sun Sisi bore Lin Xia's child, prompting him to cast her aside in order to provide the child with a legitimate identity. The thought brought a smile to Qin Nuan's face. When Lin Xia entered, he found Qin Nuan radiating joy. However, upon meeting his gaze, her smile vanished instantly, replaced by a look of surprise that dimmed considerably. Noticing Lin Xia's faltering expression, Qin Nuan quickly rose to her feet. "I'll go brew a cup of tea," she declared, hastily slipping past him. Once outside the office, she exhaled a sigh of relief, as if escaping a perilous situation. Fortunately, the tea had steeped long enough to cool. But glancing at the large water stain on Sun Sisi's suit, she felt compelled to apologize. "I'm so sorry I didn't see it," she said, hurriedly reaching for a tissue. Sun Sisi sidestepped Qin Nuan's outstretched hand. "It's all right. It's just that my clothes are wet. And I wouldn't want clients to see it. It reflects poorly on the company's image." She looked down at the damp fabric with an expression of distress. Qin Nuan hesitated, her hand hovering in midair. "Then I can go out and buy you a new set," she suggested, the best solution that came to mind. Shaking her head, Qin Nuan replied, "No, it's my fault. I wouldn't want to trouble you." Having long since forgotten Sun Sisi's disrespect and hostility, she simply wished to swiftly resolve the unintended trouble. Her words elicited a smirk from Sun Sisi. "But the suit I'm wearing is exclusive to G purchase. If it's too much trouble, never mind. After all, you're the president's wife. I doubt anyone would say anything. It's no trouble at all. I'll go right now. You just hang in there," she said before departing. Watching Qin Nuan's retreating figure, Sun Sisi's face bore no trace of distress, only disdain. She truly could not fathom why Lin Xia had married her. For beauty, she was at best delicately pretty. For intelligence, she had been completely outmaneuvered. And in terms of family background, she was merely upper class, far inferior to the Lin family. "Could I borrow some money?" Qin Nuan felt an involuntary tension when addressing Lin Xia, especially when making requests. Lin Xia looked up. "I want to buy something. I'd prefer to go myself," she murmured softly. As she sensed Lin Xia's gaze upon her, Qin Nuan lowered her head further, contemplating whether to call them all for delivery, or have the driver go out to buy it if Lin Xia refused her request. Noticing the small woman before him with her head nearly bowed to the ground, Lin Xia retrieved a bank card from his drawer. "Come take it," he said, raising the card in his hand, his eyes reflecting a hint of dissatisfaction. "Are you trying to amuse yourself? No token of gratitude?" "What token?" she inquired, bewildered. In response to Qin Nuan's inquiry, Lin Xia's gaze shifted to her lips. Upon noticing Lin Xia's focus, Qin Nuan immediately comprehended the underlying implication. Biting her lip, she hesitated to approach. However, Lin Xia did not press her, patiently awaiting her move. Qin Nuan yearned to declare that she no longer desired his filthy money. Yet the smile that flickered in Lin Xia's eyes compelled her to approach timidly. She lightly brushed her lips against his cheek, and seizing the moment while he was momentarily distracted, she snatched the bank card and leaped several meters away. Rather than inciting further confrontation from Lin Xia, her actions only served to broaden the smile upon his face. Grateful, she exited the CEO's office clutching the bank card. Upon leaving the elevator, she spotted Lin Xia's exclusive vehicle awaiting her at the foot of the staircase. Inside the secretary's office, upon seeing Qin Nuan enter the elevator, Sun Sisi promptly picked up the prepared documents and knocked on the door of the CEO's office. After hearing the word enter, she glanced down at her water-stained white shirt before stepping inside. "Mr. Lin, here are the documents you requested." After placing the files down, Sun Sisi made no immediate move to leave, but instead circled the desk to approach Lin Xia. Lin Xia frowned in displeasure. "Mr. Lin, you must be exhausted. Allow me to give you a massage to help you unwind." As she reached out her hand, it was swiftly brushed aside before she could make contact. "Mr. Lin?" she called out, feeling aggrieved. "Just go away," he replied coldly. "Mr. Lin? I merely noticed how tired you are and wished to help you relax." There was no ulterior motive. She approached him with eyes full of innocent sorrow. "Do not make me repeat myself," Lin Xiao warned, his expression icy. Under the weight of his frosty gaze, Sun Cece dared not advance further, her eyes brimming with tears. "Mr. Lin, I took the time to learn massage techniques specifically for you. I assure you, I will not disappoint." She understood the allure of a woman who could render a man defenseless, one who appeared both delicate and enticing. Dressed in a fitted white shirt that clung to her form, the damp fabric subtly revealed her undergarments, while the two unbuttoned buttons tantalizingly exposed her alluring cleavage. She was confident that in such a state, Lin Xiao would find it difficult to overlook her. "Mr. Lin, your wife is still quite young, and may not know how to provide a man with comfort. But I do." As she spoke, she began to unbutton her shirt. Just as Lin Xiao opened his mouth to respond, the office door swung open unexpectedly. "Secretary Sun," Qin Nuan exclaimed, her eyes widening at the sight of the disheveled scene. The sudden noise caused Sun Cece to stumble into Lin Xiao's embrace, startled. "Mr. Lin," she murmured, her hands instinctively wrapping around him. Yet, instead of pushing her away, Lin Xiao regarded Qin Nuan with an inscrutable expression. I didn't know. I didn't realize you were busy. Please, carry on." Startled by Lin Xiao's gaze, Qin Nuan stammered before turning to flee. "Stop," Lin Xia commanded, elegantly disentangling himself from Sun Cece and rising, his movements a stark contrast to the forcefulness of his earlier action. Suddenly pushed aside, Sun Cece fell to the ground, attempting to reach for Lin Xia. Yet, upon witnessing the icy and gloomy expression on Lin Xia's face, she diverted her gaze to Qin Nuan. "Madam Lin, I truly cannot fulfill what you have asked of me." Sun Cece's words left Qin Nuan momentarily bewildered. However, the expression on her face carried a different implication in Lin Xia's eyes, as his gaze shifted from Qin Nuan's face to Sun Cece, who was at his feet. Upon meeting Lin Xia's gaze, Sun Cece scrambled to her feet and fled the president's office in tears. Qin Nuan, however, remained utterly perplexed by Sun Cece's cryptic statements. Glancing at the silent Qin Nuan, Lin Xia approached, his eyes brimming with a palpable menace. "Nothing to say?" he asked coldly, raising Qin Nuan's chin with roughness. "Speak. What is there to say?" Her silence in Lin Xia's eyes was tantamount to acquiescence. "Well, Qin Nuan, I must admit I underestimated you. I do not comprehend your meaning." The murderous intent in Lin Xia's gaze instilled fear in Qin Nuan. It had been a long time since she had witnessed such overt hostility from him. What did his clandestine affair with the secretary have to do with her? "I did not intend to intrude upon your affairs." She could only assume he was blaming her for interfering with their clandestine endeavors. "Is that so? What a pity." Releasing her chin, Lin Xia began to scrutinize Qin Nuan, causing her scalp to prickle under his intense gaze. "I will fetch you some cufflinks. You may continue," he said, turning to flee. But as he did, Lin Xia pinned her against the office door, subsequently silent as he nibbled on her delicate earlobe. "Lin Xia, please stop." She struggled to evade him, yet he held her firmly against the door. She could not fathom how everything had shifted so drastically in an instant. She had done nothing wrong, had been living cautiously and resignedly, yet still found herself ensnared. "No, let me go." "No? You have no right to deny me." In that moment, the composed and self-restrained Lin Xia vanished, replaced by a frenzied desire for possession. Qin Nuan could not recall how she endured it, only that she lost consciousness amidst the excruciating pain, awakening deep into the night. Any movement amplified her suffering infinitely. In that instant, she realized her tears had seemingly run dry. Bearing the pain, she turned away, avoiding the man beside her. Turn around. Yet, the man beside her was unwilling to relent. In the oppressive silence that felt suffocating, Qin Nuan slowly turned, though she did not face Lin Xia, observing her swollen lips and vacant eyes. Lin Xia's heart tightened with anguish. Chapter 048. His voice was gentle enough to be mistaken for an illusion. During the day in the office, her initial silence had led him to believe that Sun Cece's reckless behavior was at her behest. However, what truly drove him to the brink was her apparent enjoyment of the notion of him mingling with Sun Cece. He could not tolerate the sight of her being indifferent to him with other women, even relishing the thought. His long fingers caressed her fair cheek gently. "Where does it hurt?" His voice, soft enough to be mistaken for an illusion, caused tears to well up in Qin Nuan's eyes. His gentle demeanor reminded her of the man who could only reside in her heart. Once upon a time, he softly inquired about her discomfort. But now those moments had transformed into dreams too beautiful to dare envision, even in the depths of night. Burrowing her face into the covers, tears streamed down her cheeks. Listening to the muffled sobs, Lin Xiao embraced her tightly. They remained silent for a prolonged period, with neither uttering a word. When Qin Nuan grew weary from her tears, she drifted off to sleep once more. The following day, Qin Nuan awoke to find it nearly noon, her stomach protesting for quite some time, yet she remained motionless. Lying quietly in a state of near despair, she pondered how much longer she could endure such a life. Perhaps one day, after yet another bout of oppression, she would completely shatter. Would that collapse result in Lin Xiao casting her aside? She truly anticipated such a day, eagerly looking forward to it, willing to pay any price just to escape Lin Xiao and this place. Before long, Lin Xiao entered the room. "You're awake? Come downstairs to eat." Qin Nuan turned to face the man, his expression devoid of emotion, as if the gentle Lin Xiao from the previous night had been but a figment of her imagination. "Your mother is here, downstairs." Upon hearing that her mother had arrived, Qin Nuan's brows furrowed. Despite being married to Lin Xiao for some time, her mother had never come to visit her. The reason for this visit was all too clear. "No need. I will be down shortly," she replied, rising to enter the bathroom. By the time Qin Nuan emerged, Lin Xiao was nowhere to be seen. As she descended the stairs, a flicker of hope lingered in her heart, wishing her mother had merely come to check on her well-being. However, as she approached her mother, whose eyes inadvertently drifted over her abdomen and then narrowed in discontent upon seeing her appearance, that fleeting hope dissipated, and her heart grew cold. "Mom has made an appointment with a renowned traditional Chinese doctor. We will go see him shortly," her mother said in the same gentle tone. Yet, to Qin Nuan's ears, it resonated with profound indifference. "Nuan, I only want what is best for you. Do not be willful," her mother urged, noticing Qin Nuan's evident aversion. Qin Nuan remained silent, gazing at her mother. For a brief moment, she contemplated revealing the truth, that she not only carried Lin Xiao's child, but had also taken matters into her own hands to terminate the pregnancy, simply because she did not wish to bear his child. Yet, the words remained unspoken. "Nuan, you may not realize it now, but time waits for no one. If you do not take care of your health now, you may find it difficult to conceive when the time comes," her mother continued, her tone earnest and compassionate. "If you have no other matters to discuss, I am tired and will be heading upstairs," Qin Nuan stated wearily, her heart and body weighed down by the dual burden. "Nuan, your mother only wishes for your well-being. Why can you not understand?" Seeing that Qin Nuan remained unmoved, her mother's gentle demeanor faltered. However, she was not her father and would not resort to slapping her. Yet even her father would hesitate to raise a hand against Qin Nuan now, especially since she now bore the title of Lin's wife. "Your goodwill is better suited for my elder brother. I have no need for it," she declared, turning on her heel to ascend the stairs. Chapter 049, Drowsiness and Nausea. Qin Nuan, however, suddenly quickened her pace, swiftly disappearing around the corner of the staircase. "Dr. Qin, I apologize, but I cannot make it today. Would you be so kind as to prepare some herbal medicine for my condition?" Whatever was said from the other end prompted Qin's mother to respond with a smile, repeatedly agreeing. In the second-floor bedroom, a fragile figure stood by the window, gazing at the departing vehicle. Her hand absently wiped away the tears that overflowed from her eyes, scolding herself for her lack of resolve. "Why am I crying? No one will care if I weep to death. They will only berate me for my ingratitude. If that were the case, why cry at all?" Yet, days later, what Qin Nuan found most difficult to bear was not the herbal medicine personally delivered by her mother, but the reaction of her own body, excessive sleepiness and nausea. Lin Xia had not taken her to the company for several days, leaving Qin Nuan with nothing to do but sleep for entire days on end, and even then, it seemed insufficient. At the dining table, Lin Xia sat across from her in silence, an inscrutable gaze fixed upon her, as if attempting to see directly into her soul. The intensity of his stare made Qin Nuan uncomfortable, wishing to vanish into thin air. Finally, after a period of restless fidgeting, Lin Xia uttered the words, "Eat." That night, after retiring to bed, Lin Xia did not act as voraciously as usual. Instead, he held Qin Nuan close, gently caressing her abdomen. This tender gesture sent chills down Qin Nuan's spine. Eventually, as Lin Xia drifted off to sleep, Qin Nuan remained wide awake. In the stillness, countless images flooded her mind, both good and bad, but ultimately, they coalesced into the one she dreaded most, a child. Her hand instinctively moved to her abdomen, evading Lin Xia's gentle touch. Did she possess the courage to sign the surgical consent form herself? The answer was a resounding no. Yet, was she resigned to bear his child? The answer remained a firm negative. The following morning, Qin Nuan surprisingly awoke earlier than Lin Xia, quietly observing the face so near to her. The cold exterior was stripped away, revealing a still piercing visage. After an indeterminate time of gazing, their eyes unexpectedly met, his deep-set eyes locking onto hers. Qin Nuan froze momentarily, and her body instinctively recoiled, only to be caught by an arm encircling her waist. Where do you think you're running off to? Qin Nuan hung her head in silence. Do you like it? I do not like anything about you. Where do you want to go? I will accompany you. His voice and expression were unexpectedly gentle, resembling that of a normal husband towards his wife. Yet, it nearly provoked a cynical laugh from Qin Nuan. Was it true that anyone, once appeased, would wear pleasant demeanor? Where do you want to go? Lin Xie patiently inquired once more. Qin Nuan replied honestly, I wish to find my sister. At once, Lin Xie's expression turned frigid. Since you have nowhere in particular to go, then remain at home. With that, he rose from the bed. As he entered the bathroom, a mocking smile spread across Qin Nuan's face. Look, I've once again displeased the master. When Lin Xie emerged from the bathroom, Qin Nuan remained in her previous position. Unmoving. Qin Nuan, do not repeatedly test my patience. The consequences are not something you can afford. Before stepping out, Lin Xie delivered his chilling warning. Since tolerance does not yield the desired outcome, he is unperturbed by the prospect of adopting an alternative approach, one in which she is entirely obedient. Chapter 050. The madam leapt from the third floor. Lin Xie had scarcely departed when a servant knocked and entered. Madam, breakfast is ready. Would you prefer to dine downstairs or have it served here? Additionally, your mother has just arrived. Would you like to see her? Given the previous discord between Qin Nuan and her mother, the servant hesitated, unsure whether Qin Nuan would be willing to meet. Upon hearing that her mother had come, Qin Nuan could hardly muster a cold smile. Nuan, may I come in? Knowing that Lin Xie was absent and fearing that Qin Nuan might refuse to see her, Qin's mother ascended the stairs. The servant, observing Qin Nuan's lack of opposition, opened the door to let her mother in. I heard from downstairs that you have not been feeling well these past few days. What seems to be the matter? Shall I take you to the hospital for a checkup? Qin Nuan lifted her gaze to her mother, but remained silent. It is essential to consult a doctor when one's health is compromised. Delaying could lead to more significant issues.
No, I am fine.
Nuan. You are no longer a child. Do not be willful. Willful? What constitutes willfulness? She retorted, unable to suppress her self-deprecating humor. Refusing to comply with an arranged marriage is deemed willful, as is the unwillingness to bear children, yet she never considered these actions as such. She believed that everything she chose to do was simply what should be done. Nuan, Lin Xie is his father's only child, and the Lin family is prominent and prosperous. They cannot tolerate a woman who cannot bear children. Since you are newly married, having a child now will safeguard you against any future uncertainties, Qin's mother implored with heartfelt sincerity. Aware that her daughter was currently resistant, she knew some matters required early planning. Look at your sister. She has been married for 3 years. Had she been more attentive at the beginning of her marriage, she would not have been without news for so long. So, Nuan.
Mom, enough.
Frustration peaked as Qin Nuan suddenly interrupted her mother's counsel. Taken aback, Qin's mother wore a look of misunderstood goodwill and grievance. Not wishing to see her mother's disheartening expression any longer, Qin Nuan rose. You must have many matters to attend to, so I shall not keep you. The response to Qin's mother was the resounding slam of the bathroom door. With a heavy heart, Qin's mother departed. No amount of washing her face could wash away the surging irritation within. Qin Nuan changed into sports attire and ascended to the gym on the 3rd floor, seeking to vent her pent-up frustration through exercise. However, just as she pushed open the gym door, a servant hurried to her side. Madam, the sir instructed that you should refrain from strenuous exercise recently. Qin Nuan paid no heed. Madam, the flowers in the greenhouse are blooming splendidly. Perhaps you would like to take a look? The servant followed closely behind. Qin Nuan stepped directly onto the treadmill, prompting the servant to immediately shut off the gym's power. Knowing that Lin Xie's orders would be strictly followed, Qin Nuan could only sulkily retreat to the small balcony designated in the lounge. The servant promptly closed the window. I am thirsty. Bring me a glass of juice. Qin Nuan commanded coldly, watching the servant close the window. In the small refrigerator of the gym, there was only ice water. Juice could only be retrieved from downstairs. The servant glanced at Qin Nuan and, seeing her calm demeanor, hurriedly exited the lounge to fetch juice. Once the servant left, Qin Nuan approached the window and opened it, only to see a car parked in front of the villa, followed by several women in white coats entering the premises. A bright smile suddenly illuminated her previously expressionless face. Beautiful, yet tinged with resolve. In the high-level conference room on the top floor of Shunlin, a specific ringtone pierced the air, causing Lin Xie to furrow his brow. The executives were inwardly lamenting. Over the past few days, everyone had discerned the usually inscrutable president's evident displeasure, and they had remained silent for fear of provoking Junwei. They could hardly fathom the consequences of a misstep, and the sudden ringing of the phone elevated Lin Xie's irritation to new heights, rendering them even more mute. With a frown, Lin Xia pressed the answer button. This is bad, sir. The lady has jumped from the third floor. With a resounding crash, Lin Xia hurled his phone against the conference room window, muttering a curse before swiftly exiting the room, his fury seemingly capable of obliterating everything around him. In the underground parking lot, the security guard watched as the limited edition sports car sped out like an arrow. At the hospital, Qin Nuan, drenched in blood, was rushed into the emergency room. Upon receiving the news, Lu Cheng dashed straight from the conference room to the emergency department. The third floor was not particularly high. Yet a fall could be fatal, especially since Lin Xia had instructed him to send an obstetrician to examine Qin Nuan earlier that morning. While others were unaware of Qin Nuan's significance to Lin Xia, he understood all too well, and thus could not allow her to come to harm. Otherwise, the hospital might soon resemble a battlefield. When Lin Xia arrived, the surgery was still underway, and a young maid cowered in the corner, watching him with trepidation. The normally intimidating Mr. Lin now radiated an aura of sheer terror. Under Lin Xia's scrutinizing gaze, the maid was rendered speechless, her anxiety palpable. Do not make me repeat myself, his eyes seemed to say, clearly indicating that silence would lead to further consequences. Madam said she wanted to drink juice. I will go get it, she stammered, barely managing to utter a coherent sentence before being startled into silence by Lin Xia's forceful kick against the emergency room door. Damn it, he muttered, kicking the door several more times. The doctors and nurses inside exchanged glances, fully aware of the identity of the patient being rescued and who was outside kicking the door. They collectively turned their attention to Lu Cheng. Ignore the chaos outside and focus on your duties, Lu Cheng instructed in a calm tone. It was best to pray that the individual inside remained unharmed. Otherwise, no one could predict what Lin Xia might do in his wrath. Despite his relentless kicking, Lin Xia's rage remained unquenched. He rummaged through his pockets for a cigarette but found none. He then turned to his newly arrived assistant, Luo Jia, who respectfully presented his own cigarette to Lin Xia. He dared not remind his boss that they were in a hospital where smoking was prohibited. As time inexorably passed, just as Lin Xia felt compelled to forcefully push open the door to the emergency room, Lu Cheng emerged, furrowing his brow at the scattered cigarette butts on the floor. It was evident that no one dared to remind Lin Xia that this was a hospital and smoking was prohibited. Lin Xia cast a dark, menacing glare at Lu Cheng. No need for the surgery, Lin Xia suddenly spoke. Lu Cheng's expression reflected disbelief at what he thought he had misheard. I said her broken leg does not require surgery, Lin Xia reiterated, fixing his gaze on Lu Cheng. Xia, this is not a matter to jest about, Lu Cheng cautioned, his demeanor turning serious upon realizing Lin Xia was not joking. Missing the optimal time for treatment could lead to trivial complications, but her leg may be irrevocably damaged. He could not help but urge her. However, Lin Xia merely shot Lu Cheng a cold, warning glance, the message unmistakable. Lu Cheng contemplated speaking but ultimately refrained. Do not act on my behalf without my consent. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Xia, once she wakes, she will blame you for this, Lu Cheng attempted to reason, sensing his thoughts had been laid bare. Beyond his duty as a physician, he felt a profound responsibility toward his friend, unable to watch as she inflicted irreparable harm upon herself due to a moment of rage. Perhaps this is her own doing, Lin Xia retorted, discarding the remaining half of his cigarette and crushing it forcefully underfoot. Xia, there are many ways to instill a lesson. This is not the wisest choice, Lu Cheng remarked, recalling the phone call he received notifying him that Qin Nuan had jumped from the third floor. Although the specifics eluded him, it was clear that pushing a newlywed wife to such an extreme was an egregious act. Lu Cheng understood Lin Xia's temperament all too well. All he sought was compliance. Yet this was far from the most prudent way to ensure lasting lessons. It would only exacerbate the situation. Lu Cheng, you're speaking far too much today, Lin Xia replied, visibly irritated. Upon opening the empty cigarette pack, he crumpled it in frustration and hurled it against the wall. Xia, focus on what you must do, he warned coldly before turning to leave. Lu Cheng could only sigh in resignation. Knowing Lin Xia's temperament, he dared not take matters into his own hands. He was acutely aware that if he were to proceed with the surgery on Qin Nuan's leg, Lin Xia would likely retaliate by breaking it himself. In that scenario, it would be Qin Nuan who would suffer, so he could only wait for Lin Xia to reach his own conclusions. If he did not, it would simply be Qin Nuan's fate. After all, she had caught Lin Xia's eye yet failed to understand the necessity of appeasing him. If she could accept her situation, it would be a stroke of fortune. If not, it would lead to catastrophic misfortune, the outcome of which remained uncertain. After conducting a thorough examination to ensure nothing was overlooked, Qin Nuan was wheeled into a private VIP room. Once the anesthesia wore off, she would awaken. Seeing Lin Xia, Lu Cheng spoke. Lin Xia remained silent, casting a brief, indifferent glance at Qin Nuan before turning his gaze out the window. It was impossible to discern Lin Xia's thoughts, prompting Lu Cheng to carefully consider his next words. Shi Yi, there exists but a single individual. Once lost, they are truly gone. And even you cannot replicate another just like them. The frail figure on the sickbed lies there so weakly that one might not notice without a closer look. That pallid face nearly blends with the color of the sheets, and the breaths are so faint that a mere gust of wind could whisk them away. The very thought of being blown away tightened Lin Xia's heart. Shi Yi, if it is truly held in the heart, one must treat it differently. Lu Cheng's words elicited a chilling smirk on Lin Xia's otherwise indifferent face. Treat it differently?
No, she did not require that.
She had yet to learn obedience. Thus, he would teach her until she did. As long as she complied, he did not mind whether she was missing an arm or a leg. Think it over, he said, patting Lin Xi on the shoulder before taking a few steps away, only to pause and remind her, if you wake and the anesthesia wears off, and the pain becomes unbearable, call for the nurse. The pain is of your own making. Chapter 052. Do you not find this amusing? Once Lu Cheng departed, the ward fell into a haunting silence. After steadying himself, he casually retrieved a freshly purchased cigarette, holding it between his lips without igniting it, staring out the window for an unknown duration until a faint sound emerged from the sickbed where Qin Nuan lay. At the slightest noise, Lin Xi abruptly turned to regard Qin Nuan. As Qin Nuan struggled to awaken from the darkness, she first met a pair of bloodthirsty, savage eyes, followed by an overwhelming wave of pain, as if her very being had been violently disassembled and then reassembled. In the midst of her agony, Qin Nuan recalled her leap from the third-floor gym of the villa. The thought of such a decisive act brought a sardonic smile to her pale face. A smile tinged with self-mockery and vengeance. She had never realized how profound her rebellious spirit ran, so much so that she would rather harm herself than fulfill their wishes. Yet, the thought that she might have once again taken the life of her child crushed her with a sense of helplessness and guilt, leaving her breathless. Upon seeing the smile on Qin Nuan's face, Lin Xia's eyes darkened with even greater malice. She strode forward, forcefully grasping the sight of Qin Nuan's broken leg. The intensified pain elicited a gasp from Qin Nuan, her breath catching as tears and cold sweat streamed down her face. Witnessing Qin Nuan's agony, Lin Xia's typically aloof countenance broke into a satisfied grin. Endure the pain and look at me, she commanded. Does it hurt? That is precisely as it should be. Her laughter was imbued with a bloodthirsty cruelty. Recognizing Lin Xia's deliberate infliction of pain, Qin Nuan gritted her teeth and remained silent. When had the lofty Lin Xi ever been defied repeatedly? She was but a woman ensnared in his grasp, utterly devoid of the power to resist. Thus it seemed entirely normal to her that he might choke the life out of her. The pain did not diminish upon his release. Rather, it sharpened, compelling her to contemplate throwing herself against the wall. She was oblivious to the extent of her injuries, only aware of an all-encompassing ache, particularly in her legs, which she wished she could sever. Her gaze unconsciously fell upon her legs. Is it not preferable to feel pain than to feel nothing at all? At least pain signifies their existence. Noticing Qin Nuan's gaze, Lin Xia's lips curled into a slight smirk as she flung back the covers from Qin Nuan's body. Do you wish to gaze upon the fractured state of your own bones? A cruel and unrestrained smile graces your lips. A pair of eyes, brimming with curiosity, scrutinizes the battered and contorted legs that have long lost their once cherished beauty. What a pity it is that such exquisite legs will now serve merely as a lifeless ornament. While you express regret with your words, accompanied by a smacking of lips, your countenance betrays an entirely different sentiment. Qin Nuan yearns to rise and inspect the condition of her legs, yet despite several attempts, she finds herself unable to sit up, ultimately resigned to observing Lin Xia instead. However, Lin Xia remains oblivious to her gaze, his eyes fixated on her legs. It would be inaccurate to describe them as mere decorations. For even decorations possess a certain allure. Who knows what form they might take in the future? At last, his gaze shifts from Qin Nuan's legs to her face. Enduring the excruciating pain, Qin Nuan sits in silence, waiting. You are still unaware, are you? Your legs are broken. Lin Xia emphasizes the word broken with a heavy stress, as if fearing that Qin Nuan might not comprehend its weight. Yet, I have not allowed them to mend your legs. Brokenness suits you well. From henceforth, you shall patiently await my desires in bed, and I shall approach you as I please. Although this diminishes the thrill, it matters not. It will not hinder your ability to conceive. The revelation of her broken legs does not elicit much of a reaction from Qin Nuan, as if she had long anticipated and accepted this reality within her heart. Even Lin Xia's claim that he has not permitted anyone to reattach her severed limbs does not surprise her. Everything seems to her as it should be. She muses that even if her legs had not been shattered, Lin Xie would have ensured their demise. Thus this outcome is more convenient. Concerning whether she will ever stand again or walk, or if her legs will remain impaired, Qin Nuan displays little reaction. From the moment Lin Xie shattered Yi Huan's kneecap, she had ceased to reject the notion of disability. This way, she can accompany Yi Huan. The calmness on Qin Nuan's face transforms Lin Xie's fleeting sense of satisfaction into discomfort. He strides forward and firmly grips her chin. Qin Nuan gazes at him quietly, her pale visage reflecting a sense of relief. This tranquility regarding everything unnerves Lin Xie. It seems as though she could depart without a trace of longing at any moment. Qin Nuan, I warn you, should there be a next time, the entire Qin family shall accompany you in your demise, he threatens fiercely. Yet this warning fails to instill any sense of trepidation in Qin Nuan. She no longer wishes to invest any thought into the Qin family. Her resolute leap from the third floor was driven not only by Lin Xie's capricious temper, but also by the relentless pressure from her parents, who offered her no glimmer of hope. She merely sought to express her dissatisfaction in this manner. She understands that the likelihood of death from a third-floor jump is minimal. She has never contemplated suicide. She simply does not desire his child. If everything were to proceed naturally, she might lack the courage to take her child's life again. But when pushed to a certain extent, the opposite becomes true. Thus, she leapt from the third floor without hesitation. If the Qin family is insufficient, then what of the Yi family? How long do you think it would take for news from a small third or fourth-tier city to reach D City? Qin Nuan's indifference fuels Lin Xie's fury. Lin Xie, do you not find yourself utterly ridiculous? As Lin Xie gazed at her, a clear sneer of disdain appeared on Qin Nuan's face. Ridiculous?
Indeed.
It is absurd to threaten a woman you are compelled to marry with a man who can be regarded as your rival in love. The overwhelming pain rendered her mockery forced. Each word she uttered felt as though it were tearing at her very nerves, while cold sweat dampened her hair. Yet, she persisted, unwilling to show weakness. You are shameless. Lin Xie paid no heed to Qin Nuan's insults. Then you can only lie beneath this shameless man. Lin Xie, you're a beast. No amount of cursing could adequately convey her hatred for this man. A beast? He could indeed embody a greater depravity. But when Lin Xie suddenly extended his hand, she trembled. Stop, do not touch me. Even in pain, certain parts remained vulnerable and sensitive. If one does not substantiate the beastly nature of the man, is it not a futile endeavor to curse him? Chapter 053. I never realized that wanting to die could be so difficult. You stop it, Lin Xie, you might as well kill me. She genuinely wished he would strangle her, sparing her from this inhuman torment. Is it a mistake for her to be alive? Would death bring her liberation? In the throes of extreme pain and humiliation, a sudden surge of energy propelled Qin Nuan to turn and crash against the headboard. The bed emitted a jarring sound upon impact, and her body crumpled limply. Lin Xie's hand froze, and upon raising his gaze, he beheld the ghastly redness on her pale face. In that moment, his mind went blank, a void so profound that it terrified him. Fear, a wholly unfamiliar concept, was suddenly felt deeply. When Lu Cheng hurried in, he was met with a sight that caused even one accustomed to bloodshed to catch his breath. The blood continued to surge from her pale face, illustrating the tremendous effort Qin Nuan had exerted. In that moment, she truly wished for her demise. Skillfully, he cleaned the blood, applied medication, and bandaged her wounds. Once the dressing was complete, Lu Cheng turned to the tall figure standing by the window, his back to the hospital bed. He signaled to the nurse to attend to the aftermath, then approached Lin Xie, giving his shoulder a pat before striding away with a single remark, "Take care of yourself. This is of your own making." When Qin Nuan awoke again, a day had passed, and the ward was occupied only by a young girl resembling a caregiver, with Lin Xie nowhere in sight. Perhaps the anesthetic had yet to wear off, for she did not experience the same excruciating pain as before. Qin Nuan remained silent, her gaze vacant. She had never known that desiring death could be so arduous. The young caregiver, upon meeting Qin Nuan's open eyes, paused in surprise before standing up. "You're awake. Is there anywhere you feel uncomfortable? Shall I call the doctor?" Soon a multitude of doctors and nurses entered. They posed a few simple questions to Qin Nuan, who kept her lips sealed and closed her eyes. The doctors, finding no recourse, had to seek Lu Cheng's assistance. The hospital belonged to Lu Cheng's family, and Lin Xie was under his care. Before long, Lu Cheng entered, clad in a white coat. Not seeing Lin Xie, a flicker of surprise crossed his handsome face. "How do you feel?" he inquired as he approached the bedside. Qin Nuan remained silent, her eyes still shut. In the clash with Lin Xie, it was ultimately she who bore the brunt of the consequences. Sometimes, a woman's display of vulnerability is the wisest course. While he felt a pang of sympathy for Qin Nuan, he also harbored a hint of incomprehension. He could not fathom why a woman, who ought to be gentle and fragile, persistently chose to fight against insurmountable odds, only to emerge battered and bruised. I have heard that you share a close bond with your sister. You wouldn't want her to see you in this state, would you? Qin Nuan remained unresponsive, prompting Lu Cheng to continue. Upon hearing the mention of her sister, Qin Nuan's eyes gradually opened, locking onto Lu Cheng's gaze. Why endure such suffering? Your body belongs to you. The pain is yours to bear. Why not treat yourself with greater kindness? Sometimes, the afflictions of the heart are far more challenging to heal than physical ailments. He believed that the most formidable struggle for Qin Nuan lay within her heart, her resistance and disdain towards Lin Xie. Yet, in Lin Xie's lexicon, the concept of letting go was non-existent. Thus, it was imperative for her to come to terms with her feelings. Acceptance would lead to a resolution. Or else what they were experiencing now was merely the beginning. Is there anywhere else that troubles you? Noticing a slight relaxation in Qin Nuan, Lu Cheng inquired. Qin Nuan shook her head. The injury to your head is superficial. If you wish to avoid scarring, you must take care. Casting a glance at the bandage on her forehead, Lu Cheng shifted his gaze to the injured leg. If the pain in your leg becomes unbearable, do not hesitate to summon the doctor for pain relief. Allowing a fractured leg to heal on its own could only lead to unimaginable agony, aside from painkillers. There was no other remedy. If Qin Nuan were wise, she would feign weakness towards Lin Xie, perhaps even indulge in a little charm. Otherwise, even if Lin Xie were to show compassion and assist her in standing, walking would still prove to be an arduous task. Regarding her other injuries, Qin Nuan accepted them with remarkable composure, yet one question lingered heavily in her heart. Am I pregnant? She finally mustered the courage to ask Lu Cheng. You should be relieved that you are not. Upon hearing that she was not pregnant, Qin Nuan felt the tension in her chest dissipate. Even though she had mentally prepared herself for the worst, a flicker of hope remained, and this time, fortune favored her. Suddenly, the tightly shut door of the hospital room swung open, and Lin Xie entered, casting a cold glance at Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng managed a resigned smile. I shall take my leave. If anything arises, please call the doctor. Once Lu Cheng departed, a nurse found an excuse to exit as well. In an instant, the room was left with only Qin Nuan and Lin Xie. At that moment, the sensation of pain surged over Qin Nuan once more. Lin Xie strode to the foot of the bed, her gaze fixated coldly on Qin Nuan. With her eyes closed, Qin Nuan feigned ignorance, enduring the pain. Though Lin Xie made no overt move, Qin Nuan felt an overwhelming sense of oppression, her breath growing labored. The pain radiating from her leg compelled her to shift. Yet the moment she moved, a sharp pain seized her, rendering her immobile. Lin Xie remained quietly observant, and Qin Nuan could not shake the feeling of being a condemned soul awaiting execution. Soon, the piercing sound of a phone ringing shattered the oppressive silence. As Lin Xie listened to the ringtone, a glimmer of predatory excitement crossed her indifferent features before she leisurely pressed the answer button. Brother-in-law, did your subordinate misinterpret your orders? As soon as the call connected, Han's clear voice resonated through the receiver. The corners of her lips curled slightly, an unsettling premonition washing over Qin Nuan's heart.
Is that so?
Brother-in-law, let us speak calmly. You know that the Han family is not as resilient as the Sheng family. We cannot endure much turmoil. Han's pained voice echoed once more. She had initially believed that by marrying Qin Nuan, Lin Xie would bring him along for the ride, yet to his dismay, he found himself nearly crushed by Lin Xie due to Qin Nuan. If Nuan has erred in any way, please be magnanimous and do not hold it against her. The young can sometimes be obstinate. Perhaps you could send Qin He to persuade her. If that fails, we may seek counsel from the father-in-law, for he is Nuan's father, and his words would surely weigh heavily on her heart. Of course, Lin Xie replied, his gaze deep and penetrating. Neither the Qin family nor the Han family would escape unscathed. His eyes glinted with cruelty as he regarded Qin Nuan. Facing Lin Xie, Qin Nuan maintained a stoic expression. Xie, do you not think the Qin family's land could be returned to the Han family? If you believe Xinglin has suffered a loss, we can certainly discuss it further. The land in question was the Han family's most crucial project this year. Should it collapse, bankruptcy would loom near. What he sought was but Lin Xie's stance. Without his concession, forthcoming projects would falter. Very well, provide me with an additional 3 billion, and I shall return the land to you.
What?
3 billion? Brother-in-law, you are well aware. Then there is no need for further discussion. Chairman Huang is quite satisfied with that price, and moreover, I have a keen interest in his branch in S-City. Upon hearing S-City, Qin Nuan's pupils dilated in sudden realization. Chapter 054. High fevers can easily lead to complications. Han, still wishing to protest, found Lin Xia had already hung up the phone. He was never one to be trifled with and would not compromise his own comfort. If he was displeased, others would be compelled to share in his discontent. Not long after the call ended, it rang again. Lin Xia glanced at it before tossing the phone onto the bedside cabinet. Han's words along with Lin Xia's mention of S-City caused Qin Nuan's already throbbing head to ache even more intensely, overshadowing the pain in her legs. Yi Huan's hometown was in S-City, and his father worked at the Huang family's branch there. His intentions were glaringly evident. She pondered what he might do, never anticipating such dire consequences. If the Han family were to suffer due to her, they would certainly not spare her sister. And if the Huang family's branch in S-City fell into Lin Xia's hands, her father's situation would be even graver. Lin Xia, she called out hoarsely, her voice trembling. The phone on the cabinet rang incessantly, yet Lin Xia showed no inclination to answer it. Lin Xia, what do you truly want? She gasped, struggling for breath. Lin Xia let out a derisive laugh. What do you want, really? If he were to turn against the Qin family, her fear might not be as acute, but his choices struck at her most vulnerable points. His previous threats had stirred her disgust, but now they morphed into palpable terror. I desire nothing in particular. I just find myself rather bored lately and require some amusement. With an air of nonchalance. As if the impending bankruptcy of the company and the consequent unemployment of countless individuals were mere trifles, Lin Xia remained unfazed. For him, these matters were indeed not worth mentioning. Lin Xia, you dare to target me while dragging the innocent into your schemes. What sort of man are you? She scolded, her voice laced with indignation. Yet, Lin Xia appeared utterly indifferent. The more furious Qin Nuan became, the more he reveled in her ire. You fiend! You only bully the weak, she spat. The phone continued to ring incessantly. Under Qin Nuan's furious gaze, Lin Xia elegantly lifted the phone, answered it, and activated the speaker. Xia, I heard from the manager of the business department that the Ping's case has been signed by Sheng Lin. There are also several cases that the Qin family is negotiating which Sheng Lin has also intervened in. Why has Sheng Lin suddenly taken an interest in minor cases? The voice on the other end inquired politely. Is that so? Perhaps Sheng Lin's business department has been rather idle of late and is merely seeking tasks to occupy themselves. He replied with feigned indifference. Xia, whether Sheng Lin has signed the Ping's case or not, could the others be left for the Qin family? You are well aware that the Qin family is not on par with Sheng Lin, and the cases we can pursue are limited. If Sheng Lin secures these few, the Qin family may not survive the year, her father-in-law pleaded, lowering himself. Is that so? Then it seems the issue lies with the Qin family. If my father-in-law has time, perhaps he should make more visits to the business department, he said coldly before hanging up. One could only imagine whether her father-in-law was now regretting not having fathered more daughters who might step forward to resolve crises. Oh, but then again, if they were all like Nuan, the Qin family would likely have long since vanished. Lin Xia, you are despicable, she thought, struggling to find the right words to express her contempt. Despicable? Tell me, if one were to embezzle public funds, how many years would they receive? Is it true that the longer the amount taken, the longer the sentence? I heard that a manager named Yi from the Huang family S branch in City S is over 50. If he were to go in, would he even survive to come out? He gazed at Qin Nuan with a bloodthirsty smile, and before she could utter a retort, he continued, You may create chaos as you wish, but I have not issued any threats. Even if you seek death, the king of hell would not dare to collect you. Just wait and see how I slowly bring them to ruin. His eyes glinted with malevolence. Lin Xia, what do you truly desire? His words forced her to confront her predicament once more. Ultimately, she could not resist him. That depends on what you wish to do, he replied coolly. Then what exactly do you want me to do? Despite her numerous reservations and unwillingness, she found herself compelled to submit repeatedly to the bloody reality that lay before her. She could not bear to witness the Han family's downfall, nor could she allow her sister to bear the brunt of their family's resentment. She could not watch as Yi Huan's father, at his age, remained unsettled because of her. All her defiance now seemed a cruel joke, a tragic farce. She mused that the pride and stubbornness once embedded in her essence had been worn away through repeated trials.
What do I want from you?
Naturally. I wish for you to obediently comply. He emphasized the word obey with a heavy accent. All right, I will obey, she murmured. Then let us see how you perform. From that day forward, Qin Nuan truly embodied the essence of obedience. Lin Xia instructed her to take her medicine, and she complied. He told her to eat. And she did so without question, continuing to eat until he said otherwise. In the afternoon, the brilliant sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the hospital room. With the assistance of a caregiver, Qin Nuan sat up, her gaze vacant as she fixated on the area where her legs once were. She was acutely aware that her legs were healing, albeit in a distorted manner. Each day, a piercing pain deprived her of sleep, yet she refrained from voicing her discomfort. Even in the absence of Lin Xie, she would spend entire days in silence, existing like a marionette, enduring her torment. Lu Cheng visited daily for routine examinations, his eyes reflecting nothing but sympathy and helplessness. However, bound by Lin Xie's reticence, he could do little more than acquiesce. As an outsider, his words would be rendered superfluous. The consequences of excessive medication led to a gastric injury, and soon Qin Nuan found herself unable to keep down any sustenance. In just a few days, her body visibly wasted away, her frame transforming into little more than skin and bones, while her legs became inflamed, causing her to suffer from a persistent high fever. The antipyretics were administered in rapid succession, and Lin Xie's demeanor grew increasingly grim. After administering another dose, Lu Cheng turned his gaze towards Lin Xie, who remained silent, his expression cold as ice. The prolonged fever risked complications that could jeopardize her legs irreparably. This was not mere alarmism. Lighting a cigarette, Lin Xie watched the smoke curl upward. Then they shall not be preserved. I hope you do not come to regret this. With that, Lu Cheng turned to leave, his gaze penetrating as if he sought to see into the very essence of the person before him. If you wish to jeopardize your legs, then continue your reckless behavior. I am indifferent. After all, it is all the same in bed. With a forceful slam of the door, he departed. Despite Lin Xie's threats, Qin Nuan's fever raged on, intensifying rather than abating. Lin Xie's countenance grew icy, betraying no indication of whether he cared for Qin Nuan or not. If he truly cared, how could he allow her to suffer to the brink of death without intervening? Yet, if he was indifferent, his increasingly fearsome demeanor suggested otherwise, as if he were on the verge of unleashing chaos. Chapter 055. Do you think you have triumphed? In her delirium, Qin Nuan often perceived the tall figure standing by her bedside, silent and watchful. Death would be a relief, she mused. A violent roar echoed in her mind. You seek death? It is not so simple. I shall see who dares to let you perish. At 3 a.m, Lu Cheng was abruptly roused from slumber by a phone call. Recognizing the familiar number, a smile flickered across his handsome face, one of premonition. Restore her to health. I demand the intact Qin Nuan, came the directive. I will do my utmost, he replied nonchalantly. If anything happens to her, I will demand tenfold compensation, came the cold warning. Brother, I am a doctor, not a deity. While you may regard me as divine, even the divine have their limits. Lu Cheng. The voice on the other end roared his name. Yet, Lu Cheng merely smiled dismissively before hanging up, leaving Lin Xie seething on the other end. After ending the call, Lu Cheng dressed, contemplating how much to charge Lin Xie for this medical expense. He had recently set his sights on a limited edition sports car. Not overly expensive, only around 30 million. Perhaps he would let Lin Xie foot the bill. Upon reflection, the remnants of her morning irritability faded into oblivion. When Qin Nuan regained consciousness, a profound sense of time's passage enveloped her, rendering the events of the past indistinct and nebulous. As her mind began to clear, she opened her eyes to find her left leg suspended. Awake? A low, chilling voice resonated in her ears. Instinctively, Qin Nuan turned her head to behold the indifferent countenance of Lin Xie. His long, cool fingers grazed her pale face, caressing it with a delicate yet deliberate touch. A shiver of instinct prompted Qin Nuan to withdraw. Do you think you have triumphed? She gazed at Lin Xie in confusion. Do you believe I am powerless against you? His fingers traced her cheek to her lips, then to her nose, and finally her eyes. Qin Nuan, how shall I administer your punishment for your disobedience? His fingers glided from her eyes to her forehead, ultimately resting upon the bandage that adorned it. Qin Nuan remained still, her mind struggling to comprehend where she had ever given him the impression of victory. Did she even have a chance of winning now? She feared there was not a sliver of possibility. Silence enveloped the room, and Lin Xie, in a deliberate act, pressed down forcefully on the wound on her forehead. Pain contorted her features, yet she stifled any sound of anguish. Her delicate features twisted in discomfort. She endured in silence. She knew he sought to inflict pain, and so she bore it. Was there any pain worse than the agony of a broken leg post-anesthesia? Blood seeped through the bandage beneath Lin Xie's hand, now stained crimson as he furiously swept the items off the bedside table. Qin Nuan, you are remarkable. With her leg immobilized, Lin Xie leaned over her, his icy lips biting into the slender curve of her neck, swiftly leaving a striking mark of red. Qin Nuan remained silent, accepting her fate. If he desired her obedience, then she would comply. In this repugnant tableau, Lin Xie's desires surged unexpectedly. You have been a neglectful partner, leaving your man unattended for too long, he murmured in a voice laced with lust. Feeling the palpable shift in Lin Xia's demeanor, Qin Nuan involuntarily trembled. I am not entirely unsympathetic as a husband. Since your leg is incapacitated, let us put that capable mouth of yours to good use in serving your man. He forcefully pinched her cheeks, compelling her to open her mouth. Understanding his intent, Qin Nuan resisted with all her might, refusing to entertain such a notion. Yet she was acutely aware that there was little Lin Xia would refrain from doing. Beg for me, and I shall spare you. His fingers slipped past her lips. Stirring within, Qin Nuan could only shake her head in despair.
Beg.
Lin Xia's sudden roar startled her, causing her to retreat instinctively, her teeth biting down hard on his finger. His already cold expression darkened further. Qin Nuan gazed up at the man, filled with rage, who seemed ready to tear her apart. Did I instruct you to plead with me? He kicked the bedside table with fury. Outside the hospital room, the young nurse, holding a thermal food container, hesitated to knock, apprehensive of the chaos within. Upon encountering Lin Xia's cold demeanor, she would often feel her legs weaken, trembling at the thought of provoking his wrath. What is it? A foreign female voice resonated behind the young nurse. The nurse, trembling, turned to face the unfamiliar woman. What do you mean? A loud crash interrupted Qin Nuan's inquiry, the sound of a heavy object being forcefully toppled in the ward. Instantly, Qin Nuan's heart raced, and without a moment's hesitation, she burst into the room. Inside, Lin Xia stood furiously at the foot of the hospital bed, glaring at Qin Nuan, who looked innocently aggrieved in return. Against the backdrop of pristine white, the redness on her forehead and the evident kiss marks on her hospital gown were painfully conspicuous. Witnessing her lively sister now frail and vulnerable on the bed, Qin felt an overwhelming wave of heartache, as if it might drown her. Nuan. The moment Qin Nuan heard the familiar voice, tears uncontrollably streamed down her cheeks. She was baffled as to what she had done wrong. She had adhered to his instructions. Yet it seemed he remained unsatisfied. The sight of Qin Nuan's tear-streaked face provoked Lin Xia to kick the bedside table with force. The young nurse, cautiously stepping inside, nearly dropped the thermos in her hand from fright at the sudden outburst. Casting a glance at the nurse, Lin Xia strode out angrily. Nuan, you wish to inquire, yet do not know how to voice your concerns. Unable to reach Nuan, she could only pursue Han Deng. Recently, Han Deng had been overwhelmed by Xin Lin's antics and suspected that Nuan had once again displeased Lin Xia, though the specifics remained a mystery. Today, Han Deng had finally managed to discover Nuan's hospitalization and urged her to visit, hoping to counsel Nuan to avoid further irritating Lin Xia. However, upon arrival, words failed her. I am fine, sister. Do not be troubled. Wiping her tears haphazardly, Qin Nuan smiled up at Qin He. Yet, Qin He could no longer contain her sobs, yearning to embrace Qin Nuan but fearful of causing her pain. Her hands hesitated to reach out. I truly am fine, sister. Please do not worry. She extended her hand to pat Qin He reassuringly. How could you be fine? How is that even possible? Qin He could not fathom how Lin Xia had subjected Nuan to such torment, nor how Nuan had endured it. Really, I am okay. I will be better soon, sister. You need not fret. In an effort to alleviate Qin He's worries, Nuan strained to present herself as untroubled. Yet, the more she feigned composure, the more Qin He's heart ached. Sister, I am hungry. Could you help me adjust the bed? Nuan sought to redirect Qin He's attention. Upon hearing Nuan mention hunger, Qin He, while wiping her tears, collaborated with the nurse to reposition the bed comfortably, subsequently arranging the meat porridge and side dishes from the thermos. Although the meal appeared somewhat bland, it was precisely what Nuan needed at that moment. Once the food was set, Qin He found an excuse to send the nurse out. A sister will feed you. She picked up the porridge, testing the temperature. Nuan obediently opened her mouth. In the bowl, Qin Nuan could only manage to consume half of the congee before her appetite waned. With Lin Xia absent, there was no need for her to endure discomfort. After all, she had no penchant for self-suffering. Qin He meticulously set aside the congee and side dishes before bringing forth a bowl of soup. The aroma suggested it was bone broth. Beneficial for the healing of her leg, she resolved to sip a bit. Under Qin He's watchful gaze, Qin Nuan reluctantly drank another half bowl. She had never been fond of soup, and Qin He was well aware of this, thus refraining from further comment. After clearing the soup bowl, Qin He turned her attention to Qin Nuan, carefully contemplating how to broach the subject without touching upon her sensitive spots, for the wounded are often fragile. And Qin Nuan's injuries were particularly severe. It was I who jumped from the building. Lin Xia did nothing, Qin Nuan stated directly. Understanding the question that lingered in Qin He's mind, the truth weighed heavily. She had leapt from the third floor, with Lin Xia bearing only a fraction of the blame. The rest stemmed from her parents' actions that left her utterly disheartened and her own inability to cope. In moments of unbearable pain, she pondered whether all of this was self-inflicted. Perhaps if she had simply accepted her fate and sought to please others, happiness would have followed. Yet, she found herself ensnared in a web of despair, unable to extricate herself. Warm, what truly troubles you? Qin, he could hardly believe that Lin Xia had no part in this. Yet, after countless rebellions and lessons soaked in blood, she had lost the strength to hope.
Now,
All she yearned for was that Lin Xia would soon tire of her. Even if she remained imprisoned, at least she would not have to confront him daily. Warm, did your parents do something? At the mention of her parents, Qin Nuan merely offered a sardonic smile.
Warm.
This is the tragedy of being a daughter of the Qin family. It appears glamorous, yet the reality is devoid of substance. But what can be done? There is no escape. One can only resign themselves, and in resignation, life may become a tad more bearable. This sentiment was directed at both Qin Nuan and herself. Indeed, accepting fate could ease the burdens of life. She had truly come to terms with it. As long as she did not implicate her sister or Yi Huan and his family, she would fulfill her role as a dutiful Mrs. Lin, obediently bearing children for Lin Xia. After all, life is finite. How one spends it is ultimately inconsequential. Warm, sometimes one must think positively. At least Lin Xia married you. Perhaps out of affection. Otherwise, the Qin family would hardly qualify for a union. Viewed in this light, aren't you luckier than your sister? At least you need not witness your husband's daily escapades with various women in hotels, fearing to stumble upon a scandal. Observing Qin Nuan, he chuckled self-deprecatingly before continuing. Those familiar socialites greet you with beaming smiles, yet when they turn away, you become mere fodder for their gossip. In that regard, could anyone be more unfortunate than your sister? Yet look at me, I still thrive. I remain Mrs. Han, an object of envy for those aspiring to reach this position. At least Mr. Han's wealth affords me the freedom to travel wherever I please, far happier than most women, unburdened by worries of survival or financial strife. What she dreaded most was witnessing Qin Nuan lose her sense of self, yet what could be done? To be overly self-involved would only bring harm to Qin Nuan. She did not persuade Qin Nuan to let go for the sake of the Han and Qin families, but rather for Qin Nuan's own well-being. At least, if Qin Nuan could find peace, she would not be confined to a hospital bed, nor would she risk becoming crippled. At merely 22, the thought of spending the latter half of her life in a wheelchair filled her with profound regret. In light of this, perhaps we should secretly take joy in the situation. A smile graced her pale face, a smile that tugged at one's heartstrings. Indeed, once Nuan recovers, we shall embark on a journey around the world, purchasing whatever our hearts desire, and perhaps even catching a glimpse of some charming foreign gentleman.
Yet,
How could foreign handsome men compare to our own? I do have a penchant for foreign charm. Perhaps then, I shall discreetly arrange a hidden beauty for my sister. For we are indeed affluent. By that time, each of us could find our own companion. Two women, amidst the disarray of a hospital room, whimsically dreaming amidst their struggles. Throughout it all, neither spoke of the Qin or Han families. He remained by Qin Nuan's side until evening, leaving only under the barrage of phone calls from Han Deng and Qin Nuan's father, repeatedly assuring her that she would return the following day. She believed that with her presence, Qin Nuan would not feel too lonely, nor would she have to endure pain alongside the chill of solitude. Once he departed, the caregiver brought in a nurse to clear the chaos created by Lin Xia, replacing the damaged bedside table and its contents with new items, and tidying up the scattered debris. As the room fell silent, an inexplicable restlessness enveloped Qin Nuan. Yet she could only lie quietly on the bed, enduring her discomfort while genuinely longing for the world tour with Qin He. She thought that, even if it could not be realized in the near future, it would eventually come to pass, though she could not foresee that when the dream of traveling the world materialized, it would not be with Qin He. As soon as Qin He reached the hospital parking lot, she spotted Lin Xia's car approaching. Ending the call, she walked briskly towards the vehicle as it came to a halt.
can we talk?
Lin Xia lifted her gaze, neither affirming nor denying. Let us discuss Nuan. Get in the car. Aware that Lin Xia would not grant her much time, Qin He wasted no words upon entering the vehicle. You have feelings for Nuan.
Don't you?
It was a statement, not a question. Lin Xia paused, her fingers toying with her ring. If you care for Nuan, why would you hurt her? The tone was devoid of accusation, merely stating the obvious. Her hand resumed its restless fidgeting with the ring. What you desire is not a puppet, but a living, breathing person, correct? If that is the case, why not pursue a different approach? A different approach? The corners of Lin Xia's mouth curled into a sardonic smile. Chapter 057. The current Lin Xia was quite unhinged. After Qin He left, Lin Xie did not immediately exit the car. Instead, she sat there, fiddling with her ring, her expression shifting like shadows, revealing nothing of her true thoughts. As night descended, her hand finally stilled, and she exited the vehicle, making her way upstairs. When she entered the hospital room, the orthopedic chief had just completed an examination of Qin Nuan. The recovery is progressing quite well. Qin Nuan gazed at her elevated leg. Upon noticing Lin Xie's entrance, the orthopedic chief turned to instruct the young nurse on some precautions before taking his leave. The nurse hastily found an excuse to exit the room as well. Once the door closed, Lin Xie gently pressed her hand against her heart. Every time she laid eyes on Lin Xie, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped her. Were it not for the abundant monetary rewards and the relatively few demands posed by Qin Nuan, she would have long wished to abandon this place. Fortunately, Lin Xie seemed unconcerned by her swift retreat upon his arrival. As she sensed him approaching the bedside, Qin Nuan promptly closed her eyes, feigning slumber, scarcely daring to breathe. Standing at the foot of the bed, Lin Xie cast a downward glance at her. She appeared as frail as ever, her complexion lacking in vitality, and the marks of his affections on her neck remained visible, even through the hospital garb. Observing her, his eyes darkened slightly. As the atmosphere around her grew tense, Qin Nuan found herself increasingly hesitant to even inhale, terrified that his displeasure might lead him to pursue what had previously been left unresolved. Such perverse inclinations were insufferable to her. Even if she were coerced into acquiescence, they would haunt her as an inescapable nightmare. Lin Xie, noting her futile attempts to feign sleep yet inadvertently revealing her unease, felt a smile tugging at his lips, though it would not manifest. His hand instinctively brushed against her pallid cheek, caressing it gently. Qin Nuan stiffened at his touch, recalling how such moments had previously spiraled into chaos. "Have you eaten?" Just as she was grappling with whether to open her eyes or speak first, Lin Xie broke the silence. His tone, unlike the usual coldness laced with mockery, bore a newfound tranquility. His expression retained its characteristic chill, yet lacked the ominous storm clouds of before. "Are you full? Have you eaten?" His hand continued to tenderly stroke her face, inch by inch. As he did so, his brows knitted together. The sight of his furrowed brow sent Qin Nuan's heart racing.
I am full.
"What about you?" Confused by Lin Xie's demeanor, she hesitated, unable to discern how to respond, merely gazing at him. "Stay with me a little longer," Lin Xie urged first. Qin Nuan was utterly mystified by his intentions. Although he appeared devoid of anger, his unpredictable nature left her wary of making assumptions. "I'm not hungry. Whatever you wish," she stammered, wanting to assert her lack of appetite, but the intensity of his gaze rendered her timid. "Then let us have some medicinal food," he suggested, retrieving his phone to send a message. After arranging the order, Lin Xie returned his attention to her, his eyes never straying from her face. Feeling uncomfortable under his scrutiny, yet powerless to move, Qin Nuan kept her eyes shut to evade his gaze. Even in darkness, she felt the weight of his stare, heightening her discomfort until she finally opened her eyes, her gaze wandering aimlessly. Sensing her unease, Lin Xie shifted his focus from her face to her legs. One leg was elevated, while the other was encased in plaster, creating a comically absurd sight that might elicit laughter, yet it was devoid of humor. Had he chosen to remain silent about treating her leg, perhaps this scene would not have unfolded. Yet, she mused, this image was more palatable than the alternative. "Does it hurt? Then be good. And it shall not ache any longer," he murmured softly, his voice almost a whisper. This time, she resolved to truly be compliant. It is not fear of pain that holds her back, but a desire to spare those who care for her from worry. As her sister wisely remarked, life is fleeting. It passes in the blink of an eye. Why engage in pursuits that one knows to be futile, merely for personal comfort? If such actions were taken, would one not find regret upon the approach of death, lamenting their own selfishness? Given this, it seems prudent to accept one's fate. By behaving well, perhaps everyone else might find a bit more ease. If one cannot spend a lifetime with the one they cherish, what difference does it make with whom they do? If there is no possibility, why resist? In the tranquil space, the sudden ringing of a phone feels jarringly out of place. Lin Xie glances at the caller ID, but chooses not to answer. Shortly thereafter, the phone rings again. Upon hearing the sound, Lin Xie's handsome features reflect unmistakable displeasure. Yet he eventually presses the answer button. "Is the Qin family not performing well lately, that your father-in-law has so much time on his hands?" he remarks, laced with cold mockery. The voice of his father-in-law follows, dripping with obsequiousness. "Xie, Nuanwan's mother has been yearning to see her these days. We hope you both can come over tomorrow. She will personally prepare a few new dishes for you to savor." A faint, indifferent smile curves Lin Xie's lips. "Shouldn't my mother-in-law be occupied with my uncle's engagement ceremony?" Whatever Nuan wishes to eat, the servants can prepare, so there is no need to trouble her.
Xia.
You know that Qin Yang is busy with his engagement to Yaro. He has little time to manage the Qin family's affairs. Could you lend a hand? The request is veiled in subtlety. Recently, Lin Xia's actions against the Qin and Han families have sparked rampant speculation within the industry, with rumors swirling. Ultimately, it was said that Qin Nuan had betrayed Lin Xia, eloping with her university boyfriend, prompting Lin Xia's fierce assault on both families. In a matter of time, the winds of gossip intensified, and Lin Xia showed no signs of relenting. The Tian family has been seeking excuses to delay discussions about the engagement, even postponing the previously selected date, likely out of fear of being targeted by Lin Xia. In the business circles of City D, it is commonly said, provoke anyone, but do not provoke Lin Xia of Shenglin. This is not because Shenglin fears Lin Xia, but rather because Lin Xia cannot afford to provoke Shenglin. Am I not providing enough support for the Qin family already? I believe my mother-in-law's good intentions can be set aside for now. With that, he abruptly hangs up. Qin Nuan quietly observes Lin Xia. After ending the call, Lin Xia meets Qin Nuan's gaze. Chapter 058. You're Lin Xia. As their eyes lock, Qin Nuan quickly averts her gaze. Nothing to say? She shakes her head, uncertain of what to express. Do you not wish for me to spare the Qin family? His tone remains cool, yet carries an unmistakable emotional undercurrent. Uncertain if it is merely her imagination, Qin Nuan senses that Lin Xia is not angry. Perhaps even in good spirits. Do you want to or not? Am I allowed to think? She retorts with a question. I permit you to think. Then may I consider that you will spare the Qin and Han families? And refrain from acquiring the Huang family's branch in City S? She speaks while gauging Lin Xia's expression, relieved to see no sign of displeasure, though she hesitates to mention the Huang family's branch in City S. Since Nuan desires it, let it be as you wish. Lin Xia, unusually accommodating, left Qin Nuan momentarily stunned, questioning whether she had misheard. As a reward for your obedience, he leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on the gauze covering her forehead. Qin Nuan did not dare to evade. Fortunately, Lin Xia merely bestowed a light kiss before standing upright again. Consequently, Qin Yang's engagement could proceed, albeit without Nuan's presence. She thought it best not to attend, as her parents likely would not wish to see her at such an important occasion, and her absence would spare them any distress. Soon, Assistant Luo Jia delivered the medicinal meal that Lin Xia had instructed. With the nurse absent, Lin Xia personally adjusted Qin Nuan's hospital bed to a more comfortable position and then set the meal before her. The dishes were quite simple, yet almost entirely comprised of Qin Nuan's favorites. She considered it a mere coincidence, for Lin Xia would not compromise his own preferences for her sake. Shall I feed you? A semblance of a smile danced on his handsome face. Qin Nuan shook her head vigorously. If Lin Xia were to feed her, she might choke. Really unnecessary? As she spoke, she lifted a spoonful of medicinal porridge. Before she could protest, the porridge was already in her mouth, and she had no choice but to swallow it. Lin Xia then took the very spoon Qin Nuan had used and scooped a portion for himself. The simple act shared between a married couple rendered Qin Nuan acutely uncomfortable. Unfazed, Lin Xia continued to scoop another spoonful and offered it to her. Though she wished to refuse, under Lin Xia's watchful gaze, she reluctantly opened her mouth, consuming the porridge with evident reluctance. Lin Xia appeared quite pleased with Qin Nuan's obedient demeanor, feeding her while he ate. Eventually, he seemed to become somewhat addicted to the act, as most of the meal ended up in Qin Nuan's stomach. Are you full? Qin Nuan nodded vigorously, too afraid to admit she had nearly overindulged. However, her already delicate stomach soon rebelled, and fearing Lin Xia's reaction, she struggled to suppress it, but ultimately could not hold back and vomited. Lin Xia's expression darkened instantly. This marked the second time Qin Nuan had vomited in his presence. The first had been in his car, and now it was on her hospital bed, with her legs suspended and no one to assist her. The mess was entirely on the bed. I didn't mean to, she stammered upon seeing Lin Xia's displeased face. I just ate too much. Ate too much? Lin Xia clearly doubted her, interpreting it as a deliberate act of defiance. My sister fed me dinner, and now you do as well, he remarked, his voice laced with unmasked grievance. Faced with Qin Nuan's distress, Lin Xia's anger subsided considerably. You claim you are full, yet I see you are doing this on purpose. Despite his words, the irritation in his tone had dissipated. Qin Nuan merely blinked at Lin Xia, her eyes filled with reproach. You, never mind. Could you please call the nurse for me? Although it embarrassed her to ask someone to clean up such a mess, being unable to move herself and unwilling to have Lin Xia handle it, she had no choice but to seek the nurse's assistance. You, be quiet. With a few swift motions, he discarded her hospital gown onto the thin blanket and began rummaging through it. Just as she was about to speak, The thought of Lin Xia's admonition silenced her. Yet, the embarrassment of being bare-chested was almost unbearable, immobilized and devoid of any objects to shield her. She could only wait with flushed cheeks. Fortunately, when Lin Xia rummaged through the third cabinet, he found a hospital gown. Although his expression was far from amiable, he handled the gown with care, dressing Qin Nuan without causing her any discomfort. After casting a few glances at her, he turned and entered the bathroom. Qin Nuan gazed at Lin Xia in astonishment. "You are Lin Xia?" Just that morning, he had spoken to her in harsh tones, intent on tormenting her in a peculiar manner, and yet, within a mere day, he had transformed entirely. This led Qin Nuan to question whether this man was merely a doppelganger of Lin Xia. "If not Lin Xia, who do you wish for me to be?" he mused, wiping his mouth and tossing the towel to the ground. Unfortunately, it mattered not who she wished him to be, for he could only be himself. Qin Nuan felt she had posed a foolish question. After tending to her, Lin Xia summoned the nurse. The young nurse entered the room cautiously. Not seeing Lin Xia, she visibly relaxed, swiftly clearing the clutter from the floor and fetching a clean thin blanket. Upon noticing that Qin Nuan had no further instructions, she hurriedly exited the room. Qin Nuan observed the nurse in silence, her emotions subdued. It seemed that the first to let go was, indeed, herself. Lin Xia emerged from the bathroom. Freshly showered and clad in a bathrobe, Qin Nuan immediately closed her eyes, feigning sleep. Lin Xia cast a brief glance at the pretending Qin Nuan before discarding the towel he had used to dry his hair and gracefully approached the bed. Qin Nuan engaged in self-hypnosis. "Shall we sleep together?" she thought, remaining silent with her eyes shut. By not speaking, she tacitly acknowledged his suggestion.
No, it's not that.
His indifferent gaze seemed to hold a hint of amusement. "I'm just tired and resting," Qin Nuan sighed, feeling defeated. She sensed that before Lin Xia, all her little tricks were effortlessly seen through, and she found herself ensnared. "My leg isn't healed yet." Although she was aware that if Lin Xia truly wished to act upon something, he would not concern himself with her injured leg. She couldn't help but voice her thoughts. "It's merely sleeping together. What does that have to do with my leg? Or, are you implying that you expect me to do something?" Chapter 59. The Heartfelt Wife. I absolutely do not. She pulled the thin blanket over her head. She lamented that no matter what she said, she would ultimately fall into Lin Xia's trap. Lowering the blanket, she cautioned herself to be mindful of her leg, lest her head become muddled again. She was already quite foolish as it was. "You are the foolish one." The moment the words slipped out, she realized her mistake. Her gaze cautiously drifting towards Lin Xia, fearing yet another outburst that would lead to her torment. "I didn't mean you," she hastily clarified in a whisper. "Am I not foolish?" Lin Xia's expression remained unchanged as his strikingly handsome face leaned closer to Qin Nuan, questioning her in return. He could say whatever he wished. After all, his words didn't necessarily reflect the truth. Yet, the actions he took when he was enraged were undeniably real.
Now,
Recalling how swiftly he had seized the business ventures of the Qin and Han families and subsequently extended his reach to the Huang family's branch in S City, she felt it wise to avoid provoking Lin Xia's wrath. "Let us sleep," he suggested. He reached out to caress Qin Nuan, whose eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief. It was not difficult to surmise the reason behind her docility, yet such matters were trivial. What truly mattered was that this version of Qin Nuan was precisely what he desired, and that sufficed. Lin Xia had initially intended to embrace Qin Nuan and drift off to sleep together, but upon noticing her left leg still dangling, he abandoned the thought. As soon as Lin Xia instructed her to sleep, Qin Nuan's eyes promptly closed, her speed akin to that of a remote control being pressed. The caregiver had typically occupied the accompanying bed, but today, with Lin Xia as presence, the caregiver remained at the nurse's station, awaiting orders. Perhaps having spent the day chatting with Qin He, it wasn't long before Qin Nuan succumbed to slumber. Lin Xia turned his head, illuminated by the bedside lamp, to gaze at Qin Nuan's profile. Eventually, he lost track of time and fell asleep, only to awaken to the sound of soft moans. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Qin Nuan, her head buried in pain, groaning softly. "What's wrong?" he asked, springing up abruptly, startled by Lin Xia's voice. Her moans momentarily ceased as she peeked out. "Did I disturb you?" "I'm sorry, I'll be quiet," she replied, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. "What's the matter?" Lin Xia inquired, slipping on his shoes and descending from the bed. Qin Nuan stifled her voice, suppressing her discomfort. "Is your leg hurting?" "I didn't mean to wake you," she murmured, having been jolted awake by the pain, which now felt more pronounced. Unable to endure it any longer, she remained silent. Without addressing her, Lin Xia pressed the call button. Soon, a nurse and the caregiver arrived, knocking on the door. After taking pain medication, Qin Nuan gritted her teeth. enduring the agony as the effects of the medicine took time to manifest. Lin Xia's demeanor grew visibly agitated. He cast a fleeting glance at Qin Nuan without uttering a word, but upon noticing the caregiver still present, his irritation intensified. The caregiver, frightened, quickly exited the room. Lin Xia's displeasure was palpable, prompting Qin Nuan to bear the pain quietly, striving to minimize her presence. Still in pain? Lin Xia asked, his tone unyielding as he observed Qin Nuan curling up. No, it doesn't hurt, she lied, unwilling to admit her suffering. It's unbearable, isn't it? He exclaimed harshly before retreating to the bathroom. Once he left, Qin Nuan allowed her pain to surface, her delicate features contorting in distress. She thought to herself that she would never dare to jump off a building again. The pain of broken bones was not something the average person could withstand. Shortly, Lin Xia emerged from the bathroom, tossing a towel at Qin Nuan's face. She was momentarily stunned, unsure whether the towel was meant to wipe her sweat or to muffle her cries. When Lin Xia saw that she did not move, he assumed she lacked the strength to respond, and he strode forward, roughly wiping her forehead and face with the towel. I can manage on my own, she asserted, fully aware of the towel's intended purpose and no longer daring to trouble the esteemed Lin. Qin Nuan continued to endure the pain, striving to avoid disturbing Lin Xia. His restraint this time did not guarantee his forbearance in the future. Some individuals were best left undisturbed. The more she attempted to suppress her agony, the more intense the pain seemed to become, cold sweat trickling down her brow. Afraid to wipe it away, lest it disrupt Lin Xia's peace, she kept her eyes closed, listening to the erratic breaths that mirrored her suffering. Suddenly, Lin Xia rose abruptly, startling Qin Nuan. May your pain consume you. Find tranquility, he muttered under his breath. Qin Nuan dared not even exhale. Lin Xia walked to Qin Nuan's bedside once again, roughly wiping the sweat from her forehead with a towel. As she noticed the beads of perspiration multiplying on Qin Nuan's brow, Lin Xia discarded the towel in frustration and called for Lu Qing to hurry over. She pressed the call bell and shouted. The young nurse, unable to refuse, rushed off to find the on-duty supervisor, knowing she could not locate Director Lu herself. Meanwhile, Lu Qing, who had been soundly asleep, was abruptly awakened. Qin Nuan, aside from sweating from pain, was also frightened. The fierce look in his eyes was enough to send chills down her spine. When Lu Qing finally arrived, his mind raced with dozens of gruesome scenarios he might encounter, only to find a woman peacefully sleeping on the hospital bed and a man sitting by her side, staring intently at her. Though his demeanor was cold and harsh, there was no trace of anger. You dragged me out in the middle of the night just to watch Qin Nuan sleep? He said, his tone laced with sarcasm. She was in considerable pain just now, Lin Xia replied, unfazed by Lu Qing's mockery. It would be strange if she weren't in pain after a leg fracture. Why did you summon me if you needed me to sleep? Or have you suddenly developed a conscience, feeling pity for your wife, who you pushed to the brink? If you utter another word, I assure you that all the medications used in Lu's hospital will be out of stock by tomorrow, she warned coldly. Lu Qing immediately lost his bravado. Can I even make a joke? If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Call me anytime. I'm always on standby. Lin Xia huffed dismissively. Lu Qing left with a sycophantic smile, but once outside the ward, his expression shifted dramatically. Threatening him? What a joke. Would he really be intimidated? He recalled the medications that would be cut off, knowing that the painkillers Qin Nuan needed were developed by the pharmaceutical company he had established abroad. The thought of her suffering brought him a twisted sense of pleasure, and a satisfied smile spread across his refined face. The next day, while in a meeting, Lin Xia received a call from the caregiver. The young nurse, struggling to articulate her message, informed Lin Xia that the hospital had run out of painkillers and that Qin Nuan was on the verge of fainting from pain, asking what Lin Xia intended to do. This was a matter that required immediate notification. If Qin Nuan could not endure the pain and harmed herself, Lin Xia feared she might tear the nurse apart. Slamming the project plan onto the conference table, Lin Xia sprang to her feet. The department manager, startled by her sudden action, nearly choked on his breath. Watching her with trepidation, Lin Xia, however, ignored the high-ranking officials in the conference room and hastily exited, making her way to the underground parking lot while calling to arrange for painkillers. The painkillers arrived at Lu's hospital almost simultaneously with Lin Xia. Naturally, Lu Qing remained in Qin Nuan's hospital room, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Although it pained him to see Qin Nuan nearly crashing against the wall from agony, he relished the thought of witnessing the typically unshakable Lin Xia lose her composure. After all, it was a privilege to have such a formidable man anxious for her well-being. Lu Qing felt no remorse for his actions, believing they did not contravene medical ethics. Shortly thereafter, Lin Xia arrived, bringing pain relief medication. As he watched Qin Nuan take the medication, Lin Xia turned to glare at Lu Cheng, sending a chill down his spine, akin to stepping on a tiger's tail. It soon became evident that he had not merely stepped on the tail, but rather the very heart and soul of the beast. Before he could fathom why Lin Xia had brought the painkillers, he found himself forcibly pulled from the ward, followed by a gasp from those outside. Upon exiting, Lin Xia landed a punch on Lu Cheng's refined face, instantly causing half of it to swell and redden. Hey, let's talk this out, Lu Cheng protested, trying to shield himself, but he could not evade Lin Xia's fist. The nearby nurse and doctor, after their initial shock, quickly distanced themselves, fearing repercussions. After all, the director's son was the one receiving blows, and to intervene would be tantamount to courting disaster. Xia, let's discuss this, Lu Cheng pleaded, but Lin Xia delivered 2 more punches to his abdomen. No more to the face. I still need to meet people. Eventually, Lu Cheng simply shielded his head, allowing Lin Xia to continue his assault. After delivering a few forceful kicks to Lu Cheng's shins, Lin Xia finally released his grip on Lu Cheng's collar. The moment Lin Xia let go, Lu Cheng collapsed onto the ground. Lu Cheng, I warn you, should this happen again, I will not hesitate to break your legs. From then on, you will share the medication with Qin Nuan. If there is none, you both shall endure together, he threatened coldly. Lu Cheng hastily gestured that he would not dare to repeat his mistakes. With a disdainful huff, Lin Xia kicked Lu Cheng's legs twice more before stepping back into the ward. Once Lin Xia entered, Lu Cheng lay flat on the floor, prompting the doctor and nurse to rush over in concern. Lu Cheng waved them off, urging them to attend to their duties. A hiss escaped his lips as he moved, pulling at the split in his lip, the pain unbearable. Yet, he dared not engage in any more clever antics, having always been the obedient child. He found no chance of triumph against the cunning Lin Xia, who had been formidable since birth. Thus, Lu Cheng resolved to devote himself entirely to treating Qin Nuan, hoping to send these 2 imposing figures away afterward. Uncertain of what transpired outside the ward, Qin Nuan's mind raced with possibilities upon seeing Lin Xia enter. His shirt slightly disheveled. Are you still in pain? He asked, adjusting his breath before addressing her furrowed brow. Qin Nuan shook her head. Though the medication had yet to take effect, the pain remained within tolerable limits. What happened outside? She inquired softly, glancing at Lin Xia's expression. Relieved to see he was not furious. Mind your own business, he shot back, casting her a cold look, prompting her immediate silence. She thought, how could Lin Xia possibly change? He remained the same unpredictable Lin Xia. Qin Nuan lay quietly, anticipating that in 2 days, her suspended leg would be lowered. And then a cast would be applied, allowing her to finally rise from her bed. Having drained her water, Lin Xia showed no inclination to leave, settling onto the sofa instead. Though there was nothing she could do while he remained, Qin Nuan felt an overwhelming sense of restraint. As Qin he left yesterday, she remarked that it was dreadfully boring and promised to bring playing cards in the afternoon, intending to play do Diju with the little caregiver. How could Lin Xian possibly leave if they were to play? Qin Nuan tried to console herself. Perhaps he merely wished to take a brief respite before departing. However, it soon became evident when Lin Xian's assistant delivered his laptop that he had no intention of leaving. With a downward curve of his lips, his reluctance was unmistakable. Yet, no matter how unwilling he felt, he dared not voice his desire for solitude, silently hoping that someone would soon call him away. At noon, both the assistant delivering lunch and Qin he entered the ward simultaneously. Upon noticing Lin Xian's presence, Qin he placed the insulated food container on the bedside table. Lin Xian had also arranged for a meal, leaving Qin Nuan with no inclination to consume her own provisions. With a resigned smile directed at Qin he, she awaited the meal. It's time to eat, Lin Xian announced, setting aside his computer. Qin Nuan could only respond with a soft acknowledgement. In truth, she preferred the meal brought by her sister. Only upon discovering that it was not prepared by Qin he did Qin Nuan feel less conflicted. The meal Lin Xian had sent consisted of medicinal dishes aimed at nourishing bones. Has my sister eaten? Lin Xian remained silent, prompting Qin Nuan to inquire herself. I came over after dining with my sister-in-law. The mention of sister-in-law momentarily halted Qin Nuan, an inexplicable wave of emotion washing over her, the nature of which she could not quite articulate. Did she dislike her? Your sister-in-law. Qin Nuan shook her head, unable to define her feelings of fondness or disdain. After all, it was not her marriage, and her preferences held little significance. Gazing at the spoon near her lips, Qin Nuan glanced at Qin He, her expression one of resistance. However, upon witnessing Lin Xian's growing impatience, she reluctantly opened her mouth. Lin Xian naturally shared the meal with Qin Nuan, alternating bites, while Qin He remained seated on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. Despite Lin Xian maintaining a composed demeanor, the atmosphere was stifling, fraught with an unspoken tension that made every action feel precarious. Under such oppressive circumstances, Qin Nuan could no longer endure the silence. Sister, did you bring the playing cards? Let us invite Xin to join us for Do Diju. Yes, I did, she replied, casting a glance at Lin Xian. Let us keep it down. She has been in bed for nearly 10 days. It's a rare opportunity to find some amusement. We can play quietly, without disturbing Lin Xian. The little caregiver, summoned into the ward, approached the bedside with caution. Do you know how to play Do Diju? Qin Nuan asked eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Under Qin Nuan's hopeful gaze, the caregiver nodded. Well then, let us play for a while. A small table was set up at the bedside, with Qin He and the caregiver sitting on either side. Although Qin Nuan couldn't sit fully upright, the elevated position of the bed allowed for a triangular arrangement. The three of them quietly began their game of landlord. Initially, they frequently glanced at Lin Xian, who remained unresponsive, but as time passed, their courage grew, and the sounds of conversation and cards slapping against the table filled the air. Do you want to play a king? No, sister, we cannot allow her to play again. 4 fives. With Qin Nuan's declaration, Qin He promptly discarded her only bomb card. The little caregiver, Xin, let out a lament. Sister Qin He, your cards are too good. Not bad, Qin He replied without a hint of modesty. In the end, the landlord suffered a crushing defeat. On the sofa, Lin Xia set aside her computer, rubbing her temples as she observed the three individuals engrossed in their lively game. Had they completely disregarded his presence? Alas, my luck is astonishing, Qin Nuan exclaimed, exuberantly shouting in delight, but her words faltered as she inadvertently met a pair of profound eyes. I'm sorry. I'll be quieter, she uttered, though her face betrayed her excitement. Watching Qin Nuan, whose eyebrows danced with enthusiasm, Lin Xia found herself increasingly curious about the cards she had been dealt. Stealing glances, Qin Nuan noticed Lin Xia approaching her, causing her excitement to dissipate instantly. Similarly, Qin He and Xin, who were also fixated on Lin Xia, lost their enthusiasm. We're not playing anymore, they lamented, feeling disappointed that they could not showcase their impressive hands. Internally chastising herself, Lin Xia pondered the nature of the cards that could evoke such fervor in someone as composed as Qin Nuan. She picked up the cards that Qin Nuan had tossed onto the small table, eliciting a look of surprise from her. Qin Nuan accepted them in a daze, and the three exchanged glances, none daring to move. After all, with a formidable presence nearby, who would dare to act recklessly? Lin Xia remained still, while Qin Nuan stole glances at her. Not playing anymore? Lin Xia retorted, seemingly oblivious to Qin Nuan's intentions. She truly feared losing this hand, otherwise, she would have discarded the cards and feigned sleep. Observing Qin Nuan's struggle to hide her desire to shoo her away, Lin Xia could not help but smirk. I'm not in a hurry. Well, I see you've been busy for quite some time. Perhaps you should rest in the lounge, she suggested, desperately trying to coax her away. The smile on her lips became increasingly pronounced, so much so that Qin He and Xin pretended not to notice. As long as Lin Xia did not lose her temper and harm Nuan, Qin He made every effort to minimize her presence, aware that she held no standing in her brother-in-law's eyes. Are you trying to send me away? No, you continue, Lin Xia replied, leaving Qin Nuan bewildered about her intentions. She presented her cards to Lin Xia, wondering if she wished to play. All right. To her surprise, Lin Xia agreed, but she took the cards from Xin instead. Stunned by the sudden shift, Xin excused herself to the small kitchen under the pretext of washing fruit. Once inside, she felt relieved that Lin Xia had taken her cards. Had he taken Qin He's? She feared her heart might not withstand the stress, and she would end up in the emergency room. Play your cards, the two women, still in a daze, were reminded. Oh, right, I'm the landlord. Playing cards with Lin Xia filled Qin Nuan with pressure, leading to a series of errors. You can't play that. Don't you have a pair of aces? Save them to make 4. Yes, I have a pair of aces, Qin He thought, remaining an invisible observer, secretly watching Lin Xia and Qin Nuan. She was uncertain if her words from the previous day had impacted Lin Xia, but he was evidently more agreeable now, displaying a newfound tolerance. Furthermore, it seemed that last night, Sheng Lin had restrained the Qin and Han families, likely at Lin Xia's behest. All eyes were fixated on Sheng Lin's every move. Consequently, as soon as he withdrew, Tian Yaru promptly called her this morning, urging her to accompany her in trying on wedding dresses. The intention was unmistakable. Though it seemed somewhat pragmatic, one could hardly blame the Tian family. After all, No one desires to gamble their fortune and life, especially for a union founded solely on commercial interests. What appeared to be a promising hand turned out to be an arduous victory. Had it not been for Lin Xia's kind reminder, they might not have triumphed at all. As soon as the cards were thrown down, Qin Nuan exhaled deeply in relief, suddenly feeling rather fatigued. The moment fatigue crossed her features, he noticed immediately. Are you tired, Nuan? Perhaps you should rest for a while. Qin Nuan nodded in agreement. Lin Xia remained silent, observing as he tidied the small table and adjusted the hospital bed for Qin Nuan's comfort. Upon hearing that he would be cooking, Qin Nuan began to ponder seriously. Sweet and sour ribs, cola chicken wings, cured meat with snap peas, braised fish. What soup would be suitable? She contemplated various options. Before Qin Nuan could finish her thoughts, Lin Xia's icy voice interrupted. Why? You shouldn't indulge in overly rich flavors at the moment. But I simply desire to eat. Qin Nuan replied, feeling that any dish would suffice until her cravings emerged, making it particularly distressing to refrain from indulging. With wide, pleading eyes, she gazed at Lin Xia. It was no wonder they said one should not indulge. Once you do, it could lead to excessive demands. Faced with Qin Nuan's pitiful expression, Lin Xia nearly acquiesced. Qin Nuan looked at Lin Xia with a look of utmost innocence. You may only choose one. Upon hearing that she could select only one, Qin Nuan pulled the blanket over her head in dissatisfaction. If that's the case, then let us not have any at all. You declared one. And you cannot go back on your word. As soon as she realized that none would be available, she quickly threw off the blanket to gaze at Lin Xia. Qin Nuan's childlike greed caused Lin Xia to stifle a laugh. You smiled. Does that mean I can choose too? Surprised by Lin Xia's smile, Qin Nuan hesitated before attempting to negotiate. Chapter 062. Do you think that by being given an inch, you can take a mile? I see you as someone who constantly pushes the boundaries. With a suppressed smile, Lin Xia glared at Qin Nuan. Seeing that there was no room for negotiation, Qin Nuan's lips pouted slightly, torn between her choices. How about this? If you draw a card higher than mine, you may have two. Lin Xia picked up the deck of cards and casually drew one. 5 of hearts. You have a good chance. This is what you proposed. She remarked with an arched eyebrow. Qin Nuan hesitated before the card, unwilling to squander this rare opportunity. When it came time to select again, he shook his head. 8 of hearts. I win. Indeed, you have won. Indulging in the playful banter between the two sisters, Qin Nuan ultimately chose the sweet and sour ribs and cola chicken wings, while he went to the market to procure fresh ingredients. The young nurse, having washed the fruit, intended to accompany he to the market. Qin Nuan, feeling untroubled, allowed the nurse to join. Once they departed, she closed her eyes, preparing to feign sleep. Even if she couldn't truly drift off, she would at least pretend to be asleep. You've grown quite bold, came a teasing remark directed at the woman in the hospital bed. Qin Nuan remained still. Qin Nuan, do you think that a little flattery could elevate you to the heavens? Unfazed by the tone of indifference, Qin Nuan reluctantly opened her eyes to gaze at Lin Xia.
Is that so?
The frail woman on the hospital bed shook her head. She had no desire for celestial heights. She merely wished for him to keep his distance. Listening to the rhythmic sound of breathing, her eyes shifted from the computer screen to the hospital bed, observing without revealing any emotion. He took charge of the kitchen, with a young nurse assisting him. Soon, dishes and a soup were served at the table. In addition to the sweet and sour ribs and cola chicken wings ordered by Qin Nuan, he prepared a plate of stir-fried greens, a refreshing cold dish, and pig's trotter soup. The sight of the sweet and sour ribs and cola chicken wings made Qin Nuan swallow hard. How delightful! As the meals were placed on the small table, Qin Nuan invited the young nurse to join, but she shook her head vigorously. I'm not hungry, you all eat. She feared that dining at the same table as Lin Xia would lead to indigestion. Even with he joining them, Lin Xia continued to feed her diligently, personally serving her a bowl of pig's trotter soup. Can I eat first? She joked, wondering how she could consume the sweet and sour ribs and cola chicken wings after downing a bowl of soup. No, if you don't eat, you'll just have to watch. The cold refusal left Qin Nuan deflated, too timid to voice any further objections. Fortunately, they shared the soup equally. Actually, I can feed myself. After Lin Xia had spooned 3 bites of vegetables into her mouth, Qin Nuan could no longer restrain herself. If you say one more word, you won't eat at all. You can eat when you figured things out. Observing the two, he couldn't help but smirk slightly. His earlier inquiry about Lin Xia's feelings for Nuan was largely speculative, but after half a day, it became evident that Lin Xia indeed held affection for her. Although the origins of this affection remained a mystery, it was clear that his feelings ran deeper than he himself realized. Such affection, however, seemed to spell misfortune for Nuan. Yet, who could predict whether it would continue to be a source of unhappiness. As she had said, women tend to be soft-hearted. If Lin Xia were to spoil Nuan consistently for decades, perhaps 5 or 10 years down the line, even if Nuan still harbored feelings for Yi Huan, those feelings might transform into something akin to a distant memory, while the one who shared her daily life would seep into her heart and soul. At that juncture, the significance of love may no longer matter. Daring not to speak further, Qin Nuan gazed longingly at the cola chicken wings and sweet and sour ribs, while Lin Xia purposefully chose to feed her only the vegetables. He picked up a rib and placed it beside Qin Nuan. She glanced at Lin Xia, but ultimately accepted it. Lin Xia feigned ignorance, closing one eye to the situation. After that day, Qin Nuan's meals were entirely taken care of by Qin He. Under Qin He's attentive care, Qin Nuan not only regained her color, but also put on some weight. The injured leg was healing remarkably well after being placed in a cast. It felt far more bearable, allowing her to sit up rather than merely lie down. With nothing to occupy her time, Qin Nuan became utterly captivated by the game of Do Diju. When Qin He was around, she played with him and the young nurse. When he was absent, she called for the nurses to join. Occasionally, Qin He was summoned to assist with the chores. Qin Fu and Qin Mu have yet to visit Qin Nuan. Their absence has surprisingly afforded her a sense of relief. Now, she finds herself at a loss regarding how to confront her parents. When Lin Xia arrived at noon, she brought a long paper and a pen. Upon receiving them, Qin Nuan discovered that they contained the design sketches of the pink diamond she had previously created. Is it too late to gift this to your mother? She mused, realizing that her mother's birthday was now less than 10 days away. Perhaps it would be better to wait until next year. Does that sound feasible? Qin Nuan could only think how the wealthy truly know how to indulge in their whims. With the design sketches in hand, Qin Nuan decided to allocate half of her time from playing Do Diju to work on her designs. 3 days later, she submitted a draft that brought her immense satisfaction. She had envisioned the pink diamond as a bracelet and a ring, a set that harmoniously intertwined the stars and the moon. Do you like this? Lin Xia inquired after examining the design. Qin Nuan nodded in affirmation. Do you not find it distinctive? The stars and the moon are inherently companions. The bracelet symbolizes the stars, while the ring represents the moon, signifying the adoration of the stars for the moon. The bracelet featured a series of small star-shaped connections, each centered with a pink diamond in the shape of a star, while the ring embodied the form of a full moon. The pink diamond required for the ring was cut into a full moon shape, with the remaining pieces ingeniously utilized for the bracelet, leaving no waste behind. It is indeed remarkable, Lin Xia commented, her admiration evident as she held the designs. With Lin Xia's endorsement, Qin Nuan felt an even greater sense of pride in her creations. Your performance will determine your path, Lin Xia stated. A commendable performance allows one to pursue their desires freely, while a lackluster effort leads to entirely different outcomes. Each time Lin Xia spoke of performance, Qin Nuan felt a shiver run down her spine. Have you contemplated how to excel? Lin Xia suddenly pressed forward, her expression teasingly ambiguous. Chapter 063. Those with cold hearts are oblivious to the pains of others. Jewelry design holds no appeal for me. I refuse, she declared, swiftly maneuvering her wheelchair towards the exit. She never wished to hear the word performance uttered from Lin Xia's lips again. Observing the agile woman in the wheelchair, Lin Xia couldn't suppress a slight smile. After meticulously inspecting the pink diamond design, she quickly made modifications before handing the sketches to Luo Jia, who had come to deliver documents. Keep a close eye on this. Do not make any mistakes. Lin Xia's concern was palpable as she entrusted the design to Luo Jia. Understood. Rest assured, President, he affirmed, vowing to oversee the process until the final product was completed. On the day the pink diamond was ready, Qin Nuan was also set to be discharged from the hospital. Lu Cheng had specifically brought the hospitalization bill for her to sign. Please sign here, he said, placing the pen and bill before Lin Xia. After glancing at the bill, Lin Xia turned to Lu Cheng. What's the matter? Is it too little? I could offer you double if you dare accept, she said, her eyes narrowing as she scrutinized him. You must understand that I have already provided a friendly discount. But should you attempt to renege, I shall simply accept it, for such is the folly of poor judgment in friendships. Qin Nuan glanced at the bill, noting an abundance of zeros. Was the treatment for a broken leg truly this exorbitant? You ought to know that I have only used imported medications for Nuan, the finest available. Even the steel plate in her leg is a limited edition, and the plaster was airlifted from abroad. With a mere glance from Lin Xia, the incessant chatter of Lu Cheng was immediately silenced. Satisfied, Lin Xia guided him out of the hospital room. Upon exiting, Qin Nuan felt an immediate lift in her spirits. Regardless of how pleasant the hospital environment might be, it was never a place one could truly cherish. The money she held was a gift from Qin's parents during her marriage, ostensibly a dowry, which Lin Xie had not claimed, leaving it in her possession alongside her savings from the past few years, which should suffice for the medical expenses.
Well,
It would also cover compensation for lost wages and nursing fees. Lost wages? Whose wages were lost? Indeed. How much? It felt like a trap. Not much. Combined with the nursing fees, 300,000 should be adequate. A pair of deep-set eyes scrutinized Qin Nuan. 300,000? She heard Lin Xie clearly, but felt it must be a misunderstanding, so she hesitantly questioned him. However, Qin Nuan was certain it was not her mistake, but rather Lin Xie's. After all, how many decisions were delayed because of your leap? It is only fair to ask for compensation for lost wages, right? And the mess you made was cleaned up by me. Surely, some nursing fees are warranted. She retorted with conviction. Qin Nuan stood there, dazed, nodding. I am not lacking in money. I merely seek someone pleasing to the eye to attend to me. 30 years would suffice. This naturally includes both in bed and out. I never asked you to. The sentence remained unfinished as Lin Xie's cold demeanor silenced her. It was best not to provoke him. Since it had come to this, whatever he said would be accepted. Qin Nuan fell silent, which pleased Lin Xie. The day after Qin Nuan was discharged, when Qin He arrived, he was accompanied by another person, Tian Yaru. Qin Nuan was puzzled as to why Tian Yaru had chosen to accompany him. Nuan, I heard from Shao He that you injured your leg and just got discharged, so I came to see you. I hope it's not inconvenient? Tian Yaru, though not strikingly beautiful, possessed a graceful demeanor and a knack for dressing well, making her quite pleasant to behold. Not at all, Sister Yaru. I'm actually delighted that you came to visit me. How could it be inconvenient? Although indifferent to Tian Yaru, she couldn't ignore her warm smile and concern. Thank you, Sister Yaru. A servant took the items, and Qin Nuan expressed her gratitude. After a casual chat among the three, Tian Yaru inadvertently inquired about the cause of Qin Nuan's leg injury. Surely, she could not divulge that she had jumped from the 3rd floor due to despair.
well,
Luck was certainly not on my side, Tian Yaru joked lightly. Indeed, Qin Nuan thought this was likely the true reason for Tian Yaru's visit. Your husband must be quite distressed about you, she ventured.
Him?
He's as cold-hearted as they come. He wouldn't know how to care for anyone. Who doesn't know how to care? A sudden, icy voice interrupted their light-hearted conversation, causing all three to turn towards Lin Xie, who had entered the living room unnoticed. Lin Xie paid them no mind and placed the items he held onto Qin Nuan's lap. What? Without extending her hand, she mirrored Lin Xie's inquiry. Explosives, he stated bluntly. This was the Lin Xie that the world painted as ruthless and cold, yet she felt that he was clearly a master of flirtation. Afraid of being blown up? Despite not knowing the source of Lin Xie's displeasure, Qin Nuan opened the box. Wow, you finished it so quickly? Unexpectedly. Within the box lay the exquisite pink diamond she had designed. Qin Nuan gasped in surprise, while Qin He and Tian Yaru craned their necks to see. Upon glimpsing the contents, both their eyes sparkled in astonishment. The conclusion drawn was that this was a gift from Lin Xie to Qin Nuan. Do you think everyone is as slow as you? Taking months to design something? It didn't take months. Nuan, is this your design? Tian Yaru captured the crux of the matter. Feeling a bit shy, Qin Nuan nodded. Did you graduate in jewelry design? Qin Nuan shook her head. I graduated in fashion design. Had it not been for Lin Xie's insistence, she would never have discovered her talent for jewelry design. Do you want it? Lin Xie did not respond. Although she adored it, she refrained from contemplating whether she wanted it, perhaps knowing it would not be given to her. Lucky you, she remarked.
what?
This is a bargain for you. She was not fond of it. A hint of impatience clouded Jun Mo's expression.
Why?
Qin Nuan found it hard to believe. Lin Xie abruptly waved her hand, causing the box in Qin Nuan's grasp to tumble. Forget it. Chapter 064, Discovering What She Had Not Designed. Her reaction felt like a bucket of cold water poured over them. What is wrong with you? As the box was flung aside, the ring and bracelet fell out, prompting Qin Nuan to forget her physical constraints in her rush to retrieve them, only to lose her balance and tumble onto the carpet. Qin He, closest to her, reached out to help but was a moment too late, watching helplessly as Qin Nuan fell. In the next instant, someone swiftly lifted Qin Nuan and placed her on the sofa. Are you trying to get yourself killed? He shouted, still reeling from the sudden turn of events. Qin Nuan looked up at the furious man with a pitiful expression. He was always like this, one moment calm, the next inexplicably enraged, leaving her to endure it like a fool. Observing Qin Nuan's woeful demeanor, Lin Xie's rising anger was suddenly extinguished. The more Qin Nuan contemplated her plight, especially with her sister and future sister-in-law present, the more humiliated she felt, like a half-wit struggling to survive in Lin Xie's presence. That sense of humiliation reached its peak. Her nose tinged, and tears brimmed in her eyes. Don't cry. I didn't mean to yell at you. Qin Nuan remained silent, her eyes reddening as she gazed at her reflection, which made Lin Xia's heart twist with regret, wishing he could slap himself. He did not want to ruin the hard-won harmony due to a moment of impulsiveness. Be good, don't cry. Ignoring the onlookers, Lin Xia knelt down to pick up the ring and bracelet. As he blinked, a large tear rolled down. Qin He and Tian Yaru observed quietly, wishing to shrink away to avoid being caught in the awkwardness should Lin Xia remember their presence and unleash his frustration upon them. Stop crying. Let me help you put them on and see how they look. With gentle movements, he adorned Qin Nuan with the bracelet and ring. She watched quietly. Although Lin Xia's actions could be seen as an apology, Qin Nuan still felt wronged, particularly because of his indiscriminate rage. She continued to sob softly. Don't cry. The haughty and aloof Lin Xia, usually perched high above, attempted to offer a clumsy form of comfort, though he had never been adept at consoling others. Qin Nuan remained silent, her quiet sobs resonating in the air. Lin Xia, irritated by her tears yet striving to suppress his frustration, refrained from uttering harsh words. Once Qin Nuan had wept enough, she began to admire the ring and bracelet adorning her hands. The more she gazed at them, the more she cherished their beauty, though she still could not fully believe they truly belonged to her. Do you like them? Lin Xia inquired, his voice breaking the stillness as Qin Nuan's sobs subsided. She nodded in response. That's good, he said, gently ruffling her hair before rising to his feet. Don't sit for too long. Rest if you grow weary. He then cast a glance at Qin He and Tian Yaru before taking his leave. As soon as Lin Xia departed, the tension that had been lodged in Qin He and Tian Yaru's chests dissipated. Lin Xia's presence was undeniably formidable, even when he lowered himself to comfort someone. His icy demeanor remained unyielding, instilling a sense of restraint in others. Only the gentle yet resolute Qin Nuan seemed capable of softening him. Tian Yaru felt that the visit had not been in vain. Regardless of external rumors, it was evident that Qin Nuan held a significant place in Lin Xia's heart. After all, it was not every day that he would stoop to console his wife, abandoning all concern for the outside world until she was comforted. Before leaving, Lin Xia had expressed his desire for his beloved wife not to linger too long, prompting Qin He and Tian Yaru to depart as well. However, as they exited, Tian Yaru sincerely invited Qin Nuan to attend her engagement ceremony with Qin Yang. Though it is merely an engagement, both Qin Yang and I hope you can be present. I will certainly attend your wedding, she added. Qin Nuan was reluctant. Her leg had yet to heal, and she dreaded facing her parents. Moreover, attending such a significant event with a broken leg felt inappropriate. Yet, Tian Yaru's perspective differed, regardless of whether Lin Xia would attend. It was certain that he would follow if Qin Nuan were to go, though she harbored some feelings for Qin Yang. Her primary concern lay in the connections that the two daughters-in-law of the Qin family could offer. The business world operated on relationships. Each individual depended on another. I believe Qin Yang would also wish for you to be there, though he may not express it. You and Shao he have always held importance in his heart, Tian Yaru remarked. Qin Nuan wondered how Tian Yaru had discerned her and her sister's significance in their elder brother's eyes. If they truly mattered that much, how could he remain indifferent while their parents traded their younger sister for personal gain, showing little concern thereafter? However, at that moment, she no longer wished to dwell on their importance. Very well, Nuan should rest. I will visit you with Shao He another day, she declared, effectively sending Tian Yaru away. Tian Yaru, perceptive to the unspoken signals, refrained from further discussion. Yet after exiting, she insisted that Qin He encouraged Qin Nuan to attend the engagement, under the pretense of ensuring that such a momentous occasion would not transpire without the blessing of a sister-in-law. Qin He merely smiled and replied that he would do his best. After parting ways, Tian Yaru called Qin Yang, insisting that he should invite Qin Nuan to the engagement ceremony. Currently, there are whispers circulating outside that Qin Nuan has provoked Lin Xiao. Given Lin Xiao's temperament, it is evident that she will not let this matter rest easily. At this moment, as she is engaged to Qin Yang, if Lin Xiao were to abstain from attending, it is likely that the companies preparing to collaborate with the Tian Corporation would refrain from signing contracts, a loss that Tian Corporation cannot afford. Today, her visit to Qin Nuan primarily stems from her desire to ascertain the truth behind the rumors. If they hold any validity, the engagement date must be postponed. A complete withdrawal is not an option, as this connection was not easily established. Thus, the only course is to delay. However, that is no longer necessary. The engagement can proceed, but Lin Xiao must be present. Upon her discharge from the hospital, for convenience, she and Lin Xiao temporarily reside in a guest room on the first floor. Lying in bed, Qin Nuan, unable to find sleep, admires the bracelet and ring. Dissatisfied with merely wearing them, she removes them for a closer inspection. To her surprise, she discovers something that was not part of her original design. At every connection point of the bracelet, there lies an English letter. Curious about where the sequence begins, Qin Nuan contemplates repeatedly until she successfully pieces together the entire phrase. Reciting the assembled letters, she is struck by their meaning. Love in this life. Qin Nuan ponders that if the engraving was not a mere error, then Lin Xiao must indeed hold deep affection for her mother. It is difficult for her to imagine that such a seemingly cold individual could possess such tender sentiments. Realizing the inscription on the bracelet, she feels it inappropriate to continue wearing it. When Lin Xiao emerges and sees Qin Nuan still seated on the bed, cradling the box from earlier, he inquires, "What's wrong?" Noticing her somewhat unnatural expression, a flicker of anticipation ignites within him. Has she seen the engraving on the bracelet? "I think I'll pass on this," she replies softly, a hint of caution in her voice, fearing he might once again lose his composure, like earlier in the day. Lin Xiao's countenance stiffens.
Why?
His tone turns icy, exuding an air of finality that warns her to tread carefully. Qin Nuan feels bewildered. "Say it," he presses, his demeanor growing colder. "I have nothing to say. I'm going to sleep now." She ponders that Lin Xiao must have been mocked by her mother when he presented the bracelet, and now he feels a loss of face, compelling him to insist she keep it. This realization leads Qin Nuan to decide it's better to avoid confrontation. She can simply not wear it, preserving it herself rather than risk it being discarded elsewhere. Understanding the situation, she refrains from further discussion. Lin Xiao snorts softly, his gaze towards her tinged with a hint of color. "I see you've been recovering well. It's time for you to fulfill your obligations." His tone brooks no refusal. In an instant, Qin Nuan comprehends the nature of these obligations. "My leg is still not healed. I'm not in a position to," but she watches as Lin Xiao discards his bathrobe. Afterward, she feels a renewed pain in her leg, and not just there, everywhere aches. Yet, she refrains from voicing her discomfort, for Lin Xiao's expression has darkened even further. Due to her concerns for Qin Nuan, he found himself increasingly dissatisfied. "Aren't you going to sleep? Do you think I care for you too much?" He glared at Qin Nuan with a harsh demeanor. Startled, she promptly shut her eyes. In truth, she did not feel cared for at all. Despite her injury, he continued to act as he pleased. As he embraced the small woman whose cheeks were slightly puffed up from keeping her eyes closed, Lin Xia struggled for a long time to quell the rising heat within him. "Do you wish to attend Qin Yang's engagement?" he inquired. "I don't know," Qin Nuan replied, surprised that Lin Xia brought up this topic first. However, she had yet to decide whether or not she wanted to go. If she attended, she feared facing her parents' well-meaning but forceful persuasion. Yet, if she chose not to go, she felt that certain individuals were very eager for her presence. "Can we decide when the time comes?" She ultimately refrained from making a definitive statement. "All right, if you wish to go, then go. If not, then don't." He spoke with an air of indulgence. The following day, Qin Yang's call reached the landline at the Lin residence. Faced with Qin Yang's repeated invitations, Qin Nuan ultimately had no choice but to agree. However, she could not fathom whether he genuinely wished for her, his sister, to attend or if there were ulterior motives at play. Yet, she had lost interest in delving into such matters. At present, she longed to be a contented canary, awaiting the day when Lin Xia would tire of her. Even if she could not attain complete freedom, at least she would have her own space. Having decided to attend Qin Yang's engagement ceremony, she informed Lin Xia of her choice. Qin Nuan was indifferent to this. The next day, Tian Yaru personally selected a gown and brought it to Qin Nuan. The powder pink long dress was perfectly designed to conceal the cast on her leg while remaining convenient. "How do you like the dress, Nuan Nuan? Is it suitable?" "Thank you, Sister Yaru," Qin Nuan expressed her gratitude. "It pairs perfectly with the pink diamond bracelet and ring that Xia gifted you," Tian Yaru remarked, noting Qin Nuan's satisfaction with the gown. However, she would not wear the bracelet and ring, for if Lin Xia were to see them, it would undoubtedly feel awkward, as they were symbols of his affection for his mother. "I shall not disturb your rest any longer," Tian Yaru said as she prepared to leave. Qin Nuan did not insist on her staying, as they did not share many common interests. Before departing, Tian Yaru specifically reminded Qin Nuan to arrive early. Qin Nuan smiled and agreed. On the morning of Qin Yang and Tian Yaru's engagement, Lin Xia had yet to mention whether he would accompany her. After breakfast, Qin Nuan prepared to change into the gown, mindful of her promise to arrive early. Given her many inconveniences, it was prudent to leave in advance. The doorbell rang, and a servant answered. Tossing a bag onto Qin Nuan's lap, Lin Xia pushed her wheelchair, glancing at the logo on the bag. She recognized it as a renowned luxury brand and peered inside. The contents were a lovely shade of green. I am about to attend my brother's engagement ceremony, she thought, naturally associating this with their previous encounters. With Lin Xie, the possibility was ever present. Does Nuan wish to have another encounter before attending Qin Yang's engagement?
He teased.
That is your wish, not mine, she replied. You don't wish for it? I would never believe that. Until Lin Xie revealed the contents of the bag. Qin Nuan remained oblivious to his true intentions. It was hardly her fault. How could she have known that Lin Xie had prepared a gown for her as well? It was a dress she had previously encountered in a magazine, and from the very first glance, she found it utterly breathtaking. The water green hue was refreshingly vibrant, reminiscent of a playful water sprite frolicking in the mountains. As a fellow student of fashion design, Qin Nuan couldn't help but feel a sense of inadequacy in comparison to such a design philosophy. With Lin Xie's assistance, the gown quickly adorned her figure. Gazing at her reflection in the mirror, a smile involuntarily graced Qin Nuan's lips. Did you choose this? The assistant did, came the reply. Qin Nuan let out a light sigh. The real question was indeed unusual. Sister Yara sent me a gown before. Would she be displeased if I didn't wear it? Does her displeasure even matter? Qin Nuan promptly fell silent. No one's discontent could compare to the serious consequences of Lin Xie's dissatisfaction. Yet, she resolved to explain to Sister Yaru upon seeing her, as it was a gesture filled with genuine sentiment. Upon arriving at the hotel, Lin Xie naturally pushed Qin Nuan forward. With both legs injured, and her left leg still in a cast, Qin Nuan had to remain in a wheelchair to avoid placing undue stress on her right leg, thus preventing any lingering repercussions. I can manage myself, she asserted, having become quite adept at maneuvering the wheelchair. I don't find it shameful to push someone who is injured. Why do you bother with such words? A swift reprimand silenced all objections that Qin Nuan might have voiced. When Qin's parents spotted Lin Xie pushing Qin Nuan inside, they immediately approached with beaming smiles. To Qin Nuan, their expressions felt glaringly insincere. She had previously perceived her mother as lacking individuality, entirely overshadowed by her father. However, upon reflection, she realized that her mother and father's thoughts had always been in sync. Her mother was not merely flattering her father, but rather conforming to a shared vision. After greeting Lin Xie, Qin's father turned his attention to Qin Nuan, who felt a sense of relief. Once they learned of Qin Nuan's attempted leap from the building and subsequent injury, her mother had attempted to visit her in the hospital several times but was thwarted. It became apparent that Lin Xie was displeased with their insistence on Qin Nuan having children. He refrained from asserting his position as her father, wary of the potential fallout that could ensue from meddling in their affairs. Their presence together today would quell the unfounded rumors, allowing them to address future matters as they arose. Moreover, as their eldest daughter pointed out, there had been no rumors of divorce within the Lin family, perhaps indicative of a familial tradition. Thus, there was no need for unwarranted worry that might foster animosity between daughter and mother-in-law or resentment from the son-in-law. Is your leg still in pain? Qin's father inquired of Lin Xie, while Qin's mother turned her gentle gaze towards Qin Nuan, asking with a soft demeanor. Qin Nuan shook her head. It would be disingenuous to claim there were no lingering grievances towards her mother, making it impossible for her to face her with a beaming smile in the short term, especially given the traditionally lukewarm nature of their relationship. That's good. Take care of yourself, her mother replied, choosing not to elaborate further. The Qin and Tian families held a certain stature in D City, and the guests continued to arrive in waves, prompting Qin's father and Lin Xie to engage briefly before rushing off to attend to the newcomers. In such circumstances, it is only natural to be as considerate as possible. The Qin family, lacking the strength of the Lin family, certainly did not wish to alienate anyone. After Qin's father departed, Lin Xie wheeled Qin Nuan into the grand hall. Upon their entrance, the hall fell silent for a fleeting moment, with all eyes subtly drawn to Qin Nuan, who sat in her wheelchair. Those engaged in business with Lin Xie greeted her with smiles, to which she nodded in acknowledgement. Those who felt at a loss for words hesitated to approach. Lin Xie maneuvered her to the food display. What would you like to eat? Qin Nuan shook her head, for she had not come to indulge in food. She nodded in agreement. Given her current condition, even if she wished to escape, it would be impossible. As Han Deng and Qin He attended to the guests in the hall, they approached upon seeing Lin Xie pushing Qin Nuan. Sister, brother-in-law, Qin Nuan greeted them first. After acknowledging her, Han Deng turned to Lin Xie, saying, "It has been quite a while since I last saw you. We must share a few drinks later." Lin Xie merely responded with a soft grunt. Where is Sister Yaru? Noticing only her elder brother Qin Yang mingling with the guests, Qin Nuan inquired. She's in the makeup room. Shall we go take a look? Qin Nuan glanced up at Lin Xie, who was engaged in conversation with someone nearby, and nodded. She intended to explain to Tian Yaru why she wasn't wearing the gown she had sent. Qin He wheeled her away, while Lin Xie cast a brief glance without uttering a word. Inside the makeup room, Tian Yaru was nearly finished with her makeup. just putting on the final touches. After knocking lightly on the door, he pushed Qin Nuan inside. Nuan is here. Upon seeing Qin Nuan, Tian Yaru rose with a smile. Sister Yaru, you look absolutely stunning today. So, are you implying I am usually not? Tian Yaru responded playfully.
No, no.
I meant you are always beautiful. But today you are exceptionally so, Qin Nuan hurriedly clarified. You look lovely today as well, Tian Yaru remarked, appraising the exquisite gown Qin Nuan wore. She recognized it as a masterpiece designed by a top designer from D Company, a luxury item so rare that wealth alone could not secure it. There was but one in existence, an item of such high caliber that it could not even be replicated. Sister Yaru, I apologize. I initially intended to wear the gown you sent, but Sia has already prepared this for you. His taste is impeccable. The gown suits you beautifully. Tian Yaru feigned disbelief, yet deemed it unnecessary to voice her skepticism. Soon, the auspicious hour arrived. Although an engagement is less intricate than a wedding, it still requires considerable effort. After the ceremony, Qin Nuan found a corner to indulge in some refreshments while Lin Xia conversed with others nearby. Regardless of the setting, Lin Xia was always the focal point of attention. Having finished the small cake on her plate, Qin Nuan surveyed her surroundings and spotted her favorite ice cream at the end of the display. She deftly maneuvered her wheelchair towards it. Lin Xia remained still within her sight, unwilling to tether her too closely. She scooped a few spoonfuls of the ice cream, savoring the sweetness. Since marrying Lin Xia, she had seemingly deprived herself of such delights, allowing herself to indulge without restraint. Isn't that just her? Have you heard? Her broken leg was the consequence of her restlessness. Interrupted by Lin Xia, while eloping with an old flame. Upon hearing her name, Qin Nuan slowed her consumption of ice cream, yet remained indifferent. Is it truly possible? Could Lin Xia wear discarded shoes? The gossip abounds. Do you believe it? Have you seen the gown she wears? It is the most extravagant piece from the D brand in recent years. Lin Xia is indeed generous. She plays a clever game of feigned restraint, but it is unfortunate for her former lover, who is said to be in a dire situation. The woman speaking made a slitting gesture across her throat. Is that man foolish? Who would forsake Lin Xia for him? It is a wonder such a fool has managed to survive, let alone aspire to marry. Do you not find it disgraceful to speak ill of others behind their backs? Qin Nuan was on the verge of leaving, willing to dismiss their remarks. However, they should not speak of Yi Huan, nor should they use such derogatory terms towards him. He is her Achilles heel, something no one should dare to touch or trample upon. Dare to act, yet fear the words? A young woman with golden hair, clad in a white gown, looked down upon Qin Nuan with arrogance. My affairs are my own. What right do you have to pass judgment here? Dare to act, yet fear the words, or are you lamenting for your wild man? The two women beside her, wary of escalating the situation, tugged at her arm, but she brusquely shook them off. Who knows what that wild man sees in you? It seems wild men prefer those who are as untamed as stray dogs. Unwilling to hear any disparagement of Yi Huan, Qin Nuan, consumed by rage, seized a nearby wine bottle and hurled it at the woman speaking. The bottle struck the woman, ricocheting to the ground with a deafening crash. The woman, taken aback, then, in a fit of anger, swung her hand towards Qin Nuan's face. Chapter 067. It is not your place to judge my lady's upbringing. The slap was intercepted mere centimeters from Qin Nuan's cheek and subsequently cast aside. Lin Xia, with a cold demeanor and piercing gaze, regarded the haughty woman. Despite Qin Nuan's position in a wheelchair diminishing her imposing presence, her face flushed with indignation. What right do they have to criticize her? What authority do they hold to evaluate Yi Huan as if they were mere spectators? Upon hearing the commotion, a crowd gathered around. Qin Yang and Tian Yaru, who were toasting on the other side, hurried over. Under the intensity of Lin Xia's glare, the woman in the white dress felt a shiver run down her spine, yet maintained a facade of composure as she addressed Lin Xia. We were merely engaging in casual conversation. Who would expect Mrs. Lin to be so protective? It is merely a former boyfriend, yet to speak of him brings such ire, and to resort to violence with a wine bottle. What a display of poor upbringing. She spoke lightly, yet each word was sharp and venomous. Qin Nuan felt the weight of her manipulative words, but with Lin Xia present, she could not muster a response. Shouldn't you clean this up promptly? Qin Yang instructed the waitstaff. Initially hesitant due to the tense atmosphere, the waitstaff moved forward as soon as Qin Yang spoke, swiftly tidying the area. In an instant, it was restored to order. Amidst the bustling crowd, the shattered wine bottle felt overshadowed. Tian Yaru approached, her demeanor elegant and her tone playful. Upon hearing her words, laughter erupted among the gathered crowd. Indeed, the wine bottles bear witness to your exquisite pairing. A match made in heaven. Quickly, Offer yourselves to the applause of the crowd.
Han stepped forward to interject. What President Han says is correct.
Seeing everyone laughing, Tianyara tugged at the woman in the white dress. Sha, accompany me to change into another gown. The woman, addressed as Sha, smiled at Lin Xie before preparing to leave with Tianyaru. She was well aware that Tianyaru was providing her an escape. Is that all? Just leaving like this? A chilling voice interrupted. Qin Nuan looked up at the man beside her, his consistently aloof countenance revealing no emotions. She was uncertain whether he was angry or if he had taken offense at Sha's words. Qin, he tugged at Han, who reluctantly stepped forward. Xia, after all, today is your brother-in-law's special day. Let us discuss this later. Han's words elicited a cold snort from Lin Xie, who then walked deliberately toward Sha. It is not for you to judge my wife's upbringing. If you enjoy slapping faces, why not entertain us all with a demonstration? As Lin Xie's frosty gaze met Sha's, she turned to Tianyaru for help. Unexpectedly, Qin Nuan hurled a wine bottle in frustration, unable to withstand such bullying. Her hand raised in anger, but it did not strike Qin Nuan's face. Why was Lin Xie holding on to this? Xie, let it go. We are all friends. A little banter is normal, Qin Yang interjected, stepping forward. Lin Xie, however, continued to regard Sha with a cold stare. Not wishing to escalate the embarrassment, Qin Nuan discreetly tugged at Lin Xie's sleeve. She suddenly felt that her reaction had been overly impulsive. Had she simply ignored the incident, this scene might have been avoided. Lin Xie, she called softly. What's wrong? Is performing too difficult for you? Do you need me to find someone to assist you? Ignoring Qin Nuan, Lin Xie remained impassive, focusing solely on Sha. I didn't realize President Lin was so magnanimous. Even with his wife eloping with an old flame, he still defends her. No wonder Mrs. Lin feels so audacious. It appears she has been publicly humiliated, Sha thought, choosing to throw caution to the wind. A sharp slap echoed through the air. What nonsense are you spouting? This is not a place for your insolence. Apologize immediately. Following the slap was the furious reprimand of a man. Father, why did you hit me? Sha stared at the middle-aged man in disbelief after receiving the blow. If I hadn't, you would have reached for the stars. He glared at Sha before turning to Lin Xie with an ingratiating smile. Mr. Lin, please forgive my daughter's ignorance. She has offended Mrs. Lin today, and I apologize on her behalf, hoping for your understanding. Anyone who failed to see Qin Nuan's esteemed position in Lin Xie's heart would be a fool. Unworthy of the business realm. Sha, clutching her face, stomped her foot and stormed out. It's all right. I have made mistakes too, Qin Nuan hastily reassured, tugging at Lin Xie once more. As Lin Xie looked down, their eyes met, and a wave of foreboding washed over Qin Nuan, causing her expression to stiffen. Noticing her discomfort, Lin Xie raised his gaze to the smiling middle-aged man. It seems President Zhao is too busy to instruct his daughter? I will certainly teach her, he replied, then turned back to Qin Nuan. Madam Lin, I shall certainly visit one day with my daughter to apologize. And I implore you to speak kindly of me in Mr. Lin's presence. Even a fool could discern the implications in Lin Xie's words. He does not desire Lin Xie to grant him any additional time. Qin Nuan forced a smile, her face stiff with tension. Upon returning home, she feared she might not fare any better and still advised Lin Xie. Han and others exchanged greetings and whisked Qin He away. No man can maintain his composure when addressed in such a manner publicly. Thus, it is prudent to avoid provoking him at this juncture. Qin Yang and Tianyaru continued to entertain their guests. Despite the commotion, it bore no detriment to them. Rather, it was entirely beneficial. The more Lin Xie cherishes Qin Nuan, the more eager individuals will be to collaborate with him. As the crowd dispersed, Qin Nuan dared not meet Lin Xie's gaze. Obediently sitting in her wheelchair. After suppressing his anger, Lin Xie pushed Qin Nuan away. Once seated in the car, Qin Nuan straightened her back, occasionally stealing glances at Lin Xie. He leaned against the seat, eyes closed, silent. Qin Nuan contemplated whether she should initiate an explanation. I. It seemed that no matter how she phrased it, it would be inadequate, and ultimately, she fell silent. Lin Xie remained voiceless, with his eyes shut. Qin Nuan felt her nerves taut, sensing his anger. She could not ascertain the extent of his fury, or how it might manifest. Upon closing the door, her breath became labored as she covertly observed Lin Xie. He abruptly yanked off his tie. Chapter 68. Strike down this scoundrel. He then lifted her and laid her on the bed with a somewhat rough motion. Are you angry? She inquired cautiously, gazing at Lin Xie's cold visage. Should I not be angry? Qin Nuan dared not respond. Why the silence? Should I be angry? Although his actions were brusque, he skillfully avoided her legs.
I'm sorry.
At a loss for words, Qin Nuan could only apologize. She regretted her inability to endure. After all, what harm could come from uttering harsh words? As long as Lin Xie was unperturbed, Yi Huan would thrive, yet in that moment, all rationality abandoned her, leaving only the fierce desire to defend the man she had cherished for so long and would continue to cherish. Sorry for what? Sorry for what? Lin Xie pressed. I was not obedient. With a hint of coyness and a desire to appease, her voice carried a note of vulnerability. Lin Xie's ire diminished considerably. Not foolish, I see, he remarked, pinching Qin Nuan's delicate nose. Are you still angry? She asked, her cheeks flushed as she looked at Lin Xie. In truth, her greatest fear was not his anger, but rather his wrath directed elsewhere, particularly in such circumstances, with that Shasha's words so harsh. She thought that most men would be furious and retaliate. If you pay attention, I want to be angry. Her flushed face turned crimson, and she fell silent thereafter. After their engagement, whispers in high society transformed into tales of Lin Xie's deep affection for the youngest daughter of the Qin family, even to the extent of forgiving her elopement with a smile. Moreover, he became fiercely protective, permitting no one to utter a single disparaging word. Such rumors ultimately benefited the Qin family immensely. The following morning, Mrs. Zhao accompanied Xia to extend her apologies to Qin Nuan. However, Qin Nuan chose not to meet them, deeming it unnecessary. She feared inciting Lin Xie's ire, but found it unlikely that he would forgive Xia. Why should she pardon someone who treated the suffering of others as fodder for amusement and displayed a lack of remorse when confronted? Even if Xia were to acknowledge her wrongdoing, it did not imply genuine contrition. Thus, Qin Nuan saw no reason to provoke Lin Xie for the sake of their reconciliation. Mrs. Zhao and Xia returned several times thereafter, yet Qin Nuan continued to avoid them. Each day, she persisted in standing for a brief period, gradually increasing her duration.
Today,
I am going to the company with me, Lin Xie stated as he set down his chopsticks. Do you not wish to go? He inquired. Is it permissible not to? Qin Nuan tentatively replied. It is not. Lin Xie dismissed her query with finality. Then why ask me? She muttered in dissatisfaction. A mere glance from Lin Xie silenced her immediately. They proceeded to the car, wheelchair in tow. We will remove the cast next Monday. And then accompany me on a business trip to H City, Lin Xie announced once they were seated. A business trip? Qin Nuan echoed the last two words. Do you have any objections? None, she replied, knowing that even if she did, it would be futile to voice them. Upon arriving at the company, Lin Xie headed straight into a meeting, leaving Qin Nuan in the office to occupy herself with her phone. After her discharge from the hospital, Qin He had brought her handbag and phone to the Lin residence. A secretary entered with water and some snacks, not Sun Cece. And Qin Nuan noted the absence of Sun Cece in the secretary's office as well. She surmised that Sun Cece had likely been dismissed by Lin Xie. The mere thought of Sun Cece brought back unpleasant memories of their last encounter, particularly at that desk, which made Qin Nuan feel exceedingly uncomfortable. Setting her phone aside, she wheeled herself to the window, gazing down at the bustling street below. Her discomfort lingered, prompting her to rise and tentatively practice walking to divert her attention. Once stable, she cautiously leaned against the wheelchair and took a small step. Although her left leg could not bear weight, she managed to lightly touch the ground with it. Shifting her right leg slightly, a dull pain radiated from her hip, causing her to grimace and hesitate further movement. At that moment, the office door swung open, and Lin Xie entered, initially failing to notice Qin Nuan. His gaze swept across the room until it landed on the small figure on the floor, contorted in pain as she rubbed her behind. Warm, are you seeking respite from the cool floor? He teased, a hint of mockery in his tone. Qin Nuan glanced at Lin Xie, but remained silent. Did you hurt yourself? A little, she admitted. Shall I help you? He inquired, his expression laced with evident amusement. Qin Nuan froze, then quickly retorted, No, it's fine. It doesn't hurt at all. She forced a smile. How can it be fine? Let me see if you've injured yourself, he insisted, reaching out to embrace her. Qin Nuan attempted to evade him, however. Her limited mobility left her unable to escape before Lin Xie had her pinned against his legs, her head tilted downward. Please, it truly doesn't hurt. The position felt undeniably humiliating and ungraceful, yet Lin Xie seemed utterly unconcerned. As autumn commenced, her attire was already minimal, and soon, certain areas were inadvertently exposed to Lin Xie's gaze. Qin Nuan felt a sudden rush to her head, her blood boiling and her face flushed as if it could bleed. You don't look at me like that, you pervert. I already said it doesn't hurt. Her brain momentarily lost control, and she shouted. Lin Xie, unfazed by the insult, wore a distinctly amused expression. Indeed, there was no harm done. Her skin remained as fair and delicate as ever. As she spoke, she playfully patted her own cheeks. Qin Nuan felt an overwhelming urge to leap up and strike this scoundrel down. With her face aflame, she glared at Lin Xie. Her expression so charmingly vibrant that it nearly caused Lin Xie to lose composure. If you continue to look at me like that, this won't be a simple examination anymore. Those words instantly extinguished Qin Nuan's fury, leaving her to sulk silently, cursing Lin Xie in her heart. I told you not to be anxious. It won't cripple you. Rubbing the top of Qin Nuan's head, Lin Xie continued. What's wrong? Are you angry? She lifted Qin Nuan's chin with a delicate hand. With her flushed face,
Qin Nuan shook her head.
Don't be upset. I'm only concerned for you. Your leg is already weak. If your backside gets hurt again, won't I have to be a vegetarian for a long time? Though spoken with a serious demeanor, her eyes sparkled with mischief. As she sat down, she gazed at Qin Nuan through the office desk, speaking softly. Chapter 069. We shall make up for all that has been lacking during this time. Once your leg is healed, we shall have a heartfelt conversation right here in the office. Had her leg been in good condition, Qin Nuan would have eagerly leapt up to escape. Lin Xie's words left her face burning, and only then did Lin Xie cease her teasing, turning her attention to the documents with a pleasant disposition. Shortly after, the secretary entered, delivering paper, pens, and a stack of jewelry magazines to Qin Nuan. Puzzled, she looked at Lin Xie. Qin Nuan had little interest in jewelry design, so she utilized the paper and pen to sketch clothing designs instead. Since parting ways with Yi Huan, her mind seemed to have instinctively blocked out everything from her university days. Consequently, she had not pursued a career in fashion design, uncertain if she would ever return to it. For now, doodling was a delightful way to pass the time. The entire morning slipped away in this creative endeavor. Lin Xie, undeterred by Qin Nuan's mobility issues, specially took her out for lunch at a restaurant. For dessert, they enjoyed small cakes and ice cream, which left Qin Nuan feeling quite satisfied. However, this leisurely moment was overshadowed by the presence of Lin Xie, leaving Qin Nuan both bewildered and perplexed. She wondered if Lin Xie had lost her senses, pushing her around the park in the glaring midday sun. Being afternoon, the park was bustling with people of all ages. As Lin Xie wheeled Qin Nuan past, various gazes turned their way. It was no surprise. Clad in formal attire, Lin Xie exuded a noble and aloof aura effortlessly.
Yet,
here she was, pushing a wheelchair occupied by a youthful, delicate woman, strolling harmoniously through the park, a sight that intrigued onlookers. Coming to a stop in a flat area shaded by trees, Lin Xie declared, "Isn't this a perfect spot for some exercise?" Approaching Qin Nuan, he extended his hand to assist her in standing. With a gaze filled with skepticism, Qin Nuan scrutinized Lin Xie, questioning whether his intentions were genuinely to help her strengthen her abilities or merely to exploit the situation for his amusement.
What?
Are you reluctant to exercise? Ignoring her doubts, Lin Xie retorted, You don't intend to leave me here, do you? Unintentionally, he blurted out a thought from his heart. Indeed, I would leave you here.
So,
will you come down? He said with a tone laced with mockery. His fierce demeanor surprisingly diminished Qin Nuan's suspicions. With trepidation, she grasped Lin Xie's arm and gradually stood, her weight resting on him as she hesitated to place her feet firmly on the ground. To her delight, with his support, she found this method far more agreeable than relying on a wheelchair. With cautious steps, she managed to traverse over 10 meters. A light sheen of sweat glistened on her brow, endearing in its simplicity. Unable to resist, Lin Xie planted a gentle kiss on her forehead. Startled by his sudden gesture, Qin Nuan instinctively recoiled, nearly losing her balance, but Lin Xie's quick reflexes prevented her fall. Why are you dodging? Is it wrong for me to seek a little compensation? He glared at her, his expression a mixture of exhaustion and embarrassment, her cheeks flushed. Meeting his icy gaze, Qin Nuan dared not voice her objections, yet internally, she was filled with silent curses. Dare to scold me? No, not at all, Qin Nuan firmly asserted, uncertain how Lin Xie had perceived her thoughts. But she refrained from further silent rebukes. Unbeknownst to them, photographs of their affectionate moments in the park had circulated throughout the company by noon. Until Monday, Lin Xie accompanied Qin Nuan daily to practice walking, alternating between the park during work hours and the Lin residence's garden during her free time. Although the doctor advised against putting weight on her legs before the cast was removed, Qin Nuan was determined to train, and Lin Xie found pleasure in her reliance on him, thus they disregarded the physician's warnings. Fortunately, when the cast was removed, no complications were discovered. Mr. Lin, shall I arrange a rehabilitation exercise for Mrs. Lin? The doctor inquired, ensuring everything was in order. In Lin Xie's presence, the doctor felt a chill, recalling the image of Lu Cheng wailing in pain, apprehensive that he might become the next victim of Lin Xie's wrath. Morning or afternoon? Morning. Afternoon. They spoke in unison. And the doctor, glancing between Qin Nuan and Lin Xie, ultimately scheduled the appointment for the afternoon, prioritizing Lin Xie's preferences. Why in the afternoon? Qin Nuan queried, looking at Lin Xie. There is no particular reason, he replied. Exiting the hospital, Qin Nuan was still troubled by the choice of afternoon over morning. She believed her energy levels were optimal in the morning, while the afternoon often left her drowsy. Including their honeymoon trip, this marked the second occasion Qin Nuan spent time with Lin Xie outside. The mere thought of that honeymoon month left her speechless. This time, however, it would be different. After all, Lin Xie was on a business trip, not a vacation, which would presumably afford him less time to attend to her. After taking a shower, Lin Xie emerged to find Qin Nuan sitting on the bed, covering her face and shaking her head, lost in whatever game she was playing. Qin Nuan, eager to rid herself of the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind, failed to notice the bed beside her sinking down until she was pinned beneath Lin Xie. How had she never realized that Nuan possessed such an amusing ability to entertain herself? With a smile in her eyes, she gazed at Qin Nuan while gently caressing her left leg, which had recently freed itself from the confines of a cast. This sensation was far more pleasant. The visage before her overlapped with the image that had just occupied her mind, causing Qin Nuan to shift uncomfortably. Lin Xie swiftly restrained her. What was this? Her cheeks flushed, and her gaze darted away, clearly indicating that her thoughts were far from innocent. No, it's nothing. I'm going to sleep, she insisted, pushing against Lin Xie. Is that so? He replied, refusing to budge and leaning in closer until their noses nearly touched. Shall I take a guess? His hand wandered restlessly. Please don't. We have to go to City H tomorrow. I really need to sleep. Unable to dislodge Lin Xie, Qin Nuan opted to close her eyes, attempting to ignore his presence. Lin Xie, however, simply watched her, causing goosebumps to rise on her skin. Very well, sleep. He wrapped his arms around her and turned, drawing her into his embrace. Just as Qin Nuan exhaled a sigh of relief, Lin Xie's next words nearly caused her to choke on her own saliva. Chapter 070. Who would want to climb to your head? The flight was scheduled for 10 in the morning. After a leisurely breakfast, Lin Xie carried Qin Nuan to the car, continuing to hold her until they were seated on the plane. In truth, Qin Nuan's right leg had healed sufficiently for her to use crutches, but since Lin Xie had not arranged for them, she had chosen not to mention it. Feeling unable to walk normally, Qin Nuan worried she was a burden, unsure why Lin Xie insisted on bringing her along. Was it merely for a second honeymoon? The thought of spending countless days and nights on a hotel bed filled her with a desire to leap from the plane and end it all. Noticing her unease, Lin Xie merely raised an eyebrow, pretending not to see. Upon their arrival, the apartment had been tidied up, and Lin Xie carried Qin Nuan directly to the bedroom. It's noon. Aren't we going to eat? She protested, feeling an immense aversion to the bedroom. She feared that once she stepped inside, Lin Xie would transform into a wolf. Let us rest for a bit first. Afterward, I'll take you to try some famous snacks. He kindly removed her shoes and socks. Qin Nuan curled her toes uncomfortably. Her discomfort overshadowed Lin Xie's considerate gesture as she remained hyper-aware of his every movement, leaving little room for other thoughts. Fine, I'll sleep then, she muttered, flopping backward and wrapping herself in a thin blanket. Shouldn't we do something before sleeping? He teased, observing her. Qin Nuan feigned death. Lin Xie smirked, leaning in to pull the blanket down to her neck. Should we perhaps engage in some exercise first to ensure a more restful sleep? He suggested, playfully pinching her cheek. Qin Nuan remained silent. After all, her previous attempts at speaking had yielded no results, so this time she resolved to maintain her act of stillness. Releasing her cheek, Lin Xie leaned closer, his breath enveloping her. He pressed a gentle kiss to her cheek before stepping back. I'll be outside. Call for me when you're ready. As soon as Lin Xie departed, Qin Nuan exhaled deeply, then opened her eyes to survey the modest furnishings of the bedroom. It appeared rather simplistic. Lacking the customary elegance associated with Lin Xie, it resembled more of a guest room, presumably due to her inconvenience with mobility, which had led her to settle for this space rather than ascend the stairs. After a thorough examination, Qin Nuan closed her eyes to rest, and before she realized it, she succumbed to slumber. 2 hours later, fully awakened, she shifted her body in preparation to rise from the bed. Yet before she could reach the edge, Lin Xie entered the room holding a pair of slippers. Did you sleep well? She inquired, effortlessly sliding the slippers onto Qin Nuan's feet. I can manage on my own, Qin Nuan retorted. However, a mere warning glance from Lin Xie quelled any objections she might have had, and she acquiesced, allowing herself to be cradled into the bathroom for a brief wash. An unexpected sensation washed over Qin Nuan, as if Lin Xie were tending to her like a daughter. There was no sentimentality involved, merely an uncomfortable awkwardness. Upon exiting, Lin Xia indeed took Qin Nuan to savor the renowned local delicacies of H City, which were utterly delightful, leading Qin Nuan to indulge excessively. Fortunately, Lin Xia had arranged for a wheelchair, and after their meal, she pushed Qin Nuan around to explore. Perhaps due to the unfamiliar surroundings, Qin Nuan struggled to find restful sleep. The following day, she awakened almost immediately whenever Lin Xia stirred. She had assumed Lin Xia would attend a meeting, but to her surprise, after breakfast, Lin Xia whisked her away to an ancient town. "Aren't you going to the conference?" she queried, noting that this was not a trivial gathering, hence Lin Xia's personal attendance. "No need," Lin Xia replied. "He intends to visit the venue in the next couple of days, but for now, he wishes to show you around." Unbeknownst to Qin Nuan, this was indeed his plan, and she did not press further. In her mind, even if she asked, Lin Xia might not divulge the details, and even if he did, she might lack interest. With her cast finally removed, Qin Nuan was free to wear trousers, thus Lin Xia chose athletic wear for her outing, matching his own attire, which inadvertently gave them the appearance of a couple. Qin Nuan dismissed it as mere coincidence. As Lin Xia navigated the wheelchair through the town's famous spots, Qin Nuan noticed others capturing moments on their phones and felt a pang of regret for forgetting hers, as this was her inaugural visit to the ancient town. Lost in thought, Lin Xia had already taken out his phone, snapping several pictures of her. The album now featured candid shots of the petite woman in the wheelchair, showcasing her expressions ranging from initial bewilderment to surprise upon realizing she was being photographed, and finally, a thoughtful pout. Upon reviewing the images, she selected the one with the pout as her wallpaper, promptly locking her screen afterward. "Let me see," Qin Nuan called out as Lin Xia began to stow the phone away. "Not a chance," he replied, tucking the device into his pocket. "You're so stingy." "Show me what you have," she teased. "What did you say?" Lin Xia retorted, securing his phone while gazing down at her. Qin Nuan quickly lowered her head, chastising him internally for his miserly demeanor. "What you say matters to me." Earlier, upon spotting a traditional boat, she had yearned to ride it but assumed Lin Xia, with his refined tastes, would dismiss such notions. "Would you like to?" Lin Xia asked, pushing the wheelchair forward. "But aren't we going to ride the boat? Where are we headed?" she questioned, noticing they were veering away from the dock instead of towards it. Teased, Qin Nuan could not help but call out Lin Xiao's name. Her temper was evidently growing. Lin Xiao, however, remained unfazed. "How could I dare? You simply enjoy toying with me. If you choose not to sit, then so be it. Who would care?" Initially, her frustration was barely contained, her voice elevated, but soon it dipped, tinged with a hint of grievance, almost pitiful. Lin Xiao, unable to continue teasing her, redirected the wheelchair. "You say you dare not, yet here you are, making a ruckus. What would happen if you truly dared? You might as well climb atop my head and exert your authority. Who would want to climb atop your head?" she muttered incoherently. Lin Xiao feigned ignorance, taking Qin Nuan onto a traditional boat, where they remained until noon. During this time, Qin Nuan incessantly indulged in the snacks being sold nearby, until she was too lethargic to move, wishing only to remain seated. Lin Xiao indulged her, and thus the two of them leisurely lingered until evening. Qin Nuan found an indescribable comfort aboard the boat. The unique tranquility of the ancient town soothed her heart. "Will you go to the venue tomorrow? Would you like to accompany me?" Lin Xiao retorted without answering. Qin Nuan shook her head dismissively. "If you're going to the venue, I have no plans. I merely wish to wander. Should you be able to rise from the bed, wherever you wish to go, I shall arrange for someone to escort you," Lin Xiao remarked meaningfully while gazing at Qin Nuan. That night, Qin Nuan deeply comprehended the implications of Lin Xiao's words. The following morning, Lin Xiao rose energetically, dressed, and after casting a glance at Qin Nuan, who was blissfully asleep, exited the room. Qin Nuan slept soundly until the afternoon. Upon noticing the time, she directed a tirade at Lin Xiao. "Why didn't you exhaust him in bed? Even if not, you should have left him weak and feeble, perhaps leading to an early demise." Despite her scolding, she eventually got up to wash up, contemplating where to stroll later. Though it was already afternoon, she had no desire to remain cooped up in the apartment. Time was limited, so she resolved to explore the vicinity. Fortunately, the apartment's location was quite convenient, and calling for a ride would be rather simple. Without a cane, walking was laborious and time-consuming, compelling Qin Nuan to remain in her wheelchair. She consoled herself, believing it was for the best, allowing her to move without exertion. Dressed and ready, she exited her room to find a woman seated on the living room sofa. Taken aback, she watched as the woman rose and respectfully approached her. "Good day, madam. I am the assistant to the general manager of the branch. My surname is Qian. You may call me Assistant Qian." Mr. Lin has instructed me to take you wherever you wish once you awaken. After speaking, the assistant produced a new phone, stating it was a gift from Lin Xiao. Hearing Assistant Qian's words and observing the new device in her hand, Qin Nuan's irritation towards Lin Xiao diminished somewhat. Assistant Qian, being a local and capable of driving, made traveling much easier. Qin Nuan had no particular destination in mind, and Assistant Qian suggested several nearby places, all highly recommended as must-visit locations in H City. Due to time constraints, Qin Nuan ultimately selected just one. Qian, the assistant, is a rather reserved individual. Yet he handles tasks with great prudence, which brings Qin Nuan a sense of comfort, as she is not one to engage in idle conversation with unfamiliar faces. Upon entering the scenic area, Qian diligently pushed Qin Nuan along, meeting her every request, likely at the behest of Lin Xia. As Qin Nuan encountered captivating sights and intriguing locales, she captured them on her phone, even enlisting Qian to take a few selfies. After a thorough exploration of the attractions,
Dusk began to settle in.
At that moment, her phone rang, and without needing to glance at the screen, she knew who it was. Reluctantly, she answered. "Are you having fun? I would have enjoyed it more had we started earlier today," she candidly replied. "Unfortunately, this trip to H City will not allow you to fully enjoy yourself." Frustrated, Qin Nuan felt an urge to throw her phone, but she lacked the courage. The thought of damaging the new phone Lin Xia had given her made her hesitate. She feared that Lin Xia might retaliate. "What's the matter? Speechless with anger?" Lin Xia's tone was notably cheerful, perhaps due to his desires being fulfilled or the event going smoothly. "I await your commands," he said through gritted teeth, clearly relishing the moment. As anticipated, Qin Nuan's breath hitched upon hearing him. "Really?" she replied, wary of her excitement. "There's a gathering tonight." After hanging up, Qian pushed Qin Nuan towards a nearby night market. Initially, she wished to explore the film city, but the late hour and the distance made her hesitate, fearing for her safety, leaving her with a tinge of regret. "If Lin Xia goes to the venue tomorrow, we shall visit the film city," she suggested.
All right.
"Let us set out early," he replied. In the realm of dreams, she was stirred awake. As her sleep-drenched eyes opened, they met a pair of shimmering, captivating eyes. "Did you sleep well? Now, your time belongs to me." I haven't had enough sleep. Please don't disturb me. I'm exhausted." Qin Nuan pushed him away. "Did I not advise you to retire early? Disobedience warrants a penalty," he said, biting down on her lip with fervor. Qin Nuan flinched in pain as Lin Xia pressed forward. "Be good, focus, or you shall face consequences," he whispered in a soothing yet beguiling tone. Qin Nuan mused that whether she faced punishment or not, the experience was equally trying. At times, she genuinely questioned whether Lin Xia was human or a werewolf in disguise, for his boundless energy seemed inexhaustible. The following day, Lin Xia arrived at the venue brimming with vitality, while Qin Nuan awoke in the afternoon. After rising, she vented her frustrations at Lin Xia into the air before finally moving. Though she had exerted no effort, she felt inexplicably fatigued, lacking the motivation to go anywhere. Instead, she settled into a lounge chair on the apartment balcony, basking in the sun, and dozed off once more. "I didn't realize Nuan had such a way with words." Even in her cursing, Lin Xia remarked, observing her from the sofa. "You almost choked on your own words," he teased, shaking his head in bemusement, yet extending a hand to pat her gently. Qin Nuan felt that the coming night would be even more dreadful. "No, you heard wrong. I am not cursing you, but rather the mosquitoes, yes, those insufferable mosquitoes that seem intent on draining my very life." As she spoke, she waved her hand in exasperation. Observing Qin Nuan's foolish antics, Lin Xia couldn't help but smirk. How had she never noticed her remarkable talent for fabricating nonsense? "Have you not eaten? What would you like? I shall fetch it for you." She sprang up suddenly, only to forget her legs had yet to heal, tumbling straight into Lin Xia's embrace. "If you wish to be held, just say so, I don't mind. No need for pretense," he remarked, tightening his hold around her. Qin Nuan genuinely wished to bash her head against a wall. "Humph." She gritted her teeth, unable to utter a word. "I haven't. Please let go." The more he spoke, the more outrageous it became. With a forceful shove, she pushed him away and cautiously sidled to the side. Chapter 072. What he desired was not only her body, but also her heart. Lin Xia observed her as she moved, and when Qin Nuan, perspiration beading on her forehead, finally reached what she deemed a safe distance, he stepped forward with a mischievous glint in his eyes, clearly mocking her childish behavior. With her head bowed, Qin Nuan shot him a venomous glance, wishing she could sink her teeth into him. "Look at how spirited you are, having rested well. Do not complain of fatigue tonight," he teased, and she glared back in retaliation. "Dare to look again? You might as well skip dinner," she threatened, though her eyes betrayed a hint of affectionate indulgence. Unbeknownst to Lin Xia, Qin Nuan was even more oblivious. "All right, let us dine," he said, ruffling her hair playfully. Only when the topic of food arose did Qin Nuan feel a slight sense of relief. She anticipated yet another sleepless night, thus dragging out her meal deliberately. Lin Xia permitted her whims, but the night was not as sleepless as Qin Nuan had feared. He simply held her close, doing nothing more. With wide eyes, Qin Nuan stole glances at Lin Xia, feeling that this was somehow inappropriate. Disappointed? Lin Xia inquired, prompting her to immediately close her eyes. "Hurry and sleep. If you cannot fall asleep within 10 minutes, then do not bother." With that threat, Qin Nuan dared not breathe a word. Yet, whether from having napped too much during the day or from her anxiety, she could not manage to sleep. An hour later, she was still feigning steady breaths, pretending to be in a deep slumber. "Stop pretending to sleep," Lin Xia said, rolling over to pin her beneath him. "I am asleep," she protested. "You are clearly awake now." In the end, Qin Nuan was caught pretending to be asleep. As dawn broke, Lin Xia's biological clock roused him at the usual hour. And upon noticing his incessant movements, Qin Nuan reluctantly opened her eyes. "Aren't you going to the venue today?" she asked, still groggy. "No. Today marks the beginning of our second honeymoon." That single sentence instantly dispelled any lingering drowsiness from Qin Nuan. She stared at Lin Xia, wide-eyed, unsure of how to respond. Ignoring her astonished expression, Lin Xia got out of bed. Even after he entered the bathroom, Qin Nuan still felt her mind buzzing. Was it true that what one fears often comes to pass? Fortunately, Lin Xia did not allow her to worry for long. After breakfast, he escorted her to the car. Qin Nuan was utterly indifferent to her destination. For her, it sufficed to be anywhere other than in bed. As the car ventured into the film city, a look of astonishment graced her features. She pondered the myriad reasons for his bringing her here, never suspecting that it was solely because she wished to come. It was both an unexpected thought and one she dared not entertain. Once the vehicle came to a halt, a staff member approached to introduce the actors currently filming and the nature of their scenes. Upon hearing the name of the male actor, Qin Nuan's eyes flickered with surprise. While she was unfamiliar with the male lead, she had previously admired the female lead. A seasoned actress, she was renowned for her exceptional talent. As Lin Xia gently urged Qin Nuan forward, the director promptly rose to greet them, acutely aware that the financier was an esteemed patron. Thus, he could not afford to be remiss. Lin Xia cast a casual glance, but remained silent. The entire crew's gaze fell upon them, leaving Qin Nuan feeling somewhat bashful as she tugged at Lin Xia's sleeve. "Let them continue," she urged. Being watched felt akin to being on display, and after all, she had come to observe them, not to be the subject of their scrutiny. "You may proceed." The atmosphere resumed its bustling rhythm. Qin Nuan became entranced by the unfolding scenes, and Lin Xia, sensing her captivation, chose not to hasten her along. The scene concluded swiftly, but the subsequent segments did not feature the actress she admired. As the female lead began to depart, Qin Nuan eagerly wheeled herself forward. "Lulu, may I take a photo with you? I adore your performances," she expressed bashfully, with her delicate features shining with enthusiasm. Upon receiving permission, she realized she had forgotten her phone. Frustrated with her habitual oversight, Qin Nuan cast an awkward glance at Lulu and then at Lin Xia. "I'll take the picture. Just share your WeChat ID with me, and I shall send it to you. Would that be too much trouble?" "I can stand," she said, noting Lin Xia retrieving his phone. She felt that sitting while asking for a photo was rather impolite. After capturing a few images, Lin Xia selected 2 to send to Qin Nuan, subsequently deleting the rest. Once the photo session concluded, Lulu exchanged pleasantries before departing, and Lin Xia then guided Qin Nuan to a nearby filming set. The adjacent set was dedicated to a period drama, which piqued Qin Nuan's interest, prompting her to watch a little longer. Subsequently, Lin Xia wheeled her around the film city, exploring various areas. Some locations were closed to the public, while they ventured into others that were open, lingering longer in those that captivated Qin Nuan's attention. There were also attractions designed specifically for tourists, and, with Lin Xia's tacit approval, she indulged in a few experiences that her condition permitted. Qin Nuan felt that Lin Xia was exceptionally accommodating today. She never questioned the reason behind it. She had heard that the film city was just as lively at night as it was during the day. Though she longed to witness the evening ambience, she recognized the virtue of moderation. "Shall we spend the night?" Lin Xia countered. Qin Nuan instinctively assumed this was a rhetorical comment laced with irony, leading her to shake her head. "No, this is quite satisfactory." After a delightful exploration of the film city, they realized it was past 4 o'clock, prompting Lin Xia to lead Qin Nuan to a charming restaurant for a meal. After a brief respite, nightfall descended, and the dazzling film city transformed into a realm of enchantment, noisy, mysterious, and resplendent. Under the shimmering lights, a row of enticing food stalls beckoned with their alluring glow. Qin Nuan's eyes sparkled with delight, as if every woman possessed two stomachs, one for meals and another for snacks, to which the delicacies belonged. Lin Xia, too, indulged her enthusiasm. Once they entered the car, the cacophony outside faded, and Qin Nuan felt as though she were dreaming. The amiable Lin Xia, so easy to converse with that day, was someone she had never dared to envision in her dreams. Yet her full belly assured her it was indeed reality. Perhaps some things change unbeknownst to us. Qin Nuan, lacking the power to alter them, allowed it to unfold without delving too deeply. Some truths are far more comforting in their ignorance than in the awareness of them. Upon returning to the apartment, Qin Nuan had already succumbed to slumber. Observing the gentle smile gracing the sleeping woman's face, Lin Xia couldn't help but smile in return. He was a businessman, the most successful of merchants. A merchant's nature is to target and seize opportunities. Now, Qin Nuan was his objective. Beyond desiring her presence, he sought to capture her heart. Chapter 073, whose old flame on Monday morning. Lin Xia rose punctually. Noticing that Qin Nuan was sleeping soundly, he refrained from waking her. She had been truly exhausted from the previous days. The fun and the pressures of their shared bed had drained her. As Qin Nuan regarded Lin Xia with hesitation, she ultimately chose silence, focusing instead on her meal. This was his home. Whether he ate or not was of no concern to her. After washing his hands, Lin Xia leisurely pulled out a chair and sat down. Qin Nuan looked up, her expression one of confusion. What was it that she needed to learn? How to be a competent wife. The emphasis on the words competent and wife was deliberate. Qin Nuan harbored a strong aversion to the term wife, for in her understanding, a virtuous spouse should be rooted in mutual love, expressed sincerely. In such a marriage, if she ever found herself embodying the role of a devoted wife, it would be under Lin Xia's oppressive influence that she would have to perform the role. After sipping the soup offered by the servant, Qin Nuan lowered her head and continued to eat earnestly. Following lunch, Lin Xia lifted Qin Nuan into the car, driving directly to the hospital. An instinctive panic surged within her. Sometimes, she feared his kindness more than his flaws. Lin Xia remained focused on the road, his silence unbroken. Upon arrival at the hospital, the rehabilitation physician awaited Qin Nuan's arrival. Thanks to her prior training, she moved with greater ease under the guidance of professional equipment and medical expertise. Excellent, Mrs. Lin. You are among the best I have encountered in recovery training for leg injuries. It won't be long before you can walk normally again. The physician praised her profusely. Qin Nuan simply smiled and expressed her gratitude. As the session neared its conclusion, Lu Cheng, clad in a white coat, entered. Spotting Lin Xia, he couldn't resist teasing Xia, the epitome of a devoted husband, so busy yet still accompanying his little wife for rehabilitation. Lin Xia merely cast a glance at Lu Cheng, offering no retort. Although Qin Nuan was not particularly fond of listening, she refrained from interjecting as Lin Xia remained silent, knowing that she understood Lu Cheng's character to a certain extent. He always enjoyed provoking others during their encounters, yet he invariably ended up defeated. How is the recovery progressing? He inquired nonchalantly, unperturbed by the lack of response. Madame Lin is recovering remarkably well. At this rate, she will soon be able to walk normally. This is largely thanks to my exceptional medical skills. I recall that Nuan's injury was to her leg, while you specialize in the heart, Lin Xia remarked as she closed her laptop and rose from her seat. I am a master of all trades, akin to the legendary Hua Tua, she added, eliciting a cold laugh. Qin Nuan and the physician couldn't help but chuckle. Shouldn't you treat me to a meal as a token of gratitude? Lu Cheng continued before Lin Xia could respond. I have accepted your invitation for dinner tonight at Fenghua. Lin Xia, having no objection since they were already dining, nodded in agreement. Lu Cheng promptly retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Tonight, Xia is treating at Fenghua. Arrive early. Yes, it is Lin Xia hosting, specifically for me, and I shall bring you along. Enough chatter. What is there to discuss between old flames? Arrive early. He concluded the call with satisfaction, while Qin Nuan fixated on the term old flames. Old flames? Whose? She asked, directing her gaze at Lin Xia. Lin Xia displayed no extraneous expressions, stowing away her laptop and lifting Qin Nuan effortlessly as she approached her. Fenghua, a premier hotel in D-City, welcomed the three of them into an exclusive private room under the guidance of the manager. Once seated, Qin Nuan occasionally glanced towards the door, pondering the identity of the old flame. She felt indifferent towards this person, merely curious whether they belonged to Lin Xia or Lu Cheng. As far as she recalled, the only individual worthy of being called Lin Xia's old flame seemed to be the eldest daughter of the Chu family, Chu Yu, whom she had met previously. Their interaction had appeared rather unremarkable. Before they could ponder further, Lin Xie presented the menu to Qin Nuan. Choose whatever you desire. Qin Nuan took the menu but did not make a selection. Do you not have any preferences? Is it not true that someone has yet to arrive? You can order for yourself, she implied, indicating that they would not wait. With Lin Xie's assertion, Qin Nuan felt it inappropriate to oppose him over such trivial matters. So she scrutinized the menu earnestly, examining each word meticulously. 10 minutes passed without her ordering a single dish. Lin Xie, unfazed, allowed her to take her time. Lu Cheng observed the two with a mix of amusement and curiosity, finally breaking the silence with a playful remark. Xie, have you suddenly changed your disposition? Or are you possessed by a spirit? Lin Xie merely cast him a glance, prompting Lu Cheng to shrink his shoulders slightly, yet he continued to jest. I suspect you must indeed be possessed. Changing character is simply not in your nature. He then turned to Qin Nuan. Nuan. Have you noticed any peculiarities in Xie lately, perhaps sensing another presence within him? His tone was laced with mock seriousness. Following Lu Cheng's lead, the thought of such a scenario sent a shiver down Qin Nuan's spine. Could it be true? No, surely not. While she had not observed anything overtly strange, she too found Lin Xie's recent transformations rather enigmatic. Otherwise, she would not have questioned whether this person was indeed Lin Xie. Is it really not true? I see you have been quite busy lately, and your mental state does not seem well. Would you like me to assist you in contacting a renowned psychiatric hospital? Lu Cheng remarked coldly. Lu Cheng immediately relented. No, that won't be necessary. Lin Xie remains the same Lin Xie. He has merely changed towards Qin Nuan. After dealing with Lu Cheng, his frosty gaze shifted to Qin Nuan, who promptly lowered her gaze to the menu. She mused that no malevolent spirit would dare to possess Lin Xie, for he was far more terrifying than any evil ghost. Even ordering a dish took an eternity. Lin Xie voiced his impatience at the delay, prompting Qin Nuan to hastily rattle off a few dish names she had just seen. Who would dare provoke a man more fearsome than a malevolent spirit? Not daring to meet Lin Xie's eyes any longer, Lu Cheng pulled out his phone to send a message urging someone to hurry. They have arrived. What else with the incessant urging? Qin Nuan glanced up at Lu Cheng. The voice of an old flame sounded vaguely familiar. Soon, the door to the private room swung open. Chapter 074. Is she jealous? Chuyu rushed in with fervor. What s with the urging? Do you not realize there is traffic? Can I just fly here on a rocket? Before she even took a seat, she began speaking rapidly, like a machine gun. Be quiet. After taking a large sip of tea, she finally turned her attention to Lin Xie and Qin Nuan. It has been a while. She greeted Qin Nuan with a smile. Although she had anticipated that it might be Chuyu arriving, she could not discern the origins of this old flame. Once seated, Chuyu wasted no time, grabbing the menu and ordering over a dozen dishes in one breath. Yet she had not even finished. Lin Xie placed the menu in front of Qin Nuan once more. Qin Nuan shook her head. She thought it better to wait until Chuyu had finished ordering. If the table were already full, adding more dishes would necessitate another table. So it was best to refrain. Miss Chu was utterly unreserved when it came to spending another woman's husband's money, Lu Cheng teased. He is not my husband, so why should I save him money? Chuyu retorted, showing no signs of embarrassment from the teasing, but rather responding with generosity. Indeed. The money saved would not be spent on you. Is that not so? She recalled the accounts from the auction. After the auction, Lin Xie had indeed swindled 30 million from the Chu family, and not only that, he had explicitly informed her father of the reasons for his financial deceit, with predictable results. Moreover, I am not ordering for myself. I am ordering for Nuan Nuan. Is it acceptable for me to call you Nuan Nuan? You seem to have lost weight lately? She smiled at Qin Nuan. It is prudent to deflect responsibility. Who knows whether that deeply inscrutable man, Lin Xie, would become displeased and shift the blame onto her, subsequently extorting money from the Chu family once more. Qin Nuan smiled and nodded. I heard you injured your leg? How did that happen? She cast a glance, but saw nothing under the table due to the leg being concealed. It was an accident. What sort of accident? Just say it was Lin Xie who forced you to jump from a building, and you see, your decision not to marry him was indeed the right one. Otherwise, it would be you with a broken leg now. Before Qin Nuan could finish her words, Lu Cheng interjected. Chuyu looked at Qin Nuan in astonishment, then turned to Lin Xie. Lin Xie maintained his usual cold demeanor, rendering his emotions inscrutable. Was it because Chuyu did not marry Lin Xie that he, in a fit of anger, married her instead? It must be so. Otherwise, why would so many women vie for his affection? Moreover, Lu Cheng would not casually mention Old Flame without reason. Upon reflection, Qin Nuan felt she had uncovered something significant. Stop talking nonsense. Chuyu chided as she turned to Lu Cheng. I am not speaking frivolously. The Lin and Chu families, she continued, her voice trailing off as she playfully shoved a piece of food into Lu Cheng's mouth, causing him to exclaim in surprise. Lin Xian remained silent throughout. In that moment, Qin Nuan reached a conclusion within herself. What was she feeling? Resentment? Not quite. Blame? It seemed unjust to target anyone specifically. Had she not been naive, deceived by her parents into a blind date with Lin Xian, she might have avoided this predicament. It seemed to be fate, her fate. Do not pay attention to his nonsense. There is nothing between us. Xian and I are merely childhood friends, Qiyu explained, noticing Qin Nuan's silence. Qin Nuan simply shook her head, feeling a deep sense of melancholy regarding her life. Observing Qin Nuan's evident distress, Qiyu shot Lu Cheng a fierce glare. Unfazed, Lu Cheng continued to eat. Nuan, do you wish to know what embarrassing things Lu Cheng and Lin Xian did in their childhood? Qiyu attempted to lighten the mood. Is wetting the bed at 8 years old considered embarrassing? She inquired, grinning at Lu Cheng. That was because you tricked me into drinking. Chun Yan drank too. Why didn't anything happen to him? Lu Cheng's demeanor shifted to one of defeat. Qin Nuan was more interested in Lin Xian's embarrassing moments than her own, fearful that Qiyu might reveal something mortifying about her. As soon as the topic turned to Lin Xian, Qin Nuan lifted her head, genuinely surprised at the thought of Lin Xian having any embarrassing moments. If you don't stop talking, do you believe I will toss you both out? Lin Xian's cold voice cut through the chatter. Qiyu and Lu Cheng immediately fell silent. Qin Nuan resumed her meal, her head bowed. Yet Lin Xian leaned in suddenly, her cool lips brushing against Qin Nuan's delicate earlobe. Qin Nuan's body stiffened momentarily. No, I wasn't thinking of anything, she replied, shifting away. Are you jealous? Lin Xian's hand tightened around her slender waist, pulling Qin Nuan into her lap. Please don't do that, Qin Nuan protested, pushing against Lin Xian. Lu Cheng clicked his tongue in amusement while Qiyu buried her face in her plate, suppressing laughter. Are you jealous? Lin Xian teased, her lips parting to gently envelop Qin Nuan's earlobe. Qin Nuan's body froze, paralyzed by the sensation. Lin Xian's warm tongue playfully flicked against her skin. Turning her head, Qin Nuan looked up at Lin Xian with wide, pleading eyes, a mixture of vulnerability and desire reflected in her gaze. The teasing intent that Lin Xian initially held was suddenly transformed by the power of Qin Nuan's expression. Feeling the changes in his body, Qin Nuan was frozen in fear, her large eyes misting over, uncertain whether it was from fright or embarrassment. Are you feeling jealous? Lin Xia inquired in a low, hoarse tone as he released her delicate earlobe. Instinctively, Qin Nuan shook her head. Lin Xia's expression darkened slightly at her denial, causing her heart to race. She could distinctly sense his displeasure, yet remained unaware of its source. Her gaze involuntarily drifted towards Qiyu. We still have 2 living people here. If you can't control yourselves, you might as well leave, Lu Cheng teased. Qiyu scoffed in response. Lin Xia merely fixed a cold stare upon Qin Nuan, making her feel exceedingly uncomfortable. She was uncertain whether Lin Xia's actions were deliberate, intended for Qiyu's observation. Pushing Lin Xia slightly, she wished for him to release her. However, upon her gentle push, Lin Xia unexpectedly let go, and Qin Nuan nearly lost her balance, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. Chapter 075. When do you plan to become a good mother? Qin Nuan embraced herself, which somewhat alleviated Lin Xia's grim expression. Miss Chu, please eat quickly, otherwise we might be thrown out soon. Hurry up, she urged, as she served Qin Nuan several dishes she typically enjoyed. Qiyu fell silent, and under Lin Xia's watchful gaze, Lu Cheng also ceased his chatter. Each consumed their meal while harboring their own thoughts. Miss Chu, allow me to escort you, Lu Cheng said, setting down his chopsticks. No need to trouble yourself, Qiyu replied, casting a glance at Lin Xia before taking her car keys. Thank you, she said, striding away. Why are you in such a hurry? If you don't need me to escort you, then you should escort me, Lu Cheng remarked as he stood, addressing Qiyu, who had reached the door. Before exiting, he turned back with a teasing smile directed at Lin Xia and Qin Nuan. If you can't control yourselves, just keep it down. After all, this is a public place. Even if you are the boss, you must be mindful. Though nothing had transpired, Qin Nuan felt her face flush crimson at Lu Cheng's words. Lin Xia, however, maintained his indifferent and austere demeanor. He did not move, his gaze fixed on Qin Nuan, who felt increasingly uneasy under his scrutiny, fearing she might be exposed and devoured right there at the table. She genuinely believed Lin Xia capable of anything. Are you feeling jealous? Just as Qin Nuan was about to flee, Lin Xia spoke softly, reiterating his persistent inquiry. Meeting his gaze, her instinct for survival prevented her from shaking her head. Do you like Qiyu? Do you care? Lin Xia countered with a question of his own. Do you wish for me to like her? His deep eyes bore into hers as if seeking to unearth her innermost thoughts. Qin Nuan instinctively took a step back. If I liked her, you wouldn't have the chance to stand here. But Lu Cheng had mentioned that it was Chu Yu who refused to marry him, not the other way around. The Lin and Chu families had always been inclined towards a union, but she had not. Qin Nuan responded with a soft murmur, uncertain if Lin Xia's statement was merely for the sake of preserving his dignity. Regardless of the truth, it held no relevance to her. Have you finished eating? Standing up, he affectionately ruffled Qin Nuan's hair. She nodded in response. He consistently served her dishes, and she continued to eat, seemingly insatiable, while he hardly touched his meal. Are you full? He inquired, feigning concern. Not that you've learned to care. What would you like to eat? Though he posed the question, her heart silently pleaded that he wouldn't request anything too complicated, for she feared she might end up spending the entire evening in the kitchen learning to cook. Although the kitchen was preferable to the bed, she did not wish to endure standing there all night on her still recovering leg. Chapter 76. Awakening to the role of a good wife. It's not too difficult. Just boil a bowl of noodles, Lin Xia generously suggested. Upon hearing noodles, Qin Nuan sighed in relief. Noodles were manageable. The chef listed several straightforward noodle dishes, and Lin Xia chose tomato and egg noodles, which were relatively simple. Qin Nuan had not entirely shunned the kitchen, so under the chef's guidance, she quickly presented a bowl of tomato and egg noodles before Lin Xia. He gazed at it, his handsome face remaining inscrutable. In contrast, Qin Nuan's emotions were a whirlwind. Upon meeting Lin Xia's gaze, she concealed all her thoughts. In that fleeting moment, she recalled a phrase she had encountered online. Our greatest mistake was not passing by each other at the moment we first met. Had we done so, we would not have endured the heart-wrenching pain that followed. Lin Xia took a tentative bite of the noodles. They were not particularly exquisite, yet they suited his palate remarkably well. Hence, the bowl was soon emptied. As Lin Xia set down his utensils, Qin Nuan stepped forward to clear the table, only to be halted by Lin Xia's firm grasp on her hand. Awakening to the role of a good wife, are we?
He teased.
When will you prepare to be a good mother? The term good mother caused Qin Nuan to stiffen momentarily before she managed to reply, I'll listen to you. Though still resistant, she no longer felt inclined to rebel in extreme ways. She did not wish to revisit the consequences of her previous defiance. Uncertain if Lin Xia would relent again at her plea, she could not afford to gamble on a second chance. Are you truly listening to me? Under Lin Xia's scrutinizing gaze, Qin Nuan slowly and laboriously nodded. Very well. Those two words held an ambiguous meaning. Unbeknownst to her, had Lin Xia not been cautious, given their frequency, she might have already conceived again. She merely assumed it was a stroke of luck that the heavens had momentarily favored her. If Nuan began her journey as a good wife, then when would she transition into the role of a good mother? Really? Qin Nuan gazed at Lin Xia in disbelief. If you don't believe it, so be it. But believe me, he reassured, a surge of excitement swelling within her, indescribable in its intensity. Currently, the thought of pregnancy and childbirth was what she most abhorred. She feared losing her freedom entirely, while also worrying for the potential misfortune of a childless life. Just like her own, seemingly glamorous, yet devoid of substance, a life manipulated by others. Observing Qin Nuan's excited expression, Lin Xia's eyes twitched slightly. Yet he was patient. He could wait, for one day she would willingly bear him children.
So are you?
He prodded, eager to seize the moment, though she hesitated to articulate those 3 words. What is it? Lin Xia feigned ignorance. At that moment, Qin Nuan subtly reminded him, her cheeks blazing with embarrassment. Although the two had engaged in indiscretions countless times before, Qin Nuan still felt as bashful as a young girl. What are you referring to? Lin Xia inquired, deliberately drawing closer to her, his breath warm against her skin. That thing. Do you want me to wear it? Qin Nuan nodded vigorously. Then buy it for me, and I will wear it. With that, he playfully nibbled on her earlobe, leaving her stiff with shock. How could she possibly buy it for him? If Nuan doesn't want to buy it, then forget it. I don't like the idea of something coming between us when I love you. Aren't they all the same size? I will buy it. Upon hearing that Lin Xia disliked it, Qin Nuan quickly interjected, fearful he might change his mind. She believed that if Lin Xia refused to wear it and she hesitated to take the pill, she would soon find herself a mother. Compared to the ordeal of pregnancy and childbirth, purchasing a special item seemed trivial. The supermarket was vast, and she was confident she wouldn't encounter anyone she knew. Qin Nuan weighed her options in her mind. Is Nuan too shy to go alone? No worries, I'll accompany you, Lin Xia said, observing her conflicted expression. No. It's fine. I can go by myself. As soon as she heard Lin Xia wanted to join, Qin Nuan promptly refused. Really no need? Before she could respond, Lin Xia continued, then I shall trouble you. He said it reluctantly. The nearest small supermarket was a good 10 minutes drive from the villa, And if she had to go in a wheelchair, with the sky darkening outside, it might be better to avoid the trip altogether. At worst, she could just not let him out of the car once they arrived. It's no trouble at all. It is my honor to assist Nuan. Qin Nuan felt that the unusually accommodating Lin Xie would eventually make her pay dearly, particularly in the bedroom. Soon, the car came to a halt in front of a 24-hour convenience store. After unbuckling her seatbelt, Qin Nuan intended to step out and walk, as the distance was short. And she could manage at a slow pace. Has Nuan forgotten something? Lin Xie commented, a smile dancing in his eyes. The smile bore a hint of mischief. Qin Nuan glanced at her wallet. I have the money. Don't you want to know what size I wear? Or have you memorized it from every time I've cherished you? Indeed, he had a knack for making startling remarks. With her face flushed crimson, Qin Nuan stammered. Aren't they all the same size?
No.
Then what size do you wear? Her tongue felt tied in knots. You don't know what size your man is? Lin Xie retorted, leaning in closer. Qin Nuan instinctively recoiled. Shall we measure now? Lin Xie's brazen words nearly prompted her to declare she wouldn't buy it at all. But she managed to hold her tongue. Can you go buy it? She asked, her face still burning, her large, glistening eyes fixed on Lin Xie.
No.
Lin Xie firmly rejected her. Then let me know your size, and I will go buy it, she said with a hint of pleading in her tone, hoping he would be as agreeable as before and not put her in a difficult position. You must measure yourself. Should it be too large or too small? I shall not wear it. If by chance you find yourself with child, you will have to embody both a devoted wife and a nurturing mother. And do not blame me then. It is you who failed to seize the opportunity. Under Lin Xie's steadfastness, Qin Nuan could only blush and, despite the risk of bursting a blood vessel, measure her size with her own hands, as there was no ruler available. After completing the measurement, she fled the vehicle in a hurry, nearly tumbling out in her haste, fortunately managing to grasp the car door just in time. As Qin Nuan limped awkwardly into the supermarket, Lin Xie descended the vehicle with slow elegance, retrieving a folding wheelchair and pushing it inside. My dear, you are far too eager. Chapter 078. She had never felt so embarrassed in her life. Just as she found the location of the raincoat, Lin Xie's voice resonated behind her. Startled, Qin Nuan nearly lost her balance, but Lin Xie gracefully assisted her into the wheelchair. How could you possibly buy such things alone? His voice, neither too loud nor too soft, caught the attention of a few nearby patrons. Seeing the caring smile on Lin Xie's face, Qin Nuan felt an urge to tear his face apart. What flavor does Nuan like? Lin Xie inquired as he picked up a box to present to her. Anything? She mumbled, burying her head deeper. She could only name a flavor at random. Lin Xie placed several into her embrace and continued to select more. How about oranges? With her head bowed low, she nodded vigorously. Lin Xie added a few more to her arms. And strawberries? Qin Nuan nodded again. Soon, her arms were piled high, resembling a small mountain. That's enough, she protested, her face flushed. Nuan, with such an appetite, how can this be sufficient? Qin Nuan seemed to hear the quiet laughter and murmurs from those around her, and she dared not lift her head. Lin Xie remained unperturbed, leisurely continuing his selection. By the time he had chosen enough, Qin Nuan's arms were nearly overflowing, and a significant portion of the shelf had been emptied. After checking out, she exited the supermarket, clutching a large bag of raincoats, and before leaving, she could still hear the snickers of the cashier and other customers. She felt she had never been so humiliated in her life, gritting her teeth as she silently cursed Lin Xie. Yet, he remained unfazed, calculating his own gains in his mind. Qin Nuan began her preparations in the kitchen. Garlic broccoli, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and cucumber salad. Are you feeding rabbits? Just as she entered the dining room with stir-fried bean sprouts, Qin Nuan paused, glancing at the table. Is everything just vegetables? There's meat, she replied, following her gaze. Lin Xie noticed a few slices of meat quietly resting among the bean sprouts. Indeed, just a few slices. Do you not like it? I can make something else. Noticing the evident disdain on Lin Xie's face, Qin Nuan spoke softly. Lin Xie made no demands. Having risen later, she had opted for a few simple dishes. With a light sigh, Qin Nuan served rice before Lin Xie. Would you care to try? Chapter 079. A meal never to tire of. The dishes Qin Nuan prepared, much like her reactions in bed, had shown little advancement or uniqueness, yet they were exceptionally to his taste. Is it delicious? After Lin Xie had tasted each dish, Qin Nuan blinked her eyes, filled with anticipation, and inquired. Compliments are something everyone appreciates, yet Lin Xie seemed oblivious to this. The disappointment was palpable on her face, which fell just like Nuan's. Observing her dejected expression, Lin Xie remarked. Qin Nuan gazed at the man across the table, puzzled. A dish one could never tire of. He teased, I might just stop letting you eat. In truth, he preferred savoring Nuan. Qin Nuan pretended to remove the dishes from the table.
What?
Are you eager for me to taste you, The dining table is solely for eating. Other activities are out of the question. She was certainly not naive enough to consider indulging in a different manner at the dinner table. They had already explored that avenue at the office. The dining table held no appeal for her in that regard. The simple array of dishes, however, prompted Lin Xie to consume an extra bowl of rice. Qin Nuan sat quietly, cautiously partaking in her meal, wary of any unnecessary movements, fearful that Lin Xie might, after finishing his dinner, turn his attention to her. Once Lin Xie had completed his meal, Qin Nuan delicately began to clear the table. Unexpectedly, Lin Xie grasped her wrist and pulled her into his embrace. Just as she was about to move, he leaned in close, whispering in her ear, don't move. Let's rest for a bit and take a walk. Upon hearing that Lin Xie had no ulterior motives, Qin Nuan remained still. Do you enjoy cooking? He asked softly, holding her. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Nuan shook her head. Not particularly, but if you wish to eat what I make, I will learn. How obedient she was. At that moment, she dared not harbor too many aspirations. As long as Lin Xie could show even a modicum of consideration for her feelings, she would refrain from making excessive demands. As her sister had advised, since life is but a journey, if one cannot have their desires fulfilled, they might as well embrace a lighter approach. Lin Xie gently adjusted Qin Nuan's head so that she faced him directly. Meeting Lin Xie's gaze, Qin Nuan nodded. Although the company was modest, there would be no vacant positions waiting for her indefinitely. Wherever you wish to work, go ahead. Lin Xie offered her the utmost freedom. Instantly, a charming smile lit up her fair, delicate features. The prospect of being able to work and to choose her workplace freely was an exhilarating feeling. Seeing the smile on Qin Nuan's face, Lin Xie couldn't help but grin in return. He understood that, at present, there was no place for him in her heart. But he was patient. He would gradually make room for himself, until her entire heart was inscribed with the name Lin Xie. Chapter 080. Let me share a secret with you. With Lin Xie's presence, Qin Nuan approached her rehabilitation training with exceptional diligence and determination. Rain or shine. She began to grasp the meaning behind Lin Xie's earlier statement about being busier in the mornings. Sometimes, while she trained, assistant Luo Jia would deliver urgent documents for him to sign. Qin Nuan couldn't help but remind him that he needn't be there, but each time, Lin Xie would merely cast her a fleeting glance. After several instances, she ceased to voice her concerns. Where he chose to be was his decision. As long as his presence did not hinder her, she would allow it to be. Speaking further might only risk displeasing him. Under the diligent training of Qin Nuan, after a month, aside from a slight discomfort in her legs when walking long distances, she had essentially returned to her normal state. The swiftness of her recovery could only be described as miraculous. Am I truly healed? Qin Nuan expressed her heartfelt gratitude to the doctor. She diligently took note of everything. Upon exiting the hospital, she felt the sky was a shade of blue she had never before encountered. Shall we celebrate tonight? Lin Xie inquired as he started the car. Celebrate what? Celebrate Nuan's recovery. Is that necessary? It feels odd to celebrate after almost jumping off a building. Yet Lin Xie was insistent on commemorating the occasion. He did not summon a crowd of friends, but instead chose a rather elegant restaurant for the celebration. Such a thoughtful gesture surprised Qin Nuan. Is this not satisfactory? Where would you prefer to celebrate? Lin Xie asked, noticing her evident astonishment. This is perfect. If he had thrown a grand celebration with a throng of unfamiliar faces, I would have felt even more out of place. Since it was a celebration, how could there be no wine? Thus, he specially ordered a bottle of exquisite red wine. Let us have a taste. Lin Xie poured the wine for Qin Nuan. In her mind, red wine had always been a refined drink with a low alcohol content. But as he served her, she took a delicate sip. How is it? Not bad. It's neither spicy nor particularly delicious. Then drink a bit more, Lin Xie said, elegantly swirling the wine in his glass before finishing it in one go. This is how one should drink at a celebration. Qin Nuan, holding her breath, imitated Lin Xie and downed her glass. That's right. He refilled her empty glass. Under Lin Xie's coaxing, without having eaten anything, she had already consumed several glasses of wine. Will you get drunk? Not at all. Even if I do, it's fine. You're here with me, aren't you? Qin Nuan couldn't shake the feeling that Lin Xie had ulterior motives. Nevertheless, she was genuinely in high spirits. She could forego having children and return to work. And Lin Xie was no longer as capricious as before, often bullying her. Thus, a celebration was indeed in order. Lin Xie, have you had a change of heart? Shouldn't you stop bullying me and start being nice? Having seldom indulged in alcohol, after half a bottle of fine red wine, she began to speak without restraint. Shall I share a secret with you? Do you want to hear it? She stood up and swayed her way to Lin Xia's side, whispering. Chapter 081. If he doesn't let go, who can take him away? What's secret? Lin Xia asked, wrapping his arms around her slender waist, a smirk playing on his lips. I don't like you, and I never will. She pointed a finger at his nose. Why don't you like me? Because I like Yi Huan. I will always like Yi Huan, and I like no one else but him. As she spoke, she began to sob softly. But I can't be with him anymore. Yet I still like him very much. If we can't be together in this life, then we must be in the next. If not in the next, then the one after that. In any case, I only want to be with Yi Huan. No one else will do. Don't even think about it. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly, revealing a hint of severity in her deep-set eyes. Why can't I think? I'll tell you. I quietly ponder if Lin Xia would ever know, and if he remains oblivious, he 1T lose his temper, and thus 1T bully me. When he refrains from tormenting me, my aversion towards him diminishes. My hand instinctively encircled Lin Xia's neck as I childishly inquired. If Lin Xia never bullied you and always treated you well, would you come to like him? Cradling me gently, he asked in a soft tone. Initially, his curiosity about the inebriated Qin Nuan led him to coax her into drinking. Little did he expect that her intoxication would bring forth the deeply buried truths of her heart. Qin Nuan paused for a moment before shaking her head.
No. Why not?
Because I want to love Yi Huan. I cannot harbor feelings for anyone else. However, if he treats me kindly, I might not dislike him. Qin Nuan nodded emphatically. After all, I am already married to him. Does it matter whether I like him or not? She mused aloud. Observing Qin Nuan's dazed demeanor, Lin Xia couldn't help but sigh. Why should he bother to hold her accountable? She was, after all, under the influence of alcohol. Moreover, he was convinced that there was nothing beyond his reach. What is just a mere heart? If he desires it, it shall eventually be his, this lifetime, and the next can only belong to him. If he does not relinquish his hold, who could possibly take it away? Nestled in Lin Xia's embrace, Qin Nuan spoke to herself and soon drifted off into a peaceful slumber. Gradually, the fierce gaze in Lin Xia's eyes softened. The bright sunlight streamed through the sheer curtains, casting a warm glow across the bed. Qin Nuan had yet to fully awaken when the sensations beneath her stirred her consciousness. Upon uttering a sound, she realized her voice had become hoarse, without her noticing. Awake? The distance between them was palpably charged. Her lips parted slightly as she murmured a soft reply. As she fully regained her senses, a pounding headache struck her, a throbbing pain that felt unbearable. Yet soon, all sensations, under Lin Xia's influence, transformed into a state of indulgence. Only after Lin Xia's desires were fulfilled did the headache return to torment her. She lightly tapped her head, admonishing herself for being foolish. Further tapping would surely render her hopeless. Grabbing Qin Nuan's hand with feigned irritation, he remarked, "My head hurts." The lingering passion had yet to dissipate, and his voice was soft. "Just bear with it." With a gentle sigh, Qin Nuan contemplated the cause of her headache. A sudden realization struck her. She recalled drinking at the restaurant, but everything after that was a blur. Her gaze instinctively turned towards Lin Xia. "Did I drink too much last night?" Observing Lin Xia's expression, she noted the absence of malice, which eased her heart considerably. Surely, she hadn't said anything too outrageous. Otherwise, given Lin Xia's temperament, he wouldn't be so calm and still sharing the bed with her. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that his words held deeper meanings. Indeed, Lin Xia soon spoke again. Chapter 082. Nuan said she loves only me. After all, she had shared so many heartfelt confessions. Emphasizing her words with a teasing tone, he gazed at Qin Nuan with a knowing smile. The intensity of his gaze made her feel a chill run down her spine, especially as his smile stirred a profound sense of unease within her. In a moment of introspection, she found herself gazing intently at Lin Xia, yearning to decipher the unspoken thoughts that lingered between them. Yet, the complexity of Lin Xia's emotions was beyond her comprehension. Did Nuan truly desire to uncover the depths of her own confessions? She pondered almost seductively. Qin Nuan felt an urge to nod in affirmation but hesitated, entrapped in a gaze of bewilderment. His demeanor lacked any sign of anger, and she silently prayed that she had not unwittingly divulged her innermost thoughts. Surely, she had said nothing of consequence? Despite her insistence to herself, uncertainty gnawed at her confidence. Nuan asserted, "As long as I treat you well, you will surely fall in love with me, devoted solely to me." Did I truly utter such words? Disbelief washed over her. No, that cannot be," she muttered. If only it were so. Yet Qin Nuan found it hard to believe that a drunken version of herself would articulate such sentiments, thoughts she had never entertained. Or perhaps, under Lin Xia's imposing presence, Her inebriated self instinctively understood the importance of self-preservation. Thus, she commenced her morning by showering Nuan with kindness, hoping that it would kindle affection within her heart. Listening to Lin Xia's words, Qin Nuan could only manage a hollow laugh. Was it possible that Nuan's declarations were mere fabrications? No matter how benevolent I am, will you never love me? No, no. She reassured him, yet she felt that discussing matters of affection while in bed was decidedly inappropriate. His heart was not hers, and hers would never belong to him. However, she could not dampen his joy, lest she invoke his displeasure and invite misfortune upon herself. Are you hungry? What would you like to eat? I shall prepare it for you. She deftly shifted the conversation. I've just eaten, and quite heartily too, she replied, playfully licking her lips. Yet, Qin Nuan found herself at a loss for words. The tenderness of his kiss enveloped her in an illusion, convincing her that he was bestowing affection upon the woman he cherished most. After Lin Xia departed, a headache plagued Qin Nuan, rendering her unable to sleep. She retrieved her phone and navigated through her contacts to find the number of her former manager. The moment she dialed, the call was answered almost immediately. The manager's rapid-fire words left her questioning her own hearing. Yes, yes, she replied, surprised by the urgency in her manager's tone. They exchanged a few more pleasantries before concluding the call. Qin Nuan felt as though she were in a dream. After all this time, the company still sought her? Had she truly performed so admirably? Or was there another reason? A sudden thought flickered through her mind. Chapter 083. Who is Qin Nuan? But would Lin Xia truly act in such a manner? What could possibly motivate him? She imagined that someone of his stature would hardly concern himself with trifling matters. Unable to comprehend, she chose to release her thoughts. Since the fateful day she had broken her leg from a fall, Qin Nuan had learned to let go. She had come to terms with the things she could neither understand nor accept, and the outcome had been rather favorable. The following day, before Lin Xia had risen, Qin Nuan had already climbed out of bed. What's this? Did you lose sleep because I didn't seek you out last night? His voice, still tinged with sleep, bore a languid quality. I never said it was unacceptable. Upon hearing that Lin Xia bore no ill intent, Qin Nuan expressed her gratitude and hurried into the bathroom. Lin Xia rose, only to see the bathroom door firmly closed. They shared breakfast together, and before Qin Nuan could speak, Lin Xia took the initiative. I shall escort you. No, it's fine. I can go myself or have the driver take me. Is the driver better than me? No, certainly not. However, deep down, she believes the driver is preferable, yet she cannot voice the sentiment. Otherwise, she might find herself unable to return to the office. Lin Xia personally drove Qin Nuan to the company, and along the way, he did not create any unnecessary difficulties or tease her. He merely requested a parting kiss upon her exit. Noticing the absence of acquaintances at the company's entrance, Qin Nuan swiftly pecked him and hopped out of the car. Once she entered the building, Lin Xia drove away. Upon entering the office, she was greeted by a warm embrace. I thought I would never see you again after the company hired a new accountant. After releasing her, Xiao Wei pouted. She pulled her chair closer to Qin Nuan and whispered, Nuan, tell me honestly, are you the boss's mistress? Qin Nuan was taken aback, unable to comprehend the term mistress at first. Stop pretending, is it true? Or are you the boss's daughter? Qin Nuan shook her head. I don't even know the boss. In this small company, the only superior I've interacted with is the manager, that woman in her 40s. However, the manager has always been quite kind to me. Really don't know him? Are you related to the manager? Xiao Wei was puzzled. Qin Nuan understood her confusion, though she too found it perplexing. After pondering for a moment, she realized she no longer wanted to inquire further. Sometimes, ignorance is bliss.
What?
Nothing, just work. Having not dealt with these matters for several months, Qin Nuan began to tidy her desk before organizing the data. Upon graduating high school, she had been introduced to accounting under Qin He's guidance, which is why she sought a position in finance. It was not particularly challenging for her. Who is Qin Nuan? Hearing her name called, Qin Nuan instinctively responded. Chapter 084. Your flowers, please sign here. Upon looking up, she was taken aback to see a large bouquet of fiery red roses approaching her. Momentarily stunned and unable to react. Your flowers, please sign here. The young man holding the bouquet placed it on her desk and presented a form for her signature.
Mean?
She gazed at the form, unable to comprehend. To her recollection, no one had ever sent her roses. Is this the Imida Cosmetics Company? Qin Nuan nodded. Then you must be Miss Qin Nuan? The delivery boy inquired again. Qin Nuan nodded once more. Then it's correct. Please sign here. He pushed the form towards her. As the delivery person repeated this, Qin Nuan, in a daze, signed her name. Before she could take the flowers, Xiao Wei eagerly snatched them up and exclaimed, Wow! Who sent these? Nuan, who are they from? I have no idea. She glanced at Xiaowei, exchanging knowing looks.
Given that it was a small company,
Apart from the roaming sales manager, the only other person stationed in the office was the manager, who oversaw everyone. As for the boss, while others had seen him, Qin Nuan had yet to meet him. Under the manager's watchful gaze, Qin Nuan dared not act out of line. However, the manager's office faced the corridor, and Xiaowei, harboring mischievous intentions, dared not approach any closer. She merely exchanged glances with Qin Nuan across a few desks. Intrigued by the identity of the flower's sender, Qin Nuan seized the opportunity to sneakily retrieve the card once the manager departed. It read, "Wishing you, Nuan, a prosperous journey as a devoted wife." Without a signature, Qin Nuan immediately deduced the sender's identity, though she remained puzzled as to why Lin Xie had bestowed flowers upon her, and whether he comprehended the significance of red roses. Ultimately, she dismissed such concerns, pondering his intentions. After surveying her surroundings, Qin Nuan placed the flowers on the windowsill in the corridor and discarded the card into her drawer, returning to the unfinished data organization. Just as she completed one set of data, her phone in the drawer chimed with a message notification. Typically, she received little correspondence, most of which were news updates. So she ignored it. Moments later, her phone rang. Without a second thought, she retrieved her phone and glanced at the caller ID, Lin Xie. Noticing the manager was absent, Qin Nuan pressed the answer button. "I didn't see it." She realized it was his message. "Did you receive the flowers?" came his inquiry. "Do you like them?" Qin Nuan glanced at the resplendent red roses on the windowsill and begrudgingly replied that she did. "Do you truly like them?" His tone was laced with evident disbelief.
"I genuinely do,"
she asserted with unwavering conviction. "If you truly like them, why haven't you shown any appreciation? I haven't even received a thank you." "Thank you." Qin Nuan quickly expressed her gratitude. "I have received your thanks," he replied before the call was abruptly terminated. As she listened to the dial tone, Qin Nuan was left bewildered as to Lin Xie's motive for the call. Was it merely to elicit her thanks? Who could decipher Lin Xie's thoughts? Before she could comprehend the message, another notification interrupted her train of thought. Chapter 085. Your husband truly treats you well. To offer you a chance to express your gratitude. Lunch is on you. She had no desire to express any gratitude. Yet her fingers instinctively typed "got it." Qin Nuan spent the entire morning organizing the data. The financial accounts previously prepared were remarkably clear, requiring little adjustment. This reminded her of the manager's words during her call yesterday. The company previously hired several accountants, yet none performed as well as you. Their accounts were in utter disarray. Glancing at the neatly arranged financial statements, Qin Nuan urged herself not to dwell on it. What good would it do? She could only inquire with the manager about what precisely was disorganized. For now, her duty was to dutifully follow Lin Xie's directives. At noon, Xiaowei, who had been cooped up all morning, approached Qin Nuan, stretching her limbs. "What are you having for lunch?" "It's on me. I've already made plans for lunch." "Sorry," Qin Nuan replied. "Plans? With whom?" Xiaowei teased with a playful glint in her eyes. "The flower sender? Who, your husband? If so, your husband is quite romantic." Xiaowei was not easily deterred, leaning closer to inquire, "Who sent the flowers? Is it truly your husband?" Under Xiaowei's scrutinizing gaze, Qin Nuan nodded. The flowers were indeed sent by Lin Xie, and she had indeed married him. "Your husband treats you exceptionally well, even after securing your affections. He still surprises you with flowers and insists on sharing lunch together, even during such a brief interlude. I cannot help but feel envious. I wish to find a partner like that. Does your husband have any unmarried friends? Perhaps you could introduce me to one." The moment Lin Xie's friends were mentioned, Qin Nuan immediately thought of Chun Yan and Li Jing, and subsequently of the numerous admirers that surrounded them. Casting another glance at Xiaowei, she decided it was best to refrain. "Are there any?" "None," she stated resolutely. Not only was she not acquainted with them, but even if she were, she would not consider introducing Xiaowei to them. "What a pity. You should take the evening off with your husband. Sister will take you out for some fun." A woman needs her own circle of friends and cannot revolve solely around her husband. Right now, he may be quite attached to you, but over time that could become tiresome, leaving you with nothing. Qin Nuan did not immediately acquiesce, uncertain if Lin Xie would be amenable to her outing with Xiaowei. "It is settled then. I shall not delay your romantic rendezvous any longer. I shall take my leave." Before departing, she waved goodbye to the few remaining colleagues in the office. Once most of the people had left, she glanced at the time and followed suit, descending the stairs. Upon exiting the company building, she saw Lin Xie's conspicuous SUV parked out front. Before getting into the vehicle, Qin Nuan, as per her usual practice, scanned the surroundings. Not spotting anyone familiar, she swiftly opened the door and entered. Lin Xie did not comment on her furtive behavior, which was akin to that of a thief. Have we made a reservation at the restaurant? Qin Nuan paused, taken aback. Are we supposed to book a restaurant? So, we haven't made one?
Start the car then.
Where do you wish to take me for lunch? She almost replied nonchalantly, but quickly restrained herself. What do you want to eat? Whatever Nuan desires. I wish to indulge in as well. I am open to anything. Without a suggestion from Qin Nuan, Lin Xie autonomously drove to a shopping mall and led her upstairs. What do you wish to eat? Qin Nuan glanced around, ultimately pointing to a barbecue restaurant. Barbecue? Is that acceptable? Instead of responding affirmatively, she first sought Lin Xie's opinion. Chapter 086. Your husband is quite impressive. After the dishes were served, before the staff could intervene, Qin Nuan picked up the tongs, only for Lin Xie to take them from her. With her hands now free, she watched as Lin Xie gracefully placed items onto the grill, stealing glances at him. Speak your mind. How do you know I have something to say? He could always see through her thoughts. If he could not comprehend his own wife's feelings, no amount of support from the Lin family would secure his success. My colleague wishes to join me for dinner tonight. Is that permissible? When making her request, Qin Nuan was no longer as cautious as before. A colleague? A female, just the two of us, and she is aware of my marriage, she assured him. Or, do you wish to go out with a male colleague instead? Qin Nuan shook her head vigorously, as if to dispel the notion. Even if Lin Xie were indifferent, she had no desire to be out with a male coworker. She was taken aback by Lin Xie's swift agreement, momentarily unable to process the situation. Observing the bewildered expression on the petite woman's face, Lin Xie could not help but smirk. Hurry and eat, placing the grilled food onto Qin Nuan's plate. Lin Xie attentively catered to Qin Nuan, who, engrossed in her meal after a morning of busyness, did not notice anything amiss. It was only after she had satisfied her hunger that she realized Lin Xie had been diligently serving her, while her own plate remained pristine. This revelation caused her cheeks to flush with embarrassment, adding an alluring charm to her demeanor. Is Nuan trying to entice me after a hearty meal? Lin Xie teased, causing Qin Nuan's cheeks to redden further. I did not. She protested.
Did you not?
Absolutely not. Whatever you eat, I shall grill for you. Anything that Nuan prepares, I relish, Lin Xie remarked, savoring the food Qin Nuan had personally grilled, his eyes glinting with a mischievous allure as he gazed at her, sending shivers down her spine. As soon as Lin Xie set down his chopsticks, disregarding whether he had eaten enough, Qin Nuan rose to settle the bill. After paying, she intended to leave, but Lin Xie followed her closely. I am going to be late, she exclaimed anxiously. The car door was locked, leaving Qin Nuan to cast a pitiful glance at the culprit. That's enough, she said. Enough of what? Just as her mind swirled with confusion, Lin Xie's cool lips descended upon hers. Once he was satisfied, Qin Nuan wiped her lips with her hand, only to find they grew redder, revealing the evidence of their prior indulgence. If you keep wiping, you will truly be late, Lin Xie kindly reminded her while glancing at his watch. Pausing her actions, she disregarded the presence of any acquaintances outside, bolting from the car and heading straight for the office building. Watching her delicate silhouette rush into the office, Lin Xie licked his lips like a cat that had just savored a delicious morsel. The flavor was exquisite, never tiresome. He mused that even if he were to drown in her sweetness, he would embrace it with a smile as he departed from this world. With her head bowed, Qin Nuan feared being discovered with her swollen lips, but as soon as she stepped through the company doors, Xiaowei rushed up to her. Good news, Nuan. There's good news. What good news? Qin Nuan inquired. Oh, what happened to your lips? Are they sore from something spicy? No, it's nothing, she replied, attempting to cover her mouth. Suddenly, an idea struck Xiaowei and she exclaimed, could it be that you were kissing? Your husband is quite passionate. Her loud proclamation drew the attention of everyone in the office. Chapter 087. Family members allowed. Qin Nuan wished for a hole to swallow her whole. It's perfectly normal. Newlyweds are often quite affectionate, Xiaowei said with an understanding smile, as if to reassure her that she need not feel embarrassed. Yet that smile only deepened Qin Nuan's mortification, as she cursed Lin Xie in her mind, that shameless rogue who was always in a state of desire. By the way, I haven't yet shared the good news with you. Can you guess what it is? Qin Nuan shook her head, unable to fathom it. With the new year approaching, the company is rewarding its employees with a trip. As soon as the word trip was mentioned, Xiaowei's face lit up with excitement. Although Xiaowei was not a striking beauty, her knack for makeup and youthful vigor added to her charm. Qin Nuan, however, felt little enthusiasm for the outing. Having spent only a short time at work and being unfamiliar with anyone but Xiaowei. What's the matter? Are you reluctant to leave your husband behind? Xiaowei teased, noticing the lack of expected excitement in Qin Nuan's demeanor. There is no need to deny it. There's nothing wrong with being reluctant. However, one can bring family members along, and I intend to bring my idol, just in case we spark a romantic connection. Bringing family?
Indeed.
It has been a tradition every year to reward employees before the new year by taking everyone out for a trip. Those salespeople spend the entire year on the go, with little time to be with their spouses. It would be inconsiderate of the company not to allow such an opportunity, thus bringing family along is essential. But is it possible not to attend? She may not even be able to go out for leisure herself, let alone bring family. You don't want to go? It's not that I don't want to go, it's just that I might not be able to make it. The company has been so kind to you. Would it not be ungracious to turn down their invitation now? Qin Nuan fell silent. Oh, there are still several days left. We can discuss it then. Qin Nuan nodded. With the prospect of an outing, the atmosphere in the office noticeably shifted, becoming far more vibrant than before. Observing her colleagues' palpable excitement, Qin Nuan found herself curious about what such an outing would be like. Would it be akin to a school field trip with the entire class? Xiao Wei, do you know where we are going? Qin Nuan casually inquired as Xiao Wei approached with documents. It seems to be a resort in the northern suburbs, though Xiao Wei was not entirely certain. A resort in the outskirts? She recalled hearing about it somewhere, but could not quite place it. I've heard that the resort in the northern suburbs is the finest around City D. I wonder if we will indeed go there? Is it really that good? A look of yearning adorned her face. Seeing the longing in Xiao Wei's expression, Qin Nuan found herself intrigued and eager to experience it as well. But let us focus on our work. If the big boss sees us working so diligently, he might feel embarrassed to take us to such a place for leisure. Observing Xiao Wei's fervor, Qin Nuan couldn't help but chuckle softly. Xiao Wei's enthusiasm remained unyielding until the end of the workday. Once the clock struck quitting time, she transformed into a different persona, filled with exuberance. Time to go, Nuan Nuan, hurry up and pack. Qin Nuan responded lightly, leisurely organizing her desk, only rising once her computer was shut down. Chapter 088. Just a moment ago, she seemed to have spotted Yi Huan. After leaving the company, Xiao Wei first took Qin Nuan to a street filled with snacks, and the two indulged from one end of the street to the other.
How was it?
Xiao Wei asked, tossing her milk teacup into a nearby trash bin. Delicious, Qin Nuan nodded. In college, she would often drag Yi Huan through the snack street, and although he would incessantly comment on the cleanliness, he always indulged her in the end. Yet, no matter how tasty it was no longer the same flavor. In the blink of an eye, large tears fell into the half-eaten meatballs. The afterglow of the sunset bathed everything around in a golden hue as Qin Nuan stared vacantly in one direction, her gaze seemingly searching for something, yet unfocused. Xiao Wei could not comprehend how Qin Nuan's demeanor shifted so abruptly. What's wrong, Nuan Nuan? Qin Nuan numbly shifted her gaze to Xiao Wei's face. Just a moment ago, she thought she had seen Yi Huan, but he vanished in the blink of an eye. Is it too spicy? Xiao Wei reached for a meatball and popped it into her mouth. It's not spicy. If it doesn't taste good, then throw it away. She picked up the dumpling box and tossed it into the trash bin. Qin Nuan stood there, looking dazed. What's wrong? Nuan Nuan, please don't scare me. She stepped forward and grasped Qin Nuan's arm. No, it's nothing. I just think a flying insect got in my eye. She hastily fabricated an excuse, then rubbed her eyes vigorously until they turned red, at which point she finally stopped. Xiao Wei glanced at the barren branches surrounding them.
Yet.
Since Qin Nuan seemed unwilling to share, she felt no obligation to pry into her wounds. It perplexed her how someone who had appeared so joyful could change in an instant. She always sensed that Qin Nuan was unlike her. Although they were both youthful, there were countless experiences that Qin Nuan had endured that she had not, and that tranquility was not innate, but rather a transformation born of life's trials. Come on, sister, let me take you to see your idol. Shaking off her thoughts, Xiao Wei, brimming with boyfriend energy, led Qin Nuan outside. After leaving the snack street, Xiao Wei hailed a taxi and, once inside, provided the driver with a destination. As the vehicle set in motion, Qin Nuan gazed through the window at the snack street, still searching for something she could not find. In truth, she understood that even if she did see him, what would it change? Yet she longed for just a glimpse, even if it were from afar. Perhaps their fate had long since run its course, to the extent that merely encountering each other again was a wish beyond reach. When the snack street faded from her sight, Qin Nuan turned her head, staring blankly out the window. Xiao Wei remained silent, accompanying her in tranquility. Half an hour later, the taxi halted before a music bar. After paying, Xiao Wei pulled her out of the car. Qin Nuan hesitated, observing the entrance without moving. Why aren't you going in? She asked. Qin Nuan wavered, the profound silence within her subsiding, leaving only the harsh reality that brooked no argument. She pondered whether this place was one she could enter. Would Lin Da Shao be displeased upon learning of it? It's just a music bar, Nothing chaotic, Xiao Wei reassured, sensing Qin Nuan's apprehension. Shall we choose another spot? Where would you like to go? It's my treat. Nuan, don't be so outdated. We'll just listen to some music, sip on juice, and unwind. If you don't enjoy it, we can leave right away. You can dictate where we go next. Xiao Wei made her promise. With Xiao Wei's assurance, Qin Nuan finally followed her into the music bar. Chapter 089. How did you bring this good girl here? Though it was a bar, the decor and ambience were rather clean. If not for the dim lighting and the elaborate cocktails at the bar, one might mistake it for a juice bar. Xiao Wei led Qin Nuan straight to the bar counter. Hey there, could you make us the lightest cocktail? She pressed Qin Nuan into a chair and spoke to the young, handsome bartender. The bartender glanced at Xiao Wei, mixed the cocktail, and presented it to them. What do you think? Not chaotic at all, right? She said, placing the drink in front of Qin Nuan. Qin Nuan nodded slightly, eyeing the beautifully colored cocktail without touching it. It's like champagne, you should try it. Qin Nuan shook her head. She had thought that red wine wouldn't get her drunk, yet the last time had left her utterly incapacitated. She was not in a good mood today, and if she were to drink to excess at this moment, she could not guarantee she wouldn't speak recklessly. If by chance she upset Lin Xia, their tranquil life would be irrevocably altered. She wished to avoid that. Qin Nuan remained still with her drink, prompting Xiao Wei to request the bartender to pour her another glass of juice. Only after gazing at the juice did Qin Nuan lift the glass and take a delicate sip. How did you manage to bring this good girl here? The bartender remarked with a gentle smile directed at Xiao Wei as he observed Qin Nuan. Hello, I am her senior from university. My name is Han. He introduced himself with a smile. Hello. It dawned on her that this was Xiao Wei's ideal type. Han possessed the charm of a handsome, vibrant young man. And Qin Nuan thought he and Xiao Wei made a splendid match, though she wondered if he harbored feelings for Xiao Wei. After a light-hearted exchange, Xiao Wei tugged Qin Nuan towards the karaoke stage. Reluctant to join, Qin Nuan was nevertheless pulled along by her friend. Since it was still early, only a few scattered tables of patrons occupied the space, most quietly sipping their drinks. Xiao Wei pushed the singer off the stage and pulled Qin Nuan to take her place. What do you wish to sing? I think you should sing. Let us sing together, she insisted, thrusting the microphone into Qin Nuan's hands. Qin Nuan repeatedly shook her head, but Xiao Wei persisted. We came out to have fun. Aside from me, no one knows you here. What are you afraid of? Even if you sound like a wolf howling, it's them who will endure the torment. It would be terrible if we scared the patrons away. Don't worry, my ideal type is not short on funds. That made sense. A person who opened a bar right after graduating from university would likely not be financially strained. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The truth was, Qin Nuan simply did not wish to sing. Come on, what are you going to sing? With no way to decline, Qin Nuan glanced towards the bar, hoping Han would intervene and put an end to Xiao Wei's antics, but instead, she saw Han raising his glass, seemingly enjoying the spectacle. The purpose of going out was to enjoy oneself, and there were many who had pushed the singer aside to wail like banshees. Everyone merely regarded it as entertainment. Moreover, two beautiful young girls taking the stage was enough to captivate the audience, as several tables laid down their drinks in anticipation. Look, everyone is waiting. What are you going to sing? I don't know. I'll find something. Xiao Wei pulled out her phone and began searching. Qin Nuan felt a flutter of nerves. It had been ages since she had gone out with her university roommates, and that seemed like a distant memory now. Can you find something you can sing? After a cursory glance, it seemed she could sing nearly all the songs, and so she pointed randomly to one. Xiao Wei communicated her choice to the DJ with a nod. The DJ responded with an okay gesture. The music began to play softly. Qin Nuan hesitated, gripping the microphone. Xiao Wei, however, had already begun to sing along with the melody. In that moment, it felt strikingly familiar, as if yesterday and today were unfolding simultaneously. This tone of mine, it seems so much like you. After singing a few lines, Xiao Wei noticed that Qin Nuan had not yet joined in, nudging her with her elbow. With trembling hands, Qin Nuan brought the microphone to her lips and quietly, she began to sing along with Xiao Wei. Unfortunately, it is not you who accompanies me to the end. Unfortunately, it is not you who accompanies me to the end. Why is it not you who accompanies me to the end? As the song reached its conclusion, Qin Nuan could no longer contain herself and sank to the floor, overwhelmed by suppressed tears. Having been by Lin Xia's side for so long, what she has mastered most is the art of repression, repressing emotions, suppressing tears, stifling thoughts. Xiao Wei, bewildered, glanced at Qin Nuan and then at Han, who merely observed the unfolding scene with detached amusement. The patrons listening to their singing assumed the young girl was merely heartbroken, chuckling softly before returning to their drinks. Nuan, if you don't wish to sing, then don't. Please don't cry, she said, her own helplessness evident. Yet, Qin Nuan heard nothing but the cacophony of her overwhelming emotions, desperate to release the pent-up feelings that had long been bottled inside. Once such repressed emotions find an outlet, they become uncontrollable. She longed for Yi Huan so deeply, so fervently, that she began to question his very existence, wondering if he was merely a figment of her imagination. She yearned to see him, if only for a fleeting moment, to ascertain his well-being, whether he could walk normally, whether another person had appeared by his side, a thought that both thrilled and terrified her. In that instant, she was consumed by madness over him. Xiao Wei, in her naivety, questioned whether she too was experiencing hallucinations. Qin Nuan, hoarse, expressed her gratitude as she accepted a drink. Nuan, what troubles you? She asked, unable to suppress her curiosity. Qin Nuan merely shook her head. Xiao Wei turned to He Han, her expression one of confusion. To which He Han replied with a look that suggested he was equally in the dark. Xiao Wei truly had no inkling. It was unfathomable to her. Just that morning, she had received a beautiful bouquet of roses from her husband, and they had shared a delightful lunch together, their affection eliciting envy from others. Yet, the evening had taken an unexpected turn, leaving her utterly perplexed. Even Sherlock Holmes would struggle to unravel this mystery. Qin Nuan sat quietly at the bar, sipping on plain water. As the clock struck 9, she cast furtive glances at the small wall clock behind the bar. After exchanging pleasantries with He Han, Xiao Wei insisted on accompanying her home, unable to shake off her concern. As the time stipulated by Lin Xia approached, Qin Nuan reluctantly dialed his number. The moment the call connected, before she could utter a word, Lin Xia inquired about her location and assured her he would arrive shortly. Your husband? Xiao Wei ventured cautiously. Qin Nuan nodded. You have work tomorrow, you needn't stay with me. I can manage on my own, she replied, feeling an inexplicable aversion to Xiao Wei witnessing Lin Xia. Perhaps because she had yet to fully accept him as her husband. Understanding that something was amiss with Qin Nuan, Xiao Wei could not bear to leave her alone, thus insisting on waiting with her. Chapter 091. Unhappy play? Observing Xiao Wei's concern, Qin Nuan relented. Xiao Wei sat quietly beside her, occasionally stealing glances at Qin Nuan's profile, perplexed by how a girl of such tender years could harbor so many burdens. Despite being married, it seemed as though there resided within her an irreplaceable figure. How contradictory. Nuan, we will be lifelong friends, Xiao Wei stated, gazing at Qin Nuan, her mind swirling with questions, yet she could only express this singular sentiment. Thank you. Qin Nuan nodded in response. In times of sorrow, know that you can always seek solace in my company. I shall accompany you in your endeavors, whatever they may be. Unwaveringly devoted. With a flourish of bravado, Xiao Wei assured her. Gratefulness coursed through Qin Nuan, who found herself at a loss for words beyond the repeated utterance of thank you. As their conversation unfolded, a luxurious off-road vehicle came to a halt before them. Upon seeing the man in the driver's seat, an inexplicable sense of oppression settled upon Qin Nuan. Xiao Wei stood transfixed, her gaze fixated on the vehicle. Though her knowledge of cars was scant, she recognized that this one was undoubtedly expensive. Her eyes drifted to the driver's side, where she caught a glimpse of the man's profile, and she instinctively knew he possessed an allure far surpassing that of He Han, accentuated by an air of unattainable elegance. Qin Nuan remained still as Lin Xia exited the vehicle. Watching his movements, Xiao Wei held her breath, nearly overwhelmed by the urge to scream. To her astonishment, while waiting for Nuan, she had encountered such a paragon of masculinity. This was what a true idol should embody. Unlike the mere mortal she had observed in the bar. What's the matter? Lin Xia inquired gently as he approached Qin Nuan. His striking visage devoid of excessive expression, yet softened by a tender tone. Qin Nuan merely shook her head. Xiao Wei could no longer contain her excitement and let out a shrill cry. It dawned on her that this idol was not merely passing by but was, in fact, Nuan's husband. Goodness, she felt faint. Upon hearing Xiao Wei's exclamation, Lin Xia's gaze shifted towards her. Hello, she greeted nervously, locking eyes with him. Your husband? She whispered to Qin Nuan, though she had already drawn her own conclusions and sought confirmation. Qin Nuan nodded. Thank you for taking Nuan out, Lin Xia stated, his tone devoid of any emotion as he draped his arm around Qin Nuan's shoulders. No need for thanks, Xiao Wei replied, her typically carefree nature suddenly stifled by an overwhelming tension. Some individuals, even without any action, simply standing there instill a sense of apprehension, as if one feared to overstep boundaries. Xiao Wei felt precisely this way at that moment. Lin Xia, no longer glancing at Xiao Wei, turned his attention back to Qin Nuan. Are you not enjoying yourself? His perceptive nature had alerted him to Qin Nuan's emotional decline the moment he had stepped out of the vehicle. Qin Nuan shook her head. Where else would you like to go? I will accompany you. She continued to shake her head. A peculiar sensation of heaviness settled in her eyes, threatening tears. Shall we invite Qin Yan and the others to play cards at Xingshi? Another shake of her head. What about the rooftop of the entertainment city? Xiao Wei observed Lin Xie as he gently coaxed Qin Nuan, akin to a caretaker soothing a child. It appeared that, even in the presence of his wife, this idol was no different from any ordinary man. Qin Nuan persisted in her refusal. Lin Xie showed no signs of frustration. He simply embraced her and awaited her decision. Qin Nuan herself was uncertain of her emotions, unable to rein them in. Perhaps it was Lin Xie's tenderness, perhaps a fleeting glance that might have been misinterpreted. Or perhaps it was the poignant melody of a song that resonated with the moment. Chapter 092. They were but an old married couple. Qin Nuan did not depart. Nor did Xiao Wei hasten to leave. The three of them stood in tranquil silence, attracting curious glances from passers-by who wondered if they were witnessing a love triangle play out in public until the moment of decision approached. In the tranquil space, Qin Nuan gradually calmed her emotions. In the presence of Lin Xie, she could momentarily lose control and exhibit her petulance. Yet ultimately, she dared not indulge in unruliness without restraint. After wiping her eyes, she lifted her gaze towards Lin Xie, offering a soft acknowledgement. She stepped forward to look at Xiao Wei. Are you really not going to join? Qin Nuan inquired, a hint of concern lacing her voice. Really? I don't need to. I haven't had enough fun yet, and I still plan to seek out my idol later. In truth, her excitement compelled her to share the enchanting scene with someone. Very well then, she conceded, but not before offering a cautioning reminder. Please be safe. And don't stay out too late. Xiao Wei nodded vigorously in agreement. To the bar? Upon hearing the mention of a music bar, she repeated the word bar with enthusiasm. I didn't drink. I only had a few sips of juice, and afterward, I stuck to plain water. What a pity. I rather miss the inebriated version of you, Nuan Nuan. In reality, he was acutely aware of where she had been, what she had done, and even what she had eaten. Qin Nuan chose not to respond. Let me know where you wish to go next time, and I will accompany you.
All right.
Once back at the villa, Lin Xie ascended the stairs and immediately disrobed before entering the bathroom. After Lin Xie had entered, Qin Nuan retrieved her pajamas and headed to the bathroom in the adjacent guest room. She understood what that smile implied and suddenly felt a distaste for such matters. After all, they were like an old married couple. Why make things so complicated when they could simply share a bath together? Ignoring the comment, Qin Nuan fished out the hairdryer. I'll help you dry your hair.
No.
Before the refusal could fully escape Lin Xie's lips, she had already risen to take the hairdryer from Qin Nuan's hands. Reluctantly, Qin Nuan sat down, with slender fingers weaving through her tresses. Qin Nuan felt her nerves tauten. Yet, she was even less fond of what awaited her after her hair was dried. Did you enjoy yourself with your colleagues, Nuan Nuan? Qin Nuan nodded. Then why don't you seem happy? All she could do was glance at Lin Xie and force a smile, which appeared anything but genuine. If you're happy, you should go out with your colleagues more often. Is that agreeable? Of course. As they spoke, her hair was dried, and Lin Xie put away the hairdryer. Seizing the moment, Qin Nuan slipped under the covers. Upon stowing the dryer, Lin Xie turned to find the petite woman nestled in the blankets. As she climbed into bed, it felt natural for Lin Xie to pull Qin Nuan into her embrace, her hands becoming restless. I'm tired. Can we skip it tonight? She murmured softly, gazing at Lin Xie. Very tired? Under Lin Xie's intense gaze, she nodded gently. Where does it hurt? With penetrating eyes, Lin Xie scrutinized the woman before her, leaving Qin Nuan feeling cornered. Where does it hurt? I'm sorry. I'm no longer tired. Lin Xie remained silent, continuing to look intently at Qin Nuan. I truly am not tired anymore. With a blink, mist filled her eyes as she reached for Lin Xie's hand. I'm sorry, please don't be angry. Do whatever you wish, I'm not tired. Ultimately, she had been tamed. Observing the pitiable woman clinging to her in bed, Lin Xie found herself at a loss for words regarding her own feelings. Her rejection displeased him, yet he had no intention of forcing her otherwise. Even when she sang to the point of tears, he had no plans to act against her.
Now.
She gazed at herself with a pitiful expression as she apologized, while he remained uncertain about how to respond to her. Please don't be angry. Releasing Lin Xie's hand, Qin Nuan opened the drawer of the bedside table and retrieved an item, placing it gently into Lin Xie's hands. In that moment, a wave of panic washed over Qin Nuan. I truly am not tired, really, please don't be upset. She longed to slap herself, realizing that one should not push their luck or indulge in childish antics with him. I am not angry, just sleep, he replied, pulling her into his embrace with a soft tone. Qin Nuan was taken aback. It's not that I'm tired, just sleep. He tenderly patted her slender back, sensing her tremors. Nestled in Lin Xie's embrace, Qin Nuan rested her head against his chest, almost as if in a dream. I am not angry, she reiterated, fearing he might worry. The panic subsided, yet tears betrayed her resolve, spilling from her eyes. She dared not make a sound or wipe them away, striving to contain her emotions. A hint of helplessness etched across Jun Mo's handsome face. If Nuan cannot sleep, we can chat. Qin Nuan remained silent, afraid that if she spoke, Lin Xia would discover her tears. She merely nodded gently. Does your leg hurt? Qin Nuan shook her head. Has anything special happened? She shook her head once more. Nuan, are you too tired to speak? His tone held no blame, only playful teasing. Qin Nuan quickly sniffled and replied no. Then how dull? Perhaps you should come work at Shenglin, he suggested casually. Qin Nuan mistakenly believed he genuinely intended for her to join him at Shenglin. Really? Can family members join? Lin Xia continued, I never imagined I could enjoy a free outing thanks to Nuan. This company seems delightful. I just wonder where we will go. Are you going? She thought he would dismiss such ordinary company perks. Isn't it allowed to bring family? Since it's free, why not go? He asked,
as if it were the most natural thing.
Qin Nuan found herself at a loss for words. Where does your company plan to take us? To the North Suburb Resort. Developed by Han and others. Do you want to go there? I can go, but Xiaowei says it's nice. Xiaowei is the girl from today. She elaborated, fearing he might not know who Xiaowei was. We will find out where we are going in due course. Upon seeing Qin Nuan, he affectionately rubbed her head.
Sleep now.
Chapter 094, The Outing. Qin Nuan obediently nestled in Lin Xia's embrace, closing her eyes. Perhaps due to relaxation or genuine fatigue. Soon the sound of her even breathing filled the air. Listening to her breaths, Lin Xia gazed down at the sleeping visage before him. The delicate, pale face bore a serene expression, though her elegant brows were furrowed. His long fingers gently smoothed her creased brow before he closed his eyes, holding her close. Lin Xia seemed extraordinarily kind, a quality that stirred an underlying unease within Qin Nuan. This disquiet lingered until the company confirmed the details of the outing. 3 days later, they would be heading to the resort in the north suburbs. Every employee buzzed with excitement, as such an opportunity was too good to miss. Bring your crushes along. Who knows what might blossom? Everyone must work diligently. The atmosphere erupted in fervor. Wow, has the boss truly splurged on a trip to the northern suburban resort? You heard correctly. It is indeed the northern suburban resort, and for a duration of 3 days and 2 nights. Xiaowei nudged Qin Nuan with her elbow. Is your husband going? Ever since witnessing Qin Nuan's extraordinary husband, who sends lavish bouquets of crimson roses to the office daily, Xiaowei has become an ardent admirer of Lin Xia. However, her admiration is purely innocent, devoid of any ulterior motives. Qin Nuan nodded in response. Your husband appears quite affluent. Would he genuinely participate in such a trivial complimentary excursion? Perhaps he would. In truth, she wasn't he entirely certain. Regardless, I shall hasten to invite my own idol, she declared, proceeding to the stairwell outside the company to call He Han. After work, Qin Nuan informed Lin Xia about the confirmed outing. You need not attend if you choose not to, Lin Xia retorted. Does Nuan not wish to bring me along? Afraid I might embarrass you? No, it's not that. I merely consider you so busy, and I fear. The northern suburbs are not far, and besides, accompanying you would afford me some leisure time. On the day of the trip, they congregated at the small square in front of the company for a collective departure. Lin Xia arrived punctually, accompanied by Qin Nuan. At the base of the building, the two donned matching down jackets, one black and one white, creating a visually pleasing contrast. As they traveled together in a vehicle arranged by the company, they carried no luggage. Lin Xia explained that someone would deliver it upon arrival. However, upon disembarking, Lin Xia was seen holding a tote bag, which piqued Qin Nuan's curiosity, though she could not discern its contents. Colleagues in the office held a keen interest in Qin Nuan's husband, especially after Xiaowei's enthusiastic endorsements and the daily deliveries of roses. When they beheld the vehicle that brought the two, they couldn't help but glance at Lin Xia with renewed intrigue. Chapter 095, The Snacks Prepared by Lin Xia. Having observed the pair, they concluded that Xiaowei had not exaggerated. Aside from the vehicle that delivered them, Lin Xia's regal demeanor was in a league of its own. It was not a pretentious air. Rather, it was an unmistakable presence that suggested such a person belonged at the pinnacle of society. They couldn't fathom how such a man would consent to his wife working in such a modest company, nor accompany her on a complimentary excursion. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed evident that a man deeply devoted to his wife would be willing to engage in any endeavor for her happiness. A man of such stature who still brings daily roses to delight his wife must indeed be a testament to true love. Due to traffic, some individuals would arrive late, prompting light-hearted chatter as they awaited their arrival. Although they were curious about Lin Xia's profession, none approached to introduce themselves. Lin Xia exhibited little interest in the others, choosing instead to remain by Qin Nuan's side. Even in his silence, an unsettling tide of anxiety coursed through Qin Nuan. She feared that such an exceptionally good man might harbor ulterior motives that would eventually lead her to despair. Are you tired? Not at all. Would you like something to drink? I can fetch you some water. Observing Qin Nuan's exceedingly accommodating demeanor, a flicker of exasperation crossed Lin Xia's handsome face. He opened the bag he held, retrieved a bottle of water, and presented it to Qin Nuan after twisting off the cap. Are you thirsty? Shao Wei, who had been attentively observing the subtle interactions between the two, could not help but stifle a squeal. Beside her, He-Han was closely watching Lin Xia, feeling an uncanny sense of familiarity. Qin Nuan glanced at the water bottle placed before her and then at the tote bag in his hand. Noticing Qin Nuan's gaze, Lin Xia opened the tote bag and presented it to her, suggesting that if she didn't wish to drink water, she could help herself to some snacks instead. Qin Nuan was momentarily taken aback. Did you prepare this? She wondered, incredulous, as if it had fallen from the heavens. While he hadn't personally purchased the items, he had instructed the driver to do so, thus it was indeed his preparation. Not hungry? Shao Wei whispered. Oh, how I wish for a husband like that, handsome, wealthy, and considerate. He-Han merely scoffed, realizing he must have misjudged Lin Xia. None of the affluent young gentlemen he knew were this thoughtful, let alone someone of even higher stature. It wasn't he only Shao Wei who felt envious. Others shared the sentiment as well. Yet, the protagonist, Qin Nuan, felt differently. She sensed something amiss, a disquieting feeling. Let us wait until you want a snack, Lin Xia said, readjusting the bag. Qin Nuan stared blankly at it. Just as Shao Wei was about to approach, the bus arrived, and everyone boarded, awaiting departure. Shortly after, the colleagues caught in traffic joined them. The company had over 30 employees, and with their families and children, the total exceeded 80, necessitating 2 buses. The journey from the city to the resort in the northern suburbs typically took 2 hours without traffic. From the moment she boarded, Qin Nuan sat obediently beside Lin Xia, anxiously observing his demeanor. His emotions remained steady, which only heightened her sense of unease. Perhaps it was the presence of her colleagues that made her feel tense, leading her thoughts to wander irrationally. The more she scrutinized Lin Xia, the more peculiar he seemed. Sensing her anxiety, Lin Xia gently draped his arm around her shoulders. If you're tired, you can rest, he said. I'm not tired. Even if you're not, you should take a break to conserve your energy for the fun ahead. All right. She leaned against him, hesitant to move. In a nearby seat, Shao Wei noticed and rested her head on He-Han's shoulder. I also need to conserve energy to enjoy myself later. He-Han merely rolled his eyes and remained still. Qin Nuan, feeling stiff from her position, tilted her head back and blinked at Lin Xia. Noticing her gaze, he lowered his head and gently kissed her cheek. Are you dissatisfied with my behavior? She shook her head. Then why do you seem so unhappy? I'm happy, she replied, managing a smile. Happy yet still so rigid? Qin Nuan made an effort to relax, trying not to appear too tense. As she began to ease, Lin Xia fell silent. As the bus crawled through traffic, it became evident that the journey would take longer than expected, with the vehicle stuck for nearly 20 minutes. The children aboard grew restless, and despite their parents' attempts to soothe them, it proved ineffective. Qin Nuan closely monitored Lin Xia's reactions, worried that he might lose his temper and throw a crying child off the bus. Fortunately, his expression remained relatively composed. The child wailed incessantly, prompting Qin Nuan to cast her gaze upon the tote bag held by Lin Xia. She had previously noticed it was filled with snacks. The perfect lure for a restless child, yet she dared not take initiative without Lin Xia's consent. To her surprise, as she looked over, Lin Xia placed the bag onto her lap, declaring, "It's for you. You decide." Gratefully, Qin Nuan grasped the bag and rose from her seat. Though Lin Xia was seated outside, she refrained from troubling him. "Annie has some treats for you. Will you stop crying?" She gently coaxed as she approached the sobbing child. Upon hearing the mention of delectable snacks, the child's cries softened, their eyes fixating on the tote bag in Qin Nuan's hands. Swiftly, she opened the bag for the child to see. "If you stop crying, I will give you a treat." The child nodded in agreement. "What would you like?" "Please, take your pick." The child remained still, eyes wide with anticipation as they gazed at the entire contents of the bag. Qin Nuan smiled and retrieved a few snacks along with a bottle of water that Lin Xia had previously opened, then handed the entire bag to the child. "It's all yours, no more tears, okay?" The child nodded once more, and their parents expressed their gratitude. The child's mother, who worked in sales, only knew that Qin Nuan was in finance and was sincerely appreciative of her kind assistance, having never interacted with her before. Qin Nuan merely offered a gentle smile in response. Lin Xia leaned in, his cool lips brushing against her ear as he whispered, I find myself looking forward to how nurturing you will be when we have children. Qin Nuan froze at his words. Aside from matters concerning Yi Huan, the topic of children was one she least wished to confront. When will we have one? He teased, affectionately pinching her cheek. Perhaps it's better not to, that way.
You remain solely mine.
Her rigid form relaxed at his words, and she recalled the water bottle still in her grasp. I saved some water for you. You're so thoughtful, Lin Xia replied, taking a sip before offering the bottle to Qin Nuan's lips. Complying sweetly, she opened her mouth. After departing the city and traveling for another half an hour, they finally arrived at the resort. Instantly, excitement surged among the passengers. Wow, we've finally arrived. I've heard there are so many fun activities here. I heard accommodations range from villas to hotels. I wonder which one the company will choose for us. It's certainly going to be the hotel mode. Simply being here is a privilege. Let's not overthink it. To their astonishment, the bus halted directly in front of the villa complex, igniting a wave of fervor among the crowd. Chapter 97. The unmistakable distinction of the affluent goodness. Is it truly this extravagant? Calm down, it might just be a temporary stop. As these words were exchanged, the bus doors swung open, and a staff member from the resort approached. Hello everyone, I am a staff member from Yunji Resort. Welcome, and I hope you enjoy a pleasant holiday. Please disembark. Staff will escort you to your respective villas. The excitement reached a fever pitch. I feel as though I'm dreaming. Surely, a wealthy benefactor must be footing the bill. Otherwise, how could the boss afford such lavish expenses? Upon hearing the mention of a wealthy benefactor, Qin Nuan instinctively glanced at Lin Xia. Encountering his perpetually aloof visage, she couldn't help but feel a touch of madness creeping in. How could one take the playful banter of friends seriously and subsequently cast doubt upon Lin Xia? It was already quite generous of him to allow her to work. How could he possibly also bear the financial burden of entertaining everyone for free? This was madness. Surely, the recent drastic changes in Lin Xia had affected her mental state. Not getting out? Lin Xia teased as he noticed Qin Nuan's momentary hesitation. With his voice breaking her reverie, she quickly exited the vehicle. Once outside, the resort staff distributed keys to each villa, prompting those who received them to seek out their respective accommodations. Lin Xia took the key and guided Qin Nuan along. Upon locating their villa, they discovered that Xiao Wei and He Han were residing in the adjacent one. Nuan, you actually came out to play without bringing anything? Xiao Wei remarked, finally noticing that both Qin Nuan and Lin Xia were empty-handed. No, we did bring some things. They will be delivered shortly, Qin Nuan clarified. Wealthy individuals truly are different. Xiao Wei mused, while He Han had already brought his suitcase into the villa. Can I come to find you later? Xiao Wei inquired before entering the villa. Qin Nuan instinctively glanced at Lin Xia, and upon seeing no sign of disapproval, she nodded. With a swift motion, Xiao Wei dashed into the villa. As it was a vacation destination, the villa's space was not particularly expansive, yet the decor and furnishings were exquisitely chosen. The second floor featured a private swimming pool and gym equipment. The bedroom contained a large double bed, while the adjoining bathroom boasted a spacious bathtub, separated only by a transparent glass partition. Qin Nuan suddenly felt that this location was more suited for a honeymoon or for couples in the throes of romance, which led her thoughts to He Han and Xiao Wei. Would they not feel embarrassed residing in such a place? Unbeknownst to Qin Nuan, Xiao Wei and He Han had already engaged in intimacy, albeit without any formal commitment. Such arrangements were not uncommon among the youth. Yet Qin Nuan had never encountered them before. Noticing Qin Nuan staring at the bed and the glass-enclosed bathroom, her cheeks flushed. Lin Xia approached, playfully pushing her onto the large bed and positioning himself above her. Shall we give it a try? He inquired. Try what? She asked, sensing that it might not bode well, but still following his lead. What you're thinking about, he replied. What I'm thinking? I'm not thinking anything, she protested. Then let us explore what's on my mind. The implications of his thoughts were undoubtedly not wholesome, yet Qin Nuan merely gazed up at him without voicing any objections. Just as Lin Xia was about to escalate the situation, a knock resounded at the door. Could it be Xiao Wei? Qin Nuan speculated, noting that it was still too early for lunch. Lin Xia showed no intention of halting his actions. Another knock echoed. Suddenly, Qin Nuan's smile faded. She looked at Lin Xia, who continued undeterred, while she felt too timid to intervene. With a low curse, Lin Xia reluctantly got up. Qin Nuan hurried to the door, taking a moment to straighten her disheveled clothing before opening it. However, the figure standing outside was not Xiao Wei, but rather the driver delivering their luggage. The driver, burdened with a suitcase, felt an unmistakable hostility in his employer's gaze. Under Lin Xia's unfriendly scrutiny, he hastily set down the suitcase and departed. Lin Xia's attention then shifted to Qin Nuan, her expression silently urging her to continue. I shall organize my belongings for convenience. Qin Nuan feigned ignorance. Double the effort tonight, she articulated slowly and clearly. Her hands trembled momentarily as she steadied herself to open the suitcase, but the moment it was unlatched, her composure faltered. Following Qin Nuan's gaze, Lin Xia's lips curled into a faint smirk. How considerate of this maid. Disregarding Lin Xia's scrutinizing eyes, Qin Nuan swiftly tucked 2 small boxes into a corner. Were 2 boxes truly necessary for a mere 3-day trip? If convenience was the intent, why not bring them forth? Or perhaps Nuan merely wished to test the suitcase. Lin Xia remarked with a semblance of a smile. Qin Nuan's cheeks flushed crimson. She believed he had not noticed. Under Lin Xia's watchful gaze, Qin Nuan mustered her resolve to shove the 2 small boxes beneath her pillow. However, Lin Xia boldly retrieved them, playfully toying with them in his hands. Qin Nuan could only pretend not to see as she continued to organize her suitcase. Lin Xia lounged on the bed, the small boxes in hand, wearing a charmingly mischievous smile as he observed her. She meticulously arranged her belongings, change of clothes, pajamas, skincare products, each item carefully placed. Just as she completed her task, lunch was delivered. Once they finished their meal, Xiaowei knocked at the door. Qin Nuan dashed to open it, feeling as if a savior had arrived. In truth, under Lin Xia's guidance, she had grown somewhat indifferent to such matters, but being on a group outing during the day made her reluctant. Yet, Lin Xia believed she had no choice but to accept, though it would be preferable to evade it. Upon opening the door, Xiaowei entered, tugging He Han along. Who needs rest while having fun, right? Qin Nuan merely smiled. In her eyes, Xiaowei seemed perpetually vibrant. Where's your husband? We're going to play cards, she inquired. Scanning for Lin Xia. The moment she spotted him, Xiaowei's demeanor became more reserved. Though he treated Qin Nuan with the tenderness of a guardian, she was not Qin Nuan. His presence made her uneasy, yet she raised the playing cards in her hand. This afternoon has no activities, so let us play cards for a while and then head to the hot springs. The itinerary for the 3-day outing included free activities on the day of arrival, outdoor barbecues on the 2nd day, and a grand gathering on the 3rd, complete with games, a lottery, and speeches from the leadership. Knowing Qin Nuan enjoyed card games, Lin Xia nodded. The 4 of them instinctively formed 2 pairs. No stakes, just paper slips, Xiaowei suggested, prompting Qin Nuan to laugh. Her eyes sparkling as she looked at Lin Xia. She could hardly imagine his face covered in slips of paper, expecting Lin Xia to refuse. She was taken aback when he readily agreed. Watching her beam like a child, Lin Xia couldn't resist pinching her cheek. Is it truly that amusing? No, it isn't. Qin Nuan retorted, her laughter abruptly fading. Chapter 099. Lin Xia of Shenlin. After playing a series of games, it was evident that Xiaowei and He Han were the ones consistently winning. Are you two cheating? Otherwise, why do we keep losing? Xiaowei jested. Although Lin Xia was usually reserved, she gradually became more at ease after a few rounds, and Xiaowei no longer held back. Qin Nuan shook her head. Impossible. Let us switch it up. How do we do that? I'll play with Nuan. Surprisingly, Qin Nuan and Xiaowei won 3 consecutive games. Xiaowei was so exhilarated that she jumped around, nearly embracing Qin Nuan in joy. However, upon noticing the note affixed to Lin Xiao's chin, Qin Nuan's mood soured. He Han could easily tell that Lin Xiao was purposefully losing. After all, it was merely a game, and the stakes were not significant. Nonetheless, he couldn't help but scrutinize Lin Xiao. Unfazed by the attention, Lin Xiao remained composed, perfectly accustomed to various gazes. His calm demeanor only intensified He Han's belief that this man resembled someone he had once known. I am He Han. He finally remembered to introduce himself after becoming absorbed in the game. Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao? The Lin Xiao from Shenlin? The excitement in He Han's voice was palpable. Indeed. Shenlin? Shenlin. Xiaowei, initially slow to comprehend, eventually shouted in realization. Who in D City doesn't know Shenlin? Nuan, your husband is Lin Xiao from Shenlin? Qin Nuan nodded under Xiaowei's enthusiastic gaze, feeling no need to fabricate a story. Oh my goodness. I can't believe I'm playing cards with the president of Shenlin, and I even beat him. Xiaowei's excitement knew no bounds. He Han, though not as animated, wore a look of disbelief, marveling at the wonders of the world. Are we still playing? Qin Nuan inquired after their excitement had subsided. There's still time. Let us play a bit longer. Her plan was to enjoy the games before dining, then relax in a hot spring, followed by a restful sleep. The 4 continued playing, and soon Lin Xiao's face was adorned with several more notes. Qin Nuan occasionally glanced at the notes on Lin Xiao's face. Xiaowei longed to capture a photo to share on social media, but ultimately decided against it. As the time approached dinner, Xiao Wei began to suggest they eat. Lin Xiao declined the invitation to join them. Once Xiao Wei and He Han left, Lin Xiao smiled at Qin Nuan. Aren't we going for dinner? We have something more important to attend to. In front of Qin Nuan, he began to tear off the notes one by one, counting as he went. 7 notes. That's quite a lot. Let us start now. All right, I'll sleep with Nuan Nuan. Qin Nuan was utterly exhausted and quickly fell asleep, only to be awakened by hunger. As soon as Qin Nuan stirred, Lin Xiao also woke up. Glancing at the time, he noted it was nearly 10 o'clock. Hungry? He asked gently. Nodding slightly, she replied, What do you want to eat? Should we go out or dine here? Lin Xiao stood up to get dressed. After a moment of thought, Qin Nuan responded, Anything is fine. We can go wherever you wish. If you're not tired, we can eat out, then go for a hot spring afterward. Lin Xiao suggested. Qin Nuan found the idea of soaking in a hot spring quite appealing. However, the thought of Lin Xia accompanying her at such a late hour was less enticing, and the inevitable fatigue set in, prompting her to yawn. She decided to rest for a while, assuring herself that she would call him when the time came. Yet, hunger gnawed at her, making it impossible to remain still. She shifted restlessly, ultimately opting to drink some water. After quenching her thirst, she reclined once more. But the hunger persisted. Fortunately, it wasn't long before the meal Lin Xia had ordered was delivered, 4 dishes and a soup, all of which were her favorites. Take your time eating, there's no one here to rush you, she thought. Whether it was due to her hunger or the delectable food, Qin Nuan devoured her meal eagerly, prompting Lin Xia to remind her to slow down. Heeding his advice, she gradually reduced her pace, and by the time she finished, the plates were nearly empty. Once satisfied, the heaviness of sleep dissipated, yet the stiffness of the bed made her hesitant to move, fearing that any motion would summon memories of their card game discussions. Unable to bear it any longer, Lin Xia took her by the hand and led her to the hot spring area, which included both communal and private sections. He guided her to the secluded area, and her apprehensions soon became reality. The sun was shining brightly when Qin Nuan finally stirred from her slumber. The glaring light prompted her to shield her eyes until she adjusted, only to lift her gaze and find Lin Xia seated by the window, engrossed in work on his laptop. Clad in casual attire, he had exchanged it for a light gray outfit, appearing both clean and subtly elegant. Are you hungry? He inquired, his voice husky. Yes, truly hungry, she admitted. Your colleagues just informed me that a barbecue is happening outside. Would you like to join them? Or shall I arrange something for just the 2 of us? He set aside his computer and approached, gently caressing her fair cheek. Right, the card game, she replied candidly, pulling the blanket over her head in embarrassment. I was only joking. I told them you caught a chill from the hot spring last night and developed a fever. So you can't go out just yet. He pulled the blanket down, his eyes sparkling with mirth. Really? She asked, her curiosity piqued. Indeed. Knowing your sensitivity, I wouldn't tease you about such matters. That's a relief. Even if everyone knows the truth, there remains a distinction between saying it aloud and keeping it unspoken. Then I'll head out for meals shortly. It would be quite delightful to join everyone in the lively atmosphere, rather than being cooped up with a man who might become amorous at any moment. Agreed. Chapter 101. The youthful affection. The barbecue took place beside the artificial lake adjacent to the villa. Despite the winter chill, the lively group basked in the sunshine, making the cold less biting. The men took charge of cooking, while the women indulged in the feast. Those feeling the cold retreated to the indoor garden to enjoy their grilled delicacies in warmth. As they savored their meals, the picturesque scenery added to their enjoyment, particularly since it cost them nothing. Xiao Wei, savoring a skewer while standing by the grill and observing He Han at work, spotted Qin Nuan and raised her half-eaten skewer. Nuan Nuan, over here. Hearing her call, Qin Nuan and Lin Xia made their way over. As they approached, Xiao Wei eagerly retrieved several grilled chicken wings from the platter and presented them before them. Try these, they're absolutely delicious. After expressing her gratitude, Qin Nuan accepted a wing and promptly shared half of it with Lin Xia, who remained still, his mouth agape, awaiting a taste. Under the gaze of those around her, Qin Nuan brought a chicken wing to Lin Xia's lips. Lin Xia unabashedly took a large bite, eliciting a chorus of cheers from the onlookers. The young couple's rapport was evident, and it was not merely a matter of youth. Even the older couple, Old Li and his wife, had shared bites with one another moments ago. Indeed, we should learn from them. Although they were not well acquainted, they all belonged to the same company, and their playful banter made the atmosphere less restrained. Furthermore, Qin Nuan, being young and possessing a gentle demeanor, had previously shown her kindness to children in the car, which naturally made her feel like one of them. Lin Xia, despite appearing exceptionally refined, was also capable of jesting while enjoying a day out with his wife. Qin Nuan, feeling shy from the comments, lowered her head. Lin Xia, smiling, took the half-eaten skewer from her. Unfazed by the teasing, he continued to enjoy the chicken wings in his hand. Their playful demeanor made everyone forget their earlier speculations about their extraordinary backgrounds. Should we invite your family over to personally grill skewers for your wife? One man joked. All right, Lin Xia replied, shoving the remnants of the chicken wing into Qin Nuan's hands and rolling up his sleeves as he approached the speaker. Qin Nuan looked on in astonishment, sensing that Lin Xia was becoming increasingly unusual. Shao Wei, beside her, raised her eyebrows teasingly. Nuan, you must have saved the galaxy in your past life. Or even the entire universe. How else could heaven bestow upon you such a perfect husband? She exclaimed, repeating the word perfect for emphasis. Qin Nuan could only smile awkwardly, refraining from arguing as it seemed futile. Lin Xia, though inexperienced with such things, quickly picked up the skill due to its simplicity and his high intelligence. Nuan, come and taste this, he called, presenting a perfectly grilled skewer to her. Qin Nuan promptly accepted it. How is it? Delicious, would you like to try? She offered, handing it over. Lin Xia naturally took a bite. His long, fair fingers turned the skewers, and upon discovering a well-cooked piece, he directly handed it to Qin Nuan. She, too, understood the unspoken bond, taking one skewer for herself and offering one to Lin Xia in return. As he handed her a grilled shrimp, he noticed her fair cheeks flushed from the cold. Are you cold? He asked, concerned. Despite her down jacket, standing outside in winter for an extended period could still be chilly. A little, she admitted, reaching out for the cooked shrimp. The food provided by the resort was exceptionally delicious. Why don't you wait inside? I'll bring it to you, he suggested, gesturing toward the indoor garden nearby. I'll accompany you, he added, feeling that leaving Lin Xia alone to grill might lead to dire consequences. Chapter 102. Is it true that for men, women are merely a source of amusement? Do you not wish to part from me? Lin Xia's handsome face bore a hint of playful arrogance. Hurry up, he urged, noticing Qin Nuan rubbing her hands together to warm them. With that, he ceased his playful teasing and prompted her gently. When Lin Xia's expression turned serious, Qin Nuan dared not hesitate and quickly stepped into the adjacent indoor garden, where a warm breeze laced with the fragrance of flowers greeted her. Though it is referred to as an indoor garden, it bears no distinction from a traditional garden. The expansive space is adorned not only with blooming flowers, but also with tropical ornamental trees, wicker chairs, wooden tables, and a babbling brook. Everything one could desire. Qin Nuan could not help but gaze in wonder. To behold such a scene in December in City D was truly impressive, and she found herself admiring the developers of this resort. While lost in her thoughts, she overheard two female guests, not affiliated with the company, conversing nearby. This is developed by Han Corporation, isn't it? One remarked. Indeed, it is Han Corporation. It dawned on her that the president of Han Corporation was not only adept at charming women but also at creating splendid resorts. Indeed. However, Mrs. Han is equally remarkable. No matter how Mr. Han frolics outside, she has not produced an illegitimate child. The two women chuckled at this. A sudden pang of discomfort washed over Qin Nuan. She recalled her sister's words in the hospital. Those familiar socialites greeted her with beaming smiles, yet when they turned away, she became mere fodder for their gossip. At the time, she thought her sister's words were merely comforting platitudes, but hearing it firsthand today revealed the bittersweet truth and helplessness beneath. As a sister, she found it hard to bear, let alone her sister, the one directly involved. It seemed that everyone bore their burdens. She was not alone in her suffering. What's wrong? Lin Xia entered, holding skewers, and noticed Qin Nuan standing in a daze, her face still flushed from the cold, infused with indignation and sorrow. Nothing.
I'm fine.
Who upset Nuan? He inquired, scanning the area until his gaze landed on the two elegantly dressed women nearby. The moment his piercing gaze fell upon them, they instinctively looked over. When their eyes met Lin Xia's, the two women froze for a moment before rising. Mr. Lin? Lin Xia merely regarded them with a cold stare. I didn't expect to encounter Mr. Lin here. And this must be Mrs. Lin? They said, their faces brightening as they greeted Qin Nuan. She pursed her lips, remaining silent. Qin Nuan's reaction left the two women momentarily at a loss. But constrained by Lin Xia's presence, they forced smiles. We shan't disturb Mr. and Mrs. Lin any longer. Enjoy your time. With that, they quickly departed, pulling away in haste. Once they were gone, Qin Nuan continued to press her lips together. Had they truly upset her? Should they be driven away? It was not a question but a decision, as if he were the master of the place. No, I'm not upset. Fearing that Lin Xia might indeed have them removed, Qin Nuan spoke up. While she disliked their conversation regarding her sister and brother-in-law, it was the truth. Banishing them would change nothing. In places beyond her hearing, her sister remained the subject of their derision. In that moment, a torrent of unarticulated resentment surged within her, leaving her uncertain of whom to blame. Was it the man she ought to call brother-in-law? The parents who had shaped this reality? Or the inescapable fate that bound them all? Truly not upset, he guided her to a wooden table, setting down the platter and encouraging her to take a seat. Is it that, for you men, women are merely sources of amusement? Chapter 103. Ensnared by a vixen. An inexplicable question momentarily stumped Lin Xia, who then allowed a light chuckle to flicker in her profound gaze. It is not every random individual who can claim to be my plaything. Qin Nuan merely cast a glance at Lin Xia before lowering her head. What on earth is going on? Lifting her delicate chin, she raised her face with an interrogative tone. She had just overheard them discussing her sister. Lin Xia chuckled softly. Even your sister herself would not react so dramatically upon hearing such talk, so spare her your misplaced pity. She spoke in a casual tone as she lowered her hand. Qin Nuan recognized the truth in her words, but felt an undeniable discomfort within. Shouldn't she be secretly amused? After all, the man she married is solely enamored with her as his singular plaything, and he finds endless delight in her. The women discussing her are driven by envy and jealousy. Qin Nuan secretly wished that he would behave like Han, flitting about daily with different women, oblivious to her existence. Humans are indeed peculiar. She felt sorrow for her sister, yet yearned to live a life akin to hers. Is Nuan suddenly realizing her own happiness, so profound that she struggles to articulate the joy swelling within her? Her tone carried a hint of mischief. Qin Nuan merely kept her head down in silence. Enough of this. You should focus solely on how to please your man, rather than squandering your thoughts on trivial matters. Lin Xia lifted a skewer of meat to Qin Nuan's lips. Though her mouth remained shut, Qin Nuan extended her hand to accept it. But Lin Xia insisted on feeding her. After Qin Nuan took a bite, Lin Xia followed suit, savoring the morsel with delight. They finished a plate of skewers, alternating bites. Would you like more? Lin Xia inquired, wiping her hands. Qin Nuan shook her head. Although she understood the futility of her situation and accepted the reality, a sense of discomfort lingered within her, feeling it unjust for her sister. But what could she do? She could not alter her sister's life, nor could she change her own fate. In this era, where human rights abound, they remained like drifting reeds on the sea, powerless. Qin Nuan did not dwell in sorrow for long before Xiaowei approached, calling out, Nuan, I heard there's a real CS arena at the resort. They've all gone to play. Shall we join them? Though framed as a question, she had already tugged Qin Nuan out the door. Lin Xia merely observed quietly, offering no objections. The CS arena was situated on the opposite side of the resort. By the time they arrived, some colleagues had already donned their gear and were organizing into teams, eager to commence the game. We'll join in, Qin Nuan declared, stepping forward to request equipment from the staff. Xiaowei tossed a set of gear to Qin Nuan before starting to put on her own, only making a remark after she was suited up. Bewitched by a vixen. Vixen? Don't mention him. It's distressing. With Xiaowei saying this, Qin Nuan felt it inappropriate to inquire further and donned her gear as well, as neither had prior experience, and Xiaowei was evidently out of sorts. They were eliminated from the game within moments. Are you alright? Qin Nuan asked with concern, observing Xiaowei's dejected demeanor. She quickly removed her gear and hurried to catch up. Chapter 104. Sitting at the same table as the boss. Upon entering, she spotted Lin Xia seated on the sofa, a laptop resting on her lap. Upon entering, Qin Nuan stood still, seemingly in a moment of contemplation. Are you being punished? She heard Lin Xia's voice, which prompted her to step further inside. Noticing that Lin Xia was not looking her way, she proceeded to the bedroom to change her clothes. Initially intending to check on Xiaowei during dinner, she ended up remaining in her undressed state until the following morning. The company mandated that the annual meeting commence at 9 o'clock. By the time Qin Nuan and Lin Xia arrived, the event had already begun, yet surprisingly, it had not yet started. Once inside, Qin Nuan searched for Xiaowei and eventually spotted her alone in a corner, without Han. Shall we go over to Xiaowei? She inquired of Lin Xia, who nodded in agreement. However, before they could reach Xiaowei, the manager called out to them. Qin Nuan, come sit over here. Qin Nuan was taken aback. She had been with the company for a short time and had not achieved anything remarkable, so she felt the manager was uncommonly attentive to her. Upon approaching, Qin Nuan encountered the company as owner for the first time. He was a man in his 50s, of average build, accompanied by a woman of similar age, elegantly dressed, likely the owner's wife. Without much pleasantry exchanged, the annual meeting commenced as soon as they were seated. Qin Nuan found it peculiar. The way the owner regarded Lin Xia was odd. Though they did not converse, She sensed a profound respect and caution in his gaze, as if fearful of offending her. Their seating arrangement was also strange. How could a newcomer like her, who had scarcely worked a few days, be seated at the same table as the owner? Unable to fathom it, she decided to dismiss the thought. Nevertheless, the others quickly noticed the unusual arrangement and began to chatter amongst themselves, yet they ultimately reached no conclusions. The first prizes drawn were minor awards, consisting of practical small appliances and skincare products sold by the company. Though not particularly valuable, everyone hoped for a stroke of luck. However, Qin Nuan did not win anything either. The grand prize was a trendy new smartphone, and nearly everyone held their breath in anticipation, hoping to be the fortunate recipient. Noticing Qin Nuan's unwavering gaze fixed on the lottery box, Lin Xia leaned in closer. "Do you want it?" Qin Nuan shook her head, acknowledging the excitement of the moment but feeling out of place. When Shenglin holds their annual meeting, the grand prize will be worth far more. "No, I don't need it. I don't even work at Shenglin, so what would I do with their prize?" "Are you sure?" "Absolutely." As they conversed, the grand prize was drawn. The owner read out the numbers. Qin Nuan's heart skipped a beat as she retrieved the number given to her by the manager upon entry. It matched. Could it truly be hers? Number 21? Who is number 21? There was no response, and the owner called out the number once more. Amidst a sea of bewildered glances, Qin Nuan stood up. Could there be any foul play? Someone murmured from the crowd. Instantly, she lost her desire for the prize. Yet under the owner's urging, she ascended the stage. "Boss, I have only just joined the company. I really think I should forfeit this prize. It would be better to draw again and give an opportunity to the long-standing employees." The boss's gaze involuntarily drifted toward Lin Xia. Lin Xia sipped her tea leisurely, displaying little reaction. However, Qin Nuan perceived the underlying concern for Lin Xia. "Apologies for troubling you, boss," Qin Nuan remarked before stepping down from the stage. The boss could only take another drag, ultimately surrendering his phone to a young woman from the business department. She felt it was unfair to take it, and if that were the case, it was better not to have it at all. Following this incident, curiosity about Qin Nuan's identity intensified among the onlookers. Yet, as the parties involved remained silent, they could only regard it as an unsolved enigma, one more among the myriad mysteries of the world, which scarcely mattered. Ultimately, however, the whispers reached attentive ears. During casual conversations among the resort staff, the topic of the Imida company arose. A minuscule cosmetics firm that could afford to treat all its employees and their families to a retreat, which likely consumed a year's worth of profits. Someone in the know remarked that it was President Han who had directly instructed this, mentioning that the president of Shenglin was coming.
Consequently,
those intrigued took to the internet to investigate Shenlin's president, ultimately unveiling that the financial steward of this small company was none other than Shenlin's proprietress. The initial shock soon faded, and the gossip dissipated. After the complimentary getaway, operations resumed as before. Lin Xia continued to escort Qin Nuan to and from work daily, uninterrupted by the arrival of fresh blooms. The office was adorned with vibrant red roses, prompting the employees from other companies on the same floor to express their admiration each time they passed by. As the year drew to a close, Lin Xia's busyness escalated. In turn, Qin Nuan found herself considerably relieved. Although Lin Xia still arrived punctually to pick her up, it was the driver behind the wheel while Lin Xia's fingers danced across the keyboard. Upon hearing Qin Nuan's voice, she glanced up momentarily without uttering a word. "You seem quite occupied," Qin Nuan observed softly. "Not busy," Lin Xia replied, her fingers never pausing. Qin Nuan decided to refrain from further conversation. "The company annual meeting is on Friday. You should come along," Lin Xia stated as the car halted in front of the villa, her eyes finally shifting from the screen to Qin Nuan's face. Qin Nuan responded with a slight acknowledgement. Although she was not particularly keen on attending, Lin Xia had made it clear that there was no room for negotiation. Noticing Lin Xia's silence, Qin Nuan exited the vehicle. The car departed only after she had entered the villa. With Lin Xia absent, Qin Nuan felt a wave of tranquility wash over her. After dinner, she indulged in some television before ascending to the bathroom for a shower, later reclining on her bed while scrolling through her phone. Dressed in a nightgown, her smooth, fair legs swayed freely in the air. She secretly wished that Lin Xia would remain busy, preferably more so than at present. She assumed Lin Xia had been too fatigued, allowing her a reprieve during the past few nights, unaware that Lin Xia had been reluctant to disturb her peaceful slumber. Lost in her own world, Qin Nuan did not hear the door open until she found herself pinned beneath Lin Xia. Chapter 106. There are more delightful dishes to savor. The same shampoo and body wash, when applied to her, exuded an exquisite fragrance. "No, have you eaten yet?" As she attempted to shift her body away from beneath him, her waist was firmly gripped by a pair of large hands, rendering her motionless. The desire for warmth was palpable. Yet such a straightforward sentiment left Qin Nuan at a loss for words. Was it permissible? She remained still, perceiving his question as redundant. If she were to respond in the negative, could he truly refrain from indulging? Her silence was, in itself, an affirmative. If you haven't dined yet and wish for something, I shall prepare it for you. In fear of Lin Xia changing his mind, Qin Nuan hastily rose, adjusting her nightgown. Despite the winter chill, the villa, with both heating and air conditioning in operation, felt rather cozy. What do you desire to eat? She inquired as they descended the stairs. Anything made by Nuan will suffice. Lin Xia was not particular, so Qin Nuan simply prepared a bowl of noodles, shrimp and greens. Her greatest culinary lessons with the chef had been on various noodles. When the dish was served, Lin Xia entered the dining room clad in loungewear, his hair still dripping, evidently having just bathed before dressing. He tossed a towel to Qin Nuan, who instinctively approached him to dry his hair. Once his hair was sufficiently dried, he began to eat the noodles while Qin Nuan stood quietly beside him, waiting. Whether it was due to hunger or the delectable taste of the noodles, the bowl was soon emptied. Setting down his utensils, Lin Xia lifted his gaze to appraise Qin Nuan. She wore an adorable pink nightgown adorned with a cartoon owl featuring large eyes. Feeling self-conscious under his scrutiny, Qin Nuan nervously pinched her nightgown. Should she not have worn it? If you dislike it, I can change, she said, turning to leave, only to be pulled back into his embrace by Lin Xia's firm grip on her wrist. I quite like it. The pure, crystalline aura emanating from her captivated him. His hand gently caressed her fair, rosy cheek, his fingers delicately tracing her clean visage and bright, clear eyes. Qin Nuan sat obediently in his embrace, utterly still. She couldn't shake the feeling that Lin Xia's aura at that moment was one of infatuation and obsession with her. A self-deprecating smile curled her lips. She mused that perhaps she had grown too comfortable recently, allowing her mind to wander. His fingers gradually traced their way to her forehead, where a faint scar lingered, nearly forgotten beneath her bangs. This girl had once defied him at the cost of her own life. His cool lips softly pressed against the scar, sending a shiver down her spine. Lately, she sensed something was amiss with Lin Xia. He was decidedly unusual. Have you had your fill? He stammered, seeking a topic of conversation. Shall I prepare more noodles? This version of Lin Xia left her flustered, more so than when he was angry. No need. There are more delectable options available, he replied, abruptly lifting Qin Nuan into his arms. In instinctive response, she wrapped her arms around his neck to prevent herself from falling. Chapter 107. Does it hurt?
Yes.
Gentle sunlight flooded the large bed, and the woman atop it blinked awake. Following the events of the previous night, she felt that her prior sense of ease had been a deliberate ploy by Lin Xia, an intentional ruse to make her believe life had become beautiful, only to suddenly plunge her back into despair. Last night, Lin Xia relentlessly tormented her in various ways. The most excessive act left her gazing at her wrist with disdain, where clear red marks marred her fair skin. Both wrists bore the evidence of his torment. A glance at the small alarm clock on the bedside table revealed it was already 1 in the afternoon. After dozing off, she awoke to find that the man who had so mischievously teased her had left for work, leaving her to face the repercussions of yet another unjustified absence. She imagined her boss must think that she had drawn the short straw in life to have been hired into the company, forced to tolerate her due to Lin Xia's influence. In frustration, she struck the bed, uttering curses directed at the instigator of her plight. By the time Qin Nuan endured the pain and made her way out of bed, washed up, and descended the stairs, it was already past 2. She felt certain that in her past life, she must have disturbed Lin Xia's grave, for he seemed intent on making her life miserable in this one. After venting her anger, she found a semblance of solace in the fact that, no matter how excessive his actions were, he had not neglected safety. She clung to that glimmer of comfort to find peace of mind. Yet, how could she truly find peace? Would she dare to jump from a building in defiance? She did not have the courage. Upon entering the bedroom, she noticed the nightgown lying on the bed and, in a fit of frustration, tossed it into the wardrobe. She had not seen it upon waking. It must have been cast aside by Lin Xia the previous night to some forgotten corner, only to be retrieved by the maid, who found it on the bed, recognizing it as the garment she had worn these past few days. She had not anticipated that the nightgown, once cherished, would now be relegated to the depths of her wardrobe, and she vowed never to wear nightgowns again. Before her association with the nightgown, Lin Xia had indeed tormented her, but never to such an extent. It seemed the nightgown was the source of her misfortune. In the dead of night, as she drowsily slept, Qin Nuan was startled awake by a gentle nibbling at her wrist. Upon opening her eyes, she found Lin Xia engrossed in his ministrations on her wrist. Awake? He inquired, while she merely blinked at him in silence. Does it hurt? He asked, pressing a kiss to the red marks. It did hurt. To her own surprise, she uttered the word hurt without thinking. Upon hearing her say so, Lin Xia leaned in to kiss the spot again. I will apply some ointment. He retrieved a tube of cream from the bedside and tenderly applied it to her wrist. His gentle touch stirred a wave of grievance within her. It still hurts. Then, I shall be gentler. He applied the ointment with the utmost delicacy. Qin Nuan gazed at him with eyes full of reproach, and as he finished applying the cream, their eyes met, revealing her deep sense of hurt. In that instant, he experienced a profound sense of sorrow. The pain she felt struck him deeply, leaving him flustered. I promise it won't happen again, he blurted out. Really? She asked, seeking reassurance. Indeed, he had no such proclivity for cruelty. It was merely that in the throes of passion the previous night, he had glimpsed the scar on her forehead and recalled her fierce resistance. Perhaps the fervor had clouded his judgment, leading him to bind her hands with his tie. And by the time he regained composure, the marks on her wrists had already formed. He had felt a fleeting remorse at that moment, but it quickly faded. Yet now, as she plaintively expressed her pain, his guilt and empathy enveloped him completely. Does it still hurt? He asked, leaning down to gently blow on her wrist. Chapter 108. An Apology Between Lovers. Very well, sleep now. He gently embraced her, carefully avoiding her hands. The following morning, seated in the car and observing the man at the wheel, Qin Nuan found herself questioning whether Lin Xia, who had tenderly coaxed her and applied medicine to her wounds the previous night, was merely a figment of her imagination. Suddenly she pondered, is it merely because he is handsome that I find myself gazing for so long? His demeanor was markedly different from his usual indifference, laced with a hint of jest and mockery. Nothing at all, she replied as the car came to a steady halt in front of the office building. Taking advantage of Lin Xia's momentary stillness, Qin Nuan swiftly grabbed her down jacket and exited the vehicle, rushing into the office building while clutching it tightly. Upon entering, she could not help but exclaim at the chill that enveloped her. Despite the proximity, the absence of her jacket made her feel almost exposed. With the red marks on her wrist still visible, she had deliberately chosen to wear a knitted sweater with longer sleeves. As she stepped into the office, her gaze landed on Xiao Wei's workstation. After inquiring several times with concern, Qin Nuan realized that Xiao Wei was uncommunicative. But she suspected it had something to do with He Han, as Xiao Wei's mood had soured immediately after He Han's premature departure from the resort. As 8 o'clock approached, Xiao Wei finally trudged in, looking rather despondent. Qin Nuan cast a few worried glances her way, but matters of the heart are often beyond the help of outsiders. Especially since she was not privy to the specifics of the situation. The customary bouquet of fresh flowers that graced the office every morning had become a norm for everyone. Yet today it sparked a bit of excitement. Why have the colors changed today? Someone mused. Having money is truly a blessing. Even roses come in various hues. Since the arrival of new bouquets each day, Qin Nuan had grown indifferent. As some colleagues would casually take a few flowers home at the end of the day or even carry away an entire bunch to please their wives or girlfriends, thus avoiding waste and saving money while delighting their partners. Curiosity piqued. Qin Nuan looked up to see a large bouquet of yellow roses approaching her, which only added to her confusion. Miss Qin, please sign for this, the delivery man said, as he had become quite familiar with her due to the regular deliveries. Despite her bewilderment, Qin Nuan quickly signed her name. The delivery man took the signed slip and departed, leaving her to gaze at the vibrant bouquet of yellow roses on her desk. After a moment, she pulled out the card nestled within, only to be surprised to find it completely blank. Her confusion deepened. Did they send it to the wrong person? Wow, Nuan, how fortunate you are. Xiao Wei had approached, gently caressing the yellow roses with an air of admiration. She had never considered herself particularly lucky. Did your husband upset you? Xiao Wei inquired. Qin Nuan shook her head. Then why the yellow roses? What's wrong with yellow roses? Aren't they still roses? An apology between lovers? Lin Xia is apologizing to her? Qin Nuan found this to be the most amusing joke she had encountered this century. It must either be a mistake from the florist or a blunder on the delivery man's part, or perhaps Lin Xia simply decided that yellow roses were more appealing today. Chapter 109. I want to resign. How did your husband manage to upset you? Xiao Wei pressed on, repeating her question. No, nothing at all. Strangely, her thoughts drifted back to the red marks on her wrist and the expression on his face when she had mentioned the pain. That was a look she had never seen on Lin Xia's face before. Warm. Sometimes I truly envy you. Your husband will only get better, she said, aware of the sorrow caused by He Han. Xiao Wei merely smiled and said nothing further. Throughout the entire morning, Xiao Wei appeared listless at her desk. When the manager came out and spoke a few words, she listened in silence. When lunchtime arrived, Qin Nuan approached Xiao Wei. Let us have lunch together. There's a highly rated Korean restaurant nearby that we should try. She inquired, is your husband busy today? While standing up alongside her. The restaurant was a mere 10-minute walk from the office building, and upon arrival, they found it bustling with patrons due to the noon rush. So they had to wait a while for a table. Once the dishes were served, Qin Nuan observed Xiao Wei methodically consuming one dish after another and finally could not help but speak up. Eat a little less? If you enjoy it, I'll treat you again another day. Warm. It's truly wonderful to know you, Xiao Wei replied earnestly, her mouth full. She set down her chopsticks only when her stomach could no longer accommodate another morsel. I want to resign, she suddenly announced after wiping her mouth. Qin Nuan was taken aback.
Why?
I don't want to stay in D-City any longer. Is it because of He Han? She had never realized how deeply Xiao Wei felt for him. I initially stayed in D-City for him. Now there is no longer a need. You think He Han still has some feelings for you, otherwise, wouldn't he have gone to the resort with you? He has a girlfriend. If he has a girlfriend, why is he at the resort with you? Qin Nuan was momentarily at a loss. Yes, he has a girlfriend, Xiao Wei replied. You will meet someone better in the future. Xiao Wei only smiled self-deprecatingly. The best is not him, but never mind. Qin Nuan wished to offer comfort, yet was unsure how. Ultimately, Xiao Wei did resign, but due to the year-end, they did not allow her to leave, stating that she should wait until a suitable replacement was found after the new year. The thought of no longer seeing Xiao Wei's vibrant presence in the office made Qin Nuan feel a profound sense of loss. Yet, she was no longer at an age where tears would come easily. As one matures, one understands that the people who come and go in life cannot simply be held onto by desire. The yellow roses were only sent for a day before they transformed into red ones. Lin Xie never mentioned it, and neither did Qin Nuan. Surely, one cannot simply ask why he suddenly gifted a bouquet of yellow roses. As for the meaning of the yellow roses, she chose to overlook it entirely. On Friday, there was Xinlin's annual meeting, attended not only by Xinlin's employees but also by prominent figures from all over D-City. As the president's wife, Qin Nuan was summoned early in the morning for makeup and to change into a gown. When she appeared before Lin Xie in her elegant, high-fashion dress, he was momentarily struck speechless, taking 2 seconds before approaching her. Qin Nuan was not the type of beauty that dazzles at first glance. But her features were delicate and soft. Under the appropriate makeup, she exuded an aura of understated elegance, looking particularly refreshing and pleasing to the eye. Contrary to the sorrow and melancholy of her wedding, Qin Nuan now exuded a sense of relief, her demeanor lighter and more ethereal. With her arm linked through Lin Xie's, the two entered the venue at a leisurely pace. Chapter 110. The Prize with an Insider's Secret. Outside the venue, reporters brandished their cameras, capturing the moment. Qin Nuan felt ill at ease yet maintained a decorous smile. Regardless of the harsh whispers circulating outside, she represented Xinlin and could not afford to lose her composure. The annual meeting adhered to familiar patterns, polite exchanges followed by speeches from those in power. This marked Qin Nuan's inaugural attendance at such an event, and notably, as a representative of the hosts. Standing on stage, Lin Xie spoke with an expression of cold indifference, despite the stage being nearly a meter high. He appeared to tower over the crowd, exuding an air of supremacy that instilled trepidation. Watching him, Qin Nuan could not help but acknowledge Lin Xie's exceptional qualities, his appearance, physique, and lineage were all beyond reproach. Yet, why would such a lofty and flawless man insist on marrying her? Was it truly because her reluctance to wed him bruised his pride, compelling him to marry her as a means of validation? Such reasoning seemed almost absurd. Regardless of the underlying cause, whether ludicrous or not, the situation was irrevocable. Once Lin Xie concluded his speech, the stage was taken by a popular diva, who captivated the audience with her energetic performance before commencing the prize draw. The list of Xinlin's prizes flashed across the big screen, eliciting a muted response from most attendees, save for Qin Nuan, who was rendered speechless by the sheer opulence of the offerings. In stark contrast to the previous Amida prizes, these were undeniably extravagant. The most mundane items included smartphones and laptops, while the rest comprised luxury cars and lavish estates. Still reeling from her astonishment, Lin Xie approached and enveloped her in his embrace. Which one do you fancy, Nuan? His implication was clear. Whatever she desired would be hers. Qin Nuan shook her head vigorously. She had no affinity for prizes marred by ulterior motives. Nothing you like? He inquired. To which she remained perplexed as to why Lin Xie was so fervent in bestowing gifts upon her. What do you like? I will get it for you, he added, emphasizing her recent struggles. What do I like? She pondered, her gaze dropping as his lips brushed against her exposed, smooth shoulder. Someone she managed to push back. not forgetting that they were surrounded by people, including business partners and reporters. What if this moment were captured and disseminated? What is there to fear? Lin Xie dismissed her concerns nonchalantly. Who would dare take a photograph without my permission? Nuan hasn't yet mentioned what she fancies, he continued. Is that so? Qin Nuan nodded emphatically. As they spotted Qin He and Han, she initiated greetings. Before they could exchange pleasantries, Qin Yang and Tian Yaro approached as well. Nuan, you look stunning today. Congratulations on your recovery, Tian Yaro remarked, glancing at Qin Nuan's agile legs. Since beginning her rehabilitation, they had not crossed paths. And today seemed an opportune moment for casual conversation. I'm hungry. I want to grab a bite, she said, tilting her face up to Lin Xie. Releasing her, Lin Xie lifted his glass and gestured to the side, prompting Han and Qin Yang to follow suit. Aside from the employees of Shenlin, everyone else held a higher status. Lin Xie led them over to greet the others, providing an opportunity for acquaintances to form. Naturally, Tian Yaro would not let such a chance slip by. She nodded towards Qin Nuan and Qin He before effortlessly linking her arm with Qin Yang's. Chapter 111. The most romantic thing after marriage. How has Nuan been recently? As soon as the person left, Qin He inquired with concern. Qin Nuan nodded, gazing at her elder sister's serene face. She couldn't help but recall the words she had overheard in the indoor garden of the resort that day. A hint of tenderness flickered in her eyes as she looked at Qin He. She felt a pang of sympathy for her sister's tranquil beauty, lamenting that she had yet to meet a man who truly appreciated and cherished her. Is something wrong? Did Lin Xie bully you? Perceiving Qin Nuan's despondency, Qin He stepped forward, grasping her hand and pressing for answers. Though she understood that knowing Lin Xie had indeed troubled Nuan would not change anything, her concern compelled her to inquire. No, he didn't bully me, it's just. Sister, look at Qin He. Qin Nuan hesitated momentarily before continuing. Have you ever thought about? Before she could finish her thought, their father approached and interrupted. Do you not know what to do in such a setting? Have I wasted these years teaching you? His tone was admonishing, yet he deliberately lowered his voice, mindful of the surrounding guests. As for her father, she was at a loss for how to respond. I'm hungry. Nuan will keep me company for a while, and will join you shortly. Qin He offered an explanation. Despite her dissatisfaction with their parents' behavior, Qin He had never openly expressed it, calmly accepting the unfair treatment. Now is not the time. You should endure your hunger. Qin father remained unswayed by Qin He's explanation and continued to scold her with discontent. Are you going to wait until you starve before you eat? Qin Nuan retorted coldly, looking at father. I can only ask, is that truly the case? Enough. I'm unbothered by the ridicule, Qin mother interjected timely to mediate. After a disdainful snort and a glare, Qin father finally headed towards Lin Xie. What were you about to say? Grasping Qin Nuan's hand, Qin He shifted the topic. Observing Qin He and contemplating her sister's demeanor towards their father, Qin Nuan suddenly felt disinclined to speak. It's nothing, I'm also feeling a bit hungry. Let us go eat something. Qin Nuan held her breath in anticipation, only to be startled when she heard the host call her name. Now, let us welcome our beautiful First Lady, Qin Nuan, to draw a special prize and discover which lucky person will receive the grand prize from Mrs. Lin. Amidst a wave of applause, Qin Nuan stood there, stunned. Mrs. Lin? She thought, remaining motionless until the host called her name once more. Qin Nuan's dazed gaze shifted to Lin Xie, who was watching her with a smile. I am to draw the prize, she murmured softly. With a gentle "oh," Qin Nuan rose and walked onto the stage. Once on stage, she hesitated before drawing the prize. The host, with a beaming smile, addressed her. Mrs. Lin, may I ask you a personal question before the draw? Qin Nuan nodded in agreement. Could you share what has been the most romantic thing Mr. Lin has done since your marriage? After posing the question, the host added, this is on behalf of countless women. Chapter 112, a prize exclusively for Nuan in an effort to enliven the atmosphere. The host frequently posed questions that piqued the audience's interest, yet were innocuous in nature. However, when it came to Qin Nuan, the inquiries took on a more pointed edge. Yet, in such a setting, one could not simply feign ignorance. She softly replied, he sends me a bouquet of flowers every day. This was indeed the truth. And it was perfectly timed for the occasion. In hindsight, it was not merely love. It was an obsession that bordered on the hopelessly romantic. Roses. Mr. Lin is so wonderful that I find myself contemplating marriage to him. Qin Nuan merely smiled in silence. Can we proceed with the lottery now? Yes, we can. The host, eager to continue, was interrupted as Qin Nuan timely interjected, compelling the host to suppress further questions and commence the drawing. With her hand poised over the pause button, Qin Nuan felt a pang of nervousness. That was a luxurious apartment, one that an ordinary person might toil a lifetime to afford. Below the stage, Han and others watched Qin Nuan with amused expressions. Do you think she's just fabricating stories to deflect, or is there truth in her words? Qin he remained silent, prompting Han to ask, "Why don't you inquire?" Han stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I truly underestimated your sister," he remarked, leaving the nature of his comment ambiguous. The results of the grand prize were quickly announced, awarded to a long-serving manager from the Human Resources Department at Shimlin. "Thank you," the manager exclaimed, elated as he accepted the keys to the apartment. Qin Nuan smiled and extended her congratulations. The performances featured both company employees and external guests. Qin Nuan shook her head honestly. This was just right. Had she been the one drawn, disappointment would surely have followed. "However, I have prepared a special prize just for Nuan," Lin Xian declared. Upon hearing this, Qin Nuan's immediate reaction was a chill down her spine. "Are you pleased?" Under Lin Xian's watchful gaze, Qin Nuan could only nod reluctantly. Shouldn't Nuan consider how to express her gratitude? Yet, she found the notion quite peculiar. Until the conclusion of the annual meeting, Qin Nuan pondered what special prize Lin Xian had prepared for her. After exchanging pleasantries with Qin He and Qin Yang, she followed Lin Xian to the car. The journey was quiet, and Lin Xian did not reveal the so-called special prize. Just as Qin Nuan began to suspect that there was no special prize at all, and that he was merely teasing her, the car halted in front of the villa. The driver exited to retrieve a beautifully wrapped box from the trunk, delivering it to Lin Xian. Accepting the box, Lin Xian, with a twinkle in his eye, placed it on Qin Nuan's lap. In the face of his mischievous smile, she was tempted to discard the box from the vehicle. "Shall we open it and see if you like it?" Under Lin Xian's scrutinizing gaze, Qin Nuan, steeling herself, placed her hand upon the box and, with a hint of trepidation, opened it. Chapter 113. The Lin family ancestral home. Inside the box, there was nothing of the peculiar nature that Qin Nuan had feared, nor any frightening contraption. What greeted her was a charming cartoon giraffe crafted from soft fabric. Gazing at the delightful giraffe, her thoughts drifted back to the previous oversized owl-print nightgown. "Do you like it?" Lin Xian's slender fingers delicately extracted the item from the box. A pale blue cartoon giraffe nightgown, and not just one. "Do you like it?" "Not really." Yet, under Lin Xia's gaze, she could only nod in agreement. "I like it. I also find it appealing," she remarked with a hint of irony. As soon as Lin Xia entered the bathroom, she tossed the box onto the bed and fixed her gaze upon it. She had not forgotten the torment she endured while wearing the nightgown before. After staring for a while, she reluctantly approached and began to place the garments into the wardrobe, hanging them one by one. Once finished, she counted them, 7 in total. All were in light colors, adorned with charming cartoon animals. Gazing at these 7 nightgowns, Qin Nuan seemed to foresee a dismal future for herself. Just as she was gritting her teeth at the sight of the nightgowns, Lin Xia emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel, and directly entered the wardrobe. Given Nuan's expression, she seemed to be quite fond of this specially prepared prize for her. "I'm going to take a shower." Without waiting for Lin Xia to approach, Qin Nuan lifted her leg and walked toward the bathroom. Lin Xia, drying her hair, watched as Qin Nuan entered. Once her hair was dry, she discarded the towel and removed the bath towel. Her eyes skimmed over the row of nightgowns, finally selecting a water green one featuring a large-eyed, adorable cat before following Qin Nuan into the bathroom. Soon, a gasp echoed from within. Lying quietly in the bathroom was an exquisite gown, while Qin Nuan donned the water green nightgown. As soon as she touched the bed, Qin Nuan pulled the blanket over herself, burying her little face within it. Lin Xia joined her, wrapping her in an embrace. From that day onward, all of Qin Nuan's sleepwear transformed into nightgowns, each cuter than the last. Looking at the array of nightgowns, Qin Nuan could only console herself that at least these were adorable, not merely scant fabric of revealing, sultry designs. After the annual meeting, Lin Xia became busy again, attending various business gatherings daily. Fortunately, he did not require Qin Nuan's company. Under this routine, New Year's Eve arrived. Watching the car drive away from the familiar villa, Qin Nuan's heart began to race with anxiety. Although it was not her first visit to the Lin family's ancestral home, it was her first time staying overnight. "Do we really have to stay at the ancestral home?" she asked Lin Xia, with hopeful anticipation. Lin Xia responded with a soft acknowledgement. "Don't you want to stay there?" "Not at all. I'm just nervous, fearing I won't measure up." In the Lin family, apart from Lin Xia's father, everyone held high positions, and the imposing aura of such figures could stifle anyone's breath. Especially Lin Xia's grandfather, who, even in silence, could render her helpless with just a glance. Chapter 114. He was even more intimidating than those others. The mere thought of facing so many people made Qin Nuan's scalp tingle and her spine chill. She wished she could leap from the car and escape. Yet she found herself utterly powerless. Are you afraid? Without glancing at Qin Nuan, Lin Xia merely uttered the words lightly. Turning to face Lin Xia, Qin Nuan pondered seriously before nodding. Although she knew her feelings were inconsequential, a small part of her still harbored a glimmer of hope. Wouldn't it be possible to avoid going if she expressed her fear? What is there to fear? You have me. After all. He freed one hand to gently ruffle Qin Nuan's hair. Today, Qin Nuan donned a woolen skirt paired with an elegant coat. Her hair styled into a simple ponytail, and without a trace of makeup, she exuded an aura of purity and freshness. Upon hearing Lin Xia's words, Qin Nuan pouted. He was as intimidating as those others, if not more so. Listening to Lin Xia, she realized there was no room for negotiation. Before she could express her thoughts, the car came to a sudden halt by the roadside. Moments later, his cool lips pressed against hers. Once the car resumed its journey, Lin Xia gazed contentedly at the road ahead, while Qin Nuan tenderly rubbed her swollen lips. If she wiped them any further, the entire Lin residence would know the reason for their tardiness, her voice laced with a soft chuckle. Frustrated, Qin Nuan dropped her hands and shot Lin Xia a glaring look. Unfazed, he drove on with a smile dancing in his eyes. An hour later, the vehicle halted before the grand old mansion of the Lin family. The location of the Lin residence was remarkably serene, far removed from the clamor, yet surrounded by meticulously constructed edifices. A wide road flanked by towering trees led to several villas that were arranged in an orderly fashion, with a large fountain gracing the front. Beside the fountain, the most luxurious cars in the world were parked, their license plates so exclusive that mere wealth could hardly secure them. Qin Nuan sluggishly opened the door and stepped out. By the time she did, a servant had already retrieved the gifts Lin Xia had prepared from the trunk. After taking the gifts, the servant greeted Qin Nuan, who merely nodded in a daze. Lin Xia stepped forward, wrapping an arm around her as they entered the mansion. As they crossed the threshold, every eye in the living room turned towards them. Under the weight of so many gazes, Qin Nuan instinctively shrank closer to Lin Xia. She was acutely aware that her actions were impolite, yet her instinctive reaction was beyond her control. Have you come? The authoritative voice broke to no contradiction. Lin Xia seemed oblivious, guiding her towards the sofa. Once they were close, Qin Nuan, relying on her memory, greeted those she recognized. Nuan, come here, Lin Xia's mother spoke first. Qin Nuan obediently nodded before glancing at Lin Xia. Lin's mother continued to introduce her to those whom Qin Nuan did not know, and she greeted each person in turn. Nuan, please take a seat. We are all family here, no need to be formal, spoke Lin Xia's amiable aunt, a middle-aged woman with a kind demeanor. Thank you, aunt. Qin Nuan replied gratefully before settling beside Lin's mother. Chapter 115. The Urge to Procreate. After Qin Nuan took her place beside Lin's mother, Lin Xia stepped forward to stand before an elderly man with graying hair. Grandfather, he spoke with little variation in his tone. Lin Sheng snorted. So you do remember I am your grandfather? Threatened, Lin Sheng's face contorted with anger. If I didn't know it was so delightful to snuggle with my wife at home, who would bother to come here? He struck the ground with his cane, producing a resounding thud. However, the women seated on the sofa erupted in laughter. Seeing Lin Sheng's ire, Qin Nuan felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Yet the laughter eased her tension somewhat. Lin's mother gently patted the back of Qin Nuan's hand. It has nothing to do with you, so do not be afraid. Although the tone lacked overt emotion, Qin Nuan still felt a sense of comfort. Compared to the gentle voice of her mother, she preferred the calm, emotionless tone that reassured her during her moments of anxiety. Thank you, mother. In a family, there is no need for such formalities. If you encounter anything uncomfortable during your first visit, do let me know, she said. This marked the third time Qin Nuan had met Lin's mother, and for reasons unknown, she no longer felt anxious in her presence. After tapping his cane against the floor, Lin Sheng raised it to point at Lin Xian. You have been married for quite some time now, yet there's been no good news. I wonder what keeps you so busy every day. Lin Xian remarked, glancing at the man descending the stairs. At least I am married. Good news will eventually come. You should be more concerned about your elder brother, who is still single, rather than me. Speak for yourself and refrain from diverting the topic onto me. The man, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and exuding an air of sophistication, replied with a smile. Though they were of similar age, their dispositions differed vastly. Lin Xian embodied an aloof and profound demeanor, while the bespectacled man radiated a gentle and approachable charm, a quality that undoubtedly contributed to him becoming the mayor at the age of 33. Descending the stairs alongside him were Lin's father and Lin Xian's uncle, who was also his brother's father. As soon as they reached the bottom, Qin Nuan promptly stood up to greet them. The uncle merely nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Xian's elder brother, Lin Xianyi, spoke with a grin. No need to be so formal. We are family after all. Thank you, elder brother, she replied. There is no need for gratitude, he retorted gruffly to Qin Nuan, causing her to lower her head and fall silent. Xian, you ought to be careful, otherwise. Warm Nuan may deny you access to the bed tonight, Lin Xian's third aunt interjected. Is that how you deal with Uncle San? No wonder he is so afraid of you, Lin Xianyi teased. Uncle San doesn't need any special treatment to be afraid of me, Lin's third aunt replied proudly, prompting laughter from everyone present. The conversation soon flowed freely, with each person contributing their thoughts. As the new year approached, the pressure of marriage and childbirth became an unavoidable topic, and the Lin family was no exception. During the New Year's Eve dinner, Lin Sheng pointed at Lin Qianyi and then looked at his aunt. You should not be consumed by work every day. Arrange for Qianyi to meet some suitable young ladies. I refuse to believe he hasn't found someone appealing. The aunt nodded in agreement. Look at the eldest from the Li family. Their child is already in elementary school. Just look at you all. When children were mentioned, Lin Xian inevitably came to mind, being married herself. You should not be so preoccupied with the company. It won't collapse without you. Besides, our family does not lack in money earned at the expense of your health. Spend more time with your wife, Lin Xian remarked, shifting the focus to Lin's mother, who smiled and nodded in response. Lin Sheng was exceedingly courteous toward his son and daughter-in-law, complying with whatever was said. Yet, when it came to the younger generation, they seemed to be in disarray. Establish a career before starting a family. I am still enduring hardships in the remote mountains. How can I marry and subject someone to the same suffering? As Lin Qianyi spoke, Qin Nuan couldn't help but chuckle. However, the moment her smile appeared, Lin Xian shot her a warning glance. Qin Nuan immediately ceased her laughter, adopting a serious demeanor. It seemed that her smile was unwelcome in this gathering. Each time she smiled, his expression darkened. The remote mountainous area? Indeed. Lin Qianyi nodded shamelessly. Lin Sheng, filled with indignation, raised his wine glass as if to hurl it at Lin Qianyi, only to be restrained by Lin Fu at his side. Father, it's the new year. Let us calm down. If you throw that, you might frighten your granddaughter-in-law. Upon mentioning Qin Nuan, Lin Sheng shot Lin Qianyi a fierce glare but ultimately refrained from throwing the glass. You should stand your ground. At your age, your uncle was already running errands. This remark was directed at Qin Nuan. With the focus suddenly shifted onto her, Qin Nuan was momentarily taken aback until Lin Xia spoke up. Wait a moment. I'll arrange for an expert to conduct a thorough examination for you after the new year. What's the point of checking my body when I feel perfectly fine? Regular checkups are essential for longevity. This way, you can witness the birth of your great-grandchild. Let us keep the chatter to a minimum. It's the new year, and we don't want to upset your grandfather, do we? In truth, it was their grandfather who was causing the displeasure on New Year's Day. Qianyi, if you continue to defy grandfather, I will arrange for a date with a girl every single day of the year until you find success, his gentle aunt interjected. Lin Qianyi immediately buried his head in his food, silenced by the serious consequence of his mother's words. He certainly did not wish to be pestered with matchmaking daily. After receiving his mother's warning, Lin Xia also ceased her verbal sparring. With everyone quiet, and under the coaxing of Lin Fu and his uncle, Lin Sheng's relentless matchmaking pressure temporarily subsided. After dinner, a mahjong table was set up in the living room, with some playing and others watching television. Lin Mu invited Qin Nuan to join the mahjong game, but she declined. I don't know how to play. It's fine. Let Xia teach you. Qin Nuan glanced at Lin Xia, who was engaged in conversation with Lin Fu, his uncle, and Lin Qianyi, and replied, No need, mother, you play, I'll watch. That one to do. As she spoke, she called for Lin Xia. Upon hearing his name, Lin Xia approached casually. You don't know how to play? He naturally enveloped her in his embrace as he arrived. Having previously received his unpredictable warnings, Qin Nuan dared not move much. Xia and Nuan share a wonderful bond, remarked San San. Indeed, who would have thought that after marriage, second brother would be so clingy? Spoke the younger sister of San San, still in college. Only you would know, the younger sister chuckled. Come, I'll teach you, he said, leading her to the mahjong table. Chapter 117. Elder brother? Such a familiar address.
No.
This card is unnecessary. Playing mahjong turned out to be far more complicated than Qin Nuan had anticipated. With Lin Xia guiding her from behind, she didn't lose any money, but the burden on her heart grew heavier. She was perpetually anxious about making mistakes, and the more she worried, the more errors she committed. You've messed up, Nuan. You truly are San San's good fortune, exclaimed San San excitedly. Qin Nuan nervously glanced at Lin Xia, as she hadn't anticipated that a casual play would lead to her downfall. So foolish, he remarked disdainfully. Feeling scorned, Qin Nuan's already uneasy emotions sunk even further. I think I'll stop playing. You all carry on, she said, attempting to rise from her seat to vacate her position. Lin's mother observed the scene and spoke up. Nuan, play on. If you lose, it will be on me. Come on, does she care about this little money? It's the new year. Let us just enjoy ourselves. Auntie chimed in. Unable to decipher Lin Xi's intentions, Qin Nuan stood there in a daze. However, preoccupied with thoughts of whether Lin Xi was upset, her focus wavered, and despite several rounds of play, she failed to win a single hand. Lin's mother, unable to bear it any longer, deliberately let Qin Nuan win, but still, she was unsuccessful. Eventually, the three could no longer watch and collectively decided to ease the pressure. Yet Qin Nuan still could not win. Lin's younger sister could no longer stand by. Sister-in-law, let me help you. With the assistance of Lin's younger sister, Qin Nuan finally turned the tide. As she played more, she became increasingly adept, discovering the nuances of the game and winning several hands in succession, finally casting Lin Xi from her mind. At such a youthful and playful age, surrounded by amiable elders, Qin Nuan regained some of her youthful charm. Though no one voiced it, they were pleased with her. If not, they would not have invited her to play cards and intentionally eased the competition. The mahjong game continued until the New Year's vigil concluded. When Qin Nuan counted her winnings, not only had she not lost, but she had also gained quite a sum. Her face adorned with a charming smile. However, when she met Lin Xi's gaze, her smile vanished instantly. Lin Xi's expression also turned noticeably colder. Let us go. Qin Nuan quickly fell into step behind him. In the old residence, the three Lin brothers each had their own independent villas. As soon as they stepped into the bedroom on the second floor, Lin Xi pinned Qin Nuan against the door. Are you happy? In the dim light, his deep-set eyes bore into hers. Under the weight of his inscrutable gaze, Qin Nuan gently nodded. Are you pleased with winning? Or is it seeing Lin Xian that brings you joy? What does that have to do with my elder brother? She thought, and the question slipped from her lips. But Lin Xi's tone turned even colder. Elder brother? How affectionate. He mocked. What else should I call him? Yet Qin Nuan dared not voice her thoughts. Acutely aware of his displeasure. Why the silence? He lifted her chin, forcing her to look him in the eye. If you dislike calling him elder brother, I shall refrain from doing so, he said obediently. So, do you wish to call him that or not? Lin Xi countered. Fear gripped her. Why the silence? Do you believe he is far superior to me, hence your smiles directed at him? Qin Nuan was taken aback. When had she ever smiled at Lin Xian? Chapter 118 will make you weep. Let me make this clear. You can only belong to me, regardless of your feelings. His cool lips descended upon hers, a tempestuous invasion. Qin Nuan could only endure, suppressing her resistance. Given that Lin's parents were downstairs, she bit her lip, fearful of making a sound that might be overheard. Lin Xi, however, was dissatisfied. What are you holding back for? Who are you afraid will hear? He pressed harder. Overwhelmed by the intensity, Qin Nuan suddenly burst into tears. You only know how to bully me. You promised you wouldn't. Her fists pounded against Lin Xi's chest. The man paused, holding himself up and gazing at Qin Nuan. Bathed in the glow of the outside lights, her swollen lips appeared even more enticing against her porcelain complexion. Yet the tears streaming down her face rendered her utterly pitiable. That is your elder brother. What else should I call him? Despite his carefulness. Fearing he might inadvertently upset her, she seemed perpetually displeased, and thus he bore the brunt of her frustrations. The more she spoke, the more aggrieved she felt. Her fists ceased their pounding against her chest, leaving only helpless sobs and accusations. In that moment, her almost petulant tone caused Lin Xi's irritation to dissipate instantaneously. However, as she cried and directed her grievances at him, all remnants of her discontent vanished from her heart. Qin Nuan, with her head tilted, sobbed quietly, her frail frame trembling. Stop crying, he urged, shifting closer and gently wiping her tears, his touch featherlight. Yet, as his tone softened, Qin Nuan's weeping intensified. What began as mere sniffling escalated into full-blown cries. Please cease your tears, he implored again, his voice even gentler now. Qin Nuan blinked through her tear-filled eyes at Lin Xi, her sobs unabated. In her heart, she thought, if you want me to stop crying, then I shall not. I will cry all the more, hoping to drive you to frustration. Perhaps you will leave in exasperation, and I will find solace in that. Unceasingly she wept, while Lin Xi diligently wiped her tears, yet they flowed like an unending stream. Stop crying, he snapped irritably, but her tears merely paused momentarily before cascading down even faster. Cry to your heart's content, he said, leaning closer. Soon, Her sobs transformed from quiet weeping to pitiful wails, eventually morphing into desperate pleas, and ultimately fading into intermittent cries. Upon awakening the next day, Qin Nuan's first sensation was a painful soreness in her throat, a fiery ache. Her second realization was the discomfort radiating throughout her entire body. "Are you awake?" Lin Xia's calm voice drifted towards her as she stirred. Following the sound, she beheld him, clad in a deep blue loungewear, seated on the sofa, engrossed in his computer. As she moved, the pain became more pronounced, and she inwardly cursed Lin Xia. Why was it her who bore the brunt of the exhaustion when he was the one who exerted himself? Setting aside his computer, Lin Xia rose and approached her. Instinctively, Qin Nuan recoiled as he drew near. "Am I to devour you?" he teased, pulling back the covers and lifting her into his arms, subsequently carrying her into the bathroom. "I can manage on my own," she protested, recognizing his intentions. Being carried and tended to by Lin Xia felt like a luxury she did not deserve. "Although Grandpa hopes we remain in bed until sewing is successful, it's hardly appropriate to rise in the afternoon on the first day of the new year," he remarked with a hint of amusement. Chapter 119. You disdain my small red envelope. Listening to Lin Xia's words, Qin Nuan cast him a furtive glare, daring only to steal a glance. "What's wrong? Are you dissatisfied?" As her eyes met Lin Xia's, his voice reached her before she could respond. No, not at all. Even if she had grievances, she dared not voice them. After all, last night, she had struck and scolded him. It was a miracle she was still alive. And now she had no right to object. However, what astonished her most was that he carried a small raincoat with him, thinking to shield himself despite the excessive nature of his actions, leaving her both surprised and delighted. Uncertain of Lin Xia's intentions, yet it is undoubtedly to her advantage. "Hurry up." As Qin Nuan gazed vacantly into the mirror, lost in thought, Lin Xia presented her with a toothbrush, meticulously squeezed with toothpaste, and spoke in a harsh tone. So absorbed was Qin Nuan in her contemplation that she overlooked the significance of Lin Xia personally preparing her toothbrush, a seemingly mundane yet extraordinary gesture. After completing her morning routine under Lin Xia's watchful eye, Qin Nuan blushed as she donned the garments he had handed her. Upon descending the stairs, they were taken aback to find Lin's parents still seated on the sofa, not yet departed. Upon seeing them, Qin Nuan obediently stepped forward to extend her New Year's greetings. After her salutations, Lin's father and mother each presented her with a red envelope, slender and seemingly weightless, yet she was acutely aware of the substantial value contained within. Overwhelmed by their generosity, she hesitated to accept, as she could not recall the last time she had received a New Year's envelope. In her heart, she had always believed that the elders of the Lin family were dissatisfied with her, thus she approached them with utmost caution. Lin's mother took the red envelope from Lin's father and placed both in Qin Nuan's hands. "No need for that, mother. I am no longer a child, and I shouldn't be accepting red envelopes. Just take it, no need for all that fuss." Just as Qin Nuan was about to return the envelope to Lin's mother, Lin Xia interjected with a stern voice. The mere act of receiving the red envelopes from Lin's parents had already astonished Qin Nuan, but to her surprise, upon reaching the main hall, each elder presented her with a separate envelope, including Lin Qianni. Having received a reprimand from Lin Xia earlier, Qin Nuan graciously accepted the envelopes from the other elders without protest. It was only when Lin Qianni offered his that she refrained from accepting. She felt certain that accepting Lin Qianni's envelope would provoke Lin Xia's ire. "What? Are you dissatisfied with the size of my envelope?" Lin Qianni teased as she declined. "No. Uncle and aunt have already given me theirs. They represent uncle and aunt, while I represent my elder brother." She directly inserted the envelope among the others, momentarily unable to discern which belonged to Lin Qianni. "This is the first time I've learned that elder brother enjoys playing the role of an elder," Lin Xia remarked as he pulled Qin Nuan into his embrace. "Second brother, are you speaking in tongue twisters?" Lin's younger sister chimed in with a cheerful smile. Qin Nuan found herself puzzled. Why was it that every member of the Lin family was so approachable and amiable, while Lin Xia perpetually wore an intimidating demeanor, as if he owed a great debt? "Red envelope." Lin's younger sister spread her hands, one palm directed at Lin Xia and the other at Lin Qianni. Lin Qianni promptly withdrew a red envelope and placed it in her hands, and she beamed with delight as she accepted it. As for Lin Xia, he had yet to present her with an envelope, so she shook her palm in anticipation. Lin Xia then extracted an envelope from the bundle in Qin Nuan's hands and placed it in Lin's younger sister's palm. Coincidentally, it was the one Lin Qianni had just provided. Chapter 120. Why can't he stand to see her smile? Lin Qianni remained silent, his smile laced with amusement. He had never anticipated that Lin Xia would exhibit such a fierce possessiveness over a woman. Lin Xia, however, remained oblivious to all around him. "Second brother is truly stingy," If he prepared himself, he shouldn't take from second sister-in-law, Lin's younger sister remarked with dissatisfaction. The youngest sister of the Lin family swiftly gathered the items. Why not? Holding a stack of red envelopes, she chattered about becoming wealthy while sneakily glancing at the zeros on the checks inside. Truly, she felt she had struck gold, and she couldn't help but exclaim her delight. Observing her actions, Qin Nuan's fair little face brightened with a faint smile, one that was tinged more with envy than joy. She envied the unreserved affection bestowed upon her, the blissful carefreeness that accompanied it. Even at her own age, she had never indulged in such unrestrained love from her family. What's so amusing? Lin Xie felt a tightening in his heart at the sight of Qin Nuan's smile, a gentle pang of sympathy washing over him, prompting him to speak harshly. The moment he uttered a word, the smile vanished from Qin Nuan's face. She couldn't fathom why he couldn't bear to see her smile. Did it mean he couldn't tolerate her happiness? Despite her attempt to suppress her laughter, his discomfort remained palpable, and his expression darkened further. Fearing that he might take out his frustration on her, Qin Nuan grew increasingly cautious. Lin Xie's annoyance only deepened. Did he look like he would devour her? As it was the first day of the Lunar New Year, everyone was preoccupied with greetings and visits, leaving no time for mahjong. Lin Xie glanced at Lin Qianni, who was seated on the sofa, before taking Qin Nuan outside. She assumed he intended to take her to exchange New Year greetings. But the car instead stopped at the entrance of the Shengshi Club. Inside their exclusive box, a large group had already gathered. The men were familiar faces, while the women had changed. Upon their entrance, Chun Yan and Li Jing stood up from their seats, pushing aside the women beside them to greet them for the new year, prompting the others to follow suit. The women who were pushed aside left, well aware of the unspoken rule that after the incident where one of Chun Yan's companions had offended Qin Nuan and faced Lin Xie's wrath, they should keep their distance in the presence of the couple. Once the New Year greetings concluded, Chun Yan beckoned Qin Nuan to join him for a game of poker. Sister-in-law, we've been waiting for you. Instinctively, Qin Nuan looked towards Lin Xie. If you wish to play, then play, he replied curtly, walking towards the bar to pour himself a glass of red wine. As soon as Lin Xie walked away, Qin Nuan was invited to sit at the card table. She realized she was becoming quite the adept card player. At the bar, a few individuals surrounded Lin Xie, engaged in casual conversation. Yet his gaze never strayed from Qin Nuan. Just her quiet presence at the table, holding the playing cards, captivated him, compelling him to set down his wine glass and approach the card table. Upon noticing Lin Xie's approach, Qin Nuan instinctively made to vacate her seat. But Lin Xie simply encompassed her and the others at the table, commanding them to watch the game. You play. Don't move, just observe, he whispered, leaving her no choice but to comply. Although it was Qin Nuan who drew the cards, it was Lin Xie who dictated the game. An hour passed, and Qin Nuan's drawer was filled with numerous chips. Losing on the first day of the Lunar New Year was one thing, but being subjected to displays of affection was another. After pulling out another handful of chips, Chun Yan lamented, not only are we losing, but we're also deprived of the chance to enjoy the company of a woman. At a mere glance from Lin Xie, both Qin Yan and Li Jing fell silent immediately. Enclosed and feeling increasingly uncomfortable, Qin Nuan found herself unable to move freely, especially after being confined for over an hour, her restlessness mounting. Are you tired? Lin Xie finally inquired with unexpected kindness. Qin Nuan nodded. I don't want to play anymore. Tossing the cards aside, Lin Xie lifted her and carried her into the adjacent private room. Upon entering, he gently placed her on the sofa. Take a nap. Qin Nuan nodded in agreement. Initially, it was merely the stiffness from sitting too long that troubled her, but perhaps due to the vigorous activities of the previous night instigated by Lin Xie. She fell asleep shortly after lying down. Hearing her steady breaths, Lin Xie rose to summon a blanket from the waiter, draping it over Qin Nuan. He then sat quietly in the dim light, observing her for a while before stepping out of the small room. As soon as he emerged, Chun Yan immediately teased him with knowing glances and gestures, which Lin Xie chose to disregard. When Qin Nuan awoke, she first took a moment to acclimate to her unfamiliar surroundings before recalling her location. Glancing at the blanket enveloping her, she acknowledged that although the room was warm, having something over her while sleeping provided a sense of security. She didn't ponder the origin of the blanket for long before rising and exiting the small room. Outside, Lin Xie was engaged in conversation with Chun Yan and Li Jing at the bar. Upon spotting Qin Nuan, he waved her over. Did you sleep well? Qin Nuan nodded, her small face still bearing the innocent charm of someone recently awakened. Unable to resist, Lin Xie playfully pinched her rosy cheek, eliciting a whistle from Chun Yan. Xie has become increasingly adept at flaunting affection. Indeed, how pitiful for us, the lonely souls. Is that so? Yesterday, Grandpa praised the eldest son of the Li family for starting elementary school. I believe Grandpa Li is eager to welcome another great-grandchild.
Upon hearing this,
Li Jing immediately raised his hands in surrender. It seemed that peaceful days were not destined for him anytime soon. He preferred the indulgent life of fine wine and beautiful company. Lin Xie was pleased with Li Jing's reaction. Concerned about repercussions, Qin Nuan also kept his silence. At their age, they felt youthful, yet their families were not so forgiving, eager for them to settle down and start families. However, those accustomed to a carefree lifestyle found it challenging to willingly be tethered to a woman. Their gazes involuntarily drifted towards Lin Xie. Still unable to comprehend why he was different from them. Initially averse to frivolity, he had ultimately chosen to bind himself to a woman. This woman, it seemed, lacked remarkable beauty, figure, or even a distinct personality. Lost in thought, they inadvertently began to scrutinize Qin Nuan instead. However, just as their eyes settled upon her, a forceful kick sent one of them tumbling from his chair, landing squarely on the floor. Damn it, he began, but halted mid-sentence upon encountering a pair of intense,
piercing eyes.
Xia, it was just a joke. Do you wish to lose your eyes? Came the cold warning. No, I was just looking. Qin Nuan wore a bewildered expression, utterly perplexed by the sudden shift in atmosphere.
What was everyone staring at?
Why weren't they leaving? As she stood there in confusion, Lin Xie took her by the arm and led her out of the private room. The moment they exited, a heavy silence enveloped the room for a fleeting second before it erupted into a flurry of whispers. Goodness, not even a glance? One could only dread that Xia, in a fit of rage, might confine someone in there. It was quite terrifying. Sensing Lin Xie's palpable anger, Qin Nuan grew increasingly cautious, fearing that she might become the target of his ire. Once they were in the car, Lin Xie did not start the engine but simply fixed his gaze on Qin Nuan. Chapter 122. Did you buy your driver's license? Qin Nuan felt a chill run down her spine under his intense scrutiny. I truly wish I could lock you away, she mused, though she sensed he might actually entertain the idea. Would you like me to lock you away? Lin Xie echoed. The sight of her smiling at others incited his fury, and the mere thought of other men looking at her filled him with even more resentment. Though he understood her smile was merely a gesture of politeness and the glances were innocuous, he could not shake off his distaste. His long fingers delicately brushed against her porcelain cheek. The moment his hand made contact, Qin Nuan instinctively recoiled. Yet, as she tried to distance herself, Lin Xie grasped her and pulled her closer. What are you hiding from? He inquired. Qin Nuan merely shook her head in response. What troubles you? He recognized that he had startled her, yet he felt an uncontrollable surge of emotions, especially when she glanced at Lin Qianni. He knew he was being irrational. His elder brother could never harbor feelings for her. She was destined to belong only to him. Still, an inexplicable agitation washed over him. Deep within, a sense of unease lingered, a fear that she might find someone superior to him, leading her to despise him no matter what he did to change her mind. This thought spiraled into a profound sense of helplessness, which only fueled his irritation. Lin Xie fell silent, and Qin Nuan obediently remained still. The stillness was abruptly shattered by the ringing of Lin Xie's phone. Glancing at the caller ID, he discarded the phone and prepared to start the car. You've been drinking? Qin Nuan softly reminded him. Rationality urged her not to meddle, knowing he ought to care for his own life, yet as the engine roared to life, she could not suppress her words. Are you afraid of death? He cast a fleeting glance at her. Afraid? Who, isn't? Yet he said nothing further. If we were to have an unfortunate accident, would that be considered a tragic love story? Would we be destined to be together in our next lives? As the car remained stationary, Lin Xie regarded Qin Nuan with a playful expression. She nodded. Then let us avoid that. He merely wished to be her man, to exert his dominance over her, ideally for all eternity. The phone rang once more, interrupting the moment. You drive, Lin Xie instructed. Just as Qin Nuan opened her mouth to protest, he was already exiting the vehicle, compelling her to follow suit. They exchanged places, and as she settled into the driver's seat, Qin Nuan gazed around in confusion, ultimately seeking Lin Xie's guidance. I don't know how to drive, she admitted, shaking her head. Then why aren't you moving? With Lin Xie's insistence, Qin Nuan reluctantly gripped the steering wheel, yet as she pressed the accelerator, the car lurched unexpectedly. Inertia caused both individuals to lean forward forcefully. Did you purchase your driver's license? Came a harsh inquiry. Qin Nuan, feeling a surge of anxiety, momentarily lost control of the vehicle. No, I did not. I obtained my license through examination, she replied. The Qin family's parents had always intended for a strategic union, ensuring that both daughters were well-versed in essential skills. Thus, they had mastered what was necessary. However, after acquiring her license, Qin Nuan had yet to find an opportunity to drive. while she understood the principles and could gradually navigate through them. The presence of Lin Xiao beside her heightened her tension, causing her to momentarily forget everything. Chapter 123. A collision. Is it not supposed to be driven this way? Qin Nuan gazed wide-eyed at Lin Xiao, provoking a sense of unease within her companion. Should I call a chauffeur? Lin Xiao suggested. No, you drive, came Lin Xiao's insistence, compelling Qin Nuan to steel herself. She mentally rehearsed the process before attempting it in practice. Although it was still a rough start, it was a marked improvement from the previous attempt. The vehicle cautiously exited the parking lot and entered the road. Fortunately, the traffic was light, alleviating some of Qin Nuan's anxiety. Her demeanor was far from that of a driver. It resembled that of someone navigating a minefield. With unwavering concentration, Qin Nuan fixated on the road ahead, scarcely daring to blink. Yet, even in her heightened vigilance, when they reached the next intersection, a sudden brake resulted in a collision with the car in front. The inertia propelled both forward, and once she regained her composure, Qin Nuan stared blankly at the car that had been dented from the impact. Slowly, she turned her head towards the passenger seat to look at Lin Xiao, who wore a dark expression. Qin Nuan instinctively recoiled. I did not do it on purpose. Whether from fear or anxiety, her large, watery eyes looked up at Lin Xiao with a sense of grievance. She had suggested calling a chauffeur, yet Lin Xiao had insisted she drive. The driver of the car in front approached angrily, slamming the car door behind him. What should we do? Qin Nuan anxiously asked as she watched the approaching driver. Knock. Knock, knock. The sound of someone rapping on the driver's side window echoed. Lin Xiao remained silent, her face clouded with displeasure, leaving Qin Nuan with no choice but to turn and prepare to exit the vehicle. She couldn't continue hiding inside the car indefinitely. Just as she was about to open the door, the passenger side door swung open, and a scowling Lin Xiao stepped out. Qin Nuan hesitated for a moment before following her lead. Do you even know how to drive? Shouted the irate driver as soon as Qin Nuan exited the vehicle. Get in. Before Qin Nuan could offer an explanation, Lin Xiao's frosty voice cut through the air. With a quick apology, Qin Nuan hurried back into the car. Lin Xiao's stern demeanor was utterly intimidating, leaving her no room for defiance. Inside the vehicle, Qin Nuan watched as the front driver continued to rant, while Lin Xiao remained impassive. In the tense silence, Lin Xiao's phone rang once again, the caller ID displaying the Lin residence. Glancing at the incessantly ringing phone, Qin Nuan hesitated over whether to inform Lin Xiao, but her instinct for self-preservation ultimately prevailed, and she chose to feign ignorance. Her gaze shifted from the ringing phone to the front, curious about how Lin Xiao was handling the situation. As she raised her eyes, she noticed the driver approaching their vehicle, while Lin Xiao had already opened the passenger door. Resolved so quickly? Would you care to stay and share a meal? The tone was laden with sarcasm. No, I did not intend to, Qin Nuan replied, her large eyes fixed on Lin Xiao. Despite the circumstances, she was still expected to drive. Why not just leave? Perhaps we should call a designated driver or contact the chauffeur, she suggested in a hushed tone. It was a nuisance. Yet, her hands trembled. Lin Xiao cast a cold glance and Qin Nuan fell silent, suppressing her shaking hands as she attempted to start the car. The more anxious she became, the more her hands fumbled, causing the vehicle to lurch hesitantly at the intersection. Though unseen, she imagined the drivers on either side cursing her. She couldn't fathom why Lin Xiao insisted she drive. Was he not concerned that one moment of inattention could spell disaster for them both? Qin Nuan, why can't you be a little less foolish? Chapter 124. Eagerly inviting scorn. Could she be blamed? Her mother had enrolled her in driving school and secured her a license as soon as she came of age, but throughout university, she had never had the opportunity to drive. Upon graduating, she was coerced into marrying him, consumed with thoughts of how to be with Yi Huan, leaving no time for driving lessons. Ultimately, the car came to an abrupt halt, and the high-performance Mercedes SUV refused to start under Qin Nuan's inexperienced hands. Panic-stricken, she glanced at Lin Xiao, whose already dark demeanor had deepened ominously. She feared that he might lose control and strangle her right there on the street.
I didn't mean to.
How was she to know the car was so fragile? Had she realized, she would not have dared to remind him of his inebriation. A tipsy Lin Xiao was still far more competent than a license holder who could not drive. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to slap herself. Shrinking her shoulders, she attempted to diminish her presence, terrified that if he gazed at her too long, he might indeed lose his temper. When his eyes snapped open, coldly assessing her, Qin Nuan froze, too fearful to move. After half an hour, the chauffeur arrived. As they entered, Lin Sheng's voice, tinged with anger, drifted toward them. Grandfather, it's all my fault. Please do not be angry. Upon sensing Lin Sheng's ire, Qin Nuan immediately stepped forward to apologize. It has nothing to do with you. Though his tone remained harsh, his expression softened slightly. It is my fault. Please do not be angry, she repeated, her head bowed. I have already said it is not your fault. Why insist on inviting reproach? Ignoring Lin Sheng's displeasure, Lin Shiha guided Qin Nuan toward the dining hall. Auntie stepped forward to support Lin Sheng, gently advising, Father, Nuan has already apologized. If you remain angry, she may not dare to visit again. Lin Sheng huffed, but chose not to respond further. The atmosphere remained cordial as they enjoyed dinner, and soon Aunt Sen beckoned them to play mahjong. Qin Nuan found herself once again at the mahjong table. Lin Shiha had been called away by Lin Fu to the study, and without him, Qin Nuan felt considerably more at ease. With her spirits lifted, the cards favored her, and she won quite a bit that evening. Don't play that tile. Play this one instead. As Qin Nuan prepared to discard a tile, Lin Qianni interjected, then took the liberty of discarding a different tile. Qianni, Nuan has already won enough. There's no need to assist her further. Aunt Sen chuckled as she reminded him. When Lin Shiha finally emerged from the study, the first sight that greeted him was Lin Qianni's smile and Qin Nuan's triumphant grin. Chapter 125. No entanglements. As soon as Lin Shiha spoke, Qin Nuan promptly rose and obediently followed in his footsteps. The joy of winning cards dissipated with her movement. As they departed, Lin Qianni took Qin Nuan's place at the table. Although Lin Shiha clearly cherished his wife, he often presented himself as a fierce figure, seemingly unconcerned that Nuan might leave in a fit of anger. Aunt Sen always spoke her mind without restraint, her demeanor casual. Meanwhile, Lin Shiha walked briskly, with Qin Nuan hurrying to keep pace. Suddenly, the man in front halted, and the one chasing behind collided into his solid back, letting out a muffled sound as she clutched her nose. As if to avoid any entanglements, she muttered harsh words but still pulled down Qin Nuan's hand to inspect. Yet, Qin Nuan abruptly shook off Lin Shiha's grasp. I did not. Her cheeks flushed, whether from the impact or indignation was unclear. Under the lights, her large eyes sparkled. What? Are you feeling feisty now? She retorted. The previous caution she had maintained dissipated in the wake of his accusation. She was perplexed by what had provoked him, as he turned on her with a swiftness that surpassed that of turning a page, always finding various reasons to humiliate her. Since no matter how careful she was, he remained displeased, and his insults grew increasingly outrageous. What was the point of her caution? If he wished to insult her, let him do so. It would be better than this unpredictable, capricious demeanor. Your reaction is rather intense, he noted, observing the small woman who dared to glare at him before running off. A subtle smirk graced his lips, a sense of unexplainable satisfaction washing over him. The instinctive aversion to being slandered brought him comfort. He leisurely followed her towards the villa, pondering that they would only stay one more night before leaving, and who knew when he might next encounter Lin Qianni, that cultured scoundrel? There was no need for him to be overly concerned. He mused that when he next saw Lin Qianni, he might already be accompanied by a woman, leaving no time or energy for mischief. The mere thought of a woman caused his lips to curl upwards further. As a devoted younger brother, he felt it his duty to take extra care regarding his elder brother's significant matters. This contemplation added to his sense of ease. Lin Shiha naturally stepped forward to take the hairdryer, intending to assist her with her hair. Qin Nuan did not resist, and once her hair was dried, she dove under the covers without even glancing at him. Lin Shiha observed the small woman lying with her back to him before putting the hairdryer away and entering the bathroom. Upon hearing the bathroom door close, a small sense of victorious joy surged within Qin Nuan. It felt like a significant challenge to resist him without facing punishment, and she had succeeded. After a quick shower, Lin Shiha discarded the towel and jumped into bed, pulling the seemingly asleep Qin Nuan into his embrace. Chapter 126. Beg for my mercy. Has your temper been on the rise? His tone betrayed no emotion. Qin Nuan remained silent. You still dare to speak? His hand restlessly ventured beneath her sleepwear. Qin Nuan made no attempt to stop him as he forcefully turned her over, pinning her beneath him. Such a significant commotion could no longer be ignored. I opened my eyes to gaze, devoid of any emotion, at the handsome face mere inches away. Is the little wildcat becoming formidable? His slender fingers gently caressed my fair cheek. I remained silent, merely observing. Are you inviting me? His fingers glided from my cheek to my delicate, pale neck. Speak freely. After all, I cannot sew your lips shut. I deliberately chose to ignore him. But Lin Xia was not one to let me have my way. His long fingers inched closer, inch by inch, until I found myself pleading for mercy.
No.
I can't take it anymore. This is too much. Truly, I can't endure it any longer. Then beg me, plead for my mercy, and I shall relent. His voice, laced with a teasing lilt, whispered in my ear. Yet I felt every hair on my body stand on end. Will you beg? Yes, you. At that moment, His striking features were imbued with a wicked charm, an irresistible allure. But I sense your body craves more, desires me to continue. You scoundrel. You absolute scoundrel. Even in my dreams, I found myself incessantly cursing him. Lin Xie merely smiled at the corners of his mouth. Let him be a scoundrel. Though we only resided in the old house for 2 nights, the wardrobe was still filled with the latest early spring collections from various high-end brands. I had no inclination to admire or reflect. I simply grabbed a piece and changed into it. Descending the staircase, I found Lin Xie seated on the sofa, engrossed in a newspaper. Upon noticing me, he set the paper aside and rose. We had breakfast together in the main building before heading to the Qin family home. However, during breakfast, Lin Sheng's gaze frequently scrutinized me, making me feel quite uneasy, and after finishing a bowl of congee, I could eat no more. Eat more. You look so thin, Lin Sheng remarked. Under his watchful eyes, I reluctantly consumed another bun. Upon our arrival at the Qin family residence, Han and Qin he had already arrived, and now there was also Tianyaru. After exchanging simple New Year greetings, Lin Xie presented the prepared gifts to the servant. Qin father wore a constant smile, but when he looked at me, his gaze naturally drifted to my abdomen. Upon noticing my still flat stomach, his smile faltered slightly. Though he ultimately refrained from voicing any concerns. Qin mother personally cooked several dishes, and Tianyaru followed her into the kitchen to assist. Qin mother's gentle face radiated warmth as she praised Tianyaru. I found it rather glaring. For in my memories, my mother had never once praised me. Not even once. Are you tired? Why not go upstairs and rest for a while? A soft voice echoed in my ear. The cozy room has been kept for you. You need not leave tonight, Qin father insisted, following Lin Xie's words. I acknowledged and ascended the stairs. As I departed, Qin he followed suit. Once both daughters were gone, Qin father casually inquired about Han's developments for the new year and the simple trajectory of Shenglin. If there are areas for potential collaboration, let us discuss them further. If feasible, we shall prioritize these matters in the new year. After all, Shenglin is a lucrative opportunity, and Han is gradually growing stronger. Collaboration with anyone would yield profit without loss. I have heard that Han intends to develop a resort after the new year. That is indeed the intention. The bedroom on the second floor, though still reminiscent of Qin Nuan's life before her marriage, felt entirely foreign and unfamiliar after merely 6 months. She pondered that its preservation was a testament to her status as Lin Xie's wife. However, should the day come when she no longer held that title, this space would no longer welcome her. Why not go in? Inquired Qin he, who had followed her, noticing Qin Nuan lingering at the door. Qin Nuan merely shook her head and stepped inside. Did Nuan go to the Lin family's old residence? Qin he asked as she closed the door behind them. Qin Nuan nodded in response. Are you adjusting well? She continued, it must be difficult, much like how she had never truly adapted to the people of the Han family over the years. It's quite nice, Qin Nuan replied, except for Lin Xie. Everything else is rather pleasant. That's good to hear. Upon hearing her sister's positive remarks, Qin He's expression remained neutral. Perhaps it was indeed satisfactory. As the Lin family was considered a prominent family, devoid of the mercantile demeanor often found in business circles. And what about you, sister? Qin he remarked, sensing a weariness etched upon her sister's visage. This fatigue isn't physical, she responded, but rather emotional. Has your brother-in-law done something again? She asked cautiously. Qin he shook her head. What could he possibly do? Noticing her sister's reluctance to elaborate, Qin Nuan refrained from pressing further. Yet, observing the exhaustion on Qin He's face, she couldn't help but say, Sister, your husband is not Lin Xie. Perhaps you need not confine yourself so. Han Du was known for his flirtatious nature. Yet, he was not the sole option for Qin He, suggesting that escape from her gilded cage might be feasible. However, Lin Xie was different. Although he did not claim Qin Nuan exclusively, his lofty stature left no room for dissent, making any act of rebellion against him an inevitability from which she could not escape. Once Qin He departed, the room felt even more alien. Wishing to avoid the sight of familial bliss downstairs, Qin Nuan moved to the window, seated herself upon the sill, and gazed at the little garden below. When Lin Xie ascended the stairs, he found Qin Nuan asleep on the windowsill. Gently, he lifted her and placed her on the bed. Men are all scoundrels, Qin Nuan mumbled sleepily, still enveloped in dreams, as soon as her body met the bed. Lin Xie couldn't help but smirk. Progress indeed, he thought. Recalling how she had previously only cursed him alone, now broadening her ire to all men, leaving him curious as to what other men had offended her. Qin Nuan's sleep was restless. She struggled to awaken, and when she finally opened her eyes, she was met with a pair of eyes that seemed to dance between amusement and intrigue. After a moment of confusion, she gasped and recoiled, nearly tumbling off the bed. Is this some sort of nightmare? She murmured, grappling with the reality of the moment. Lin Xia's gaze shifted, becoming as profound as a cold abyss. Indeed. It feels like a nightmare, perhaps of the more lascivious kind, she muttered to herself. As Lin Xia's eyes narrowed, her self-muttering ceased abruptly. You truly possess the uncanny ability to fall asleep anywhere, he remarked, releasing her as he rose. Isn't that due to your relentless demands? She thought, yet refrained from voicing her thoughts. However, a sudden realization dawned upon her, and she blinked her still drowsy eyes at Lin Xia. If you continue to look at me like that, I might interpret it as a silent invitation, she teased. If not for her feelings, he would have likely pinned her down and indulged in her company thoroughly. He replied, I have something I wish to inquire of you. With a pair of misty, large eyes glaring and a small face flushed with indignation, the reaction appeared to Lin Xia as nothing short of playful petulance. What's the matter? She inquired, extending her hand to gently pinch the rosy cheek. Did Han, my brother-in-law, do something again? Although reluctant to refer to him as such, the ingrained courtesy from their time before the divorce prevented her from addressing him outright by name. Did he? Lin Xia countered. You seem rather downcast, dear sister. She hesitated before asking. Were it not for the absence of anyone else to consult, she would have preferred to remain uninformed. Then, who has done something? She followed his lead. Lin Xia merely gazed at Qin Nuan in silence, yet her shimmering eyes spoke volumes. Qin Nuan bit her lip, choosing not to respond. You tell me first. Was it to be as she pleased? She confirmed with a knowing smile. Under Lin Xia's radiant gaze, Qin Nuan nodded. At worst, she would be subjected to his whims in bed. After all, she had endured worse, and there was little that could faze her now. It was merely a matter of being reprimanded for being a hen that wouldn't lay eggs. Lin Xia brushed it off lightly, yet Qin Nuan's eyes widened in shock. A hen that won't lay eggs?
Who said that?
Was it father? If so, it would only deepen her disillusionment with this family. It was the matriarch of the Han family. No wonder her sister had inquired about her visit to the Lin family estate and whether she felt at ease. It seemed that over the years, Qin Nuan had undoubtedly endured considerable hardship within the Han household. What? Are you feeling sorry for her? Lin Xia observed Qin Nuan, who appeared profoundly affected, her expression one of sorrow. Qin Nuan pouted, holding back tears, and nodded. It was not merely sympathy. She longed to confront the matriarch of the Han family and slap her twice. How dare she speak of her sister in such a manner? Why did she not mention her own son's notorious promiscuity? Perhaps it was his wayward nature that had left him childless all these years. Surely, if her sister were incapable of bearing children, other women would not be either? Qin Nuan's thoughts turned venomous. Observing the small woman kneeling on the bed, shifting from deep sorrow to barely contained rage, Lin Xia found her spiritedness quite vivid. Suddenly, she looked up. It's not out of the question. Qin Nuan awaited further elaboration. I have always wanted to try dining with you, Nuan. The suggestion struck Qin Nuan like a thunderclap. Chapter 129. Whining. Nuan, do not have regrets, she cautioned, her gaze deep as a bottomless pool. Looking into those profound eyes, Qin Nuan felt a fleeting desire to retract her agreement. However, thinking of her sister's isolation and the scorn she faced in the Han household, she steeled herself against any fears, even if it meant facing a mountain of knives and a sea of flames. Little did she expect Nuan to be so principled. A smile danced on her lips, one that was more terrifying than a demon emerging from the depths of hell. After dinner, Qin's father insisted fervently that Lin Xia and the Han family stay the night at the Qin residence. The Han family was indifferent, but Lin Xia turned to Qin Nuan. As long as certain sensitive boundaries were not crossed, the usually self-important Lin Xia had learned to cater to her little wife. I wish to sleep with my sister tonight, Qin Nuan stated earnestly, looking at Lin Xia. All right. Lin Xia's swift agreement left Qin Nuan taken aback. As Lin Xia doted on Qin Nuan, the smile on Qin's father's face grew even broader, and he no longer had as many criticisms regarding Qin Nuan's quietly unresponsive belly. As long as Lin Xia continued to cherish Qin Nuan, the arrival of a child was merely a matter of time. However, he turned his gaze towards Qin He. I shall take my leave upstairs, he said. Feeling uncomfortable under her father's gaze, Qin He turned and ascended the stairs. I will accompany my sister, Qin Nuan said, trotting up after her. Once the two daughters had gone upstairs, Qin's father turned to Tianyaru. You should stay. It's more lively with more people. Indeed, you should stay.
Qin yang edit and chouragingli.
Tianyaru did not decline the invitation, and upon her agreement, Qin Yang led her upstairs as well. Once they left, Qin's father looked towards Han Deng. Han Deng, you're not young anymore. You should contemplate having children. Only with a child will your bond grow stronger. Moreover, Given your flirtatious nature, if someone outside were to have a child first, it would leave little room for Xiaohe. Han Deng merely chuckled in a carefree manner. Qin's father dared not press Lin Xia further, and the conversation came to a halt. He entered Qin Nuan's room as soon as she reached the second floor. Sister, let us go on a trip in a few days, Qin Nuan said gently, noticing He's evident weariness and despondence. Are you going to quit your job? He forced a smile. Nothing is more important than you, sister, Qin Nuan replied, approaching her to embrace her affectionately. Although their mother was still alive, it was only through He that Qin Nuan felt the comforting sense of reliance that belonged to a mother. How can you still be so clingy at your age? Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed? Not at all. The two sisters shared a long conversation before they finally fell asleep in each other's arms. Qin Nuan refrained from mentioning children or the Han family, not wanting to distress her sister. While Qin Nuan enjoyed a sweet slumber, Lin Xia in the guest room struggled with insomnia. Sitting up, he glanced at the time. 2:05 a.m. He took out his phone and sent a message to Qin Nuan, but the sleeping Qin Nuan naturally did not see it. He inwardly muttered the word wait. Eventually, relying on the imagined notion of waiting, Lin Xia managed to doze off, albeit with a restless sleep. In his dreams, a sumptuous Qin Nuan was laid out on the dining table of the villa. Awakening from a dream where a big bad wolf had been watching her all night, Qin Nuan could still feel the piercing gaze, glowing with an eerie green light, as if it were still scrutinizing her. Unintentionally, her thoughts drifted to Lin Xia, sending a chill down her spine. Wishing to linger in bed a little longer, she picked up her phone for a casual glance and noticed an unread WeChat message. Chapter 130. Look how considerate Xia is.
Come here.
Though it contained only 2 words, the sight of them evoked an image of Lin Xia's expression when he sent the message. What happened? Is there terrifying news? He, who had just awakened, noticed Qin Nuan's rigid posture as she stared at her phone and asked curiously. No, nothing, Qin Nuan replied, assuring herself that since she hadn't seen it and had already promised him, it was of no concern. Yet, even with such self-reassurance, the thought of the big bad wolf from her dream overlapping with Lin Xia made her teeth chatter. Nuan? It's nothing really. After the two descended the stairs, they realized that everyone had already gathered in the living room awaiting their arrival. The moment Qin's mother spotted them, she beckoned the servants to set the breakfast on the table. You chatted with Nuan for so long last night and you didn't even call us, Tian Yaru remarked with a smile. It's not that we didn't want to call, it was Xia who was worried that Nuan might not have slept well, Han Deng said with a broad yawn and a cheerful expression. Qin Nuan instinctively glanced at Lin Xia, but as their eyes met, she quickly averted her gaze. Lin Xia, unfazed, approached the dining table with a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. At the table, Lin Xia kindly served Qin Nuan her favorite soup dumplings. Eat more, he said, a perfectly ordinary statement that resonated with myriad implications in Qin Nuan's ears. Look how considerate Xia is. Nuan is so fortunate. Tian Yaru nudged Qin Yang with her elbow. Qin Yang, smiling, served Tian Yaru her preferred braised egg. Then I shall learn from you, he replied. After breakfast, Lin Xia took Qin Nuan and departed. He had no objections. She grabbed her handbag and followed Han Deng outside. Just before leaving, Qin's father addressed the two. You are both of considerable age now. It is time to settle down and not give outsiders something to gossip about. Han Deng, still appearing drowsy, offered no comment. Qin's father then gave a few reminders to Qin He, who listened with an expressionless demeanor, showing little reaction, almost numb, yet helpless. Once they left, the smile vanished from Qin's father's face. Inside the luxurious sports car, Qin Nuan sat uneasily, her gaze often drifting toward Lin Xia. Where are we going? She asked. The car behind them nearly collided, swerving away just in time as her heart raced. If an accident occurred, regardless of fault, it would be a year of tears. Under Lin Xia's gaze, Qin Nuan dared neither to nod nor shake her head. No, I don't want to, she thought, fearing that if she admitted to wanting something, Lin Xia would undoubtedly reprimand her harshly in the car. It was best not to think at all. The vehicle then sped away, like an arrow. The rapid acceleration made Qin Nuan's heart leap into her throat, while Lin Xia remained unfazed, pushing the car's performance to its limits. Half an hour later, the sports car came to a stop in front of a villa. Get out, he commanded. Clutching her racing heart, Qin Nuan's legs felt weak as she followed him out. The moment her feet touched the ground, she was swept up in an embrace. Chapter 131. I'm scared. I'm truly scared. After placing Qin Nuan in a chair in the dining room, Lin Xia handed a stack of red envelopes to the eldest servant. The servant accepted the envelopes with a smile, expressing her gratitude. Hearing Lin Xia speak, Qin Nuan suddenly jumped from her seat, attempting to flee, but Lin Xia caught her. Where do you think you're going? I need to use the restroom, she replied, her face contorted in distress. You may not go. A cold glance swept over the servant, who promptly departed. 10 minutes later, the villa was left with only the two in the dining room. Once they were alone, Qin Nuan felt utterly unwell. I want to go to the restroom. Is that so? Qin Nuan nodded vigorously, pleading, Please, I'm scared. I'm really scared, her voice trembling with a pitiful whimper. Lin Xia forcefully pushed her back. Before Qin Nuan could fully comprehend the situation, her hands were already bound to the legs of the dining table. Lin Xia, you promised you wouldn't treat me this way. The overwhelming horror caused Qin Nuan to scream in despair. Be good. I am doing this for your own good. Subsequently, all of Qin Nuan's fear and struggles were devoured by Lin Xia. Awake? Have some water to soothe your throat. His deep voice resonated beside her. Qin Nuan stubbornly turned her head away. Stop sulking. It is you who will suffer. He helped her sit up, bringing the cup of water to her swollen, tempting lips. Wishing to maintain her pride by refusing, she ultimately surrendered and opened her mouth as her throat burned painfully. The warm, sweet liquid coursed down her throat, alleviating the discomfort. More. After one cup, her voice had lost some of its raspiness. More? Came the teasing inquiry, rich with mirth. If you won't give it, then forget it. She turned her head away again. It's not that I won't. I simply fear that you cannot handle it. What is so unbearable about drinking more water? She turned her head back, glaring angrily at the man sitting by the bed. You said that yourself. She huffed lightly. Lin Xia's handsome, indifferent face bore a smile as he rose to refill her cup. Drink. I won tea. She twisted her head again to evade the cup brought to her lips. Chapter 132. You two are truly affectionate. Stop fooling around, get up and eat something. I'll take you out, he coaxed gently. Yet, Qin Nuan showed him no courtesy. I actually quite enjoy seeing you throw a little tantrum, but he elongated the last word, then casually added, It's just a pity for a certain little woman who, despite being treated to a feast, has achieved nothing. Even Qin Nuan, not the sharpest, grasped the implication in his words. She whipped her head around, glaring at Lin Xia. Do you want me to carry you? Her once fair body was now marked with traces, deepening Lin Xia's gaze. Noticing his stare, Qin Nuan lowered her head and gasped, hastily pulling the blanket around herself. Hurry down, if you're late, I won't be responsible. With that, he turned and exited the bedroom. After muttering a few choice words at the closed door, Qin Nuan retreated to the bathroom. Gazing at her reflection, she unleashed a tirade against Lin Xia from head to toe. Although Lin Xia had overstepped, leaving marks all over her body, there were no red marks around her wrists this time, indicating his carefulness. Once she had freshened up and dressed, she descended the stairs. Lin Xia was already waiting in the dining room. The sight of the dining table made Qin Nuan feel uneasy, hesitating to approach. Lin Xia gazed at her with a smile in his eyes. I'm not hungry, she declared defiantly before turning to enter the living room. Yet the sight of the sofa only made her discomfort grow. Ultimately, she exited the villa, standing at the door to breathe in the cold air. Before long, Lin Xia emerged, holding Qin Nuan's down jacket. Do you want to catch a cold? He scolded, though his hands gently draped the jacket over her shoulders. Let us go. He ushered her into the car, which was still the luxurious sports car from before. Qin Nuan had always believed Lin Xia to be different from other wealthy heirs, favoring off-road vehicles, only to later discover that his garage housed numerous sports cars as well. He first took her to a hotel for breakfast, as most small eateries were closed for the holiday. Once again, Qin Nuan accompanied her to the furniture market, trailing quietly behind. Which one do you prefer? She inquired. Standing before a dining table, Qin Nuan turned her head, remaining silent. If you have no objections, shall I make the selection? She continued, unable to restrain herself from reminding her, you mustn't forget your promise. Qin Nuan's face flushed crimson, and she pushed her away with force. Lin Xia remained unperturbed. You two truly are affectionate, remarked a nearby sales assistant with a smile. Lin Xia relished the compliment and casually pointed to a dining table, declaring, this one will do. After completing the payment and providing their address, the two resumed their shopping. You promised me, Qin Nuan said, her tone tinged with a hint of grievance. Did we not agree? How could you act this way? Her eyes blinked, deepening her expression of hurt, and her pitiful demeanor nearly melted Lin Xia's heart. Rest assured, I shall not forget your promise. Let us choose a sofa, she said in a soothing tone. You aren't deceiving me, are you? Qin Nuan, however, was not so easily swayed. I swear, I'm not lying. After selecting a sofa, Lin Xia took her to a renowned restaurant in D-City. They had just enjoyed breakfast at the hotel and were now heading to a restaurant. Despite her curiosity, Qin Nuan refrained from voicing her questions, as she would soon discover the reason for Lin Xia's choice. Chapter 133. Venting Frustrations. My daughter-in-law has been married to my son for so long, yet she hasn't produced a single egg, still occupying her position. Look at your daughter-in-law. She has blessed the Wu family with 3 children. Her abilities are limited. Had she not been able to bear children, I would have sent her packing long ago. That was indeed my plan. Even if the Qin and Lin families are now connected, their inability to produce heirs is unjustifiable. As long as I have a grandson to hold, I care not who the mother is. A row of potted plants separated the 2 tables, and Qin Nuan clearly heard the discussions on the other side, punctuated by occasional laughter. Her small hands clenched into fists beneath the table. Even without seeing the faces, she recognized the sharpest tongue belonged to Han Deng's mother, her sister's mother-in-law. Lin Xia listened with an air of indifference, displaying no significant emotional response. The chatter from the adjacent table continued unabated. I wonder if the Qin family daughter is living recklessly, perhaps ruined and unable to conceive. Unable to endure any longer, Qin Nuan abruptly stood, her sudden movement causing her to bump into the table, splattering coffee from the cup. Ignoring the pain, she strode over to the neighboring table. Is there something you wish to discuss? She asked as she approached. Aunt, do you not find it rather unrefined to disparage your daughter-in-law in such a setting? She shot back, her eyes blazing with anger as she fixed her gaze on the impeccably dressed, affluent middle-aged woman adorned with a diamond necklace. Though older, the woman's past allure was evident. Han Deng had inherited her mother's striking features, particularly her eyes, which bore a hint of frivolity. I was speaking of my daughter-in-law, she began, but abruptly halted as the identity of the young woman before her registered. The others at the table regarded Qin Nuan with newfound recognition, realizing she was indeed the youngest daughter of the Qin family, exchanging glances of surprise. We speak only the truth, one of them interjected, for behind Qin Nuan stood the Lin family, prompting Han's mother to refrain from voicing any further unflattering remarks.
Truth. Is it?
Why does your aunt not address the facts concerning your son? Qin Nuan retorted defiantly.
What is there to say about that?
What can I say about my sister? How can you assure me that not having children is solely my sister's fault? Do you possess a hospital certification? Or do you have X-ray vision? The mere thought of the grievances Qin he had endured made her voice somewhat uncontrollable and confrontational. For Qin Nuan, aside from her aversion to seeing Yi Huan being criticized, her only concern was Qin he. You, young lady, I shall overlook your impertinence for the sake of the Lin family, but it would be prudent for you to return to your affairs. Mrs. Han impatiently dismissed her. I naturally have little time to engage in trivial discussions with you, but I would kindly request that you exercise restraint in your words. After all, I can assure you of my sister's good health, yet I cannot guarantee that it is not your own ungracious tongue that has resulted in the Han family remaining childless. Qin Nuan's words were subtle, yet laced with unmistakable sarcasm. Mrs. Han was momentarily rendered speechless by anger. Observing her flustered state, the others at the table remained silent. For Qin Nuan was now the daughter-in-law of the Lin family, and they were well aware that their combined influence could not rival that of the Lins. Moreover, who would wish to invite unnecessary trouble upon themselves? Nuan, I was delayed by some matters while leaving, and thus your mother has arrived late. May I ask who this is? A warm voice resonated from behind Qin Nuan. Mother? Oh, Mrs. Lin? Upon seeing Mrs. Lin, the other socialites at the table rose to greet her. While they may not have regarded Qin Nuan with much deference, given her recent marriage to Lin Xia, they were acutely aware of her precarious status as a newlywed in a prominent family, where the position of a daughter-in-law was often the most unstable. Who could predict when she might be cast aside? However, Mrs. Lin was a different matter altogether. She was someone they aspired to know but could not easily approach. An acquaintance? My brother-in-law's mother. Oh, you are little He's mother-in-law. What a pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Lin exclaimed, extending her hand to Mrs. Han with a look of sudden realization. Mrs. Han, taken aback by the attention, reciprocated the handshake. I often hear Nuan speak of little he. Her significance in Nuan's heart surpasses even that of Xia, which often makes him jealous. Alas, I have only one son. Had I another, I would have loved for both of them to marry my daughters-in-law. Unfortunately, such fortune eludes me, she said in a joking tone, yet elevating Qin He's status considerably in the process. Mrs. Han could only smile and join in the praises for Qin He, repeatedly expressing her good fortune. Entirely shedding her previously haughty demeanor, the entire table joined in the flattery of Qin He. Witnessing the insincerity, Qin Nuan felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. To Mrs. Lin, she felt immense gratitude. Even if she were naive, she understood why Mrs. Lin had appeared here and the seemingly casual remarks she had made. Qin Nuan nodded vigorously. If anyone dares to bully my sister, Mother will surely help me bring their family down, won't she? Lin Xia remained seated in his original position, speaking at a volume that was just sufficient for Mrs. Han and her table to hear clearly. Lin Xia is also present? Had he overheard their previous conversation? The smiles on the faces of the few at the table had now turned darker than liver. Warm, how long do you intend to showcase me? Your husband is already hungry. A few individuals could no longer remain seated, swiftly settling the bill and departing. Are you satisfied? Once they left, Lin Xia inquired of Qin Nuan. However, Qin Nuan earnestly expressed her gratitude to Lin's mother. Thank you, mother. Her appreciation was sincere and devoid of any ulterior motives. What is there to thank a family for? However, if you must express your gratitude, you should extend it to Xia. Had he not urgently called to prod me, I might not have arrived so promptly. I have already received my token of appreciation, and I am quite pleased. He licked his lips, resembling a cat that had indulged in forbidden treats. Yet, beneath his actions, Qin Nuan felt her cheeks flush. Next time such a matter arises, Nuan, remember to seek me out. Do not hesitate. As for the token of appreciation, it remains the same. Lin's mother took a gentle sip of the flower tea served by the waiter, feeling somewhat out of place. Thus, she stood to leave. Mother? I will not disturb you any longer. Lin's mother smiled and departed. Qin Nuan could only feel her face grow warmer. Lin Xia, however, was relentless in beckoning her. Qin Nuan turned her head, pretending not to see. Chapter 135. Why don't you go die? Burning bridges? Qin Nuan remained immobile. Should you approach again, you shall bear the consequences. Her voice did not lower, yet it carried a warning. Reluctantly, Qin Nuan rose. As someone drew near, Lin Xia pulled her into his embrace. Do not move. He warned her while holding her. With wide, clear eyes, she glared at the man before her, internally cursing him. If you continue to call me a bastard, I shall show you what a true bastard is, he threatened, gripping her delicate chin. Her internal complaints ceased immediately. Are you satisfied? His hand, which had previously gripped her chin, now caressed her flushed cheek. Thank you. A heartfelt expression of gratitude. They might fear that Lin Xia would temper his behavior, but facing the Lin family was something they dared not even contemplate. While she could not alter the wayward nature of Han, she could at least alleviate her sister's burdens within the Han household. Although all of this was acquired through humiliation, Lin Xia had still put in effort. Otherwise, Lin's mother would not have appeared here. I prefer a more tangible expression of gratitude. A glimmer of mischief danced in his eyes. The abundant gratitude that had filled her heart suddenly vanished. The dining table she had just purchased was quite nice, as was the sofa. Why don't you go die? Just recalling that humiliating scene caused her to lose control. Qin Nuan forcefully pushed Lin Xia away, rising in anger to leave. Observing the furious woman storming out of the restaurant, Lin Xia leisurely settled the bill before getting up. Upon exiting the restaurant, Qin Nuan, unwilling to engage with Lin Xia, muttered curses under her breath. After a few steps, the sound of a car horn echoed behind her. Qin Nuan deliberately chose to ignore it. Get in the car. Not only did Qin Nuan refuse to enter the vehicle, but she also quickened her pace. A luxury sports car accelerated sharply, blocking her path. If you fall ill, I shall ensure you are seated at the dining table until you have eaten to your heart's content, he warned, a smile concealed in his gaze. Gritting her teeth, Qin Nuan ultimately succumbed to Lin Xia's imposing presence and obediently entered the car. Once inside, she turned her head away, continuing to ignore him. Now, that is better. The car sped away like an arrow in the next moment. Lin Xia cast a few glances at the sofa, then regarded Qin Nuan with a look that was difficult to decipher. Qin Nuan hurriedly ascended the stairs. Once inside, Lin Zai answered a phone call and retreated to the study. In the bedroom, Qin Nuan, feeling utterly bored, began to scroll through her phone. After a while, she recalled the red envelopes she had received earlier at the Lin family's ancestral home and retrieved them from her purse. Upon counting, she noticed an extra envelope. She laid them out according to the elders who had given them, and indeed, there was an additional one. Pondering over it, she could not ascertain who the extra envelope was from, so she decided to cast it aside. She then began to unwrap each envelope, revealing a plethora of checks, all adorned with a string of zeros. Among them, 2 checks bore as many as 7 zeros, signed by Lin's father and mother. However, amidst the array of checks, a black card stood out conspicuously. In Chapter 136, what a coincidence, Nuan. There was no check from Lin Qianni among them, leading Qin Nuan to conclude that the check Lin Zai had withdrawn for Lin Xiaomei was indeed from Lin Qianni. But what about this black card? She picked it up and scrutinized it closely. A thought crossed her mind. The only person who could access her purse was Lin Zai. So could this black card be a gift from him? Soon, the answer emerged. The password was the last 6 digits of her ID card. Could Qin Nuan's actions be interpreted as touched? No wonder Lin Da Shao exclaimed about her newfound wealth. It truly was a fortune. Excluding Lin's parents' checks, the rest combined would suffice to purchase an apartment in D-City. After securing the checks, Qin Nuan picked up the black card, contemplated it for a moment, and placed it on her bedside table, leaving its significance ambiguous. Whether she accepted it or not remained unclear. Lin Zai strode forward, took the black card, and directly placed it into Qin Nuan's card holder. Happy New Year. As Lin Zai uttered those words, an inexplicable emotion surged within her heart, a vague and indescribable feeling. The years swiftly passed, leaving Qin Nuan with a profound sense of melancholy that she could not articulate. Love truly is a source of pain. It seems there are not so many wishes fulfilled in this world. After Xiaowei's departure, Qin Nuan found herself less enthusiastic about going to the office each day. Observing her despondency, Lin Zai suggested that she seek a new job, one she would enjoy. Qin Nuan declined, for she was uncertain about what kind of work she would find pleasurable. The distinction between liking and disliking seemed to have lost its significance. Before long, the company hired a fresh graduate, a young woman distinctly different from Xiaowei, quiet and focused on her tasks. Upon seeing the new girl, Qin Nuan couldn't help but think of Xiaowei. Checking the time, she realized it was nearly the end of the workday. She began to gather her belongings, having arranged to go shopping with Qin He after work. Since the meeting place was not far, Qin Nuan decided to walk there. Although spring had arrived, the wind felt piercingly cold against her face. She tightened her coat collar and quickened her pace, hoping to reach her destination sooner to avoid the chill. Yet in the next moment, she froze, transfixed, staring in a particular direction. Nuan? Though it was merely 2 syllables, they caused tears to flood Qin Nuan's eyes. The biting cold wind grazed the tear-streaked face, chilling to the bone. Yet Qin Nuan remained oblivious. Her heart felt as though it were being constricted, making it difficult to breathe. Some individuals, no matter how fervently one wishes to encounter them, remain elusive. However, when one resigns to fate, serendipity often intervenes. Nuan. What a coincidence. The smile gracing his handsome visage appeared more sorrowful than tears. He approached with a gait that belied his strength. With each step he took, Qin Nuan's gaze fixated on his leg, unwavering, only to be overwhelmed by a wave of emotion in the next moment.
Long time no see, Yi Huan.
Nuan, do not cry. As Qin Nuan wept, the man became flustered, nearly stumbling. Witnessing his distress only deepened her sorrow. Don't cry, Nuan, please, she repeated helplessly, extending her hand as if to offer support, yet it lingered suspended in midair. Once her tears subsided, she wiped her eyes and looked up at the familiar face that had become achingly distant. Meeting her gaze, the man forced a smile that was more painful than tears. Long time no see, Nuan. Long time no see, Yi Huan. So much time had passed that she believed she would never have the opportunity to see him again. How have you been? The greeting felt foreign and detached. Well, and you? Good. Following this exchange, a profound silence enveloped them, neither willing to break the stillness with words of departure, gazing deeply into one another's eyes as if trying to glimpse into each other's very souls. An abrupt phone ringtone shattered their moment. The incessant ringing continued until Yi Huan gently prompted her, causing Qin Nuan to retrieve her phone. It was Qin He, likely worried about her tardiness. Sister, her voice rasped, as if ground by a millstone. Yi Huan's eyes remained fixed on Qin Nuan, missing no subtle movement, for he was uncertain if he would ever have the fortune to encounter her again. She was the woman he loved to the depths of his being, yet also the one he could never truly possess. Despite any lingering resentment, reality demanded compromise and hope that she was well, that the man in her life treated her kindly. That alone sufficed. Ending the call, Qin Nuan held her phone, gazing at Yi Huan. She understood that for his sake, she should depart, yet the words of farewell eluded her, her feet refusing to obey. They remained locked in mutual gaze until Yi Huan finally broke the silence. Is he good to you? He knew that his concern was a burden for her, and should that man discover their meeting, there would be no peace. He did not fear enduring the pain of broken bones again, but he dreaded her suffering and indignities. Yet, the question escaped his lips, driven by a desire to hear her affirm that she was well.
Good.
A single, succinct word. That is good, that is good.
And you?
Have you encountered any tears that have ceased? In an instant, fresh tears brimmed in her eyes. I am well, the job I found is decent, and my living situation is satisfactory. But without you, all that is worth nothing. That is good. After a moment of silence, Qin Nuan compelled herself to speak. My sister is still waiting for me, so I shall go to her. Very well. Farewell. Farewell. I hope to see you again. Yet I also wish for this to be our last encounter. However, after just a few steps, both paused simultaneously. Nuan. My greatest hope in this life is for your happiness, even if that happiness is not bestowed by me. Very well. After a brief pause, he continued, Uncle and aunt are getting older. Spend more time with them. It matters not where you work. Indeed, that is my intention as well. Since she desired to leave the city, he would depart as well. Chapter 138. Your tears can only fall on my bed. When there was no longer another figure behind her, Qin Nuan crouched down and wept bitterly. She still loved the man she had fallen for in her youth, believing that love would endure a lifetime. On the other side, Yi Huan gradually slowed his pace, tears streaming down his handsome face. After her tears subsided, Qin Nuan looked up to find a long finger holding a tissue. She froze momentarily. Are you this emotional upon meeting an old lover?
His cold voice,
accompanied by a slightly curled lip, carried a hint of mockery. Qin Nuan had no intention of parrying his words, but feared inciting anger in the man with the tissue. Thus, she stood up and silently and submissively tugged at his sleeve. Are you so emotional? She shook her head vigorously. No need. Are you truly certain? She nodded. Nuan, remember, your tears may only fall upon my bed. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to uproot the source of your sorrow. His tone was gentle, as he delicately wiped the tears clinging to her lashes. Qin Nuan merely shook her head while grasping his hand. Have you remembered? Wipe away your tears. His large hand held her delicate chin, as he inquired. Under his grasp, Qin Nuan nodded vigorously. We merely encountered each other by chance. I did not intend to meet him, nor will I again in the future. Please do not be angry. Fearing his wrath and the potential trouble he might cause for Yi Huan, she pleaded earnestly. She understood that Lin Xian did not need to lift a finger to deal with someone. A mere hint of disdain from him would suffice to incite others to act on his behalf, and she wished to shield Yi Huan from such consequences. The image of Yi Huan's anxious demeanor rushed into her mind, and her suppressed tears threatened to flow once more. Yet, she feared Lin Xian's wrath. So she fought to contain them, though her large eyes shimmered with moisture. Please do not be angry. It was unintentional. I was searching for my sister and did not mean to see him. In her fright, she stumbled over her words and stepped closer, clutching at his sleeve once more. Please do not be angry. Very well. The single word made Qin Nuan momentarily believe she had misheard, blinking her tear-filled eyes at Lin Xian. She hurried to catch up with him. He understood the thoughts of the petite woman beside him. She feared he would seek out trouble with Yi Huan after he left, thus hesitating to part ways. Yet it mattered not. Her sentiments were inconsequential, for she belonged to him. Her body was his now, and her heart would belong to him in the future. Are you tired? Shall I give you a massage? The petite figure stood at the study door, inquiring softly. Nuan can massage? The tone carried a hint of mockery. Not particularly skilled? Then, am I merely a test subject? No, never mind, she said, preparing to leave. But her mind was already concocting excuses to return. Lin Xiao called her back. I'm feeling a bit fatigued. Could you please massage my shoulders? Regardless of her motives, her willingness to lean on him made it impossible for him to push her away. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Qin Nuan hastened toward her. Chapter 139. Injury. Her delicate, boneless hands kneaded his shoulders, while her tear-swollen eyes furtively glanced at Lin Xiao's expression. His usual aloof and frigid demeanor revealed no trace of anger. When the video conference concluded, Lin Xiao shut off the tablet and leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes to rest. Qin Nuan continued her shoulder massage without pause. The atmosphere turned silent, and Qin Nuan's mind began to race with thoughts, wondering if Lin Xiao was truly upset, and whether he might seize the opportunity to command someone to deal with Yi Huan. The mere mention of Yi Huan brought to mind his leg, a lingering reminder of the aftermath of a fall. She wished the residual effects had manifested in her own leg. After all, she had leapt from the 3rd floor and broken her leg without any lasting consequences, yet Yi Huan was burdened with such an affliction for life. Life's unfairness weighed heavily on her, leading her to ponder when fairness had ever graced their lives. She merely yearned for a tranquil existence with her beloved, a simple wish that ultimately felt like an unattainable luxury. With a sudden pang in her heart, Qin Nuan inhaled deeply. In the next moment, the world spun around her as she found herself pressed against the office desk.
Yumi.
I have made it clear. You can only cry in my bed. The desk will have to suffice. Her back ached painfully, yet she remained still, gazing up at the man with a captivating yet mischievous gaze. Lin Xiao, without reservation, accepted her presence. Qin Nuan endured the discomfort, both physical and emotional, waiting for Lin Xiao's satisfaction. Once he was appeased, he lifted her into his arms and settled into the office chair, his eyes inadvertently drifting to the edge of the desk, where a crimson stain marred its surface. The once calm brow furrowed slightly. Seeing Lin Xiao's frown, Qin Nuan grew cautious, fearing she had unwittingly offended him. She had always been careful around him. But after encountering Yi Huan, her anxiety intensified, dreading that one misstep might provoke Lin Xiao and lead to Yi Huan suffering in her stead. As she shifted the person in her embrace, she noticed the pale skin of his back marred by abrasions, with the most severe area oozing blood. The previously furrowed brow transformed into an icy glare, his eyes darkening ominously. Is it my fault? She realized that her reaction would surely displease him, yet the pain in her back had momentarily overwhelmed her. Qin Nuan, do you wish to die? His voice, laden with frost, echoed ominously. Upon seeing the vivid crimson stain, his earlier satisfaction morphed into fury, anger directed at her silence and his own negligence. The burning pain in her back made it difficult for her to breathe deeply. And facing Lin Xiao's wrath, Qin Nuan could only clutch him tightly, shaking her head vehemently. I did not. With a fierce glare directed at Qin Nuan, Lin Xiao abruptly lifted her and strode out of the study, heading straight for the bedroom. Although the study and bedroom were merely separated by a few rooms, and the second floor rarely witnessed the comings and goings of servants, the absence of clothing rendered Qin Nuan uneasy, prompting her to bury her face in Lin Xia's embrace. After ushering her into the bedroom and gently laying her on the bed, Lin Xia turned without hesitation to exit the room. Pausing momentarily, he regarded the man who had placed the first aid kit on the bedside table with a look of surprise. Aren't you coming over? He grumbled while opening the kit. I would like to take a shower first, she managed to utter while gazing at Lin Xia, uncertain of how the words escaped her lips. Ceasing his movements, he scrutinized the flustered young woman before him. Chapter 140, as long as she remained compliant. Otherwise, it might wash away again, she continued, the words tumbling out before she could reconsider. Though she was displeased at the prospect of him accompanying her to the bathroom, she had no choice but to hasten after him. At Lin Xia's indication, Qin Nuan obediently lay on the bed. With a cotton swab dipped in antiseptic, Lin Xia meticulously began to clean the edges of her abrasion. Initially, the pain was merely a slight sting, bearable enough, but as he ventured deeper, the discomfort intensified, ultimately causing her to cry out involuntarily. His hand, holding the cotton swab, suddenly halted. It's not that painful, she turned to explain to Lin Xia. But upon witnessing his increasingly dark expression, she refrained from further comment, burying her face in the bed and biting down on the silk quilt, fearful of provoking his ire. With a scowl, Lin Xia replaced the cotton swab, redipping it in antiseptic, yet his hand lingered, hesitating above the still bleeding area. Prepared for the impending pain, Qin Nuan waited. But the anticipated sensation failed to arrive, prompting her to curiously lift her head and glance at Lin Xia, only to find his expression even more somber. I can do it myself, she stammered. With a frown, Lin Xia steeled himself, and the cotton swab descended. The moment Qin Nuan felt the sting, her body stiffened, causing Lin Xia to pause. It was peculiar how, previously, he could remain unfazed while witnessing her leg fracture, even refusing treatment for her. Yet now, merely observing a small abrasion seemed to wrench his heart, causing him to hesitate. Once again, Lin Xia halted, leading Qin Nuan to question if he was deliberately prolonging the process to witness her discomfort. Fortunately, he did not delay for long, efficiently applying the medication and then dramatically wrapping her injury in gauze. Although the binding was uncomfortable, it was far preferable to having her abrasion exposed to the friction of her clothing. Once the treatment was complete, Qin Nuan grasped Lin Xia's sleeve, a flicker of fear igniting within her at the thought of him confronting Yi Huan. She dreaded the notion of their relationship becoming irreparably distant. She did not wish for Yi Huan to suffer undeserved consequences at this juncture. Do you want me to accompany you? Lin Xia inquired. Qin Nuan nodded. Very well. He did not impose further difficulties, shedding his clothing and joining her in bed, enveloping her in his arms. As she lay nestled against Lin Xia, weariness washed over Qin Nuan, yet she dared not succumb to sleep. Her eyelids fluttered closed, only to snap open again. Tentatively, her hand crept over to embrace Lin Xia's arm. With his eyes closed, he remained undisturbed by her actions. Once her arm encircled his, a semblance of comfort enveloped her. At least she knew she would sense any movement he made. Once again, her eyelids gradually descended, and soon the sound of even breathing filled the air. After Qin Nuan drifted into slumber, Lin Xia lowered his head to gaze at the petite woman nestled against his arm. Although he felt a pang of displeasure at her meeting with someone named Yi, her discretion in not lingering on the matter led him to refrain from taking any action. As long as she recognized her true identity and refrained from clandestine dealings with Yi, he was willing to overlook it. However, should she display any signs of restlessness, a cruel, bloodthirsty light flashed in his deep-set eyes at the mere thought of it. Suddenly, the The sleeping woman let out a sharp scream, bolting upright. Chapter 141. A visit to the lingerie store. Qin Nuan looked at her surroundings in panic and, a few moments later, turned to Lin Xie with a perplexed expression. Upon seeing him, her fear and confusion transformed into a sense of reassurance. Yet, upon meeting his dark gaze, that reassurance morphed into caution. "Why are you still awake?" she whispered softly, unable to meet his eyes. Lin Xie remained silent, his focus solely on her. In the quiet, Qin Nuan cautiously wrapped her arms around his lean yet sturdy waist. Beneath the dim light, a faint smirk graced his lips, tinged with mockery and resignation. Lying down, Qin Nuan found herself unable to sleep, her mind replaying the scenes from her recent dream, a strange place with familiar images. The sight of Lin Xie shattering Yi Huan's kneecap with an iron rod. She had dreamed of such scenes countless times. And even though she knew they belonged to the past, they still filled her with trepidation, fearing that one day they might become a reality again. "Can't sleep?" His deep voice resonated above her. "Where would you like to go?" Not entirely grasping Lin Xie's meaning of play, Qin Nuan tilted her small face up to him. She shook her head. "I have no place in mind. Nowhere at all. I still have work." Fearing that Lin Xie might misunderstand, Qin Nuan felt compelled to explain. Lin Xie let out a dismissive snort. "If you wish to go, I can take a day off to accompany you," he offered, hoping to assuage his displeasure. However, Lin Xie seemed uninterested now. Forget it. In the following days, Qin Nuan remained cautious, fearful of provoking Lin Xie and inciting trouble with Yi Huan. Fortunately, Lin Xie behaved quite normally, except in bed, where he always left her in tears before relenting, seemingly validating his earlier words. With Lin Xie's lack of further actions, Qin Nuan was able to ease her mind a little. Due to a previous missed appointment, he had been unable to shake her worry and had called Qin Nuan several times, hoping to meet up with her. Yet, being mindful of Lin Xie, she had repeatedly declined. Taking advantage of a day when Lin Xie had a business gathering, Qin Nuan finally decided to call Qin He. Qin He drove directly to the office building where Qin Nuan worked. The moment Qin Nuan stepped out of the office, she spotted Qin He's car. The last time she had learned about Yi Huan, she had promised to come right away, only to wait for over an hour without seeing her. After searching and trying to call, she found neither Yi nor any connection through the phone. It was only upon seeing her friend that she could finally feel at ease. From their meeting until the time they parted, Qin He refrained from mentioning that day or Yi Huan. Qin Nuan, too, refrained from mentioning the Han family or their mother. Some matters, though they weigh heavily on the heart, remain unspoken, for they are akin to scars that throb with each revelation. She ascended the stairs directly, bathing, and while drying her hair, she cast a disdainful glance at a row of nearly identical nightgowns. "Do you not like them?" A pair of strong arms encircled her as a voice inquired. Chapter 142 holds even more beastly elements. Qin Nuan stiffened, having not heard the footsteps approaching. "Do you not like them?" Lin Xie repeated the question. "I know they smell delightful." With a lowered head, she buried herself in the fragrant crook of Lin Xie's neck. "You have yet to wash." "I know," came the reply, "but I have no desire to release you." With that, Qin Nuan fell silent. Her head began to stir restlessly in the crook of Lin Xie's neck. Startled by the ticklish sensation, Qin Nuan attempted to retreat. But Lin Xie pressed her firmly against the wardrobe wall. "In truth, I prefer you unadorned." With a swift tug, he stripped away her bathrobe. "You have yet to." Just as Lin Xie indulged himself, the freshly washed Qin Nuan found herself in disarray, subsequently being swept into the bathroom. "Beast," she muttered under her breath. "There are even more beastly things." Her small hand instinctively covered her mouth. How could he have heard her unspoken thoughts? Exhausted, Qin Nuan felt too weary to move. "Do you not like them?" Lin Xie queried again, upon seeing her frown. Qin Nuan shook her head. For her feelings were not of preference or aversion, but rather confusion as to why Lin Xie had replaced all her nightgowns with similar nightdresses. "Then let's choose some that you prefer tomorrow." Lin Xie's enthusiasm for the suggestion was palpable. "No, that's unnecessary. The nightdresses are perfectly fine." The mere thought of standing in a lingerie shop with Lin Xie sent shivers down her spine. Yet Lin Xie remained undeterred. "How could I allow you to feel deprived?" His reasoning was sound. "I do not feel deprived." She was resolute in her refusal to go. "Not deprived?" Faced with Lin Xie's gaze, Qin Nuan found herself at a loss, ultimately conceding with a silent nod. Uncertain of Lin Xie's intentions, the following day, as she finished work, his car awaited her at the office building. Once she entered, they drove directly to the nearest shopping mall. Under Lin Xie's guidance, she stepped into the lingerie section. As a woman, Qin Nuan felt a tinge of embarrassment walking in alone, yet Lin Xie seemed to traverse it as if it were his own backyard. Due to its high-end nature, the nightgowns exuded a mature and sensual aura. Qin Nuan's eyes darted, unsure of where to direct her gaze. A sales associate promptly approached to make inquiries. After surveying the surroundings, Lin Xie moved to a mannequin and beckoned to Qin Nuan. What do you think of this? A pale pink silk camisole nightdress, simple yet radiating allure. With trepidation, Qin Nuan stepped forward. What do you think? She asked, shaking her head emphatically. She sensed that if she donned this nightdress before Lin Xie, it would only last a single occasion. Do you not like it? He asked. A hint of regret in his tone. Do not purchase it. She stepped closer, taking Lin Xie's hand. This young lady should at least try it on. It feels utterly comfortable, the sales associate chimed in enthusiastically. Lin Xie wore an amused expression. Qin Nuan shook her head vigorously. Let us leave. Wrap it up. Lin Xie commanded decisively. Afterward, he took Qin Nuan for a stroll, casually picking up a few items that caught his eye and tossing them to the sales assistant. Once he had made his selections, he retrieved his card to make the payment. Throughout this, Qin Nuan kept her head lowered, yet she noticed everything. One particularly scanty piece of fabric, hardly deserving the title of a nightgown, was purchased by Lin Xie. Chapter 143. There was no trace of embarrassment on his face. As if the affair had not been uncovered at all. Lin Xie seemed to be entranced by shopping, exiting one lingerie boutique only to enter another. That's enough. Qin Nuan could no longer hold back as she watched Lin Xie accumulate more items. She blinked at him. Her gaze filled with a mix of emotions that made Lin Xie restless. These nightwear pieces were not meant for wearing after all. What purpose did they serve? For display? For tearing apart? Lin Xie soon provided an answer. At that moment, Qin Nuan envisioned a bleak future for herself. However, her thoughts were swiftly interrupted when she nearly collided with two individuals approaching her. A man and a woman emerged from the adjacent lingerie store. The man was handsome, with a charming demeanor, while the woman laughed sweetly, her eyes sparkling with allure. You must come early tonight. I'll wear the nightgown I just bought for you, she said. All right, just stay home and wait for me, he replied. How annoying. Aren't you just my brother-in-law? Qin Nuan's gaze fell upon the woman nestled in Han Deng's embrace. In that instant, she could not articulate her feelings, a tumult of emotions swirling within her, but predominantly, she felt a profound sorrow for Qin He. The smile on Han Deng's face remained unchanged as he naturally released the woman from his hold. Qin Nuan could only stare at the woman, torn between pointing fingers at Han Deng's infidelity or the woman's shamelessness. Client, Han Deng remarked with a smile. Noticing Qin Nuan's gaze, there was no hint of embarrassment on his face, as if everything was perfectly ordinary. Qin Nuan shifted her focus from the woman to Han Deng, fixing him with a piercing stare. Her hands clenched into fists at her sides, trembling with suppressed emotion. In the face of Han Deng's orchestrated relationship with her sister, she could defend her sister, yet when confronted with Han Deng's betrayal, any words seemed inadequate. These were no longer secrets, but an acceptance tacitly agreed upon by Qin He. Since the parties involved had come to terms with it, she felt she had no grounds to seek justice, yet the bitterness lingered. A sense of injustice on behalf of her sister. Her sister, who was such a wonderful person, deserved a loving husband and a blissful marriage. Yet now, she was left wondering who had orchestrated this plight. Lin Xie stepped forward to block Qin Nuan's view, her expression unreadable as she regarded the woman beside Han Deng. Mr. Han, I shall take my leave, she said. Upon catching Lin Xie's eyes, the woman took the hint and departed gracefully. Han Deng, smiling as he watched her leave, turned his attention back to Lin Xie. What a coincidence. Is it indeed a coincidence? Then I shall not disturb you any longer. He spoke as if this were the most natural occurrence, even if Qin He were to witness it. You, brother-in-law. As Han Deng nonchalantly prepared to leave, Qin Nuan, standing behind Lin Xie, could no longer restrain herself. Does Nuan have something to say? Han Deng halted, turning to face her. Others may not comprehend the significance of Qin Nuan in Lin Xie's eyes, but he was well aware, hence his reluctance to dismiss her. Otherwise, a whisper of the night breeze might lead Lin Xie to ruin him. Could her brother-in-law not treat her sister with a bit more kindness? Stepping out from behind Lin Xie, Qin Nuan earnestly inquired of Han Deng. Of course, he maintained his serene demeanor, smiling lightly. Is it possible to spare my sister from witnessing such a scene? Qin Nuan was uncertain whether, as a sister-in-law, she ought to voice such concerns. Rest assured, Qin He will forever be my wife. No one can replace her. However, what Qin Nuan yearned to hear was not such a hollow assurance. Yet, she was not his wife, and she was unaware of what Qin He desired as his spouse. Chapter 144. Nuan, I am Yi Huan. Very well. You may leave now. Not wishing to divert Qin Nuan's attention towards other men, Lin Xia urged the departure.
All right.
Waving to Qin Nuan, Han Deng left with his smile unblemished. Still not satisfied? Lin Xia, somewhat displeased, obstructed her view. Qin Nuan looked up at Lin Xia, her lips moved, yet ultimately, she said nothing. Lin Xia remained silent as well, naturally disinterested in meddling with his aunt's domestic affairs. However, his gaze, imbued with charm, lingered on Qin Nuan. Yet, Qin Nuan deliberately ignored his look and proceeded to walk away. Interrupted by Han Deng, Lin Xia lost interest in further browsing the lingerie store. He quickened his pace to catch up with Qin Nuan. After all, given her troubled emotions, any forced antics would yield little benefit. Thus, he was not in haste. Nevertheless, as her distress stemmed from another man, he could not afford to indulge her either. Consequently, a playful tease was inevitable. Witnessing Han Deng shopping for lingerie with another woman left Qin Nuan's spirits still not fully restored by the following day. She could not fathom why some could engage in infidelity with such ease. Upon arriving at the company, she found herself dialing Qin He's number. However, once the call connected, she was at a loss for words. "What's wrong, Nuan Nuan?" came Qin He's concerned voice through the phone. Qin Nuan choked back her emotions. "Has Lin Xia bullied you?" she asked anxiously. "Nuan Nuan, if you feel wronged, you can always share with your sister. All right. Then if sister feels wronged, she must also confide in Nuan Nuan. Why is sister so kind? If her sister were like Han Deng, engaging in a marriage of convenience akin to other affluent unions, she would not feel so sorrowful for her.
All right.
Sister, do you have feelings for brother-in-law?" After the call ended, Qin He gazed at her phone. Just as she was about to put it away, the screen lit up with another call. The caller ID read Yi Huan. Hesitating, she pressed the answer button. After all, even with good intentions, some matters were beyond her resolution. Yet why, she pondered. Were both sisters so beset by misfortune? Qin Nuan, listless, endured until the end of the workday, beginning to pack her belongings. As she tidied up, her gaze inadvertently drifted to Xiaowei's previous spot, where a new girl was diligently focused on her work. As she opened her drawer, her phone screen illuminated, causing her brows to furrow instinctively. She had expected it to be Lin Xia, but upon seeing a string of unfamiliar numbers, her frown deepened further. A sense of inexplicable apprehension made her reluctant to answer. The phone screen dimmed before illuminating once more after a few seconds. Taking a deep breath, Qin Nuan finally picked up the device and pressed the answer button. Silence enveloped the air. After what felt like an eternity, a voice broke through. "Nuan Nuan, it's Yi Huan." In that fleeting moment, Qin Nuan's heart tightened, filled with both anticipation and trepidation. He understood that, for her sake, he ought not to have made this call or re-established contact. Yet, he could not resist the urge to dial the number he had memorized after just one hearing from Qin He. If it's difficult, then let it be, he thought, unwilling to put Qin Nuan in a predicament. Despite his heart brimming with reluctance and yearning, he still prioritized her feelings. "What time is your flight?" The words trembled slightly on his lips. Once he departed, would there be no chance encounters in the future? A sense of longing enveloped him. Yet, deep down, he recognized that this was indeed the best outcome, the most suitable conclusion. After he left, that lingering thought in his heart would finally dissipate. Upon returning to a city devoid of her presence, his life could begin anew, allowing him to meet a kindred spirit and pursue a life of happiness. However, his heart ached as if it were being twisted by a knife. At 9 in the evening, silence reigned. A colleague seated across from Qin Nuan stole a glance at her before rising to depart without uttering a word. "There's a delightful barbecue place near my previous workplace. Are you free tomorrow?" In truth, they weren't particularly fond of barbecue, but since he could not prepare a feast for her, he yearned to grill for her himself. Again, silence ensued. Upon hearing the word good, Yi Huan felt a weight lift from his heart. Yet, he couldn't help but offer a reminder. "I'll send you the address. If you're busy, or if it's inconvenient for you, then forget it."
All right.
"Then, see you tomorrow." "Okay, see you tomorrow." Once the call ended, a text message arrived instantly, containing the address in painstaking detail. As she read the message, tears began to spill from her eyes uncontrollably. She was not directionally challenged, yet she often found herself confused about the cardinal directions. Thus, whenever they ventured to slightly unfamiliar places, Yi Huan would always accompany her. If they couldn't go together, he would meticulously research the route and describe it in great detail for her. He had forgotten that she was a native of D City. Her silent tears ultimately morphed into heart-wrenching sobs. She was reluctant, unwilling to part from him. She wished to leave with him, wherever he might go. For as long as he was by her side, that would suffice. Yet she could not even to bid him farewell. The girl substituting for Xiaowei glanced at the heartbroken Qin Nuan sobbing at her desk, finally rising to fetch a tissue. Wordlessly, she held out the tissue, waiting until Qin Nuan looked up to see it offered to her. Qin Nuan accepted the tissue, and the girl silently turned to leave. As Qin Nuan wiped her tears, they only seemed to flow more freely, refusing to be staunched. The sounds of her weeping coincided with the ringing of her phone. She wished to pretend she couldn't hear it, but she knew it must be Lin Xia calling. She could not ignore the call. As she observed her phone shifting on the desk due to vibrations, Qin Nuan endeavored to control her emotions, wary of eliciting Lin Xia's wrath. She gingerly picked up the phone and pressed the answer button. What has happened? Nothing at all. She tried to sound composed, yet Lin Xia, being who he was, could undoubtedly perceive the unmistakable tremor of tears in her voice. Chapter 146. Wanting to cry yet daring not. Qin Nuan, he warned, the two words laden with admonition. I was engrossed in a romantic drama and lost track of time, she stammered, fabricating a hasty excuse. Is that so? He replied, the words dripping with significance.
Norus.
With a sharp click, he hung up. Despite his assurance, Qin Nuan dared not delay. She swiftly gathered her handbag and phone, exiting the office in haste. Due to her slight delay, the elevator was not crowded. Standing at the rear of the elevator, she caught sight of her reflection in the metallic surface. Her eyes, notably red and swollen, rubbing her eyes forcefully only intensified the discomfort. The profound sense of reluctance deep within her, coupled with a palpable fear of Lin Xia, rendered her breaths labored. She yearned to cry yet felt unable to do so. As the elevator reached the ground floor, Qin Nuan stole a glance at her reflection before stepping out. Upon exiting the office building, she spotted a striking sports car, equally eye-catching as Lin Xia. Those from the same company were already aware of her relationship with him, so she felt no need for discretion as she climbed into the vehicle. With her head bowed low, she dared not meet Lin Xia's gaze. However, Lin Xia did not start the engine, instead fixing his intense stare upon Qin Nuan. The scrutiny made her skin crawl, yet she lacked the courage to look up. Look up. The command was crisp and cold. Obediently, she raised her head, casting her eyes toward the car window. What's this? Have you forgotten my warning? He tilted her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze directly. I was simply overwhelmed by the tragic romance of the drama. I momentarily lost control of my emotions. Is that so? What was the drama about that caused such distress? Was it worse than weeping in bed? His grip on her chin remained firm, his tone deceptively calm, yet laced with danger. Well, it was about feelings of panic, and I can't seem to recall the details. Was it about former lovers reuniting, with the woman foolishly attempting to maintain ties with a rogue? And no, it wasn't he. Is that so? You seem rather oblivious to the perilous situation. If he truly believed her words, he would not be Lin Xia. It truly isn't, she pleaded, grasping his hand for emphasis. He flung her hand away, refusing to spare her another glance, and started the car. Lin Xia, I haven't done anything. Her explanation was cut short by a sharp turn of the vehicle, transforming her words into a gasp. Lin Xia disregarded her, pushing the luxury car to its limits. Qin Nuan's heart raced erratically, and she dared not utter another word. The car soon halted before a villa, before Qin Nuan could react. Lin Xia roughly pulled her from the vehicle, dragging her into the house. The servants inside, witnessing the scene, discreetly retreated to avoid being entangled in the tumult. Though they felt sympathy for Qin Nuan, Lin Xia propelled her upstairs, unceremoniously tossing her onto the bed in the second-floor bedroom. Lin Xia, It appeared that verbal warnings were insufficiently formal, so I shall once again deliver my admonition through action. Lin Xia truly executed the command that you could only weep on my bed to the utmost. Qin Nuan cried until her voice was hoarse, until no tears remained. Yet Lin Xia did not cease his actions. Even if her eyes were to become blind from crying, she must weep on my bed. Ultimately, Qin Nuan's eyes rolled back, and she succumbed to an endless abyss of darkness. After embedding his essence within her, Lin Xia rose. Standing by the window, he lit a cigarette and instructed the servant to fetch Qin Nuan's phone from the car. Soon, her phone was delivered into Lin Xia's hands. Observing the unlisted, unfamiliar number and the detailed address of a barbecue restaurant within the message, a seductive smirk graced his lips, tinged with a bloodthirsty cruelty. Chapter 147. Yi Huan is leaving. May I bid him farewell? Perhaps exhausted from her torment, Qin Nuan slept until the following midday before awakening. Upon gazing at the bright sun streaming through the window, her already bewildered eyes grew even more vacant. She could not bid Yi Huan a final farewell, could she? Concealing her face beneath the covers, she suppressed her emotions. In the next moment, the blanket was lifted. Drink some water, came the gentle voice. Qin Nuan turned to face Lin Xia. She truly could not comprehend why he chose to punish her in such a manner each time. The one who imprisoned her, who tormented her body. Drink some water. Under Lin Xia's watchful gaze, Qin Nuan sat up, accepting the cup. Enduring the searing pain in her body and throat, she finished the water. Once the cup was empty, Lin Xia naturally took it from her. Leaning against the headboard, Qin Nuan gazed at Lin Xia. Would he consent to her request to meet Yi Huan? Surely not. But she merely wished to say goodbye. Was that too much to ask? Deep within her, she understood that he would not only refuse but would also punish her, perhaps even implicating Yi Huan in his wrath. Yet he was leaving, and this might be her last chance to see him. She longed to meet him, desperately. Should she sneak out to see him?
No.
He would be even angrier if he found out. She did not want to provoke his anger, and the thought terrified her. But what could she do? She truly wished to see him, to tell him that she hoped for his happiness, that he would begin his journey to happiness the moment he boarded the flight to City S. May I go out? Ultimately, she could not restrain herself from asking. Lin Xia remained motionless, his long fingers dancing across the keyboard. The fingers paused, his gaze fixed on the screen. Yi Huan is leaving. I simply want to see him off, to do nothing else. I understand my position. I truly only wish to bid him farewell, she murmured to herself. You will not agree, will you? Well, it matters not whether I can go or not. Want to go? Unbeknownst to her, Lin Xia had already risen from the sofa and approached the bedside. Qin Nuan looked up at him, her expression blank. His strikingly handsome face wore its customary air of indifference. Suddenly, Qin Nuan felt a pang of panic. Want to go? She furtively glanced at Lin Xia's expression. If she met his eyes, would she falter? But before she could finish her thought, Lin Xia interrupted her. If you wish to go, you may, he said. His tone elongated. Knowing that the aftermath would not be pleasant, Qin Nuan still waited in silence, filled with anticipation. Did she not purchase numerous nightgowns? She should select one to wear. With a slight arch of her brow, she remained motionless. What's the matter? Are you not inclined to go? He asked, dismissively. You're not angry? He inquired, testing the waters. Is it not merely a meeting with an old flame? As long as you satisfy me, it matters not.
He spoke lightly.
Despite her doubts, Qin Nuan descended from the bed, hesitantly approaching the wardrobe. Remember, do not choose incorrectly, Lin Xia reminded her as she entered the closet. His sensuous, slightly curled lips concealed any genuine emotion. Yet, Qin Nuan was consumed by the fervent desire to see Yi Huan, rendering her indifferent to the rest. Nearly a year had passed, and she remained ensnared by her inability to move on. Standing in the wardrobe, she gazed at the neatly hung nightgowns, her eyes ultimately settling on the one with the least fabric. Chapter 148. For the sake of meeting an old lover, you truly are daring. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, she reluctantly retrieved it, her hands trembling. Though it was shameful, she donned the nightgown, which scarcely covered her most intimate areas. Just as she hesitated to step out, Lin Xia's voice wafted in. Time waits for no one. Steeling herself, she flung open the wardrobe door and stepped out. Upon locking eyes with Lin Xia, she nearly fled in panic. His deep-set gaze became intense, shimmering with a hint of desire that set her heart racing. Yet, Lin Xia did not afford her much time for reflection. He swiftly approached and swept her into his arms. To meet an old lover, you truly are audacious. You do not speak. If Lin Xia had embodied a wolf the previous night, he now resembled a ravenous beast, frantically tearing at Qin Nuan. Gritting her teeth, she endured the onslaught of emotions. From noon to the afternoon, Lin Xia finally paused. However, Qin Nuan felt too exhausted to move. Stealing a glance at her, Lin Xia rose and entered the bathroom. Qin Nuan tilted her head toward the small alarm clock on the bedside table. It was 2:20. Uncertain of Lin Xia's intentions, she decided not to wait any longer. Suppressing her pain and weak legs, she climbed down from the bed and, using the wall for support, made her way to the bathroom in the guest room. Though it was a guest room seldom used, the toiletries were fully stocked. After a quick wash, Qin Nuan wiped her body dry while staring blankly at her reflection in the mirror. Her pale neck bore conspicuous marks of affection. She understood that Lin Xia had done this deliberately. He merely glanced at her without speaking, yet his eyes brimmed with mockery. Uncertain of his meaning, she hesitated to voice her thoughts, feeling a mix of apprehension and reluctance. Didn't you wish to meet your old lover? Are you no longer interested? At the sound of Lin Xia's words, Qin Nuan, with her weak legs, trudged back to the wardrobe. Considering the marks on her neck, she selected a high-neck sweater. Before she could put it on, Lin Xia entered and took it from her, replacing it with a low-cut knit top. How can he be at ease without seeing our blissful married life? He said, personally coordinating her outfit. I gazed at Lin Xia with a pleading expression. Even in the absence of Yi Huan, it was impossible for her to venture out adorned with hickeys around her neck. Behave, comply, she urged, adjusting the neckline of her knitted sweater to an appropriate position. Qin Nuan dared not voice her objections, repeatedly engaging in self-hypnosis to convince herself that the marks on her neck did not exist. Lin Xia personally drove Qin Nuan to the barbecue restaurant, parking the car right in front and regarding Qin Nuan with an amused expression. Qin Nuan remained still, her unease growing under Lin Xia's playful gaze. This was the last time. Lin Xia emphasized the final two words. The end did not entail meeting that man but rather his existence. It would be easy to eliminate him, yet she had no intention of doing so, for his existence was the true vulnerability. When the day came that it was no longer a weakness, there would be no need for action. As Qin Nuan stepped into the barbecue restaurant, Yi Huan rose to greet her. "Nuan Nuan, you're here," he said, his smile tinged with an unmistakable bitterness. He had thought she would not come. Yet he had hoped for her arrival, waiting since the restaurant opened that morning. Thankfully, she had come. "I'm sorry because..." "It's all right." His gaze swept over Qin Nuan's neck, but it was merely a fleeting glance, and then he pretended to see nothing. Yet the pain in his heart was his alone to bear. Daring not to meet Yi Huan's eyes, Qin Nuan kept her head lowered. She was uncertain whether Lin Xia had left or was watching her. Nevertheless, the mere act of meeting Yi Huan felt surreal. "Where would you like to sit, Nuan Nuan?" he inquired, his tone eager to please. "Anywhere is fine." "Then let us sit there, by the window," he suggested, pointing to the seat he had occupied since her arrival. "All right," she replied, following him to the chosen spot. Once seated, Qin Nuan's gaze instinctively wandered to the window. There was no sign of Lin Xia or her car. Yet she felt as if every movement she made was under his watchful eye. "Shall I order first? What would you like to eat, Nuan Nuan?" Yi Huan asked, somewhat awkwardly placing the menu before her. "I'm not picky." Despite being two individuals who once knew each other intimately, they now bore a sense of awkwardness, estrangement, and unfamiliarity. The barbecue menu consisted of familiar items, yet he examined it with unusual seriousness, as if scrutinizing a contract for his very soul. Ultimately, he ordered all the dishes Qin Nuan had once relished most. Although she claimed to be unpicky, he vividly recalled her particular tastes. Each time she encountered something she disliked, she would playfully shove it into his mouth, ultimately grinning victoriously. Had no one indulged her whims lately, causing her to lose her pickiness? When the dishes arrived, Yi Huan meticulously placed each item onto the grill, earnestly cooking as if this were not a final supper but merely another simple meal shared between lovers. Just as in countless moments before, there were still numerous words she longed to express. She did not wish for silence to be their only farewell. Pausing in her grilling, she nodded, then raised her gaze to Yi Huan. "There's no need to rush in finding work," she began slowly, "but when you meet the right girl, seize the opportunity. Don't hesitate. Your legs are not in good condition. You must take care, or they may cause you pain in old age." Yi Huan continued flipping the skewers on the grill. The elders have aged, and it is essential to heed their opinions in all matters. Qin Nuan, resembling a señor, meticulously conveyed her thoughts one by one. Their previous parting had been too hasty, and this time she wished to express everything that needed to be said. Otherwise, there might not be another opportunity. "I am doing quite well. You need not worry. Nuan Nuan's city is truly beautiful," Yi Huan suddenly remarked. Qin Nuan paused. "Is it? Such a pity." She understood his implication, but even if one day Lin Xia were to release her, she would not seek him out with this damaged and tainted body. She felt unworthy. "It is indeed beautiful. Therefore, I will wait for you there." "I will wait for you indefinitely," Yi Huan said. Uncles and aunts have it tough. Thus, one should not only think of oneself, but also listen to their opinions. Once Qin Nuan had expressed all she wished to say, she fell silent, quietly consuming the grilled food served on her plate. Yi Huan continued to grill, placing everything cooked onto Qin Nuan's plate. She kept eating without pause. Chapter 150. Lin Xia, you are a devil. She ate until she was full, until she could eat no more, but as long as it was placed on her plate, she consumed it. Eventually, Yi Huan was the first to react, taking the plate from in front of Qin Nuan to his own. "If you are full, do not eat more. Your stomach will hurt." In a luxury sports car, a cold, handsome man played with a ring on his finger, a slight smirk gracing his lips. An hour had passed. Did the little woman truly believe he was magnanimous? After an hour and 20 minutes, Qin Nuan and Yi Huan exited the barbecue restaurant. Before parting, Yi Huan looked at Qin Nuan and said, "Nuan Nuan's city is indeed beautiful." With that, he gazed deeply into her eyes, as if imprinting her into his very bones, before striding away. Qin Nuan stared at the receding figure of the man, choked up but shedding no tears. In her heart, she silently repeated the words, "I'm sorry." Had she known that one day she would find herself in such a predicament, perhaps she should have followed her sister's example and avoided such painful entanglements, to spare both herself and others from harm. Finally, she spotted a flashy car in the temporary parking space across from the barbecue restaurant. She tucked away her emotions, daring not to hesitate as she crossed the street to the car. Taking a deep breath, she opened the door and got in. The man in the driver's seat continued to toy with the ring on his finger, a playful expression on his face, yet he remained silent. With Lin Xia not speaking, Qin Nuan was at a loss for words, and the two sat in silence, each harboring their own thoughts. Stopping his fidgeting with the ring, Lin Xia suddenly started the car. The sports car shot out like an arrow, and Qin Nuan tightened her seatbelt, gripping it firmly. Her heart raced to her throat. Although frightened, she dared not utter a sound, fearing that speaking would worsen the situation. Yet, her silence only increased the car's speed. As the vehicle took a sharp turn, Qin Nuan's body swayed.
Slow down, can you?
"But don't you enjoy it fast?" he replied, his words laden with meaning.
I
don't? The speed did not decrease, and Lin Xia turned to look at Qin Nuan, his gaze sweeping over her neck. She clicked her tongue at the purplish bruise. "Pondering how your former lover might react to the marks adorning your body. The man's wisest decision was to have never touched her, otherwise he may not have witnessed the sun so many times. If he were to discover that you allowed me to pin you down on the bed just to see him, how would he feel? Would he regret it and slap himself in despair?" "Stop, don't say any more," she said, unable to bear it any longer. A slight smirk curled her lips, revealing a predatory grin. An ominous premonition washed over Qin Nuan, and indeed, it was confirmed. "What if I were to beg you to send him your voice message? What then?" The smile on her lips widened, resembling a vengeful spirit from the depths of hell. Would he leap from the plane in excitement? "You, Lin Xia, have gone mad." Qin Nuan felt a sudden rush of blood to her head, her vision darkening. The blackness spread, engulfing her world. "Lin Xia, you are more terrifying than any demon emerging from hell." Her voice trembled with fear. "Is it not your own doing?" Lin Xia retorted. "Why are you doing this? You promised me. Why betray that promise?" Her questions escalated into a hysterical shout as she released her grip on the seatbelt and struck out at the driving Lin Xia. In a moment of distraction, the speeding car skidded and crashed violently into the roadside barrier. Chapter 151. A malicious thought lingered in her mind. At that critical juncture, only 3 words echoed in Qin Nuan's mind. "I am liberated. Perhaps this is for the best." Lin Xia instinctively swerved the steering wheel but, realizing too late, thrust his hand in front of Qin Nuan's chest.
Bang!
The luxury sports car collided with the barrier at an alarming speed, creating a commotion that drew the attention of bystanders, who quickly gathered around the accident scene. Someone in the crowd pulled out a phone and dialed for emergency assistance. The airbags deployed, cushioning the impact and separating the two. Qin Nuan, shielded by both the airbag and Lin Xia's protective gesture, emerged mostly unscathed apart from her fright. In contrast, Lin Xia, having relinquished his own safety to protect her, was not so fortunate. Qin Nuan trembled as she turned to Lin Xia. A malevolent thought circled her mind. Regardless of his intentions, at that moment, he had disregarded his own safety to save her. Lin Xia. She reached out to touch his face, but he remained still, his head hung low. "Lin Xia, wake up." She tugged at his arm, but he still showed no response. "Please don't frighten me." Unable to rouse him, she fumbled for her phone, knowing someone would call for help, yet anxiety gnawed at her. She could not bring herself to be as ruthless as he had been. After calling for an ambulance, Qin Nuan continued to call out his name, unsure of his injuries. So she cautiously held onto his arm, afraid to move too much. "It's so noisy. Why you reawake?" Upon hearing Lin Xia's voice, an unguarded excitement crept into Qin Nuan's tone. Lin Xia opened her eyes and glanced at Qin Nuan, noting the tears streaming down her pale face. She attempted to reach out to wipe them away, but winced in pain with the slightest movement. The agony was excruciating. "Why are you crying? Wouldn't it be better if I were dead? Then you could be with your old flame in bliss." Unable to lift her arm, she ceased her efforts. "Then why don't you just die?" The words were venomous. After a brief flutter of her eyelids, she said with a teasing tone, "I haven't had my fill of you yet. How could I bear to die?" Infuriated, Qin Nuan slapped Lin Xia's arm, causing her to pale visibly. Qin Nuan felt a sense of satisfaction, though she remained oblivious to the fact that in her relief, her restless heart had also found solace. The ambulance arrived swiftly, and both women boarded. Upon reaching the hospital, Qin Nuan felt unscathed, yet out of Lin Xia's insistence, she underwent a full examination. Lin Xia, however, was less fortunate, suffering a fractured right arm. Upon hearing this news, Qin Nuan silently rejoiced, thinking that with a broken arm, Lin Xie would be unable to torment her further. Had she known that Lin Xie would only intensify her antics despite the injury, she might have slapped herself twice for her naivete. In the upscale hospital room, the chief physician briefed them on essential matters before departing with a cadre of doctors and nurses. Lin Xie's assistant, Luo Jia, waited until the instructions were fully dispensed before following suit. The ward fell into a hushed silence. Qin Nuan, head bowed, dared not look at Lin Xie. As the quiet enveloped them, her emotions became tumultuous and indistinguishable. Lin Xie regarded Qin Nuan with a playful expression. After a moment of silence, Qin Nuan lifted her gaze to meet Lin Xie's. Lin Xie raised an eyebrow, waiting expectantly. Did you send it to Yi Huan? Though it wouldn't alter anything. She yearned to know, desperately so. This would dictate her future demeanor towards Lin Xie. Lin Xie, did you? She pressed earnestly. Observing the serious expression on the petite woman before her, a faint smile danced on Lin Xie's lips.
Did I?
Chapter 152. As a companion. Such a delightful sound. How could I possibly share it with anyone else? Qin Nuan paused for 3 seconds before comprehending the implications of Lin Xie's words. Her tense expression softened. Thankfully, he wasn't so devoid of conscience. Though regrettable, he had not further salted Yi Huan's wounds. Thank you. Thank you?
No need for that.
Soon, Qin Nuan understood the true meaning behind Lin Xie's dismissal. I want water. She placed the cup before Lin Xie. My hand is injured. I got hurt while saving you. Lin Xie's unscathed left hand remained motionless. You with your left hand. Hurry up, do you want me to die of thirst? Reluctantly, Qin Nuan brought the cup to Lin Xie's lips. Quickly, I'm hungry. If she couldn't even drink water, there was no hope of him using his left hand to eat with chopsticks. Thus, Qin Nuan, suppressing her irritation, fed Lin Xie. She could tolerate feeding him water and food, even if he occasionally took advantage of her with his uninjured hand. But having to assist him in using the restroom was beyond her endurance. However, regarding Lin Xie, Qin Nuan's willingness or unwillingness was of no consequence. Support yourself. Can't you manage? Qin Nuan asked, suppressing her irritation as she turned her back. I cannot, came the unequivocal refusal. Lin Xie, addressed by his full name, raised an eyebrow. I shall take my leave. Avoiding Lin Xie's gaze, Qin Nuan lifted her leg to exit the restroom. Nuan, should you step out, you shall bear the consequences. Lin Xie warned, satisfaction evident in his tone. That night, under Lin Xie's strong insistence, Qin Nuan found herself attending to him in his bed. His uninjured left hand proved to be quite restless. The moment Qin Nuan stirred, Lin Xie's warning floated ominously in the air. If you fail to care for me and worsen my injuries, you shall face the consequences. With that one statement, Qin Nuan became a mere puppet at his mercy. Much to Lin Xie's contentment. Bite your tongue, Nuan. It has been ages since I savored your cooking, Lin Xie remarked, prompting Qin Nuan to busy herself in the kitchen for the entire afternoon. Sated and content after his meal, Lin Xie's ancient proverb echoed, a full stomach breeds desire. That night, despite his injuries, Lin Xie kept Qin Nuan occupied until dawn, leading her to drift into sleep while muttering curses in her mind. The news of Lin Xie's car accident was swiftly contained. Only whispers of a luxury sports car crashing into a guardrail emerged. The identity of the driver and the passengers remained shrouded in mystery. However, the information reached Qin He, who learned that Qin Nuan had been in the vehicle. Although she confirmed that her sister was unharmed via phone, her concern compelled her to visit the villa, accompanied by Han Deng. How could my brother-in-law be so reckless?
Han Deng yes dead.
Qin He, however, was solely focused on ensuring Qin Nuan's well-being. Since her sister married Lin Xie, her worries about her sister's safety had become constant. Once reassured of Qin Nuan's safety, her curiosity about the accident began to surface. These wealthy young men seemed adept not only at seducing women but also at reckless driving. Thus, she seized the opportunity to voice her suspicions. It felt too simple. Why do you think he took the hit for me? Qin Nuan asked, prompting a moment of surprise from Qin He. Forget it. It doesn't matter why. I no longer wish to know. Nuan, I wish to resign. Qin Nuan shifted the topic.
Why?
While Qin Nuan was not particularly fond of her job, it afforded her a degree of freedom. What prompted her desire to resign now? I simply feel it is unfair to the boss. This realization struck her after several unexcused absences. Qin He chuckled softly. So, I have decided to resign. Lin Xie's arm would not heal quickly. Thus, he would surely prevent her from returning to work. Therefore, resignation seemed the wisest choice. Nuan made her own decision, and Qin He refrained from intervening further. The next day, Qin Nuan called the manager to submit her resignation. The manager hesitated, suggesting she reconsider and offering her a leave of absence. the duration of which would be at her discretion. Qin Nuan outright refused. She contemplated that once Lin Xia's arm healed, if he still insisted she return to work, she would seek a job she truly cherished. If being with the one she loved was unattainable, then finding a fulfilling occupation would suffice to prevent her life from becoming entirely monochromatic. Qin Nuan expressed her gratitude and ended the call. Aware of Qin Nuan's resignation, Lin Xia refrained from elaborating, and Qin Nuan similarly chose not to dwell on the subject. The incident of the accident, particularly the outstretched arm, remained unspoken between them. Unnecessary for Lin Xia, yet a matter Qin Nuan wished to avoid. Lin Xia spent another 3 days recuperating in the villa, and on the 4th day, he insisted that Qin Nuan accompany him to the office. Throughout their time there, Qin Nuan assumed the role of a diligent personal assistant. Nuan, pour me a cup of coffee, Lin Xia commanded. The assistant promptly exited the office and made her way to the pantry. Drawing from previous experiences, Qin Nuan swiftly brought the cup to Lin Xia's lips. He took a sip without a glance, only to realize something was amiss. Plain water? Indeed, I requested coffee, he reminded her. All I brought was plain water, she replied, setting down the documents and meeting his gaze. You're injured. Coffee isn't good for your wounds. After a sigh, she cautioned him. She could not fathom what had compelled her to such thoughts, yet images of his arm extending during the accident incessantly flickered in her mind. Despite his flaws, his sharp tongue, and the misdeeds he had committed against her, that vivid scene lingered, leading her actions to deviate from the norm. Perhaps it was her innate kindness that prompted such behavior. Oh, is this concern for me? Lin Xia raised an eyebrow. The displeasure etched on his face, transforming into a faint smile upon hearing her words. No, it's not, she retorted, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at having her thoughts exposed. I merely wish for your swift recovery, so I won't have to tend to you anymore. Lin Xia continued to raise his eyebrows, his expression laced with playful sarcasm. If you're not going to drink it, then forget it. He slammed the cup onto the desk, creating a resounding thud. Ignoring him, Qin Nuan turned to leave, but was halted by Lin Xia grasping her arm. If it's not, then why the anger? His voice carried a hint of laughter, which resonated in Qin Nuan's ears as mockery, intensifying her embarrassment. Hurry up. I'm still thirsty. Lin Xia found himself amusingly entertained. Such a trivial action brought him an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Perhaps it was because it marked her first genuine act of kindness. Chapter 154. A boss's wife need not be overly skilled. Hurry, the water will cool. Qin Nuan remained still, prompting Lin Xia to urge her again. Reluctantly, she lifted the cup to his lips. Lin Xia graciously consumed a significant portion of the water. After finishing, he slid a contract across the table towards Qin Nuan. Familiar with the routine, she picked up a pen and signed her name. This had become an additional responsibility since she began working alongside Lin Xia. She now handled all contracts requiring his signature. Due to Lin Xia's injury to his right hand, rendering him unable to hold a pen, Qin Nuan complied with his instructions and signed the power of attorney. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that this action was rather frivolous. Nonetheless, Lin Xia was adamant about proceeding in this manner, leaving her with little choice. After all, if he deemed it acceptable, few would dare to contradict him. She had signed her name for 3 consecutive days without encountering any issues thus far. Since Nuan had already resigned, why not consider joining Shenlin? She jested lightly. Qin Nuan promptly declined. I lack any skills. It would be embarrassing to work at Shenlin. The thought of working there made her question her future prospects. The boss's wife doesn't need to possess extensive knowledge. She simply needs to attend to the boss, he remarked. I wish to find a job that I genuinely enjoy. Is that too much to ask? She gazed earnestly at Lin Xia and added a firm assurance. Once your arm has healed, I will seek employment, if that is agreeable. Originally, she had intended to wait until Lin Xia's arm was fully recovered and choose a moment when he was in good spirits to broach the subject, believing that would increase her chances of success. However, since he had brought it up himself, remaining silent would only diminish her opportunity to speak. Ever since Yi Huan's departure, her heart seemed to have settled into a tranquil state. Perhaps, with the subtle anticipation within her dissipated, she had become more composed. Qin Nuan refrained from pressing further, silently observing Lin Xia. Upon hearing the word good, her bright eyes sparkled with a myriad of twinkling lights, and her entire being radiated a gentle glow. This compelled Lin Xia to mischievously pin her against the office desk. As soon as Lin Xia released her, Qin Nuan jumped to meet her away. Wiping her mouth with her hand, her large eyes glaring at the man with a mischievous grin, she pondered the idea of running away from home, curious if he could manage without her care. The thought emerged, and it felt a shame not to act upon it. Although Qin Nuan did not have the courage to overtly abandon her home, she could subtly play a trick on Lin Xia. It's lunchtime. What would you like to eat? I can go buy it, she said, her voice unusually soft as she looked at Lin Xia, a tenderness in her tone that immediately raised suspicions. I can't eat, he replied. You can eat, she countered after a pause. Recalling the delightful meal they had shared at the dining table previously, her blunt words caused the deliberate smile on her face to falter. No, don't go. It will get cold. Qin Nuan's reaction was rather intense. Lin Xia halted his steps. Alright, upon hearing Lin Xia's acquiescence, Qin Nuan practically dashed out of the president's office. Her small hand pressed against her heart. Just wait, she declared, her face alight with pride as she entered the exclusive elevator. Little did she know, every move she made was being closely observed by the man within the office. Chapter 155. Who is taking revenge on whom? Qin Nuan meandered through the nearby street of street food stalls, indulging in a leisurely exploration for 3 rounds, before finding a milk tea shop where she ordered a cup of milk tea. Sipping her drink while playing games on her phone, 2 hours swiftly passed. After vigorously sucking the pearls from her drink, she stood up, thoroughly satisfied, and made her way to a high-end restaurant on the other side of Shimlin to place an order for Lin Xia. After ordering, she specifically instructed, the diner is a rather difficult gentleman to please, so take extra care while preparing the meal. There is no rush, just ensure it is done well. Afterward, she took out her phone and began playing a small game. Nearly 3 hours had passed, and Lin Xiao had not called to urge her, which made Qin Nuan even less anxious. Having been tormented by Lin Xiao for several days, she relished this rare moment of defiance, her spirits soaring. Another half an hour slipped by before the meal she had ordered was finally ready for delivery. With spring already upon them, and the weather no longer chilly, the packaged food would not cool off too quickly. Although she delighted in her act of rebellion, she still felt a twinge of guilt as she stood outside the office door. She knocked lightly. Could he be angry? Cautiously, she opened the office door just a crack, and not encountering the expected grim expression, she felt a wave of relief, and stepped inside. The office was empty, as was the break room. Madam, the president has gone to a temporary meeting, a young assistant explained upon entering. Qin Nuan let out a soft "oh," feeling reassured. Once the assistant left, she resumed her engrossing game on her phone. Though simple, it was highly addictive. So absorbed was Qin Nuan in her game that she failed to notice the man entering the office. Annoyed by her disregard, he slammed the documents in his hand onto the desk with a resounding thud. Startled, Qin Nuan looked up to find herself locked in Lin Xiao's gaze. The meeting is over? She stammered. I brought you your favorite food, but it's already gone cold. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. There's a microwave in the pantry. I can heat it up. Just a bit cold. It'll be as good as fresh out of the kitchen, he said with a sheepish grin. I am the patient. She emphasized the word patient. I have a meeting in 10 minutes. His tone was stern. You can't blame me. The restaurant was too crowded, she argued defensively, her heart racing. Is that so? Is the restaurant's business really that booming now? Shouldn't Shimlin consider opening a restaurant instead? He regarded her with a subtle smile in his eyes, making her uneasy. Qin Nuan questioned whether she had misheard him. Was it really that simple? What? Is there a problem? No, she quickly replied, placing the meal box down and bolting out of the office, no longer daring to delay, and heading straight for the restaurant. However, upon arrival, she was met with an apologetic expression from the staff. I'm sorry, but due to the restaurant's overwhelming success, we no longer have the ingredients for the dishes you ordered. Qin Nuan sensed something amiss. Yet, given the staff's honesty about the lack of ingredients, she could not press them further and reluctantly called Lin Xiao, hoping he would reorder a few items. But he was not so accommodating. That's your problem, he stated brusquely before abruptly hanging up. Chapter 156. Afraid of hurting Nuan. Listening to the busy signal on the phone, Qin Nuan rubbed her temples in frustration. Can't the ingredients arrive immediately? The staff's face reflected helplessness. Our ingredients are air freighted from abroad. We cannot supply them at the moment. What should I do then? Mister, Lin wants to eat, but the restaurant has run out of food. Are there any branches? The restaurant staff shook their head apologetically. Exiting the restaurant, Qin Nuan dialed Lin Xiao's number once more. As soon as he answered, he simply remarked, if I can't have what I want, I'll reluctantly settle for Nuan. He hung up again with a definitive click. Standing outside the restaurant, Qin Nuan felt a poignant sense of self-inflicted despair. In the midst of desolation, Qin Nuan utilized her mobile device to locate a restaurant comparable to the one before her, subsequently hailing a taxi to reach it. She ordered a similar meal and, with a heavy heart, entered the office, placing the food container upon the coffee table at the far end. The man within the office twirled a pen with his left hand, his gaze directed at Qin Nuan, a mixture of amusement and mockery evident in his eyes. Qin Nuan approached, embodying the demeanor of a child caught in wrongdoing. I didn't mean to, she thought, the thrill of small revenge long since extinguished. Had she known the ultimate toll would be her own discomfort, she would have refrained from provoking him. Well then, go ahead and eat, he suggested, as she averted her gaze from Lin Xie. Although it was a different establishment, she had perused the public reviews and found the flavors to be quite similar. Yet, similar still implied a deficiency. Qin Nuan fell silent, aware that his deliberate harassment rendered her words futile. Forcing a patient, injured from an accident, to endure hunger from lunch until dinner only to find the meal unsatisfactory. Nuan, as a wife, is there nothing you wish to express? He inquired, observing her with a challenging stare. Qin Nuan merely lowered her head, opting for silence. His tormenting nature prompted her to abandon all pretense. She was already hungry. What more could he do? Observing her demeanor, he noted her apparent lack of desire to speak. What is it that you truly want? She retorted, raising her head defiantly. What do you think I want? He replied, his tone laced with ambiguity. I don't know, and even if I did, I would not acquiesce. Truly unaware? Indeed. If you won't eat, then I shall consume it myself. I have traversed quite a distance to procure this for you. I am famished after an afternoon of running about, having only snacked for lunch. Disregarding Lin Xie's reaction, Qin Nuan approached the coffee table, unfastened the container, and began to eat without sparing him a glance, emitting sounds of satisfaction as she did so. The mirth in his eyes transformed into unmistakable delight, infused with a hint of indulgence. Eventually, he drew closer, grasping her hand, holding the chopsticks and guiding the food towards his own mouth. You gazed at the man before you, with wide eyes. His typically aloof countenance was now adorned with a genuine smile, devoid of malice or cruelty. Yet, the food's flavor seemed to have diminished. In the next moment, he seized her chopsticks again, bringing the morsel to his lips. Weren't you refusing to eat? Afraid of upsetting Nuan, I suppose I shall reluctantly partake, he teased, his tone dripping with affection. Qin Nuan refrained from further protest. As he opened his mouth expectantly, she silently cursed him before ultimately lifting the food to his lips. A broad smile spread across Lin Xie's face, unrestrained and innocent. This was the first time Qin Nuan had witnessed such a carefree yet harmless smile grace his features. Chapter 157. Have you sent someone to follow me? Having satiated their hunger, Lin Xie reclined languidly upon the sofa. Qin Nuan busied herself tidying the coffee table. Did you enjoy yourself? He inquired from his position on the couch. I did not play, Qin Nuan firmly denied. I assumed your leisurely stroll through the snack street and an hour spent on your phone at the milk tea shop were deliberate attempts to starve me, he remarked casually. A chill ran down her spine. It dawned on her that her every action was under his scrutiny. You sent someone to follow me. Even though she was aware that she was merely a pawn in his hands, the sensation was undeniably unpleasant. Of course, he would never admit to stalking. He referred to it as protection. Is it not so? She remarked with a light chuckle, her crimson lips pressed tightly together, revealing her discontent. She could not resist his authoritarian nature, yet she possessed the power to regulate her own emotions. At that moment, her face unmistakably conveyed her displeasure. He understood that without a reasonable explanation, the fragile distance they had just managed to bridge would once again widen. It would be a long time before she would exhibit any heartwarming gestures again. Really? Qin Nuan questioned, half in disbelief. What a coincidence that he had happened to see it. Naturally, she would not inquire further, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Xie, hoping to discern something. Cunningly, Lin Xie's lies were not easily uncovered. What a stroke of luck, she muttered to herself, feigning ignorance. Lin Xie straightened his languid posture, a smile dancing in his eyes as he retorted. So, does this mean Nuan admits it? Admit what? She responded, puzzled. Admitting that you intentionally starved me for amusement. Is that so? He elongated the last word. Certainly. In truth, there was hardly anything to tidy up on the desk. However, Qin Nuan deliberately shuffled the documents around. Lin Xie rose first, prompting Qin Nuan to warily set down the papers and observe him. Although his right arm was injured, it did not hinder his ability to tease her. Her actions caused Lin Xie to raise an eyebrow. Are you afraid of me? Qin Nuan remained silent. Afraid? It seemed that fear had transformed into something else. Yet, she still felt a certain tension in his presence, an inexplicable anxiety. Noticing the flicker in her eyes, Lin Xie strode away. Qin Nuan remained momentarily dazed. Still here, planning to stay the night? He quipped as he reached the door and noticed the absence of her following footsteps. Qin Nuan hurriedly caught up. After a brief shower upstairs, Lin Xie entered the study for a video conference with his father abroad. Once she had composed herself, a servant brought in 2 glasses of juice. Frowning at the juice, Qin Nuan donned her loungewear and delivered a glass to Lin Xie. Ever since his injury, the responsibility of serving tea and water had fallen squarely on her shoulders. It was unclear whether this was a deliberate instruction from Lin Xia or if the servant had simply deduced it. After placing the juice down, Qin Nuan turned to leave. But Lin Xia's uninjured left hand grasped her and pulled her into his embrace. Chapter 158. After the playful teasing, nothing else mattered. Lin Xia. The video was still active, and their actions were clearly visible to Lin Xia's father on the other end. Why the temper? Lin Xia appeared unfazed. Let go of me, she protested, struggling to rise after the fall. Lin Xia's uninjured left arm encircled her, but Qin Nuan evaded him, her body twisting, her palm inadvertently pressing downwards. That very press landed precisely on Lin Xia's sensitive area. Qin Nuan's cheeks flushed crimson. She had not anticipated that Nuan would be so bold, teasingly mocking her. Her face turned even redder. I didn't mean to. It was unintentional. With a sudden urgency, her palm rose to a sensitive area, resulting in a loss of balance that caused her to tumble back into Lin Xia's embrace, her face landing precisely where her hand had just been. Lin Xia was momentarily taken aback, while Qin Nuan, dazed, sprang to her feet 3 seconds later. A crimson flush surged from her face, engulfing her entire being. Avoiding the gaze of the computer on the desk, which was streaming a video, Qin Nuan stomped out of the study, slamming the door with a resounding bang. As the door closed, Lin Xia slowly lowered his head to observe a particular part of his anatomy that had been unceremoniously raised. His expression darkened, but soon, a hint of mischief and anticipation flickered across his features, as if he envisioned something enticing. In the video, Lin's father cleared his throat deliberately. Lin Xia cast a fleeting glance, remaining nonchalant as he resumed discussing the unfinished meeting agenda. As the meeting drew to a close, Lin's father exchanged a meaningful look with Lin Xia before imparting a casual admonition. Take care of your health. I am perfectly well, Lin Xia retorted, completely oblivious to the bandage adorning his arm. Lin's father merely chuckled softly before ending the call. Once the video call concluded, Lin Xia reclined lazily in his chair, a sly smile playing on his lips, before swiftly dialing a number on his desk phone. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Qin Nuan cocooned herself in a blanket, resembling a silkworm. The memory of the earlier scene in the study engulfed her in a wave of embarrassment and indignation. Suddenly, her phone rang. She remained still, but the persistent ringing continued unabated. The incessant sound only ceased when it transformed into a shutdown notification. At that moment, Lin Xia finally set his phone down and elegantly rose from his seat, a calculating smile etched upon his face. Hearing the door creak open, Qin Nuan feigned sleep beneath her blanket. Footsteps approached, halting beside the bed, and she held her breath. Time trickled by. Just as Qin Nuan believed Lin Xia had dozed off while standing, the blanket was pulled away. Instinctively, she opened her eyes, meeting Lin Xia's gaze, which sparkled with amusement. Though his eyes twinkled with mirth, they sent a shiver down her spine. No more pretending? She questioned. Pretending? What am I pretending? Just acting foolishly, she retorted. Get up, he commanded. No, I want to sleep, she protested, burying her face in the blanket. Is that all it takes to tease you? I wasn't teasing. It was an accident, she insisted, emphasizing the word accident with a hint of defiance, adding, it's not entirely your fault. So, you believe you have a valid argument? He teased, as her head tilted defiantly, her expression unmistakably asserting her stance. The sight of Qin Nuan's delicate yet stubborn demeanor elicited a chuckle from Lin Xia. Chapter 159. His woman was preparing a meal for him. Lin Xia's laughter broke the tension, causing Qin Nuan's composure to falter. Get up, he urged. I won't. I want to sleep, she replied, still shielding her face with a blanket. Are you certain? He countered, his tone laden with meaning. Listening to Lin Xia's retort, Qin Nuan lifted her face from the blanket to meet his gaze, which was filled with a mischievous smile. Reluctantly, she climbed out of bed, glaring at him. I'm hungry. Prepare some noodles for me, she commanded, as if she were a master giving orders. Glancing at the clock, she noted it was 10 o'clock. She had never been one to instruct others, so upon hearing Lin Xia's statement, she decided to personally cook noodles for him. Opening the refrigerator, she found ample ingredients and turned to Lin Xia, who had followed her into the kitchen. What kind of noodles do you want? Anything will do. Tomato and egg noodles were simple and within her expertise. Qin Nuan skillfully washed and chopped the tomatoes while Lin Xia leaned against the refrigerator, observing her. With a serious expression, she focused on her task, not sparing him even a glance, which filled Lin Xia's heart with warmth and satisfaction. This was his woman, diligently preparing a meal for him. The feeling was ineffable, surpassing any words. Yet, there was a slight shortcoming. Her heart was not entirely his. But he was in no rush. He had all the time to carve a place in her heart, ensuring that eventually, she would belong solely to him. Lin Xia. She softly called as he embraced her. He remained silent, not loosening his grip, recognizing that words would not sway him. Qin Nuan awkwardly continued to stir the tomatoes before pouring water into the pot. However, Lin Xia grew dissatisfied with merely holding her. Let go, Lin Xia, she urged, attempting to pull his mischievous hand away. He responded with a firm squeeze, warning her, don't move.
I am cooking noodles.
She protested, squirming uncomfortably, trying to escape his embrace. But he held her tightly. I'm not playing with your hand, she implied, indicating it was inconsequential. But be good and don't move, otherwise, you won't have any noodles to eat later. Upon receiving the warning, Qin Nuan refrained from moving but spoke up. Someone might hear us. Although it was late, there was no guarantee that the servants would not come out upon hearing the noise. They won't, he assured her. However, as the water began to boil, Qin Nuan had no choice but to add a bit of cold water to the pot before cracking the eggs in, waiting for them to set. The water boiled swiftly again, and she prepared to add the noodles. Lin Xia grew restless once more. Lin Xia, take your hand away, she exclaimed in a sharp whisper, unable to contain her warning any longer. If you make too much noise, someone will come out, he cautioned. You can't stand it. Qin Nuan turned to him, grasping his arm in an attempt to pull his hand away, but after several futile attempts, she was unsuccessful. Lin Xia, she pleaded, blinking up at him, her large eyes filled with grievance and anger. I'm not cooking anymore, she declared, her eyes turning red as she turned to leave. How did he perceive her? Lin Xia held on to her, questioning her melodrama. They had gone through far worse. And besides, he had hardly done anything just now. Chapter 160. Injury upon injury. Stuck in his grasp, Qin Nuan gazed at him with tear-filled eyes, brimming with accusations. Melodrama? She felt nothing but humiliation. He had not married a spouse but rather a tool to satisfy his desires. Confronted by the distress and resentment in her eyes, Lin Xia's heart began to falter. The water boiled. Qin Nuan stood still, her eyes reddened. Lin Xia could only reach out to pull someone. Qin Nuan recoiled in disgust. Stepping back, rejected in her attempt at goodwill, Lin Xia naturally would not relent. He stepped forward and extended his hand once more. Qin Nuan abruptly retreated, flinging her hand back to evade Lin Xia's grasp. The hand she swung back inadvertently struck the pot of boiling water. Be careful. Acting faster than the sound, Lin Xia moved to embrace Qin Nuan. Just then, a loud crash echoed as the pot filled with hot water toppled to the ground. Lin Xia, unable to control his strength, fell while still holding Qin Nuan, inadvertently pinning her against his injured right arm. A muffled groan escaped him, his brow furrowing in pain. It took Qin Nuan a few moments to process the situation, her expression tense and helpless as she gazed at Lin Xia. Aren't you getting up? She bit out. After a moment of hesitation, she scrambled to her feet. Are you all right? She reached out a hand but hesitated to touch him. I'm not poisoned. He gritted through clenched teeth. Qin Nuan did not retort, carefully assisting him to rise, only to discover that his uninjured left arm and hand were now swollen and bruised. Observing Lin Xia's injured arm and hand, Qin Nuan found herself at a loss for words, ultimately falling silent. Hearing the commotion from the kitchen, a servant cautiously peeked in, finding not the forbidden sight they feared, but rather a scene of chaos. Upon seeing Lin Xia's injured arm, they hurried off to make a phone call. Qin Nuan stood there helplessly, watching Lin Xia. He cast a glance at her, confirming she was unharmed before examining his scalded arm, then exited the kitchen. Qin Nuan obediently followed, her eyes fixed on his reddened arm. Other servants hurried into the kitchen to clean up the mess. I didn't mean to, she murmured as she trailed behind Lin Xia into the living room. Lin Xia snorted dismissively, remaining silent. I truly didn't intend for this to happen, she mumbled, her head bowed, looking as though she had committed a grave error. She had never anticipated things would escalate to this point, nor that Lin Xia would once again injure himself while trying to help her. Her gaze involuntarily drifted to his swollen arm. It must hurt, she said softly. You really didn't need to step in to assist me. At a loss for words, she uttered this. Lin Xia raised an eyebrow. Am I to blame for being meddlesome? Qin Nuan quickly shook her head. She merely disliked that he had harmed himself on her behalf. The sensation was deeply unpleasant, to the point of her strong aversion. A cloud of gloom suddenly loomed over her. Uncertain of the severity of the burn, Qin Nuan stood by, worried yet too timid to reach out, merely watching. It likely was serious, as Lin Xia's brow had yet to relax. Her gaze shifted to his bandaged right arm. Recalling that she had inadvertently pressed down on it earlier, she wondered if she had caused further damage. The thought of possibly worsening his injury made her vision blur, and the surroundings faded to darkness, darker than the night outside. What? Are you concerned for me? Lin Xia teased, noticing her furrowed brows. Qin Nuan instinctively shook her head, stopping midway. You truly lack compassion, he remarked. Does it hurt a lot? She asked softly, gazing at his inflamed arm. Chapter 161. Even injured, he still played the hero. Lin Xia's heart immediately softened into a complete mess. Qin Nuan, how are you so adorable? Ceasing her breath blowing, Qin Nuan tilted her head, awaiting the unfinished words from him. However, Lin Xia leaned back against the sofa, closed his eyes, and showed no intention of speaking further. Crouching there, Qin Nuan was uncertain whether to continue blowing. It still hurt. Upon Lin Xia's utterance, she resumed gently blowing until Lu Cheng entered, carrying a medical kit. Oh, what drama is unfolding here? His voice floated in before his presence was felt. The moment Qin Nuan heard Lu Cheng's voice, she stood up abruptly but stumbled due to her prolonged crouch. Instinctively, Lin Xia reached out to steady her, but Qin Nuan's hand pressed against his injured arm, causing him to inhale sharply. I'm so sorry. Lin Xia merely cast a glance without uttering a word. Even in such a state, still playing the hero to save the beauty? Lu Cheng teased while setting down the medical kit. Lin Xia shot him a cold glare, remaining silent. Burned yourself? Not in a hurry to check on Lin Xia's injury. Lu Cheng stood upright, eyeing him with a playful expression. Did you burn yourself while cooking for your little wife? This suspicion was not unfounded. Otherwise, why would the lofty Lin Xia, who never needed to step into the kitchen, be burned? The only person who could compel him to venture there was undoubtedly someone special. And in Lin Xia's heart, that could only be Qin Nuan. Hearing Lu Cheng's words, Qin Nuan's face flushed with embarrassment. She wished to ascend the stairs but was concerned for Lin Xia's burn. After all, he had taken the injury for her, despite being the cause of it. But she was inherently kind-hearted. Why so much unnecessary chatter? Lin Xia's cold voice interrupted, sensing Qin Nuan's discomfort. Are you embarrassed? Go boil some water. It should be boiling. This was directed at a nearby servant. Although the servant was perplexed by Lin Xia's sudden request, he promptly hurried into the kitchen upon receiving the order. While others might be oblivious to his meaning, Lu Cheng understood. Don't. Look at you, always getting hurt lately. If I get injured too, who will take care of you when you're hurt in the middle of the night next time? Swiftly opening the medical kit, he retrieved burn ointment. Lin Xia snorted coldly. Although Lu Cheng was not a specialist in burn treatment, his expertise was commendable. And he quickly applied the ointment to Lin Xia's burn and bandaged it up. After finishing, he glanced at Lin Xia's right arm, still wrapped in bandages, clicking his tongue. What a tragedy. It was so pitiful that he almost wanted to take a photo to showcase the rare, miserable state of the otherwise perfect Lin Shao. Akin to a fallen deity. But that was merely a thought. If he were to actually do that, the repercussions would be far worse for him. Thus, one must not provoke a tiger. His right arm is also injured. Dr. Liu, please take a look. Noticing that Lin Xia had not mentioned the injury on his right arm, Qin Nuan voiced her concern. The right arm is injured as well? Qin Nuan nodded and quietly explained, I accidentally pressed down on it when I fell earlier. Fell, huh? Lu Cheng said with a knowing tone. Qin Nuan nodded. Turning around, Lu Cheng cast a meaningful glance at Lin Xia. Lin Xia's cold gaze served as a warning. Lu Cheng retracted his smile and stepped forward to inspect the situation. After a thorough examination and a few inquiries, he noted that Lin Xia's expression was relatively calm, suggesting that he had not sustained a second injury. However, he still advised, you should visit a professional doctor tomorrow for a checkup. If there's a dislocation and it isn't detected in time, it could lead to complications. Lin Xia responded with a faint acknowledgement. Is it serious? Qin Nuan couldn't help but ask upon hearing about the hospital visit. Casting a glance at Lin Xia, Lu Cheng nodded solemnly. As a good brother, I naturally must lend my support. Chapter 162, A Suggestion to Sleep Separately. Upon hearing the severity of the situation, Qin Nuan became visibly anxious. It wasn't merely the fear of Lin Xia seeking retribution later. She felt guilty for his repeated injuries. Don't listen to his nonsense. It's nothing, Lin Xia said, unable to bear seeing Qin Nuan so flustered. Qin Nuan blinked silently, her large eyes reflecting her confusion and guilt. Noticing her distress, Lin Xia sighed inwardly and beckoned her closer. Come here. Qin Nuan obediently approached. Don't worry, I won't be incapacitated. I can still hold you, he whispered. You be good. It's nothing. Lu Cheng watched with keen interest. Having never witnessed Lin Xia in such a tender light before, this revelation truly broadened his horizons. Unable to suppress his astonishment, he exclaimed. Hearing Lu Cheng's teasing, Qin Nuan's cheeks flushed with discomfort, and she lowered her head in silence. Lin Xia shot her a cold glance. Aren't you leaving? Planning to stay overnight? If you insist, I could reluctantly stay, Lu Cheng replied. Scram. What a heartless response. he lamented, casting a lingering glance at Lin Xia while gathering the medical kit. Soon, he neatly packed away the kit and placed 2 boxes of medicine on the coffee table. Take 2 pills 3 times a day, he instructed, and Qin Nuan mentally noted it. With the medical kit in hand, Lu Cheng began to leave, but paused after a few steps, casting an amused glance at Qin Nuan before turning his gaze back to Lin Xia. Lin Xia raised his eyes coldly. Qin Nuan, her head nearly touching the ground, felt the weight of the moment. However, Lin Xia seemed unfazed. After Lu Cheng departed, the servant withdrew discreetly, sensing Lin Xia had no further instructions. Qin Nuan, feeling uneasy, shifted slightly without raising her gaze. I'll go make some noodles. Can I even eat? Then I'll go get some water.
Come here.
Qin Nuan hesitated, remaining still. Hurry up, Lin Xia urged. Reluctantly, she stepped forward, stopping 2 paces away from him. Come closer. Despite his hands being bandaged, his demeanor remained unyielding, exuding an air of superiority.
What do you want?
What do you think? How was she to know? Qin Nuan, have you forgotten how my arms were injured? What exactly do you want? It wasn't as if she had compelled him to assist her. Moreover, she would rather have borne the injuries herself to avoid the turmoil he brought. Is it too much to ask for a bit of compensation given my current state? He leaned back against the sofa. What compensation? She asked hesitantly, though a vague answer lingered in her mind. Her eyes glanced at a particular part of her body, and inwardly, she cursed in frustration. Unwilling? Dr. Lu just said she truly could not comprehend how he could still harbor such thoughts despite his injuries. There was no need to heed his words. I shall assist you upstairs to rest.
Hurry, she insisted.
Qin Nuan remained motionless. If you comply with my wishes now, I promise not to trouble you until your injuries have healed, Lin Xia offered enticingly. Yet, Qin Nuan still did not budge. Nuan, one must possess a sense of conscience. If I do not aid you, it is you who would be ensnared in this predicament, he stated, raising his arms in demonstration. If you were to be caught like this, would I not have my way? Qin Nuan lifted her gaze to meet Lin Xia's. Just this once. After which you shall not trouble me, nor shall I accompany you to your company, she pondered aloud. Of course, but not there, he replied, his gaze shifting from beneath Qin Nuan to her face, ultimately resting on her delicate lips. Taken aback, Qin Nuan's complexion shifted from crimson to pallor. Chapter 163. A New Approach. Lin Xia waited expectantly. Lin Xia, why don't you just go die? Qin Nuan retorted through gritted teeth, hastening up the stairs without allowing him a moment to respond. The anticipation faded from Lin Xia's face, replaced by his customary indifference. He had been rejected. However, it mattered not. There would be ample time ahead. Sooner or later, he would prevail. Cursing under his breath, he muttered, what a scoundrel, becoming increasingly audacious. He wishes for her to use her mouth. Why should he not employ his own? The very thought of such an image sent a shiver down Qin Nuan's spine. She then seized a pillow and struck it forcefully against the bed. Exhausted, she collapsed onto the mattress, pulling the quilt over herself, continuing to berate Lin Xia. Yet, her insults were limited to a few phrases, and no matter how intense her emotions, she could not conjure anything more severe. After venting her frustrations, she felt considerably relieved. Lying in bed while listening to the sounds outside her room, she wondered how Lin Xia had reacted after she stormed out. Would he be enraged, pacing in frustration? The image of Lin Xia, arms bandaged, hopping about in anger, made her chuckle unexpectedly. She never anticipated Lin Xia would find himself in such a position. Truly, the heavens had opened their eyes. However, her smile was fleeting, for Lin Xia swaggered back into the room, a mischievous grin dancing on his lips as he regarded her. Have you acquired some skills? You dare to turn your back on me, and even lock me outside? How did you get in? She asked, bewildered. For she had indeed locked the door. I simply walked in, he replied nonchalantly.
Leave.
Leave? After spending the night with you, I shall depart, he declared, striding confidently towards the bed. Qin Nuan sat up, on guard against Lin Xia. Despite his injuries, he remained formidable, not to be underestimated. Lin Xia, you are injured, she cautioned. If force is not feasible, then we shall resort to gentleness. She certainly did not wish to be pinned down, fulfilling his previous demands. The thought of such a scenario left her feeling quite disconcerted. Lin Xia, you are injured. Must we proceed? She gazed at him with a pitiful expression, utterly charming. Very well, but... Upon hearing very well, Qin Nuan felt a wave of relief wash over her, yet the ensuing but made her immediately wary. Observing her like a cat with ruffled fur, Lin Xia could not help but smirk. But you must hold me while we sleep. Is it merely holding you while we sleep? So simple, Qin Nuan found it hard to believe. If you wish to do something to me, I wouldn't mind. What a beautiful thought. Have you taken your medicine? I won't take it. Lin Xia was indifferent. No way. Qin Nuan rose and exited the bedroom. As she approached, Lin Xia felt his heart soften. Here, take it. After squeezing out the medicine, she brought it to Lin Xia's lips, and he obediently opened his mouth. After he swallowed the medicine and placed the cup down, Qin Nuan climbed back into bed. Lin Xia invited her to hold him while they slept, and she instinctively wrapped her arms around him. A satisfied smile crept across Lin Xia's face. However, Nuan, why not give it a try? The thought of such sensations made his heart flutter with a desire to explore, prompting the question to escape his lips. Chapter 164. Why be serious with one's own wife? Lin Xia exclaimed through gritted teeth. If you don't want to, then why such a strong reaction? Qin Nuan remained silent, burying her head. It was her first time taking the initiative to cuddle while sleeping, and she felt everything was amiss. Discomfort kept her awake. Lin Xia, too, found himself restless at the tantalizing images that danced in his mind. Nuan, sleep. Just as he called her name, Qin Nuan interrupted with an unfriendly tone. Lin Xia could only close his eyes and attempt to sleep in silence. Neither of them noticed the shift in their dynamic. Although Qin Nuan remained her usual soft self, she would occasionally snap at Lin Xia. Conversely, Lin Xia, typically domineering and cold, found himself yielding whenever Qin Nuan expressed dissatisfaction. The following day, both of them, having slept poorly, awoke late. After breakfast, it was nearly 10 o'clock. They proceeded directly to the hospital. Lin Xia was indifferent about the possibility of scarring, but Qin Nuan inquired about ways to minimize that risk. She took careful notes, not wishing for Lin Xia's arm to bear scars that would serve as a constant reminder of the sacrifice he made to save her. Such a thought was unsettling. After visiting the burn unit, they headed to the orthopedic department. Although Lin Xia's right arm had sustained some pressure, it had not been re-injured and was recovering well. The bandage could soon be removed. Qin Nuan felt relieved. To her surprise, he instructed the driver to take them to a club. Qin Nuan looked at Lin Xia in confusion. Even in his condition, he wanted to go out? She couldn't help but stifle a laugh at the sight of his arms wrapped in bandages, but she refrained from doing so in front of him. Qin Nuan softly sighed. She reached out to push him, but withdrew her hand just before touching Lin Xia. Can't you be a bit more serious? She remarked in a tone of complaint. Why should one be serious with their own wife? He retorted, his expression one of absolute certainty. The car soon stopped in front of the club, which appeared desolate in the daytime. The driver parked and exited to open the door for Lin Xia. They entered the club, where the manager hurried over to greet them. The manager and staff, noticing Lin Xia's injured arms, deliberately averted their gaze. Before long, they arrived at their exclusive private room. As the door to the private room swung open, the occupants were taken aback upon seeing Lin Xia's arms wrapped in bandages. And then the room erupted in a flurry of inquiries. Xia, what on earth happened? Did I miss something? Who has dared to provoke you? Lin Xia merely cast a cold glance, then made her way to the sofa and settled down. As soon as she took her seat, a throng gathered around her, each voice clamoring to be heard. With a mere frosty glance, Lin Xia silenced them, prompting a few to discreetly inquire with Qin Nuan. Qin Nuan hesitated, unsure of how to respond. After all, she couldn't possibly reveal that both instances were to save her, could she? Perhaps they were simply curious. In a word, the inquisitive crowd fell silent. Chapter 165. A duet of love songs. Naturally, a visit to the club called for some amusement. In the absence of champagne and glamorous ladies, a deck of cards was a must. With her hands incapacitated, Lin Xia enlisted Qin Nuan as her surrogate. Clutching the cards, Qin Nuan awaited Lin Xia's command, having no desire to sit directly across and assist her in holding them. 7. Lin Xia finally spoke. Qin Nuan withdrew a card, but the petite woman was reluctant to comply and, unwilling to impose, opted to join the game instead. At least it would serve as a distraction from the discomfort, making the evening more bearable. With Qin Nuan present, the others instinctively reduced their smoking, resulting in a fresher atmosphere within the room, where the alluring scent of Qin Nuan lingered in the air, subtle yet delightful. As the fragrance enveloped him, Lin Xia found himself lost in thought. Deciding to cease playing, he abruptly rose to his feet. Startled, Qin Nuan nearly stumbled but managed to catch herself on the table just in time. Shall we sing? Suggested Li Jing. Noting Lin Xia's displeasure, his gaze involuntarily drifted to Lin Xia's injured arms. Curiosity piqued. Who could possibly have harmed her so? His eyes then flitted towards Qin Nuan, feeling somewhat possessive. I've yet to hear my sister-in-law sing. How about a song from her? Chan Yen chimed in, oblivious to the subtle exchanges. Upon being nominated, Qin Nuan vehemently shook her head. I can't sing. What do you mean you can't sing? She protested, standing up to select a song. What shall my sister-in-law sing? I truly can't. You all should sing instead. The thought of performing before this group was daunting. What's the point of a bunch of men singing? Better for my sister-in-law and Xia to perform a duet, a suggestion that received enthusiastic approval. Let us sing Intimate Lovers, a couple-s song to bring them closer. Within moments, a classic love song playlist appeared on the screen. Qin Nuan looked at Lin Xia, pleading for help. Lin Xia, maintaining her composure, beckoned her over. Don't want to sing? Someone inquired as they approached. Qin Nuan nodded vigorously, though a nagging thought lingered. Lin Xia might not be inclined to assist her. However, she reasoned that if she resolutely refused to sing, they could do nothing to compel her, so her worries were not overly pressing. Just singing? Having been deceived by Lin Xia on several occasions, Qin Nuan had learned to be cautious. Just singing. What shall we sing? Suddenly, a myriad of song titles flooded her mind. A Love for 10,000 Years, Lin Xia casually suggested a song title. In the next moment, Qin Nuan nearly choked on her own saliva. Love you for 1,000 years?
Surely I jest.
What's the matter? Don't wish to sing? I can't.
Indeed.
She truly couldn't. No matter, you can learn. Only singing this one song? Lin Xia nodded affirmatively.
All right.
Although they could do nothing to her if she chose not to sing, it would be rather impolite to refuse outright. If Lin Xia took the lead, it would be a different matter altogether. Singing just one song was still acceptable. Xia's sister-in-law, we've completed our song requests, come over. Chen Yan and Li Jing beckoned with microphones in hand. Chapter 166. What competition was there in Journey to the West? She won tea. Lin Xia interjected before Qin Nuan could speak. While she had wished to engage in a duet, she preferred not to be overheard by them, so she decided against it, hoping for future opportunity to sing just the two of them. Don't be ridiculous. Who can't sing? Lin Xia didn't need to utter another word. A mere glance silenced Li Jing and Chen Yan. If they won't sing, we shall. They had already selected songs. It would be a shame to let them go to waste. Thus, in the next instant, the private room erupted into an off-key duet, and to add to the spectacle, they danced. A group of burly men began to cavort wildly within the confines of the room. Qin Nuan laughed until she nearly doubled over. Unfazed by the laughter directed at them, they had long since engaged in more outrageous antics. Singing and dancing were mere trifles.
Yet,
had it not been for Qin Nuan's presence, it would not have been a gathering of men at all. Lin Xia, why are they so amusing? Qin Nuan exclaimed, struggling to maintain her composure as she leaned on Lin Xia's shoulder. Really? She nodded vigorously. Lin Xia remained silent, simply gazing at Qin Nuan. This laughter was exquisite. Under Lin Xia's unwavering gaze, the smile on Qin Nuan's face gradually faded. What's wrong? Though still entertained, Qin Nuan felt compelled to rein in her mirth under Lin Xia's scrutinizing stare. After a bout of wild revelry, someone declared exhaustion, prompting a halt to their antics. This is dull. What shall we do next? Horse riding? Playing ball? Racing? Ultimately, they turned to Lin Xia. It appeared there was nothing he could partake in. Why not engage in a competition reminiscent of Journey to the West? What competition is featured in Journey to the West? Meditation. This was followed by a chorus of hearty laughter, which eventually quieted under Lin Xia's stern countenance. Why has the laughter ceased? Came his frosty voice. We've stopped. Xia, what do you suggest we do? Yet Lin Xia turned to Qin Nuan. Nuan, which company do you think has the most funds? She abruptly posed a question devoid of context. Qin Nuan was momentarily taken aback and remained silent. However, the group became somewhat agitated. My company is currently facing a cash crunch. We're broke. My family has recently incurred losses in the billions, nearly leading to bankruptcy. Qin Nuan was utterly bewildered by the abrupt shift in conversation. Li Jing, didn't your brother organize a cruise auction? Isn't that happening today? Someone suddenly inquired. Li Jing calculated briefly and nodded. Yes, it is today. How could I have forgotten? We have invitations. Shall we go take a look? The consensus was enthusiastic, yet they all turned to Lin Xia for guidance. Lin Xia looked toward Qin Nuan. What is a cruise auction? Qin Nuan inquired, perplexed. On a cruise ship, an auction is taking place. Will you attend? You decide. Qin Nuan is not particularly interested, yet she harbors no aversion, so whether she goes or not is inconsequential. However, can Lin Xia attend in such a condition? Is she not concerned about becoming the subject of gossip? Xia, are you going? Lin Xia has remained noncommittal, prompting Li Jing to inquire. You all should go. Suddenly, he recalled something far more intriguing than the cruise auction. Aren't you and your sister-in-law joining? He then glanced at Lin Xia's arms wrapped in bandages, his expression revealing understanding. If not, perhaps we shall forego it as well? Today, their primary purpose for gathering at the club was to accompany Lin Xia. No need, you all go, she replied. Knowing Lin Xia was not jesting, leading the group to rise and leave the private room. As the others departed, silence enveloped the space. No, we shall remain and play. Play what? Chapter 167. Love you, for 10,000 years. Aren't they busy? Qin Nuan deliberately diverted the topic, not wishing to contemplate what the two of them could engage in within the room. Not busy. Qin Nuan let out a soft sigh and fell silent. Lin Xia approached to select a song. Although her arms were bandaged and her movements hindered, she could still manage to point with a finger. Soon, the screen illuminated with several classic love songs that had been butchered by the group of men. Qin Nuan's expression darkened. She began to suspect that Lin Xia's reluctance to attend the cruise auction was not due to fear of gossip, but rather the discovery of something more entertaining. Let us sing. Must we?
Hurry.
I cannot.
Cannot?
Shall I summon someone to teach you? The displeasure in her tone was palpable. Qin Nuan lowered her head and remained silent.
Qin Nuan.
I truly cannot. What could he possibly do about it? Then what can you sing? Lin Xia relented, for he could not possibly expect her to sing nursery rhymes for him. Yet soon, the sound system reverberated with the melody of a nursery rhyme.
Sing.
He reclined languidly on the sofa, a smile gracing his features as he awaited her. Qin Nuan was taken aback. Nursery rhymes were acceptable? How desperately did he wish to hear her sing? Lin Xia did not rush her, patiently waiting, as there was little else to occupy his time. Under Lin Xia's watchful gaze, Qin Nuan stepped forward to grasp the microphone, attempting several times to produce sound, but to no avail. She genuinely could not bring herself to sing. I cannot sing. She turned, casting a pitiful look at Lin Xia. No rush, take your time to gather your thoughts. One nursery rhyme after another passed, with Qin Nuan standing motionless, microphone in hand, unable to sing. Lin Xia remained seated on the sofa, patiently waiting. Ultimately, it was Qin Nuan who could no longer withstand the silence. She turned to Lin Xia. Why don't you sing first? Do you wish to hear me sing? Qin Nuan nodded. As long as it meant she would not have to sing, anyone else could take the stage. Very well, Lin Xia readily agreed, indicating for her to select a song. What will you sing? Love you, for 10,000 years. Qin Nuan's hand paused over the song selection screen, gazing at Lin Xia, seeking assurance of his seriousness. Lin Xia tilted his head slightly, a clear indication to proceed. He then gestured with his eyes for Qin Nuan to bring the microphone closer. Reluctantly, she approached and held the microphone to Lin Xia's lips. As the microphone was handed over, a deep yet seductive melody flowed through the device and resonated through the speakers, eventually reaching Qin Nuan's ears. Her heart quivered, and an unusual sensation churned within her. Avoiding Lin Xia's gaze, she turned her attention to the large screen, yet her ears were filled with Lin Xia's sultry voice, imbued with a hint of lingering affection. This feeling left Qin Nuan feeling utterly disoriented. Her palm grew clammy around the microphone, which wobbled precariously in her grasp, causing her singing to fluctuate in pitch. Nevertheless, Lin Xia serenely concluded the song. With a mysterious smile in his eyes, he looked at Qin Nuan, who awkwardly averted her gaze, too timid to meet his eyes. Your turn, he said. Can I pass?
Sure.
In the next moment, he added with a playful grin, then let us do something else. Qin Nuan gritted her teeth, thinking. Hurry up, asking you to sing isn't the same as inviting you to bed. After a silent curse, she reluctantly approached to select a song. Singing a children's song was out of the question, especially since she could hardly recall any. Filtering through her mind for more familiar melodies, she ultimately chose Invisible Wings, one of the top 10 KTV hits. In Chapter 168, What Shall We Bet? Qin Nuan, with her back turned to Lin Xia, began to sing softly along to the melody. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Xia had taken out his phone to record her performance. After the first song, a second one followed. As they continued to sing, Lin Xia engaged her in a few of the games prepared for guests in the private room. With no one else present, he became exceedingly amiable, causing Qin Nuan to relax considerably, her demeanor infused with youthful exuberance. Should we place a bet? Lin Xia suggested after a few rounds of dice. Qin Nuan pondered seriously before responding, what do you want to bet on? The dice were in her hands, with a 50-50 chance. She could not be the only one to lose, so a wager seemed acceptable. After all, a game is only entertaining with stakes involved. Some things may have equal odds, but for certain individuals it is only the winning half that matters. This was a common pastime among Li Jing and his friends. Although she had previously scoffed at it, the dynamic shifted when it involved Qin Nuan. Stripping? Qin Nuan replied, her expression one of disbelief. Afraid? Perhaps we should choose something else. It's not fear. It's just that the stakes seem unfairly tilted against me. Then the loser has to fulfill a request from the winner, Lin Xia proposed again. He felt that not winning something would be quite disappointing. Qin Nuan shook her head vigorously. She wasn't foolish enough to gamble with Lin Xia on that. Even if she won and asked him to let her go, he would likely refuse. Besides, there was nothing in particular she desired to win. If she lost, Lin Xia could easily manipulate her, so she resolutely declined. What are you afraid of? I won't put you in any peril, Lin Xia said, smiling kindly. In Qin Nuan's eyes, he had become a wolf in sheep's clothing. I'm done, she declared, tossing aside the dice and taking a sip of pure water. Let us make it this way. If I win 3 times, I'll grant you one condition. If I lose once, I'll agree to one of yours. Lin Xia coaxed her gently. Qin Nuan felt a flicker of temptation but hesitated to respond immediately. Nuan, you're too timid. Is this what frightens you? His handsome face bore an unmistakable smirk. Fine, let us begin. He reclined gracefully on the sofa, a smile gracing his lips. Qin Nuan felt an inkling of being manipulated, yet she steeled her resolve and grasped the dice, preparing to roll. Lin Xia, ever the gentleman, allowed her to choose first. Large? No, perhaps small? Lin Xia smiled silently. The outcome? 4, 5, 5, large. No worries, there is still a chance. For the second round, large? No, let us go with small. The result? 5, 6, 6, again large. Qin Nuan was left dumbfounded, always suspecting Lin Xia of trickery. Yet, with both his arms injured and without touching the dice, it seemed impossible for him to cheat. His smile grew wider. Every time Qin Nuan met Lin Xia's gaze, she felt as if she were a lamb entering the tiger's den. Chapter 169. I thought you had fled. I'm done, I'm done. She tossed the dice aside and retreated to a place of safety. Nuan, one must not behave in such a manner. Qin Nuan lifted her chin defiantly. Since I haven't won and you haven't lost, let us leave it at that. Lin Xia remained silent, rising elegantly to approach her, his handsome face adorned with a graceful smile. Yet, to Qin Nuan, his elegant smile seemed even more terrifying than his silence. She turned on her heel and fled. I'm off to the restroom. Without waiting for Lin Xia to respond, she bolted out of the private room, casting a playful grimace at the closed door. Even injured, he remains restless. It seems his wounds are too minor. As afternoon settled in, the club was bustling with many more patrons than in the morning. Qin Nuan genuinely intended to visit the restroom, so she suppressed her playful demeanor and headed straight there. Just as she entered a stall, voices emerged from outside, accompanied by the sound of a door opening. Why are you hiding? What's the harm in a little touch? Sister Wu, don't tell me you're only interested in acting. If you don't cater to others, how can you expect to be cast? Sister Wu, please help me. The voice was tinged with tears, youthful yet fragile. It seemed the speaker was quite young. Listening to their conversation, Qin Nuan found herself holding back even the most basic of needs. I'm telling you, you've signed a contract. Failing to comply means breaching it and you'll owe a penalty. Think carefully. Following this, the sound of high heels echoed on the floor. And then the door slammed shut. Silence was soon accompanied by the muffled sobs of the girl. At that moment, it felt inappropriate to leave, witnessing the girl's embarrassment. Qin Nuan felt powerless to assist or alter the circumstances. Thus, she remained, stifling her own discomfort. After a while, the girl's sobs subsided, followed by the sound of running water, and then an endless silence. Qin Nuan, believing the girl had finally left without her noticing, let out a sigh of relief. Yet, her mood quickly sank, inexplicably engulfed by a sense of sorrow. Why must life be fraught with discontent? After spending a moment seated on the toilet, Qin Nuan resolved her physiological needs and, having washed her hands, exited the restroom. Standing in the corridor, her gaze involuntarily wandered. Yet she did not spot the girl she had encountered moments earlier. She pondered her fate. I thought you had fled. Lin Xia's teasing voice floated in as Qin Nuan entered the private room. Ignoring him, she settled onto the sofa. Qin Nuan shook her head. Were you bullied? Lin Xia inquired, to which she again shook her head. Not detecting any signs of distress on Qin Nuan, Lin Xia opted not to press further. Lost in thought, Qin Nuan sat on the sofa, her mind replaying the conversation overheard in the restroom. She recognized that such exchanges were commonplace in that circle. Yet she could not help but dwell on them. Let us go, Lin Xia announced, rising. His demeanor suggested that no amount of coaxing would persuade her to continue gambling with him, and with nothing further to occupy them, he decided to leave. Qin Nuan responded with a soft acknowledgement and stood. As they exited the private room, her eyes scanned the surroundings once more. Lin Xia noticed her subtle actions but refrained from commenting. It was simple for him to discern her curiosity. There was no need to interrogate her. Just as they were about to step outside, the door of a nearby room swung open. Chapter 170. I wonder if Mrs. Lin has any interest in acting. The man who emerged paused upon seeing Lin Xia, then greeted him with a broad smile. Mr. Lin? His tone was laced with both trepidation and flattery. Lin Xia halted, scrutinizing the man at the door, lacking any recollection of him, and thus disinclined to acknowledge him with even a nod, preparing instead to depart. However, just before he stepped away, he noticed Qin Nuan leaning forward, peering into the room. Upon observing this, the man promptly extended an invitation. Lin Xia frowned. Qin Nuan's gaze remained fixed inside the room, her instincts telling her that the girl in the white dress was the same one who had wept in the restroom. Her eyes then shifted to the man beside her, an older gentleman with a corpulent physique, exuding an air of lewdness. A wave of revulsion washed over Qin Nuan. Noticing her scrutiny, the man turned his head. His expression revealed unabashed lechery, which quickly morphed into surprise upon seeing Lin Xia behind her. He then stood. The man's movement caught the attention of those inside the room, and upon recognizing Lin Xia, they hastily rose. Mr. Lin, he acknowledged with a nod. Lin Xia did not leave. The first man to notice him again extended an invitation. As Qin Nuan's gaze drifted back into the room, Lin Xia nodded and stepped inside. The moment he entered, the man's grin widened. It was common knowledge that Lin Xia was not easily persuaded, especially by individuals he deemed unworthy of his attention. And they were keenly aware that this was an opportunity for acquaintance that they would not squander. Contemplating the opportune moment to discuss several television dramas that the company intends to produce, the man mused that should Lin Xia take an interest and invest, it would surely yield significant profits. Even if he did not invest, the loss would be negligible. The man harbored such ambitions, while Lin Xia was solely curious about what compelled Qin Nuan to glance repeatedly towards the private room. With Lin Xia having entered, Qin Nuan naturally felt inclined to follow. The man promptly ushered both women to the main seats, and the servers swiftly replaced the tableware. Once seated, Qin Nuan's gaze inevitably drifted towards the young lady in the white dress. This must be Madame Lin, she thought, having heard much about the profound affection shared between Mr. Lin and his wife. Today, she witnessed their remarkable compatibility firsthand. Lin Xia seldom brought women out for leisure, and thus, it was only fitting that his legitimate wife accompanied him. Qin Nuan could only manage an awkward smile, reflecting on the absurdity of the situation. Who could deny that she had eloped with her first love? Profound affection indeed, but more akin to a tortured romance. Curious if Madame Lin had any interest in acting. The man revealed that they were in the process of adapting a popular fantasy novel into a television drama. Qin Nuan recalled her college days, when her roommate's incessant chatter about the book had prompted her to take a look. The storyline was rather engaging. Although her expression remained largely unchanged, the man discerned her interest and continued, stating that one character seemed tailor-made for Madame Lin. Though the role was minor, it promised to shine brightly. Everyone was aware of Lin Xia's deep affection for his wife. However, members of the true elite often preferred their legitimate partners to remain out of the limelight. Yet, if his beloved wife were interested, Lin Xia would likely support her endeavors. I lack for nothing, he asserted. Nevertheless, Qin Nuan shook her head, expressing her reluctance. Setting aside whether Lin Xia would approve, she herself was disinclined to face potential embarrassment. Lin Xia remained silent, leaning back in his chair, his expression neutral as he regarded Qin Nuan. Meeting his gaze, she turned away, offering a faint smile that stirred something within him. He considered the possibility, though there were still hurdles to overcome, gesturing with his fingers to indicate financial matters. Qin Nuan responded softly, though with little enthusiasm. The man seized the opportunity to mention how numerous large companies were keenly interested in the entertainment industry, wondering if Lin had any plans to venture into this realm. He elaborated on the previously mentioned fantasy novel with exaggerated enthusiasm. Lin Xia's demeanor remained unchanged, making it difficult to discern his level of interest. Qin Nuan's eyes occasionally flicked towards the lady in the white dress, an observation Lin Xia noted, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Perhaps due to Lin Xia's presence, the man beside the woman in white had become notably more reserved. Without any response from Lin Xia, the man continued discussing the current trends in the entertainment industry, asserting that there was little risk involved. I lack for nothing, he reiterated. As the conversation flowed, the man faltered and fell silent. Suddenly, his hand enveloped Qin Nuan's, resting on her lap, prompting her to turn and look at Lin Xia, who wore a faint smile. If Madame Lin is not inclined to act, might she consider an investment instead? Just as a means to pass the time? At that time, would it be possible to participate in the casting and the direction of the story? Lin Xia had no interest. The man turned his attention to Qin Nuan. Qin Nuan did not immediately refuse, glancing at Lin Xia. Did she wish to partake in the casting? She gently nodded, then shook her head. Although she longed to assist the girl, she reconsidered and decided against it. She simply wished for a stable life. If Nuan wanted to, it wouldn't be impossible. Lin Xia spoke softly, Only Qin Nuan could hear him. She looked up at him, and his deep-set eyes sparkled. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Nuan declined. Such matters were beyond her capabilities. Yet in the next instant, something the man across from her did caused her to gasp, her delicate features contorting in distress. She didn't want to relent. Lin Xia leaned back in his chair, seemingly indifferent. Though his hands were bound, it did nothing to diminish his commanding presence. The others at the table were filled with curiosity, perhaps noticing that Lin Xia had not directed his gaze toward them. The man beside the girl in the white dress could no longer contain himself. Both were cautious not to make any sudden movements, but Qin Nuan, ever observant, noticed everything clearly. Her heart was in turmoil. She wanted to help. She did not want to see the pure girl, as pristine as a lotus, sullied. Her eyes sought Lin Xia's in silent plea. Lin Xia arched an eyebrow. Qin Nuan lightly tugged at his sleeve. He remained unmoved. She could only look to the man who had just inquired about her potential investment. How much would it take to invest in a film? A minimum amount. The man extended 3 fingers. 30 million? She calculated. Her savings were insufficient. What if she borrowed from her sister? Would it be a loss? Her own money mattered little. But it would be difficult to explain to her sister, especially with Han backing her. A guaranteed profit. That would be good. Do you think raising 30 million would ensure her safety? Just as a smile finally graced Qin Nuan's face, Lin Xia's words doused her spirits like cold water. Qin Nuan stared at him blankly. She knew he spoke the truth. If she did not want to, she should not force herself. She acknowledged she was no saint. She wouldn't sacrifice her own well-being for someone unrelated. Yet she understood the feeling of being encroached upon by someone undesired, which left her conflicted. Noticing Qin Nuan's gaze, the girl looked up, and in that fleeting moment their eyes met. Qin Nuan felt her breath catch. She recalled her former self in a dilapidated rental, engulfed in despair yet unwilling to accept her fate's injustice. Then she turned woodenly toward Lin Xia. He awaited the unfolding drama with an amused expression, fully aware she would ultimately relent. Indeed, the next moment, Qin Nuan grasped the hem of the girl's garment. I agree to your terms. Her voice was barely a whisper, as if it emerged from her throat. No matter how challenging, if she persevered, it would pass. Achieving the desired outcome, Lin Xia's nonchalance faded. 50 million, and she would assume the role of the lead actress. In a singular moment, everyone at the table ceased their activities, lifting their gazes toward Lin Xia. With her hands rendered unfit for action, Lin Xia signaled to the girl in the white dress with her eyes. The girl, with disbelief etched upon her face, glanced at Qin Nuan. She noticed the woman across from her, who was only slightly older, winking at her. In that instant, the tears she had been holding back surged forth. Despite her longing, she dared not contest Lin Xia for the person. Feeling helpless, the girl rose and approached Lin Xia's side. I shall not disappoint your expectations, she said. Looking at Lin Xia. Without lifting her gaze, Lin Xia gracefully stood up. The onlookers at the table were taken aback by Lin Xia's smile. For it was rumored in business circles that her smile signified either cunning or cruelty. Ignoring their expressions, Lin Xia stepped away. Qin Nuan took the girl along as they exited the private room. As the door closed behind them, discussions erupted within, speculating about Lin Xia's injury, the implications of her generous offer of 50 million, and the veracity of rumors concerning her beloved wife. Once outside the room, Lin Xia handed the girl a phone number before sending her on her way. Before leaving, the girl earnestly thanked Qin Nuan, vowing not to let her down. After the girl departed, Lin Xia gazed at Qin Nuan with a glimmer in his eyes, sending chills down her spine. She hadn't anticipated that Nuan still fancied the notion of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. Does Qin the hero have nothing to say? He asked, wrapping an arm around her as they approached the car. The driver swiftly exited to open the door. As the vehicle glided smoothly forward, drawing ever closer to the villa, Qin Nuan instinctively shrank away. Was it too late to jump out? Lin Xia chuckled silently. Upon returning to the villa, Lin Xia ascended directly to the second floor. May I act petulantly? Qin Nuan suddenly inquired as she stepped onto the second level. Chapter 173. What do you prefer, then? Lin Xia halted at the sound of Qin Nuan's words, turning to regard the petite woman behind him. She stood with her head bowed, resembling a child who had misbehaved. Petulance? I do not favor that, she murmured. Then what do you prefer? He inquired, taking a step closer and leaning down to meet her gaze, his tone gentle. Only after the words escaped his lips did he realize their implications. I like to be held, she replied, standing upright with a playful tone. Her fair visage flushed crimson. Speak freely, and I shall certainly fulfill your wishes, he said, a slight smile gracing his lips, devoid of any ulterior motives. Due to his injured hands, Lin Xia wore only sleep pants, forgoing a top. At that moment, He languidly leaned against the headboard, his eyes closed, possibly asleep. Though she had witnessed such a scene countless times, Qin Nuan still felt her face heat with embarrassment. Even if Nuan wishes to be a guardian, she ought to choose a better door. Hearing Lin Xia's voice, Qin Nuan, standing at the bathroom door, reluctantly approached the bed, where she halted in place. As his eyes slowly opened, he turned to look at the woman before him, who bore a face of reluctance. He had seen such expressions on her face before, but the sense of rejection in her gaze was more pronounced this time. It seemed as though before her stood not a bed and him, but rather a mountain of blades and a sea of flames. However, her aversion in the face of this peril was not necessarily overwhelming. Why not come here, if you enjoy holding me while you sleep? Although teasing her was delightful, he suddenly found himself reluctant to continue. Qin Nuan let out a soft sigh, slowly climbing onto the bed. After a moment's hesitation, she evaded Lin Xia's injured arms and wrapped them around his waist. Her sensuous lips curled into a slight smile. Though it was regrettable, she did not feel overly deprived. Yet, even while embracing him, Qin Nuan's unease did not diminish. With Lin Xia's capricious nature and his penchant for teasing her, who could predict what he might do next? Nuan. Upon hearing his voice, Qin Nuan's already stiff body froze entirely. With you like this, I might mistake you for a zombie, he teased. Feeling uncomfortable, she shifted slightly. Lin Xia turned, drawing her into his embrace, with his burned left arm. Concerned about causing him pain, she instinctively recoiled, only to be met with a warning glance from him. I'm worried you'll hurt, she explained softly. Pity for me? Lin Xia smile today seemed particularly radiant, a brightness that unsettled her. It must be because she had acquiesced to his demands under his imposing presence, and he was reveling in it. The mere thought of that image made her stomach churn with nausea. Are you contemplating how to play the spoil sport? Lin Xia quipped, observing her dazed expression. Startled by the mention of playing the spoil sport, Qin Nuan looked up with eager anticipation. Can I be a spoil sport? Lin Xia raised an eyebrow. Is it permissible? No, it is not. She had suspected as much. However. Upon hearing the however, hope rekindled within Qin Nuan, though she dared not let it blaze too brightly for fear of it leaving nothing but ashes. It can be changed to something else. What kind? Qin Nuan waited in silence. Chapter 174. Darling, I have returned. To something you like. Something I like? Though Lin Xia had spoken, Qin Nuan still could not fully ease her heart, yet her rigid body relaxed slightly, and she embraced him once more. Is this acceptable? This little woman truly showed no restraint, but he decided to let it slide, as he had intended to indulge her. After a soft sound of acknowledgement, no further movements were made. While embracing Lin Xia and being cradled by him, Qin Nuan felt quite uncomfortable, yet she dared not move too much, fearing regret with any shift. Ultimately, she still did not believe that Lin Xia would be so agreeable, especially regarding certain matters he was so eager about. With her body tense and her unease palpable, no amount of self-hypnosis could lull Qin Nuan to sleep. Lin Xia shifted to a position that would be more comfortable for both. Nuan, do you still wish to participate in other casting selections? He inquired softly, sensing her restlessness. He did not mind if his little wife engaged in activities that piqued her interest. Such pursuits would distract her, preventing her from being ensnared in her own thoughts. Once a person encounters something novel, they gradually immerse themselves in it, and their thoughts subsequently shift and progress. At that moment, the man and all his discontent recede into the distance. He cannot alter the past, nor does he wish to. But he can offer her a beautiful future. She feels ill-suited to navigate the intricate realm of the entertainment industry. Does she truly not want to? He can surmise her reasons for assisting that young woman. It stems from her innate kindness and the subtle influence of her circumstances. Although she expressed reluctance, her soft reminder of a promise made lacked conviction, for she too had made a commitment, only to later renege on it. This defiance was, nonetheless, indulged by Lin Xia. Lin Xia did not impose undue difficulty upon her. His amiable nature and leniency persisted until his burned arm healed, and the bandages were removed from his fractured limb. While his recovery was not yet complete, he was able to perform simple movements. Throughout this past month, although Qin Nuan had endured a fair share of arduous tasks at Lin Xia's behest, most were merely laborious and not particularly challenging. This transformation instilled in Qin Nuan a persistent sense of unreality. She could not pinpoint when it happened, but Lin Xia had begun to seem unlike himself. The fantasy drama had commenced filming, with Su Qiao cast as the leading lady. She was the same girl in the white dress whom Qin Nuan had once assisted. Thanks to Shim Lin's involvement, the intricate procedures and preparations required for the shoot were efficiently completed in just over a month. On the third day of filming, official stills of the cast were released. The moment these images hit the web, they sparked significant reactions. Although some questioned the merit of a newcomer assuming the lead role, the majority of devoted fans of the original work expressed their support. Though merely a handful of stills, they encapsulated the essence of the heroine that everyone had envisioned. After managing his work, Lin Da took Qin Nuan to the filming location. Though she remained silent, her face betrayed unmistakable excitement, particularly upon seeing the online comments. She felt she had done something profoundly right. The filming site was in a neighboring city to D-City, over 3 hours' drive away. Without a second thought, Qin Nuan retrieved her phone and unlocked it. As she casually scrolled, she noticed a text message from an unlisted number consisting of only 9 characters. Including punctuation, Chapter 175, Nuan secretly harbored a little lover. Qin Nuan's expression faltered. Despite the absence of a name, she immediately recognized the sender. Observing her stunned demeanor, Lin Da tilted his head and caught sight of the message on her screen, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Though he did not know the identity of the sender, he was certain that the person texting was not the one Qin Nuan held dear to her heart. I didn't expect Nuan to be keeping a little lover hidden, he teased, his voice laced with mockery. No, it's not that. Not what? Not a little lover or not dear. He emphasized the terms little lover and dear. His intuition suggested that their relationship was not of that nature. Nevertheless, Lin Da felt a surge of displeasure. The fact that another man referred to her as dear, regardless of the nature or intent behind it, irked him. She is my good friend, Qin Nuan explained urgently. She did not wish for him to misunderstand. She did not want to provoke his anger. Although Lin Da has become quite amiable lately, to Qin Nuan, he will forever remain a formidable, unpredictable bomb, capable of plunging her into an unfathomable abyss at any moment. Surprising as it may be, Nuan has embraced the trend of having a male best friend, though he is not a male at all. In truth, she is a female named Zhou Qing, a classmate from elementary and high school who moved abroad after graduation. We have always referred to her this way. Truly.
You must believe me.
With an urgent tone, she divulged the underlying truth to her companion. Lin Da merely raised his gaze to Qin Nuan, remaining silent. I swear I am not lying to you, she insisted, her voice laced with anxiety. Observing Qin Nuan's frantic explanation, Lin Da extended his hand, intending to ruffle her hair. But she instinctively recoiled, her face betraying a clear fear. It was not entirely unjustified. On numerous occasions, he had been gentle, only to suddenly unleash his wrath upon her. Now, confined within the car and confronted with such a message, her sense of security was utterly shattered. Do not move, he warned, but despite his admonition, he still tousled her hair. If I am not lying, why the agitation? Am I truly capable of consuming you? His tone bore a hint of exasperation. The omnipotent Lin Da occasionally found himself at a loss regarding the nature of their relationship. You may not devour me, but you can disregard my wishes and compel me to do things I detest. Unable to voice her objections loudly, she mumbled her discontent. What precisely were the things Nuan abhorred? Lin Da, possessing an acute sense of hearing, caught every word of her murmurs. His handsome face suddenly drew closer as he inquired. What does Nuan dislike? Startled by his sudden approach, Qin Nuan instinctively recoiled. What does she dislike? Speak your mind, but do not come so close. She gently pushed against Lin Da's sturdy chest. Does she dislike this? His hand slipped beneath her clothing. Qin Nuan gasped, suddenly recalling the presence of the driver, and quickly covered her mouth, her wide eyes filled with a plea directed at Lin Da. Nuan has yet to articulate what she truly dislikes, he remarked, his typically profound gaze now sparkling with amusement as he observed her. Qin Nuan felt akin to a lamb in his presence. Is Nuan fond of being in the car? Upon hearing Lin Da's question, she vigorously shook her head. How can you know what you dislike without having tried it? Perhaps we should give it a shot? There's no need to try. I genuinely do not like it, she said, muffled behind her hand. What did you say? Do you wish to try? Lin Da feigned misunderstanding of her words. Qin Nuan could only lower her hand, preparing to clarify, but as soon as her hand fell, his cool lips descended upon hers. Ugh, Lin, let go. Chapter 176, The Price of Silence. Listening to the intoxicating sounds, the driver at the front of the vehicle endeavored to maintain his composure as a professional. Yet, the seductive sounds not only persisted but escalated uncontrollably. Just as the driver contemplated finding an excuse to pull over and escape the situation, Lin Da finally rose from a seat. With her cheeks flushed, Qin Nuan glared at the man before her, uncertain whether her embarrassment stemmed from anger or shame. Lin Da raised an eyebrow, indifferent to her glare. As she scowled, Qin Nuan wiped her swollen lips with the back of her hand. Is it my fault for stopping? Lin Da feigned an advance towards her. Then let us continue.
No.
That is not what I meant. Qin Nuan retreated into the car, seeking the farthest possible distance. Had it not been for the door, she would have leapt from the vehicle. "Why are you so insufferable, always bullying me?" she complained, giving Lin Xie a light shove. "I thought you enjoyed my torment," he replied, swaying backward as a result of her gentle push. Startled, Qin Nuan instinctively reached out to grab him, failing to ponder how her light shove had caused him to stumble, only to find herself pulled into his embrace. "You truly are a contradiction," he remarked. Realizing she had been deceived, Qin Nuan pounded her fists against the man's chest. "You just love to bully me. I detest you. Absolutely detest you." What were intended as complaints, however, sounded like playful teasing in Lin Xie's ears. All right, I am the worst," he replied, feigning submission while refusing to release her. After a moment of playful struggle, Qin Nuan grew weary and settled into Lin Xie's arms. He chuckled as he held her close. Lin Xie did not delve into the identity of the person who had texted, and Qin Nuan offered no explanation. They were, after all, the best of friends. Yet he had been absent during the most pivotal moment of her life, her wedding. Yet, how could she articulate a reason for inviting him to such an occasion? Moreover, as the most devoted listener to her love story, the irony was palpable when the groom turned out to be someone else. Nestled in Lin Xie's embrace, Qin Nuan's thoughts drifted, gradually leading her into a deep slumber. An hour later, the car arrived at the filming location, and the driver, sensing the moment, found an excuse to exit. Lin Xie cast a glance at the peacefully sleeping woman before retrieving his tablet to attend to work matters. When Qin Nuan finally opened her eyes, 2 hours had passed. Offering an awkward smile, she instinctively reached to wipe her mouth, only to discover unsightly drool on the back of her hand, causing her to feel utterly mortified. A glance at Lin Xie's shirt revealed clear water stains. Following her gaze, Lin Xie grinned mischievously. Qin Nuan buried her face in her hands, lamenting her lack of dignity. "How could I be so disgraceful? I fell asleep and drooled." "Don't be embarrassed. I can pretend I saw nothing," he teased. "Please, just stop talking." "All right, I won't say a word," he replied, lowering his head to examine the water marks on his shirt, clicking his tongue in feigned amazement. "Did you not just affirm you wouldn't speak? Yet here you are, speaking again. What do you intend to imply?" "Silence is an option, but I have not yet received my hush money." "Hush money? Is that really necessary?" she retorted. No wonder Xinglin has flourished so well. With a cunning businessman like this, how could they not thrive? Chapter 177, Climbing to the Pinnacle. Indeed, hush money, Lin Xie confirmed. In his presence, Qin Nuan withdrew her wallet and extracted $200 bills, placing them in his hand. "Here you go, hush money," she stated. Lin Xie toyed with the currency, while Qin Nuan pretended to ignore him. After a brief moment, just as she thought he would utter something shocking again, Lin Xie pocketed the money. Qin Nuan let out a sigh of relief. As long as he accepted the payment, all was well. Under Qin Nuan's reassuring gaze, Lin Xie opened the car door, preparing to alight. "Wait a moment," Qin Nuan exclaimed, pulling her back. Lin Xie turned, perplexed, yet her eyes sparkled with playful mirth. "How am I supposed to get out? I can't just step out in the shirt." With a light huff, Lin Xie began to unbutton her shirt, and soon, it lay discarded on the car seat. "I didn't expect Nuan to have such a penchant," she mused, unfazed by her bare upper body. However, Qin Nuan blushed, unable to look. The parking area was the entrance to the filming site, with passers-by frequently strolling by, and the car lacked tinted windows. Consequently, as soon as Lin Xie shed her shirt, curious glances turned towards the vehicle, accompanied by teasing smirks and hushed whispers. "Put on quickly." Qin Nuan felt as though her face might ignite. Despite having done nothing inappropriate, the expressions of onlookers suggested otherwise. Lin Xie remained unmoved. "Hurry and wear it," Qin Nuan insisted, tossing the shirt onto Lin Xie as if it were a scalding hot potato. It was embarrassing to be caught drooling in sleep, but far worse to be assumed to be engaged in car antics. Obediently, Lin Xie donned the shirt, and only once she was dressed did Qin Nuan step out of the car. After Lin Xie exited, Qin Nuan rummaged through the vehicle for Lin Xie's spare suit. It had slipped her mind that they had extra shirts and suits on board, but she couldn't demand Lin Xie to change again. Instead, she retrieved the suit, which would suffice to provide some coverage. Yet, Lin Xie clearly had no intention of wearing it. "It won't be too warm," she explained softly. "Then let Nuan wear it," she said, handing the suit to Qin Nuan. After walking for a while, Qin Nuan began to perspire and discreetly removed the suit, holding it in her hands. Initially, she only regarded Su Qiao as a pitiful girl, but witnessing her act during the shoot made Qin Nuan realize she was perfectly suited for the role of an actress.
Observing Su Qiao,
who was under immense pressure, yet moved with grace and displayed the right expressions. Qin Nuan felt she had made an exceptionally wise decision. At that moment, Su Qiao bore no resemblance to the sorrowful, despairing girl from that day at the club. Upon seeing Lin Xie and Qin Nuan, the director immediately rose. Everyone in the crew knew that this production was a significant venture for Sheng Lin, particularly since Lin Xie had personally selected the leading lady. Speculation about the relationship between the newly appointed lead and Lin Xie abounded, especially given the previous rumors surrounding his beloved wife. However, when they saw Lin Xie visiting the set with Qin Nuan, whispers erupted anew, rife with conjecture. "Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin," the director greeted. Lin Xie nodded slightly. The director then briefly outlined the shooting progress, but Lin Xie appeared uninterested, offering no extra glances towards the chosen lead. The director, keenly observant, noticed the water stains on Lin Xie's white shirt and the imprint at the corner of Qin Nuan's mouth, instantly understanding the implications. The thoughts of the wealthy are indeed difficult to decipher. Chapter 178. Is it necessary to choose an auspicious day to kiss one as own wife? Su Qiao, who had been released from the oppressive atmosphere, approached to greet them. She felt a profound gratitude towards Lin Xie and Qin Nuan, with her deepest appreciation reserved for Qin Nuan. It was evident to her that Lin Xie had no interest in her, yet he generously extended his assistance, which she surmised was at Qin Nuan's behest. Subsequently, the individual who had provided her with Lin Xie's phone number also facilitated her release from her previous contract and brought her into her current agency, a prestigious company she had never dared to dream of, primarily because it operated legitimately, devoid of any illicit activities. "Director, I kindly ask you to take good care of our Qiao Qiao," Qin Nuan remarked with a smile towards the director, who readily agreed. The director had developed a favorable impression of Su Qiao. Her commendable acting skills and amiable demeanor were hard to resist. Afterward, Qin Nuan inquired about Su Qiao's personal circumstances, only feeling truly reassured once she confirmed that Su Qiao's current situation was clean and safe. Although she was not a savior, she yearned to rescue this young woman, perhaps as a way to atone for her own past when no one came to her aid in her darkest moments. Once Lin Xie's arm had healed, Qin Nuan concocted various excuses to cease assisting him with bathing. Despite Lin Xie's numerous grievances, he ultimately acquiesced. After showering, Qin Nuan lay on the bed, contemplating the text message she had received earlier that day. She was uncertain of what to say. It was likely that he had already grasped her current predicament. "Blow-dry my hair," Lin Xie commanded. Qin Nuan acknowledged with an "oh" before setting down her phone to fetch the hairdryer. After drying his hair, Lin Xie naturally took the hairdryer from her and reciprocated the favor. This routine had continued since his arm had recovered, and Qin Nuan, finding no issue with it, accepted it as part of their dynamic. Once her hair was dry, Qin Nuan put away the hairdryer and stood by the bedside, gazing at the man reclining there. "Are you going to see your secret lover?" she teased. "I told you it's not that," he replied. "So, it's your dear one then?" she countered, pouting. Lin Xie beckoned her closer, and without suspicion, she leaned in, only to find herself at a disadvantage as he took advantage of the proximity. "Could you refrain from kissing me so often? Do you really need to pick an auspicious day to kiss your own wife?" she huffed, feeling flustered as she climbed onto the bed and pulled the covers over herself, ignoring him. "Has your temper been rising lately, Nuan? Are you planning to climb on top of me soon?" he teased. "I am not," she retorted, feeling stifled by his teasing. "If you're not planning to climb on top of me, then are you preparing to climb into my arms?" His breath was warm against her ear, sending her thoughts into disarray. In a fluster, Qin Nuan grabbed the blanket and tucked herself in, but a corner of the blanket was lifted, and before she could react, her soft body tumbled into his strong embrace. "Not only do I allow you to climb on top of me, but I also welcome you to crawl into my arms. So, when shall you make that move, Nuan? Lin Xie, could you be a bit more serious?" she exclaimed, feeling exasperated as she lightly ticked his calf. He seized her ankle playfully. "Why should I be serious with my own wife? If I were serious, would I still be considered a normal man?" The sensation on her small feet made Qin Nuan's hair stand on end. Chapter 179. The woman worth protecting with one's life. "Lin Xie, please let go." Enduring the itch in her soles, Qin Nuan said with a smile. "What if I don't?" His fingertips grazed her foot again. Unable to control herself, Qin Nuan kicked out, and Lin Xie, caught off guard, was sent tumbling by her forceful action. The air hung in a brief pause. "I didn't do it on purpose," Qin Nuan said, her face a mixture of pale and flushed as she glanced at Lin Xie, uncertain if he was angry. "I know you did it on purpose," came a voice tinged with amusement. "I didn't." He had pushed her down, and she had no reason to be polite. Reclining on the bed with arms outstretched, he presented himself, as if inviting her to torment him. "Don't talk nonsense." Was I blown over by the wind just now? I already said it wasn't intentional. So, are you going to crawl or not? I'm not crawling. Really not crawling? What a shame to waste such a good opportunity. A well-meaning reminder. You're just being ridiculous. I want to engage with you. She turned away, ignoring the man whose intentions were clearly mischievous. In the next moment, Qin Nuan felt a gust of wind and found herself pinned down. If you want to come, then I will. Your arm isn't fully healed. You need to be careful. Qin Nuan, her gaze evasive, suddenly offered a serious reminder while looking into Lin Xia's eyes. Gazing at Qin Nuan's bright eyes, which shone with a hint of shyness, all of Lin Xia's indulgent fantasies and distractions receded like a tide. All right, I'll listen to you, Nuan. He flipped her over, allowing her to lie against his chest. Qin Nuan's head nestled against his heart, the rhythmic thumping echoing in her ears. In that moment, an indescribable yet profoundly unfamiliar emotion flooded her heart. Qin Nuan refrained from delving into what that feeling truly was, inexplicably fearful of the confrontation that might follow such an inquiry. Can I not go to the office with you tomorrow? After Lin Xia's arm healed, he continued to take Qin Nuan to the office daily, and she had become a competent little assistant. During her leisure time, she browsed job postings online. Yet none piqued her interest, so she remained content as his dedicated assistant. Are you going to see your little lover? His large hand caressed his petite wife's back. We are just good friends. Who knows if a little lover might disguise themselves as a good friend? I'm not discussing this with you. I'm meeting Xiaoqing tomorrow. Qin Nuan had gained some backbone, daring to retort, and soon she might even find herself pointing a finger at him in anger. Imagining such a scene, she felt it might not be so bad after all. As long as she was willing to focus her thoughts on him, he wouldn't mind pampering her a bit more. After all, she was the woman he wished to protect in his arms during the car accident. How many women in a lifetime could inspire such a protective instinct? He mused that she was the only one. Qin Nuan was astonished. Was Lin Xia truly this easy to talk to? Or perhaps, during the accident, the most severe injury he sustained wasn't to his arm, but to his head? With this thought, Qin Nuan couldn't help but look up at his head. What are you staring at? With a firm tap of his finger on Qin Nuan's forehead, she let out a sharp cry of pain. Chapter 180. Can one blame her for harboring doubts? If you dare to ponder further, I shall crack open your skull to see if it is already rotted within. Although the words were rather chilling, his expression bore a hint of gentleness. Covering her forehead, Qin Nuan cast a furtive glare at him, choosing silence. Can one truly blame her for her suspicions? After all, following the accident, he had transformed into someone exceptionally kind. His kindness led her to believe that living alongside Lin Xian was not such a bad idea. With her thoughts in disarray, Qin Nuan froze momentarily. What was she thinking? How could she forget the heinous deeds he had committed, overshadowed by a few minor acts of kindness? Reclining on the bed, Lin Xian observed his little wife sitting there, her face adorned with a gentle smile one moment, only to turn rigid the next, followed by a sudden shake of her head. Was he married to a wife whose mind was not entirely sound? After a month of habit, the next morning, Lin Xian's movements roused Qin Nuan from her slumber. Casting a glance at him, she silently rose and headed straight for the bathroom. Noticing the silent retreat of his little wife, Lin Xian sensed a distance between them, though he did not dwell on it. After freshening up and having breakfast, Lin Xian approached Qin Nuan, pinching her delicate cheek lightly in response to her puzzled gaze before departing for the office. Once Lin Xian left, Qin Nuan also rose and made her way to the living room to retrieve her phone. After a moment's hesitation, she dialed the number from an unmarked text message. The phone rang for an eternity, long enough for Qin Nuan to wonder if she had misdialed, until it was finally answered. After 3 seconds of silence, a drowsy voice on the other end muttered, Nuan, do you know I'm still adjusting to the time difference? I forgot. I am sorry. Why don't you sleep for now, and I'll call you back later. Although they used to share everything as best friends, this moment felt strangely awkward and unfamiliar. That sensation was unpleasant, yet she felt powerless to alter it. Do you really think I can sleep? I'm at your Qin family's hotel, room 2101. Hurry over and have everything ready. All right then. Hearing the irritable tone from the other end, the sense of estrangement inexplicably diminished. After changing her attire, Qin Nuan exited the villa. Lin Xian had driven himself away, leaving the driver for Qin Nuan, knowing that further contemplation would lead her back to undesirable thoughts. Qin Nuan shook her head, reminding herself not to overthink. Perhaps he merely wanted to enjoy the thrill of driving? Thus, she resolved not to get carried away with emotions. The car swiftly arrived at the Qin family's hotel. When the driver inquired if he should wait, Qin Nuan declined. After she entered the hotel, the driver called Lin Xian before departing for the Shenglin office building. Standing outside room 2101, Qin Nuan steadied her nerves before knocking on the door. Shortly, the door swung open to reveal a tousled head of light brown hair, beneath which lay a petite face adorned with exquisite features, clearly showing signs of sleepiness. Though Zhou Qing donned a simply styled nightgown, it in no way detracted from her alluring figure. The familiar visage she bore seemed to have transformed subtly. Had she become foolish or unrecognizable? Her sharp tongue remained unchanged. No, not yet. With a dismissive gesture, she stifled a grand yawn. Qin Nuan followed her into the guest room, casually closing the door behind her. Chapter 181. The expectant partner came knocking. Despite having been close friends for over a decade, their personalities were utterly contrasting. Qin Nuan was gentle yet resilient, while Zhou Qing was a veritable firecracker, easily ignited. After high school, Zhou Qing went abroad. Yet their connection endured until her family arranged her marriage to Lin Xia, severing her ties with Zhou Qing. It wasn't a matter of desire, but rather an abundance of helplessness. Moreover, she wished to spare her friend any additional distress. During their high school years, Zhou Qing's parents divorced due to her father's infidelity, with the mistress arriving pregnant at their doorstep. Shortly after the divorce, her mother tragically took her own life, prompting Zhou Qing to leave for foreign shores without hesitation upon graduating. At that time, Qin Nuan had also contemplated accompanying her, as both shared a passion for fashion design and could offer each other support. However, her parents swiftly dismissed the notion. Without their consent, she could not even obtain a passport, leading to her resignation from that dream. The thought of those possibilities dimmed Qin Nuan's eyes. How could she possibly inform her now? What reason could there be to attend such a wedding? Do not speak in riddles. The matter had escalated to a point where there was little left to discuss. Qin Nuan had not reached out during her previous busyness, nor had Zhou Qing taken offense. Recently, her despicable father had called, revealing that Qin Nuan had married Lin Xia, a prominent figure in D City. Such significant news had been withheld from her. What could she possibly glean from a phone call? Upon her return, an unexpected reluctance to leave enveloped her. A studio, perhaps? Qin Nuan felt a spark of interest. Indeed, as your partner. Since Zhou Qing was reluctant to elaborate, Qin Nuan decided to let it be. Regardless of the reasons, the past could not be altered. It was perhaps better to let nature take its course. Really? The suggestion of partnership ignited further excitement in Qin Nuan. Is he good to you? Although she hadn't called to inquire about Qin Nuan after hearing the news, she had done some online research, uncovering various accounts. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Nuan nodded. Very well. That is reassuring. Chapter 182. Were you thinking I was stealing a portrait of you? Shall I accompany you in searching? If you want tea, then who will? Zhou Qing shot Qin Nuan a glance. Observing Zhou Qing's enduring vibrancy, any remnants of unfamiliarity dissolved within Qin Nuan. True friendship transcends the passage of years. Upon reunion, it feels as if no time has elapsed. Recalling Zhou Qing's earlier suggestion of opening a studio together, Qin Nuan's excitement bubbled forth uncontrollably. Though Lin Xia had recently transformed in ways that seemed almost unrecognizable, who could truly know? The two friends engaged in casual conversation about trivial matters over the years. Indeed, just trivialities. Neither mentioned marriage, nor the Zhou family, as the time difference still had not settled for Zhou Qing after having lunch together in the room. Qin Nuan took her leave. Upon exiting the hotel, she glanced at her watch. It was 12:20. She recalled that Lin Xia had an important meeting at 10 in the morning, which was unlikely to conclude swiftly. Thus, he might not have had lunch yet. In hopes of increasing the chances for her studio to thrive, she resolved not to wait until evening and made a detour to purchase Lin Xia's favorite fried buns and congee before taking a taxi to Xinglin. Navigating the familiar path, she ascended to the top floor in the exclusive elevator for the president. The secretaries in the office greeted her with utmost respect. Upon learning that Lin Xia was still in a meeting, Qin Nuan proceeded directly into the president's office. Having spent over a month as a small assistant, she had grown quite accustomed to the top floor of Xinglin. Whether it was due to her buoyant mood or some other reason, she found herself painting with exceptional ease. The office door swung open from the outside, accompanied by the sound of footsteps and a man's deep, emotionless voice. Regardless of the reason, failure to deliver constitutes a breach of contract. I see no need for him to keep the factory running. Understood, I will handle it immediately. Luo Jia, ever obedient to his boss's commands, had yet to finish a sentence when he noticed the petite figure engrossed in her artistic endeavor on the coffee table. He waved his hand, signaling his departure as he closed the door behind him. Striding over to the coffee table, he observed the pencil sketches of a dress on the blank sheet of paper. Since it was merely a sketch, the beauty of the dress remained indiscernible. You seem so focused. I thought you were secretly drawing me. A teasing voice rang above her. The pencil and the paper paused for 3 seconds before Qin Nuan raised her head, momentarily stunned upon seeing Lin Xie. It took another 3 seconds for her to react, only realizing when his hand brushed against her cheek. Finished with the meeting? Her eyes sparkled with delight, igniting a sense of longing within Lin Xie. Be careful, he admonished with a hint of reproach. Qin Nuan merely stuck out her tongue in playful disregard. I bought you your favorite fried buns and congee, she proclaimed, almost as if presenting a treasure. Seeing her demeanor, a faint smile broke through Lin Xie's typically indifferent expression. So good? Of course. May I open a studio with Xiaoqing? Chapter 183. Breach necessitates appropriate compensation. A studio? He knew she wouldn't be so generous without a motive.
It turns out she had a request.
However, glancing at the fried buns presented before him, he decided to let it slide, acknowledging his own generosity. Yes, we could partner to establish a studio, designing and selling our own clothing. Does this mean I can save on buying clothes in the future? We will be designing women's wear. Is that so? How unfortunate. However, I can design a set of loungewear for you and craft it myself. Hearing Lin Xie's words, Qin Nuan quickly responded enthusiastically, fearing his disapproval. And let us add a set of sleepwear and a pair of cuffs. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xie made his request. Although cuffs were not her specialty, she agreed with a nod while seeking confirmation. So, does this mean you agree? Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Once Lin Xie granted her consent, Qin Nuan leaped with excitement and embraced her. Lin Xie gently ruffled Qin Nuan's hair, her expression subtly brimming with boundless affection in a manner concealed from Qin Nuan. I shall be rather occupied henceforth. I must first assist Xiaoqing in finding accommodation, as well as securing a location for the studio, and meticulously planning the renovation for Qin Nuan, she stated. No need, we can manage on our own, Qin Nuan replied, glancing at Lin Xie. Lin Xie awaited her continuation. I may become quite busy, was the underlying implication, suggesting that she could not be at his beck and call every day. Lin Xie raised an eyebrow, interpreting this as a hint that she might begin to neglect him. What compensation? She inquired. A physical recompense, came the straightforward and succinct response. At the sound of those words, Qin Nuan could not suppress a chuckle. The current Lin Xie was increasingly departing from her former self. Nevertheless, it mattered little, as even in darkness, she would still be spirited. Did it truly matter whether or not she compensated? To cheer Lin Xie and prevent any opportunity for her to retract her words, Qin Nuan devoted the entire afternoon to serving him at Shenglin, pouring tea, offering water, and inquiring after his well-being. Additionally, she asked Lin Xie to arrange for information on several prime real estate developments in D-City, ensuring that when she accompanied Xiaoqing to search for a residence, they would not be utterly uninformed. That evening, under Qin Nuan's compliant demeanor, Lin Xie enjoyed a hearty meal. The following day, after Lin Xie departed for the office, Qin Nuan set out with the real estate materials he had organized for her. Lin Xie continued to assign the driver to her. Once inside the vehicle, she rubbed her aching lower back, mentally chastising Lin Xie several times. Were it not for the smooth opening of the studio, she would not have been so accommodating, executing several challenging maneuvers she had never attempted before. Once the car started, Qin Nuan instructed the driver to take her to an old street. Within that street lay a breakfast shop, which, despite its poor location, had been in operation for many years. During her middle and high school years, she often visited it with Xiaoqing. Remembering it suddenly this morning, she had skipped breakfast in anticipation of purchasing millet porridge and soup dumplings to share with Xiaoqing. An hour later, the car halted outside the old street. Qin Nuan stretched her sore back and had to trouble the driver to fetch the food for her. Next time, she vowed to be less compliant. Although Lin Xie could complete everything without her assistance, it would only be a superficial endeavor, not as exhausting. Upon arrival, Qin Nuan knocked persistently on the door until Xiaoqing groggily arose to open it. Look what I've brought you, she announced, raising the breakfast items. From Granny Chen's place? Xiaoqing's sleepy eyes sparkled with interest. Of course, I made a special trip just for you, Qin Nuan replied, eager to take credit. Thank you. Xiaoqing accepted the breakfast without hesitation. Qin Nuan snatched the food back. You haven't tea washed up yet, you can't eat. Bossy, Xiaoqing muttered. Yet she still entered the bathroom. Once she finished her morning routine, Xiaoqing eagerly grabbed a soup dumpling and began to eat, nodding approvingly. This is the flavor, delicious. Though she had been in D-City for quite some time, Qin Nuan had not tasted it in ages, and after taking a bite, she nodded in agreement. Two individuals devoured the xilongbao and millet porridge with fervor. Deciding to accompany Xiaoqing for a leisurely stroll to familiarize themselves with the surroundings and perhaps seek an appropriate residence and studio space, Qin Nuan brimmed with enthusiasm. whereas Zhou Qing, possessing both boldness and meticulousness, approached every endeavor with careful consideration. Thus, even abroad, she thrived splendidly. Since their school days, Qin Nuan had always valued Zhou Qing's opinions on significant decisions. As they exited their guest room, they encountered a man approaching. Zhou Qing wore a smile that concealed her emotions, prompting Qin Nuan to halt in her tracks. Zhou Qing gazed at the man before her, whose features bore a striking resemblance to her own, remaining silent as Qin Nuan listened intently. The complexities of right and wrong were not for her, an outsider, to engage with. With a cold huff, Zhou Qing turned on her heel to walk away. The man reached out to grasp her, but she deftly evaded him. I am of age now, thus you have no authority over me, nor the right to command me, she warned icily before striding away. Qin Nuan hurried to catch up. The man could only watch his daughter depart. He never believed he had erred. He had merely made the mistakes that men often do, though the aftermath was more difficult to rectify than usual. However, the deed was done, and he lacked the power to amend it. He loved his eldest daughter deeply, having made numerous trips abroad over the years to see her, yet he had only succeeded in meeting her a handful of times. Their phone conversations were rare, with the most words exchanged occurring when he casually mentioned Qin Nuan's marriage to Lin Xia, prompting her to inquire further. Shao Qing? Move a little faster, Qin Nuan urged, linking her arm with Zhou Qing's. It's nothing, came the understated response. Zhou Qing was not one to wear her thoughts on her sleeve, leaving Qin Nuan uncertain whether she had truly found solace, though she suspected otherwise. Upon exiting the hotel, they awaited Qin Nuan's vehicle, but before it arrived, a luxurious sports car pulled up before them. Where are you off to, sister-in-law? Do you need a ride? Chen Yan, with a charming smile, inquired from the convertible, his eyes appraising Zhou Qing, who stood beside Qin Nuan. No, we have a car, Qin Nuan declined. Why haven't I seen such a stunning beauty beside my sister-in-law before? Sister-in-law, do introduce us, he remarked, unabashed by Zhou Qing's icy glance as she entered the car that had been waiting for them. Shao Qing, next time there's an event,
Come along with sister-in-law.
if you need anything, feel free to contact me. I'm at your service 24 hours a day, Chen Yan called out, undeterred by their dismissal. With an amused expression, he watched as they climbed into the vehicle. Once Qin Nuan and Zhou Qing's car departed, he retrieved his phone and dialed Lin Xia. Your arm is healed. We haven't celebrated yet. How about tonight? I'll arrange everything. The location is entirely up to you. If you genuinely wish to give a gift, a check will suffice, Lin Xia's indifferent voice echoed from the phone. How can a mere check symbolize my concern? So be it. Is it a prosperous age, or one of elegance? Time is of the essence. Lin Xia did not interrupt, allowing Qin Yan to continue his fervent discourse. This evening, I shall ask my sister-in-law to take her along. I can conveniently probe her intentions. Should she harbor ill thoughts, I shall reluctantly step in to handle it, leaving her no time to attend to my sister-in-law. Listening to Chen Yan's selfless declarations, Lin Xia let out a cold snort but refrained from refusal.
So it is settled then.
Without granting Lin Xia a moment to decline, he abruptly hung up the phone. Setting down her device, Lin Xia scoffed softly. Even if a woman or even a monkey king were to accompany her, without his permission, she would remain trapped under his thumb. Chen Yan's motives were transparent to her. Her lack of refusal stemmed from finding his suggestion rather agreeable. Her gaze drifted to the corner of her desk where a file bag sat, meticulously chronicling every detail of that woman's life from childhood to present. After meandering through the commercial district for a while, they set off from that very spot, following the street outward. Doesn't it feel like D-City has changed significantly? It's alright, after all, it is the place where I grew up. Does Shao Qing prefer a more tranquil environment or one that is lively and bustling? She retrieved property information from her bag, thoroughly organized, detailing location, pros and cons, current selling price, and potential appreciation. Well, Nuan, when did you change your profession to that of an investigator? Though she understood that this information may not have been compiled by Qin Nuan, she couldn't resist a teasing remark. Chapter 186. And you've missed me after just 8 hours? No, it's not my compilation, Qin Nuan replied vaguely. Did your husband have someone compile it? While phrased as a question, it bore little doubt. Although Lin Xia was indeed her husband, the very notion felt awkward, prompting an uncomfortable nod from her. It seems the rumors hold some truth. What rumors? Those who have always resided in D-City are unaware of any rumors. Lin Xia is utterly infatuated with you. That's all nonsense. She never believed that Lin Xia loved her, let alone to such an extent. Zhou Qing merely huffed, choosing not to elaborate, regardless of the truth. Further discussion would be futile. Which area has caught your eye? Here, she pointed to a summary on one of the pages. The environment is pleasant. Although the location is somewhat distant, It benefits from being the farthest from the Zhou family, which suffices. Qin Nuan glanced at the summary, finding it quite agreeable, particularly since it was over half an hour's drive from her home, not too far in the expansive D-city. Having made a decision, the two hailed a taxi to the sales office. Upon entering, the manager of the sales office approached them with a warm greeting.
Good day, Mrs. Lin.
May I inquire what kind of layout your friend prefers? Qin Nuan was taken aback. It was one thing for him to recognize her. But how did he know she was there to accompany a friend? Noticing Qin Nuan's confusion, the manager explained, Mr. Lin has already made arrangements. Rest assured, we will provide you with the best in terms of both price and location. Lin Xia had made arrangements? Zhou Qing did not react much. But Qin Nuan felt a wave of unease. She could not fathom Lin Xia's intentions. However, under the enthusiastic service of the manager, she did not dwell too much on the implications of Lin Xia's intentions. Zhou Qing swiftly secured a modestly sized two-bedroom apartment, perfectly suitable for a single woman, at a price significantly lower than the market rate. Upon finalizing the purchase, Zhou Qing promptly made a full payment with her card, and thanks to Lin Xia's prior arrangements, the paperwork was completed expeditiously. The apartment was exquisitely renovated, requiring only a brief cleaning before moving in. The sales office even arranged for housekeeping services, allowing Zhou Qing to move in with just her personal belongings. Upon exiting the sales office, Zhou Qing casually remarked, "Please extend my gratitude to your husband." Qin Nuan softly responded with a noncommittal "Oh."
What?
Qin Nuan was momentarily unable to follow Zhou Qing's train of thought. It's nothing. Even among good friends, some matters are best left unspoken, especially without a full understanding of the context. Not long after they left the sales office, Qin Nuan received a call from Lin Xia, who inquired about her location and mentioned that a driver would come to pick her up. Chen Yan is hosting a gathering. Bring your beloved along, he teased, emphasizing the term beloved. Lin Xia, how had she not noticed his penchant for teasing her before? Had he missed her after just 8 hours apart? Ignoring him, she abruptly hung up the phone. Zhou Qing couldn't help but click her tongue in amusement. Before returning, she had feared seeing Qin Nuan in a state of despair. But it seemed her friend was faring quite well. Chapter 187. Secretly in love with my sister-in-law. The vehicle to pick them up arrived promptly. Zhou Qing, with an indifferent expression, boarded the car. She was genuinely curious to meet the man rumored to be as formidable as a demon, yet remarkably considerate towards his friends. She did not particularly care about the man's character. Rather, she was interested in how her friend was faring. No amount of hearsay could compare to witnessing the reality with her own eyes. The car drove directly to the entrance of Xingshi, a frequent gathering spot for the group. Upon their arrival, Lin Xia had not yet appeared, but Chen Yan and Li Jing were already there, reveling in the lively atmosphere filled with banter and playful insults. As soon as they entered, Chen Yan stood up, calling out to Qin Nuan as sister-in-law before warmly greeting Zhou Qing. Little Qing is here.
Please sit down.
What would you like to drink? The other men exchanged knowing glances before unabashedly teasing Chen Yan. Oh, I was wondering why you were so kind to celebrate Xia's recovery. It seems you had ulterior motives. Chen Yan, your nose is growing quite long. When did another beauty appear by sister-in-law's side? If one didn't know better, they might think you were secretly in love with her. Laughter erupted, only to be abruptly silenced as everyone turned to the open door of the private room. Lin Xia entered with an inscrutable expression, casting a glance over the crowd, whose faces were a mix of pale and anxious. They hastily diverted the conversation. I recently learned a new cocktail mixing technique. Would anyone like to try? The group dispersed in a flurry. Chen Yan glanced at Zhou Qing, deciding that preserving his life was of utmost importance. Although everyone was aware that he harbored no romantic feelings for Qin Nuan, one could never be too cautious around the jealous Lin Xia. At that moment, the sentiment of better to wrongfully kill 1,000 than to let one escape seemed rather unjust. Lin Xia approached with an expression of indifference, playfully pinching Qin Nuan's delicate cheek. Though her face lacked substantial flesh, the sensation was particularly delightful. Qin Nuan, feeling embarrassed, swatted away Lin Xia's hand and glanced at her friend before making the simplest of introductions. Lin Xia, Zhou Qing. Lin Xia nodded slightly in acknowledgement, while Zhou Qing merely cast a fleeting glance, showing little reaction. Qin Nuan sensed an awkward atmosphere, unable to pinpoint the source of discomfort. However, recalling Lin Xia's prior communication with the sales office that facilitated their home purchase, she leaned closer to him and murmured a quiet thank you. Such insincerity, he remarked, wrapping his arm around her. Don't be silly.
Silly?
Is this not the very definition of it? He said, giving her waist a gentle squeeze. Qin Nuan nearly leaped in surprise. Meanwhile, Zhou Qing observed the pair with a calm demeanor, holding her wine glass. After a moment's pause, Chun Yan approached with his wine glass in hand, a charming smile gracing his peach blossom eyes. What is the point of watching them show affection? Come, let us drink, he said, pulling them towards the liquor cabinet without further ado. Zhou Qing glanced at the duo, who were almost intertwined, before following Chun Yan to the cabinet. Just as Qin Nuan intended to rise and call out, Lin Xia firmly pressed her back onto the sofa. Have you forgotten who your husband is? Lin Xia, she confirmed. Yes, Lin Xia is your husband, he asserted, maintaining his hold, his hands restless. Lin Xia, everyone is watching, she protested, concealed by the coffee table. Qin Nuan was uncertain whether anyone had noticed their interaction, but she felt certain they were all observing, particularly Zhou Qing. What is there to fear? He replied, one hand beneath her clothing, the other caressing her fair cheek. Chapter 188. They wouldn't do anything to Zhou Qing, would they? Lin Xia blinked his large, glistening eyes at her, stirring an itch of desire within him. Yet he eventually rose from his position. As he sat up, Qin Nuan noticed Zhou Qing surrounded by Chun Yan and others, downing drinks. She attempted to intervene but was held back by Lin Xia. They are making Zhou Qing drink? She exclaimed. You must make them stop. I see her. Zhou Qing is quite enjoying herself, he said with a slight smirk. Zhou Qing was drinking heartily, accepting every glass presented to her. Not at all. Zhou Qing is simply too polite to refuse. In truth, she genuinely felt that way. Considering everyone in the box were friends. What are you thanking me for? He inquired. What do you think? After pondering, Qin Nuan realized her gratitude was solely for his prior contact with the sales office. Yet, he had initiated that contact. Why should she be the one to express thanks? Nothing? Nothing? Cooking noodles? That was slightly off, but I can accept it. Qin Nuan didn't linger long in the box before Lin Xia whisked her away, leaving no time for farewells with Zhou Qing. Will they do anything to Zhou Qing? What could happen? He replied dismissively. Exactly just that. The more she considered it, the more she felt it was possible, especially with Chun Yan's predatory gaze fixated on Zhou Qing. It was evident he was not a gentleman, and he was known for his prowess with women. The more she thought, the more anxious she became. Chun Yan might take her to a hotel. Her unease stemmed solely from Chun Yan. Rest assured, if that woman does not actively entice Chun Yan, he would not force himself upon her. Really? I am quite skeptical. Nuan, your concern is solely for me. Remember that. Her gaze was filled with warnings. Qin Nuan wished to say more, but upon meeting Lin Xia's admonishing stare, she could only pause. Could you please call Chun Yan to ensure he safely delivers Xiaoqing to the hotel? Her big eyes blinked. After the noodles, there should be a late-night snack.
All right.
The late-night snack is simple. Yet this late-night snack is not to be confused with the other. Under Qin Nuan's watchful gaze, Lin Xia dialed Chun Yan's number. The ringing persisted for quite some time before it was answered. Ensure Xiaoqing is safely delivered to the hotel. What happens after that is no longer his concern. Do not forget, I am a gentleman. On the other end, Chun Yan's breath was somewhat unsteady. Glancing at Qin Nuan, Lin Xia hung up the phone. She believed that with Lin Xia's words, Chun Yan would comply. In the hotel suite, Xiaoqing gazed at the man before her, who smiled flamboyantly. Do you wish to be with me? Even Chun Yan, who had weathered numerous storms, was momentarily taken aback by such a direct inquiry, nearly choking on his own saliva. Don't want to? He flopped back onto the bed. Then you may leave. Chapter 189. You are all scoundrels. In the next moment, Chun Yan pounced forward, the force causing the bed to sink. I want. In the villa, Qin Nuan prepared 2 bowls of noodles. Taking a sip of the noodle soup, she looked up at Lin Xia, who was leisurely consuming his meal. Lin Xia, you said Chun Yan would not harm Xiaoqing, correct? She just tried to call Xiaoqing, but the line was unavailable. Even after Lin Xia had called Chun Yan, she remained uneasy. Lin Xia, why not call him again? It was a suggestive tone. A lone man and a woman hardly have time to answer calls. You know, I must find Xiaoqing. Upon hearing Lin Xia's words, Qin Nuan set down her chopsticks and stood up. If you go now, the second round is already over. Lin Xia continued to eat his noodles at a leisurely pace. I must say, Qin Nuan's noodles suited his palate perfectly. Lin Xia, if Xiaoqing truly ends up with Chun Yan, I swear I will never let you touch me again. After a furious shout, she stormed out of the dining room, making her way to the living room. She retrieved Lin Xia's phone, knowing the password. Unlocking it, she found Chun Yan's number in the contacts and dialed. After 2 attempts, it switched to voicemail. Throwing the phone onto the sofa, Qin Nuan walked out, just as she collided with Lin Xia, who was exiting the dining room. She shot him a fierce glare and attempted to leave. However, in the next moment, she was swept up in his embrace. Disturbing someone's good fortune leads to damnation. So, I shall take you to paradise now. Lin Xia, Put me down, let me go at once. Do you hear me? I must find Xiaoqing. No matter how hard Qin Nuan struggled, she could not escape Lin Xia's hold. Lin Xia, get away from me. Do not touch me. I must find Xiaoqing. You scoundrel. You are all scoundrels. In the next life, may you all become eunuchs. Soon, her cries transformed into uncontrollable desire. By the time Lin Xia ceased his actions, Qin Nuan was so exhausted she could hardly turn over, let alone seek out Xiaoqing, yet she still muttered indignantly. In the early morning light, as the sun gracefully bathes every corner of D-City, a tumultuous scene unfolds within the confines of a luxurious hotel room. Lin Xia, with a satisfied smile, expresses his fierce indignation, warning that if Xiaoqing is harmed, he would render those responsible impotent. Yet, oblivious to the unfolding drama, the slumbering Qin Nuan remains unaware of Lin Xia's words. The tranquility is shattered by a series of knocks on the door. A woman, irritated, hurls a shout from the bed, pulling the covers over her head. Moments later, a disheveled man awakens, groggily raking his fingers through his tousled hair before donning a bathrobe to answer the door. His half-spoken greeting falters upon encountering a middle-aged man outside, who casts a furious glare at the man in the robe.
Who are you?
Where's Xiaoqing? Zhou Minghai demands, recognizing the man as Qin Yan, the notorious playboy and heir to the Qin family fortune, known for his numerous conquests. Xiaoqing, of course, is still asleep at this hour, and Zhou Minghai's annoyance grows as he recalls the previous night's escapades that have left him weary. Despite Qin Yan's nonchalant demeanor, Zhou Minghai restrains himself from lashing out, pushing past him with determination.
Stop.
Qin Yan commands, but Zhou Minghai's stride remains unbroken. As Zhou Minghai looks up, he notices the bite marks on Qin Yan's neck, igniting a fire of rage within him. He pushes Qin Yan aside, fully aware that as a father, he should refrain from entering. Yet his hope lingers that perhaps Xiaoqing has checked out. However, the disarray of the room dispels any such optimism. Xiaoqing, he bellows, unable to contain his fury. Xiaoqing, frowning, pulls back the covers, her expression dripping with sarcasm. What? Is it now fashionable for fathers to catch their daughters in compromising situations? But perhaps you'll be disappointed. After all, what happens between an unmarried man and woman is perfectly normal, she retorts, emphasizing the words for effect. How can you be so lacking in self-respect? Do you even realize who he is? Zhou Minghai exclaims, frustration boiling over. Lacking self-respect? What difference does it make? Infidelity occurs regardless. And who is he? Just an unmarried man. That's sufficient. Xiaoqing counters defiantly. What would your mother think if she knew you had become this way? Zhou Minghai's voice falters, but Xiaoqing coldly replies, she wouldn't know, for she is dead. And you are the reason for her demise. Her gaze pierces through him. You may leave now, unless you wish to linger further, she adds dismissively. With a furious flick of his sleeve, Zhou Minghai shoots a venomous glare at Qin Yan before storming out, his anger palpable. Once he departs, Xiaoqing turns her attention to Qin Yan, a teasing smile gracing her lips. I wonder if you satisfied little Qing last night? Her flirtation hangs in the air. You may leave, Qin Yan replies, momentarily taken aback by her disdain. Seeing Qin Yan remain still, Xiaoqing rises, retrieves her handbag from the floor, and pulls out a wad of cash. The sight of the money causes Qin Yan to grind his teeth in frustration. Be sure to close the door behind you when you leave, he commands, finally stepping forward. As the morning continues, within the confines of the villa, Qin Nuan awakens, realizing it is nearly 11 o'clock. Suddenly springing to her feet, disregarding her aching body, she dashed into the bathroom. With utmost speed, she completed her morning routine and changed her attire before racing downstairs. Lin Xia had already departed for the office, and as usual, the driver parked the car at the villa entrance. To Qinshe Hotel, Qin Nuan instructed the driver upon entering the vehicle. During the ride, Qin Nuan attempted to reach Xiaoqing several times, but the calls went unanswered. She couldn't help but curse Lin Xia inwardly. That reckless man. Consumed by his desires, what if something were amiss with Xiaoqing? She vowed to make him and Qin Yan suffer dire consequences. Yes, indeed, eunuchs they shall become. In the executive office on the top floor of Shenlin, Lin Xia suddenly sneezed twice. Rubbing his nose, a faint smile emerged. The little woman had recently become adept at hurling insults, her vocabulary expanding alongside her ire. The thought of her incessant murmurs from the previous night caused a smile to widen uncontrollably. Outside, the executives could not help but wipe the cold sweat from their brows, uncertain of which unfortunate soul would face the brunt of her wrath. Meanwhile, that unfortunate soul stormed into Qinshe Hotel, her face a mask of fury. She and Qin Yang inadvertently crossed paths without noticing each other. He had raised his hand to greet her, but it hung motionless in the air. Observing his sister's furious entrance into the elevator, he pondered and then dialed their father's number. Just as Qin Nuan exited the elevator, she spotted Chen Yan yawning as he emerged from Zhou Qing's room, and in that instant, her fury erupted.